Chapter 1. The Half-Elf. Hey, Yinzi. Ah, hello, Brother Chun. We'll be there shortly. If you're in a hurry, just go ahead. Just give me the address. I can pick up the key myself. All right, keep talking while you're busy. I have a relative visiting. He'll be borrowing your place for a few days. You just manage out there for a bit. Later, he'll bring you the key, okay? Wait, Brother Chun. Enough. Do you want me to give you some rent for those days? Of course not. Brother Chun. Forget it then. I'm hanging up. Okay, you first, CTM. MMB. Boss, how much for an overnight stay? 20 for the queue, 40 for the room. Which one do you want? Just to mention, the room can be slept in. We'll take the room then. Is there any food? Takeaway is 1 yuan for water. This place doesn't charge for water. A bucket is $5. I want that. The boss really knows how to do business. An endless abyss of darkness, that is how Yin perceived his current state. In this void, there is neither a sense of time nor space, for he feels nothing at all. Simultaneously, Yin is oblivious to what he has become. He can soar up and down, dart left and right, as if he were in the vacuum of space, save for the absence of light. He cannot tell if years have passed, or merely a day amidst this ceaseless traversing through darkness. Yin seems to sense a decline in his intellect, for both his imagination and computational abilities are waning. His emotions have begun to feel numbed. Furthermore, memories are slipping away, for he has forgotten how he arrived here. Yin is starting to feel fear, that endless dread is encircling him, and that fear and despair are gnawing at his psyche, devouring his very soul. He is engulfed in profound panic. Yin realizes he must take action, yet he begins to discover that he appears powerless to do anything. He can already sense the approach of death, for it is gradually inching closer to him, and all of this is perceived instinctively, felt with alarming clarity. But no matter how fast or far Yin flies, it is futile. Death seems to be tailing him. It is also as if it lies ahead, waiting for him. For regardless of how Yin alters his trajectory, he can distinctly feel its presence. There is no distance, only an encroachment. Yin has begun to sense that his body is gradually expanding. More accurately, it is becoming loose. Death is on the verge of arrival. In this acute awareness, it has come to his side. Or rather, one could say he is truly doomed. Despair. That is the sole sentiment Yin feels at this moment. All he can do is wait in hopelessness for the arrival of death. Or perhaps this loosening of his body has granted Yin a heightened perception. Suddenly, Yin perceives a flicker of light appearing ahead of him. Within the dimming of his senses, everything springs back to life due to this singular point of illumination. Yin hastily maneuvers his disintegrating body, propelled by an unprecedented hope, towards that light, squeezing himself into it. Pain, unimaginable pain. That is Yin's sensation. He feels his body return. It is a tangible touch, no longer that nebulous entity he had previously inhabited. But at this moment, the entirety of his being is overwhelmed by nerve-wracking agony and muscle-straining discomfort. Within Yin's perception, he sees countless swaying black and white images, an indescribable dizziness shaking his very soul, as if some sentient force aims to jolt him into unconsciousness. Moreover, within his consciousness, there seems to be a force attempting to push him back into that endless black hole. Yin withstands the pain, enduring that indescribable torment, desperately holding on, for he distinctly feels that the emotions, memories, and vivid perceptions he has lost are beginning to return, piece by piece. Yet that suffering relentlessly provokes him. It renders him unable to acknowledge those emotional memories. The only rational thought left tells him he absolutely cannot be pushed back. Otherwise, his demise is assured. He cannot ascertain how much time has passed, but Yin's perception of pain is becoming blurred. He may be on the verge of being pushed back. In this hazy consciousness, only this thought remains. Just as Yin is about to lose consciousness, a sudden thunderous boom resonates in his muddled awareness. He feels a darkness enveloping him, and then he perceives nothing at all. Once again, he regains sensation. Yin clearly sees his body. His form is marred by over a dozen gaping wounds, resembling the monstrous maws of beasts. Among them, one wound has directly pierced his heart and lungs. Yet within his heart, there exists a green orb. This orb, entwined with green tendrils, radiates a halo as it miraculously mends Yan's pierced heart. Additionally, the other wounds on his body are being repaired by the orb's energy. Blood has ceased flowing and flesh is knitting together. Although Yan's wounds are healing, he notices that his entire body is suffused with a dense gray mist, which is battling against the orb's energy within him, while the external gray mist continues to surge in through the yet-to-be-healed wounds. This gray mist energy is corroding his vitality. At that moment, the orb within his heart suddenly bursts forth with a torrent of green light. In an instant, it disperses the gray mist energy outside his body. Yan's previously numb body instantly regains sensation. Pain returns, yet these pains are still within a bearable range, allowing Yan to remain fully conscious. Moreover, Yan discovers he can now move, he can control this body. Just then, Yan realizes that the gray mist energy outside is once again surging in. Moreover, it seems his body is also producing this gray mist. This revelation terrifies Yan. What on earth is this gray mist? He instinctively knows that this is certainly no good thing. Death energy. The word flashes in Yan's mind. Realizing this, Yan comprehends his bodily condition. He is, in essence, a half-dead individual. With this thought, Yan grows anxious, his consciousness frantically scanning his body. At that moment, Yan's turbulent thoughts come to a halt. He discovers an intriguing phenomenon. To be precise, it is a vortex. This vortex appears somewhat dilapidated, missing a segment. Seeing this vortex, Yan's consciousness leaps with excitement. A sudden inspiration strikes. Perhaps he could do this. Yan is unsure how many attempts he made, but finally he successfully harnesses the green light, using it to drive the gray mist into the vortex. Simultaneously, he channels the green light into the vortex. Yan manipulates the green light, shaping it into a shaped semicircle, protruding a small pillar at the upper right, while leaving a hollow in the left circle. As the vortex spins, a substantial amount of gray mist and green light begins to be drawn in. Yan compresses both energies with his mental force, ultimately forming them. They coalesce into a yin-yang sphere, half green and half gray. Opening his eyes within this body, Yan finally exhales a deep sigh. He has ultimately come back to life. Yan looks around, only to see a few dim lights illuminating the surroundings, while his body seems to be weighed down by something, making breathing quite laborious. He stretches out his hand to push, only to find that he cannot budge the object in front of him. Upon closer inspection, Yan finally realizes what is happening. He seems to be buried beneath several corpses. Rolling his eyes, he utters his first words upon returning to this world. MMB, what a truly unfortunate beginning. JIS, the teacher has already instructed that this area is to be handled by you, but what the teacher desires is not skeletons, but bone essence, understand? Hey, Carl, I'm a damned level 4 apprentice, not a mage, let alone a lich, all right? I can't refine bone essence. Quit the chatter. What did you do at the Godar ruins? Don't think I'm unaware that bone refining furnace is in your hands, right? That was mine. 3 magic coins. Half of my wealth. I don't care if you bought it, I just want bone essence. And so does the teacher. Understand? But my magical power. Stop making excuses and get started. You'll go ask the teacher if you wait until the teacher arrives and you haven't refined 10 pounds of bone essence. You'll know the consequences. Damn it. JIS forcefully slams the white bone staff onto the ground, standing there, panting heavily for a long time. After taking a deep breath, JIS approaches the white bone staff, picks it up from the ground, and then retrieves his storage bag from his pocket, carefully extracting a fist-sized white jade furnace. Gently placing the white jade furnace on the ground, he inadvertently activates a switch, and in no time, the furnace expands into a half-man-high white bone furnace. The bone furnace, with its 3-legged round body and 2 prominent horns atop, is adorned with intricate magical patterns. Those silver-gray runes shimmer under the dark night sky. Jais crouches before the bone furnace, his hand pressed against the magical array, cautiously channeling his meager magical energy into the core, igniting the flames within. With careful exertion of his limbs, Yin slowly extricates himself from the heap of corpses, his small frame allowing him to navigate through the morbid pile. He casts a furtive glance at the figure in the black robe not far away. From their conversation, Yin discerns that this individual is far from benevolent. Although he has never encountered this language before, he comprehends the implications of the phrases uttered. It becomes abundantly clear that this person is a necromancer. What is a necromancer? If a necromancer were to be considered virtuous, then demons would undoubtedly be hailed as saints. The individual before him is a voracious necromancer, one who devours the very bones of his victims, for to him, those bones hold immense value. Surveying the dim and desolate surroundings, Yin realizes that this is certainly not a place of goodwill. The pain in his body has begun to subside, affording him a moment to reflect. After considerable contemplation, he concludes that his only hope of escape from this dire predicament lies with the figure in the black robe. Casting a glance around, Yin grits his teeth and makes a resolute decision. Sweat trickles by Jis' eye, cascading downward. Yet he suppresses the sting brought on by the perspiration and the instinct to blink, meticulously controlling his magical energy as it flows outward from the core. In his other hand, he clutches a magical stone. Once the flames are kindled, he can embed the stone into the recess of the core, ensuring that the bone fire within the furnace continues to blaze. However, Jis is acutely aware that his magical power will not sustain the flames for long. Worse still, he knows that his energy cannot support a subsequent ignition of the furnace. Thus, he has but a single opportunity, necessitating that he concentrate all his mental fortitude to ignite the flames this time. Just as success seems within reach, he suddenly feels a sharp pain in his neck, followed by a disorienting lightness in his head. Yin's eyes widen in fury as he witnesses the head of the black-robed figure detach from its body, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Supporting his faltering form with his sword, he gazes at the decapitated body, observing that the arterial spray has diminished yet still intermittently spurts forth, accompanied by a faint whistling sound from the severed neck. Turning his gaze to the lifeless head nearby, Yin bites his lip, raises his sword, and strides forward, thrusting it downward to pin the head to the ground. Suddenly, Yin collapses onto the ground, gasping for breath, only to violently retch, spewing forth a frothy, bloody bile. He is engulfed by a wave of weakness that envelopes his body and spirit. Truth be told, it was sheer adrenaline that propelled him to sever that head at that moment. He felt little, but now, upon reflection, he is overwhelmed with nausea. The stench of blood is truly overpowering. Yet there is no time to dwell on such matters now. After a few dry heaves, Yin steadies himself and approaches the body, reaching out to strip away the cloak, the upper garments, the equipment, and the spellbook. Gazing at the bare human form before him, then at the items in his grasp, Yin feels a wave of revulsion. It reeks terribly. A noxious odor, mingled with an unidentifiable stench, assaults his senses. It is akin to the smell of a decaying rat under the summer sun, combined with the putrid scent of rotten eggs. Yin can distinctly sense the dual-layered aroma wafting through the air. Indeed, it is utterly repugnant. Should he truly don such attire? A surge of hesitation courses through him as he furrows his brow and looks toward the distance. As nightfall enveloped the surroundings, Yin could still distinctly perceive, not far away, several skeletal figures meandering across the small hillock 100 meters distant. Gradually, Yin closed his eyes, turned his head away, and took a deep breath. With a sense of resolve, he donned his outer garment, wrapped his cloak around himself, and turned to stride into the forest, observing the network of gray mist coalescing around the withered trees. He involuntarily exhaled. The stagnant energy within him seemed to respond to the mist, expanding in tandem with its every sweep across his body, merging with the foul odor of his cloak, echoing the gray network. Each time the mist brushed against his cloak, it would retract to the periphery of the withered grove, as if a passage were opening, clearing a path for him. After he passed, the gray mist would reconstitute itself into a network, encircling the entire desolate forest like a spider's web. In that moment, Lu Yin couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction at his own wisdom. Without this cloak, he would have undoubtedly perished within this bizarre grove of dead trees. Gazing at the greenery in the distance, Lu Yin realized that he had managed to preserve half of his life. As he stepped onto the land unshrouded by mist, he felt a wave of vitality wafting towards him, invigorating his spirit, and his steps quickened. That moment, the forest itself seemed to pulsate with life. His desire to escape the woods felt as though the forest itself understood, guiding him naturally towards the path. Observing the main road beyond the woods, Lu Yin's faltering steps hastened, for he knew that once he reached the thoroughfare, he might encounter other people, thus securing his life, regardless of who he might meet. They would surely be preferable to falling into the clutches of a coven of necromancers, even if they were merely a band of slave catchers. However, fortune seemed to abandon him swiftly, before he could take more than a few steps. A wave of dizziness washed over him. His legs felt as though they were treading upon cotton, and he collapsed to the ground, darkness enveloping him as he lost consciousness. Chapter 2. Iron Cavalry Town Come. Take this to eat, little one. Who are you? I am Vina Galandanatum. And you, little one, what is your name? I am Yendi Galin Duos in high air, Bipu Shidada, a half-elf of royal blood. Or perhaps a child of a high-ranking demon hunter. Alas, merely a half-elf. Yendi, I think I shall call you little one. Would you be willing to come with me, to where elves should belong? If I follow you, will I be well fed? If not, I shall run away. I am swift, swifter than they, and they cannot catch me. Ha. You shall have plenty to eat, little one, as long as I have food. You shall not go hungry. From now on, you may call me adoptive father. Henceforth, you shall take the name Galandanatum. When you possess sufficient strength, you may revert to your original surname, Galin Duo Sun High Air. Bipu Shi. For now, neither the noble surname nor that of a hero is something you can bear. Half-elf, royal lineage. That itself is a sin. Adoptive father. Why do they treat me this way? Child, they act thus out of jealousy. You are more intelligent than they, superior in every regard, but you are merely a half-elf, which is a fundamental flaw. Perhaps I should not have brought you back. You might have lived more happily that way. No, adoptive father, perhaps I am simply not suited to be a mage. A swordsman might suit me better. Haha, little one, perhaps you could become a sword saint. Very well, from today, I shall teach you how to become a sword hero. Adoptive father, watch my chi / adoptive father, behold my circular wind / adoptive father, my chi seed has broken through into a cyclone. I am now a great sword hero. Adoptive father, I wish to go too. I have mastered great sword heroism. Perhaps this time I can break through to swordsman. Come, little one, take this. They surely do not expect us to place the seed of life in the hands of a mere child. Take good care of it and keep it close. What a blunder. I never anticipated so many enemies. It seems our plans have been leaked. Damn it, there must be a traitor among us. Otherwise, how could they know of our altered route? Quickly, little one, flee. I will draw them away and come back for you. Damn it, it's a trap. Little one, follow the captain and charge through. Once outside, I will find you. Little one, take care. I cannot hold on much longer. Adoptive father, run. A crowing rooster shattered the tranquility of the town. Flickering sparks adorned the outline of the settlement. The faint light illuminated the scene before the observer's eyes. The barracks of the town lay at its center, with a broad avenue extending from the entrance directly to the town gate. Alongside the avenue, one could find numerous blacksmith shops and stables. Behind the blacksmiths lay a commercial street. Further back were layer upon layer of housing. Viewed from above, the small town resembled an onion with a corner sliced off, the flickering sparks akin to the glistening juices beneath its layered skin. Within the town gate, a spacious area served as a square, adjacent to which was a large stable. Although the stable bore signs of wear and had many mismatched repairs, it was remarkably clean, suggesting its occupant was a person of neat habits. After a lengthy crow, the echoes lingered, but at that moment, a sudden scream erupted from within the stable, shattering the tranquility that should have permeated the place. Startling the slumbering horses awake, Lu Yin pressed his left hand against his forehead, feeling waves of sharp pain surging from his skull, while his right hand gripped the bed's edge tightly to alleviate the discomfort brought on by the throbbing that it had been 6 months. Lu Yin had been brought to this small town for half a year. Yet, throughout this time, he had awakened every day from nightmares, rendering life unbearable. But to live comes at a price. Moreover, these were not merely nightmares. They were fragments of memories lingering within this body. Nonetheless, each time he slept, the involuntary images accompanied by bouts of pain proved to be quite lethal. Over the past 6 months, Lu Yin had come to understand a bit about the identity of this body. A half-elf, a genius half-elf. Yet within the elven community, he was not well-liked. He had few friends, merely a couple of cats. All this was simply because he was a half-elf. In terms of development, this body matured much faster than other elves, resulting in friends spanning a wide age range. Among his acquaintances in the elven community, some were 20 years old, others 40, and even 80. For elves, who typically mature around a century, the 17-year-old Yendi had already attained a height comparable to that of a human youth around 14 or 15. In the eyes of the elves, Lu Yin was undeniably a rapidly aging anomaly. Thus, his circle of friends in the elven community consisted of only 2 or 3, and they were merely acquaintances. For elven children, friendships were measured in years, while close friends were counted in centuries. Of course, Yendi had one good friend in the elven community, a young sprite in her 20s, roughly equivalent to a human child of 3 to 5 years. This was because Yendi was the only one willing to play with her, or rather, to care for her. Well, in the memories that Lu Yin had seen, that was not called play. It was called looking after a child. The chaotic memories were numerous, yet the delightful ones remained vividly intact. There were those of the little sprite Nana, of his adoptive father, and of the 2 or 3 elven friends. The jumbled memories predominantly belonged to his cultivation days. Appearing utterly disordered amidst the chaos, having even a few coherent images was a stroke of luck. The fragments of varying ages, the erratic strikes, presented Lu Yin with a scene of utter turmoil. Thus, he didn't dare to imagine what would happen if he attempted to practice this erratic cultivation. Hence, it was reasonable to conclude that it would not yield favorable results. Well, even if he could cultivate, Lu Yin doubted this frail body would be capable of it. Over the span of 6 months, Lu Yin had gained a certain understanding of this fragile body. As old man Gil had said, this wretched body has already been excessively eroded by the death energy of the necromancer's resurrection spell. It is dead yet alive, alive yet dead. Let alone attempting to cultivate qi, even practicing magic would have a profound impact. What is the foundation of cultivating qi? It relies on the vitality and life force within a person's body. If one were to successfully cultivate qi, with a stroke of luck, one could swiftly transform into a corpse. Conversely, if luck were not on their side, and the necromancer's energy had not fully dissipated from the body, one would inevitably become a skeleton, a fragile one at that, a conscious, brittle skeleton. Just listen to that astute conclusion. It essentially seals the fate of this body. Nonetheless, Lu Yin believed there was still hope for rescue. Attributes. At that moment, a translucent panel appeared before Lu Yin. Stamina, 1.8 strength, 1.5 agility, 1.7 mentality, 22 energy, 800. Due to bodily destruction and mutation, energy storage points are damaged and unusable. Talent spell. Vitality conversion module. Commoner. Due to irreparable injuries sustained by the practitioner. All physical attributes are reduced by 10. Gazing at the system interface, Lu Yin's expression became somewhat dazed. Ever since half a year ago, when he uncovered his golden finger, Lu Yin had experimented for quite some time, only to discover that his golden finger seemed to be somewhat defective. Well, not defective. Rather, it appeared that many functional components had been lost during his traversal. Now, the golden finger consisted solely of a broken interface, and it was rather rudimentary. Everything relied on his own discoveries, with the instruction manual materializing only through his own exploration. This was the current state of his golden finger. A push here, a roll there. As for that talent spell, vitality conversion, it was indeed a significant pitfall. 3 months ago, he witnessed a kind-hearted ant who had been gored by a wild boar. Yes, this ant was quite amiable. A rare find indeed. Lu Yin thought that perhaps his talent spell could lend a helping hand, and eager to experiment, he approached her to give it a try. The spell's ability was to convert a portion of his own life force into a seed of life, attracting the surrounding flora's vitality to facilitate healing for the target. The situation before him brought Lu Yin great joy, for he felt he had become a useful person, having found his place in this small town. However, After casting the spell, the death energy within Lu Yin erupted instantaneously. Consequently, he lay in bed for over 10 days. It was only thanks to his father's treatment that he survived. Otherwise, he might have perished on the spot. Yes, he had found his place, trading his own life for another's injury. Reflecting on this, Lu Yin couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart. What a pitiful exchange, looking at the semi-transparent interface that had shown no changes for over 10 days. Lu Yin sighed. Noticing the brightening sky, he turned around, sat up, and reached for his working tools from the wall at the foot of his bed, a manure fork and a knife. Regarding the knife, it was more of a cross-shaped sword, though its owner had been rather unfortunate. The sword had broken in half, and it was fortunate that 1/3 of the blade remained. One side of the sword's guard was broken, while the other side had become so dull that it was now a mere semicircle, densely covered with rust, which adorned half the blade. Thus, calling it a knife was not entirely inaccurate, as it could only cut on one side. Securing the knife at his side and grasping the broken-tipped manure fork, Lu Yin exited the earthen house and made his way to his workplace, the horse stable. He then picked up the manure fork and began his work for the day, feeding the horses. As a transmigrator, Lu Yin had once fantasized about an overpowered protagonist's journey. Yet, the harsh reality had provided him ample enlightenment, making him realize that all such aspirations were mere illusions. Only reality held any truth. Not long after Lu Yin arrived in Iron Knight Town, a 10-year-old child, in a successful escape attempt, accidentally knocked him over. Believing himself successful, he was, in truth, ignored. Subsequently, our proud classmate Lu Yin received a rigorous 3-minute education from this 10-year-old, holding a black loaf of bread, a beating. Lu Yin was utterly bewildered throughout. Before he could even raise a fist, he was struck down, and every attempt to retaliate was preemptively thwarted. A loaf struck the back of Lu Yin's knee, forcing him to kneel. A foot landed on the back of his head, compelling him to the ground. Next came a barrage of blows from the black loaf, undoubtedly a malicious attack, leaving Lu Yin looking like a dazed pig. His eyes and nose in disarray. Survive. After this educational encounter, Lu Yin wholeheartedly resolved to survive, even if it meant becoming a non-free individual. What is a non-free individual? To become a free person, one must first repay their life debt. What is a life debt? A life debt is the payment owed to someone who saved your life. The repayment method: the price of one's equipment multiplied by 2 equals one's personal freedom plus equipment freedom. A destitute individual's calculation: an unarmed person's equivalent slave price multiplied by 2 equals personal freedom. Equipment must be magical. Mundane trash does not count. Lu Yin felt utterly despondent regarding his life debt. A decent common slave could be sold for 1 gold coin. However, as a half-elf, even the most worthless half-elf could fetch 100 gold coins. What is worthless? A being devoid of cultivation talent. Combat talent, or any talent at all, is considered worthless. As a half-elf unable to repay his life debt, working for his creditor was the only option. 20 to 30 years, perhaps, roughly, and he could attain freedom. For a half-elf, this was nothing. Living for 200 to 300 years was absolutely feasible. Hearing little Jimmy's consolation, Lu Yin despondently raised his head to the sky. Little Jimmy's brother, Lance, had also hinted to him that a necromancer had already placed a bounty. They were seeking a half-undead who had not fully succumbed to death amidst the necromantic resurgence. A high reward awaited anyone who provided information. Upon hearing this, Lu Yin gazed upward, feeling as though the sky had turned from blue to gray. Beyond the town gates lay a realm shrouded in darkness. What manner of individuals were necromancers? Lu Yin was acutely aware. If he fell into their hands, being sliced for research would be an insult to the necromancers. They would surely grind him to dust for their studies. The potential research value of his existence would be exploited to the utmost, leaving not a single bone fragment behind. Sigh, why ponder such things? As long as he didn't venture out, all would be well. After a bout of self-comfort, Lu Yin refocused his thoughts, grasped a handful of grass, and began chopping it with the knife. This would be the horse's food for today. And of course, he would add a handful of rice bran. Chapter 3. Father, hey, Yin, come here. Oh, father, what is it? Hearing his father's call, Lu Yin snapped out of his daze and hurried towards him. One must heed the boss's summons, especially when he is their protector and support. Come, sit. How have you been these past few days? Upon hearing this, Lu Yin smiled and replied, It's been all right. It's quite good just to be alive. After pondering for a moment, His father inquired. Have you considered going back? Lu Yin clasped his hands, resting his chin on his fingers as he replied. Father, you know I can't go back. His father swiftly produced a package and handed it to Lu Yin, saying, Here, take this. Lu Yin accepted the package with both hands and exclaimed, But, father, I can't repay my life debt. You should know that. His father drew a smoking pipe from his waist and said, Take it. Your life is mine to save, and I will decide what it's worth. If anyone has objections, let them come speak to me. Tapping the pipe, his father continued, I can give you this, but I have one condition. He fixed his gaze on Lu Yin and stated, You must have a bottom line. You cannot abandon this body, and you must never sacrifice your life for power. Gazing at his father's serious expression and earnest eyes, Lu Yin felt an involuntary sense of solemnity wash over him. Father, I swear, Lu Yin, will never become something inhuman or monstrous for the sake of power. Father, believe me. Hearing this, his father averted his gaze, lit the pipe, took a deep puff, and said, Good. I shall remember this. If you ever forget what you said today, I will do everything in my power to reclaim everything I've given you. Trust me, Father, Lu Yin reiterated earnestly. All right, enough of that. By the way, did Lance give you his logistics position? If so, you should decline it. Return the position to him. His father exhaled a puff of smoke. No, Father, I haven't received any position. Lu Yin waved his hand in response. If not, then don't worry about it. If Lance comes looking for you, do not accept his logistics position. He has paid a hefty price for that position. You know his family's situation. Let him handle it. Perhaps he can bring back something more. His father tapped the pipe and continued. Today, you should take a break to go over these books. Just glance at the necromancy ones. The other one is fairly decent for you right now. Switching core spells later shouldn't be a significant issue. Also, you should stop with this work. Go teach little Gianna some arithmetic. Little Gianna thinks you teach well, so you should help her out. Let little Jimmy handle this place. It could also help their family earn a bit more. Upon hearing this, Lu Yin stood up and said, All right, Father, wait a moment. Let me feed the horses first. The old man interrupted Lu Yin's words with a wave of his hand, while tapping ash from his cigarette. All right, no more feeding today. Later, Lance will bring some monster eggs to add to their feed. They need to be well fed tonight since they are going hunting. You need not concern yourself with them any longer. Just head back. After hearing this, Lu Yin picked up his bundle and replied, Understood, old man. I'll leave the knife and fork here too. That way, Lance won't have to come looking for me later. MHM, off you go. The old man had already stood up, walking away while waving his hand. Seeing this, Lu Yin picked up a few books and made his way back to his room. At this moment, a wave of relief mixed with excitement surged through Lu Yin's heart. Holding this bundle, he clearly understood what it represented. It symbolized that he, too, would be a free man from now on. No one would be able to command him again. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Lu Yin felt an exhilarating thrill, not for any other reason, but because he had once witnessed the might of a mage. On his way back to Iron Cavalry Town, Lu Yin had a rather unfortunate encounter with monsters attacking the border town. They appeared as a horde of beasts, overwhelming in sight. At that moment, Lu Yin was consumed by a singular thought. He was doomed. After all, these monstrous creatures looked capable of annihilating a small town of this size. The sheer number of them was staggering. One beast could easily flood the town with a single urination. Moreover, these monsters were not merely reliant on such trivial acts. What puzzled Lu Yin was the apparent calmness of those around him, who exhibited no signs of panic. This left him with a significant question hanging in his mind. Just then, a figure emerged from the town center. With a few strides, the individual stepped into the air. Floating gracefully, as they approached the town gate, they instantaneously transformed into a towering 5-meter-high flame giant. The flame giant hovered above, waving its right hand, causing countless fireballs to rain down from the sky. Like a cataclysm, they fell upon the beasts in the middle of the horde. With a flick of its left hand, a wall of fire erupted before the town gate, rapidly expanding to encircle the town, effectively blocking the charging beasts. Another gesture summoned more fireballs from the sky, crashing down upon the front ranks of the monsters. The deluge of fireballs fell like a torrential downpour, each one explosive, akin to grenades, bombarding the beast horde relentlessly. With a final gesture, the sight before him was a sea of flames, as the inferno engulfed the entire monster tide, fueled by the existing fires among the beasts. The heat wave outside the town was not only astonishing to Lu Yin, but also left him parched, with his hair slightly frizzed and his skin feeling as if it would crack from the heat. How terrifying it was! In the blink of an eye, the flame giant gazed upon the blazing inferno, seemingly satisfied with the devastation wrought upon the monster horde. The flames surrounding the giant receded, transforming into a middle-aged man clad in a red robe, who casually brushed off non-existent dust from his attire and strode toward the town center. Then came the resounding cheers. Long live the guardian mage! Reverberating in Lu Yan's ears, echoing in his heart. At that moment, Lu Yan, still in awe, felt his heart pounding with excitement. He harbored a singular thought. I, Lu Yan, must become a mage, imagining himself wielding power like that mage. Summoning firestorms with a wave of his hand, he stepped eagerly toward his room, but suddenly, Lu Yan paused, recalling a crucial concern. This house belonged to the old man, even if he was allowed to stay. He was utterly penniless. What would he do about food? What about his other needs? If the old man decided to turn him out, where would he go? Gazing at the town gate, Lu Yin envisioned the necromancers waiting nearby. Grinning as they awaited his arrival on the operating table, a shiver ran down his spine. He absolutely could not allow himself to be expelled. Hey, Lu Yin, I heard the old man doesn't need you to work anymore. The master asked me to inform you to go teach the young lady, so hurry up. Understood? Caught in thought, Lu Yin instinctively replied, All right, I'll put my things away and head over, then be quick about it. A grown man should move faster than a child. Useless, no wonder kids bully you all the time. A girl in tattered clothes complained. All right, I'll hurry, right away. Lu Yin responded hastily, being bossed around, coward. That's a trivial matter. Once I go, my food problem will be solved. And as for being a coward, that's not cowardice. It's being prudent. Ever since I pinned down a child about 4 or 5 years younger than me for at least 3 minutes. The notion of cowardice has ceased to exist for me. Let pride be cast aside. Yes, I'll deal with where to stay later at the old man's place. After organizing his books, Lu Yin headed toward the town center. Indeed, I am on the brink of becoming a mage. Cowardice is merely a minor issue for now. Just wait for me. I am Gis Gadon, a noble of the Carlin Kingdom. Well, a minor noble. However, my father once told me that my ancestors included a marquis, a great half-legendary mage. Since childhood, he always said, Do not bring shame to the Gadon name. I have always taken pride in my surname. Yet, upon my first departure from my family's territory and witnessing the real world, I came to realize that this proud name means nothing. In that moment, my once proud father, who held his head high in our territory, had lost all his pride here. Before others, he bowed his head like a slave, occasionally groveling for approval. At that moment, Jis felt as if his father resembled a dog, one that licked its master's shoes. A small-town noble, that was his identity. He had repeatedly told other nobles that he was Gis Gadon, descendant of a marquis, of a half-legendary lineage. But now, all he received were mockery and the title of a minor noble. This was an affront to his dignity. Yet, his father insisted that everything was for the family's territory, and that all must be endured. Under his father's consolation and admonition, Jis learned to let everything go, adopting his father's demeanor of submission, like a dog, desperately trying to integrate into the circle of noble offspring. The result was that he became nothing more than a plaything. Countless insults consumed Jesus' heart, yet he endured with a forced smile, for he believed he had to bear it all to fulfill his father's promises. However, in a dramatic twist of fate, Jis fell in love. The sweetness of it left him utterly enchanted. Yet he was unaware that it was merely a ruse, a deception befitting a toy, under the rendezvous with a beautiful noble girl. Jis eagerly entered the estate, having been told this was a rite of passage into adulthood. What a thrilling prospect! But was it truly as he anticipated, from the beginning to the end of the date? Jis did not become the adult he had hoped to be. Instead, he became a naked joke. Endless humiliation and rage burned away his reason. Jis raised his fists, charging forward with fury and shame. Alas, his charge was abruptly interrupted. A trip sent him tumbling, and several people closed in, delivering a brutal beating. Subsequently, he and his father were expelled from the city, driven out in the dead of night. At that moment, the name Gadon had turned into a farce. Walking along the dark road with his father's grim visage, they hastened back to their territory. But misfortune seemed relentless. Halfway, bandits appeared, slaughtering his father, yet miraculously sparing him. Jis believed fortune smiled upon him, for all his father had would now belong to him. However, upon returning home, he discovered everything had changed. Nothing remained. The territory he was meant to inherit had mysteriously been sold. He became a nobleman, but was now thrust into a dilapidated estate meant for housing slaves. Jis fell into despair. Contemplating death, he wished to bury the ridiculous Gadon name along with himself in this ludicrous timeline. Yet fate played a peculiar trick. Just as he was about to hang himself, his mentor timely intervened, revealing, "I know your grandfather." He also imparted the first truth: nothing in this world is noble. Only when you possess the strongest power can you be considered the most noble. After becoming a disciple, Jesus' mentor handed him half a manuscript belonging to his grandfather. Within it, Jis recognized the identical handwriting of his ancestor. He felt that spring was about to arrive, as if the goddess of fate had bestowed a powerful kiss upon him. Even if his current mentor was a necromancer, it mattered not. With newfound hope, Jis departed from his homeland. Looking back, he felt a yearning for power, accompanied by boundless resentment. He knew that when he returned, he would bring with him immense strength and an unquenchable fury. He would seek purification for the indignities he had endured. With boundless enthusiasm, Jisai strode confidently alongside his mentor, departing from the familiar confines. Yet, the fates, akin to a capricious jester, began to toy with him once more. Upon unraveling the truth, Jisai felt his sanity teetering on the brink. His mentor undoubtedly knew his grandfather. That much was true. However, it was impossible for his grandfather to have any acquaintance with his mentor, given the vast chasm of years between them. This revelation compelled Jisai to surreptitiously observe every aspect of his mentor's life, ultimately unearthing a clandestine secret. His mentor's connection to his grandfather stemmed from having discovered the secret tower of magic belonging to Jisai's ancestor. To unlock the tower, there existed two potential pathways. The first was for Jisai to ascend to the rank of Grand Mage himself, an aspiration that seemed more like a whimsical dream. The second, however, was an unexpected method he had overheard his senior brother mention: a blood sacrifice. All that was required was to be a mage, or even merely a level 9 apprentice. With the aid of a bloodline array, one could gain access to the protective wards of his grandfather's magical tower. Upon learning all of this, Jisai was engulfed in despair. At that moment, the spirited vigor he once possessed vanished, leaving only a desperate desire to survive. As a result, after 5 years of apprenticeship, Jisai had only reached the 4th level. Consequently, his mentor's demeanor towards him grew increasingly disdainful, perhaps sensing that Jisai had stumbled upon some uncomfortable truths. Yet, his mentor remained unfazed. As a necromancer, time was an ally, and as a lich, he had all the patience in the world. It is worth mentioning that his mentor was a lich who had forgotten his own name, a half-failed experiment of a new lich, stripped of much of his memory. The term new was relative, for he had been a lich for over a century. Among his peers, he was derisively labeled as a failure. Thus, he harbored a disdain for names. Mentor was the only title he accepted, as he proclaimed. Yin closed the notebook in his hands, having gained some understanding of the necromancer within its pages. Yet, none of it seemed to matter. What truly counted was the choice he had to make. Before him lay 2 spellbooks, each holding the power to determine his fate. With a decisive spirit, he hurled a pebble the size of a thumb, sending it whistling through the air, striking a nearby tree trunk. With a resounding crack, the stone embedded itself halfway into the bark, like a jewel set into a wall. Today marked Yan's first venture beyond the gates of Iron Cavalry Town. As he gazed down the wide avenue leading out of town, a path cut through the fields, the wind sweeping across the 30-meter-wide thoroughfare, stirring up clouds of dust. The main road struck Yan as a plump centipede sprawled across the earth. Alongside the thoroughfare were hundreds of smaller paths, twisted like the legs of a centipede, each leading directly to the mountain-esque potion garden. Flanking these paths were towering trees, upon which hung several desiccated corpses, serving as grim warnings of the fate that befell thieves. Occasionally, small beasts would dart from the underbrush. Though diminutive, they were exceptionally fierce. Yan had once encountered a creature resembling a white rabbit, seemingly gentle, yet brutally savage. On that occasion, he had witnessed the rabbit-like beast nimbly leap to a nearby horned horse, only to suddenly pounce, sinking its teeth into the horse's thigh and tearing away a substantial chunk of flesh. In mere moments, it vanished from sight. Thus, Yin resolved to acquire some self-protective abilities before daring to step beyond the town's gates. He only felt secure enough to practice his new spells along the narrow paths adjacent to the town gate. Once more, Yin picked up a stone, inscribing a magical formation and channeling his energy into it. In 2 seconds, he completed the task. Away, the stone soared once again, embedding itself in the tree trunk. Excellent. Compared to the fireball spell that took him 10 seconds to conjure, this spell was significantly superior. Just as Yin reveled in his triumph, he suddenly heard his father's voice behind him and quickly turned, exclaiming, "Ah, father, you've arrived. Come, sit here." He promptly offered his small stool, brushing it off with his hands before placing it in front of his father. "Enough with the flattery. You've reached the 4th level of apprenticeship. Haven to you. What's the core of your magic inscription? Is it that 10-second fireball spell of yours? 6 seconds. 6 seconds. The highest record is 6 seconds. Father, we must be pragmatic. We cannot paint everyone with the same brush. 6 seconds. 6 seconds. The highest record is 6 seconds. Father, we must be realistic. We cannot dismiss everyone outright. Stop with the nonsense. I'd like to give you a good smack. You've been practicing for 3 months. A 2nd-level apprentice can easily achieve 3 seconds in a month. And yet here you are, a level 4 apprentice, still unable to manage 6 seconds. How can you call yourself an apprentice mage? If you had a mentor, he would undoubtedly break you down and cast you into the Ashina River to be swept away to the sea, lest you tarnish the mage profession and lower its standards. Your mere existence is a silent affront to the entire mage vocation. Do you understand? Yin felt his cheeks burn with embarrassment upon hearing this. "Father, has anyone ever told you that you're not very good at conversation?" he inquired, licking his lips. His father raised an eyebrow and replied, "I find joy in conversing with anyone. If anyone makes our conversation unpleasant, my sword will teach them precisely what it means to ensure our discussions remain joyful." "Do you think I lack conversational skills?" Yin forced a stiff smile, praising, "Father, your style of conversation is truly unique. Well, I'm not a mage, so I wholeheartedly support your existence as a pig-like mage. As long as you exist in this peculiar form, the next time I see my old friend, I can make him bleed from all 7 orifices. If I can infuriate him to the point of explosion, that will be your greatest contribution. Father will remember your kindness." Listening to his father's sudden and somewhat irate remarks, Yin found himself at a loss for words. After all, from what he knew of his father, those who could provoke him were beyond his reach, let alone express his own feelings. At that moment, after a brief bout of anger, his father took a deep drag from his pipe and, with gritted teeth, continued, "What mage is the most powerful profession? Huh, just this 6-second spell casting, and you call it the mightiest vocation? I could sprint 100 meters in less than a second without even needing a sword. With just a fart, I could shatter him to pieces." Upon hearing this, Yin covered his face with one hand, feeling the heat of embarrassment rise. "Father, let us not dwell on this 6-second matter." At that moment, Yin felt utterly overwhelmed. Why must these formidable figures constantly pick on him? This mere fledgling. There was truly nothing worthwhile to discuss. If he truly cared, he should dedicate more time to practice. Improving his casting speed, that would be far more beneficial. In this world, without the power to protect oneself, one lives a life worse than that of a dog. With that, his father withdrew the smoking pipe he had just reinserted into his waist, packed it with tobacco leaves, and with a swift motion of thumb and forefinger, ignited the leaves. Taking a deep drag, he exhaled a thin plume of smoke and added, "In this world, there exist 2 types of beings, humans and slaves. If you do not wish to be a slave, you must possess the strength to ensure you can live as a human. If not, you will merely be a fortunate or unfortunate slave. Only with power can one have freedom, and with freedom comes choice. If you wish to live as a person, you must ensure you have the strength to do so." Yin sensed something unusual in his father's demeanor today and inquired, "Father, what's on your mind?" His father waved a hand to interrupt Yin's question and continued, "Yin, you've been here for half a year. Haven to you? It's about time you ventured out." The moment Yin heard this, he grew anxious. Was this a path leading him toward doom? Yet, his father waved his pipe and said, "Don't rush. Let me finish. There's a reason I want you to go. You've been in Iron Cavalry Town long enough. You must have heard the legends by now. This is no mere tale. It is the truth. Otherwise, Why have you resided in Iron Cavalry Town for over half a year without encountering a single magic practitioner? You can't even find someone to teach you anything." Upon hearing this, Elien frowned in agreement. It was indeed a fact. However, he quickly realized that he merely wished to avoid being driven out of Iron Cavalry Town. Whether or not mages came to the town was of no concern to him. Thus, he replied to his father, "But, Father, I've been in Iron Cavalry Town for over half a year and have encountered no issues, have I?" "You." Elien cast a look of skepticism, as if to say, "I am not a child, and I don't need you to attempt to deceive me with these fanciful legends." His father, unfazed, regarded him with a mixture of disdain and sarcasm, tempered with a touch of affection, and said kindly, "Child, do you perhaps misunderstand the term practitioner? A mage is merely the most basic designation for a magical profession, while an apprentice is merely a backup candidate. Do you not speak of yourself? Even the most genius of reserve professionals would find no favor in his sight. If even a wretched being like you can be lured by his demonic temptations, it would indeed bring me joy, for it would indicate his urgency and desperation. Truly, the elite professionals are of an entirely different caliber. Observe that glimmer in his eyes, how expressive they are, and that voice, how it resonates within the heart. Yet, why do I feel such an urge to strike someone?" With a twitch at the corner of his eye, Lu Yin chuckled to himself, having spent over half a year in this world. Lu Yin had come to grasp its intricacies that it is a realm under the watchful gaze of deities, yet simultaneously plagued by the encroachment of demons. Approximately 2 millennia ago, the crystalline barrier of this world was shattered by some unfathomable force, resulting in extensive damage to the realms of the divine. Many so-called deities were compelled to descend as saints upon the mortal plane. Beyond the rifts of this world, a multitude of demons invaded, leading to an unprecedented assault from the demonic realm. The very laws of existence began to shift. The world wept. In those tumultuous times, the world teetered on the precipice of annihilation, yet fortune smiled upon it. For a savior emerged. This savior was remarkably formidable, having pioneered a new mage profession within the old world of sorcery. He led his battalion of mages to push the invading demons back to the rift's edge, momentarily quelling their audacity. However, the laws of this world had already been eroded and partially assimilated by the demonic realm. What a dreadful predicament! Upon recognizing this issue, the savior devised a radical solution. His plan was utterly audacious: to sever and banish all sizes of demon gates and the vast lands surrounding them into the void beyond through various multi-layered seals and exiles. This tactic temporarily forced the demons to retreat, but demons are hardly easy to deal with. The powerful among them were restricted by the world's forces, unable to cross over, yet the lands surrounding the demon gates had been entirely corrupted by demonic influence. Moreover, these lands were intrinsically linked to this world. Thus, the formidable demons, leveraging the connection between the sealed lands and this world, projected the demon gates back into existence. The flames of war returned to this realm. Fortunately, the astute savior had the foresight to establish protective sanctuaries beyond the sealed demon gates. Unyielding walls and countless mage towers stood sentinel at the gates. The gates were mere projections. Powerful demons could not arrive, and the armies of lesser demons were composed of nothing but dregs. Thus, after centuries of besieging the protective sanctuaries, they achieved naught. Perhaps it was their inability to breach the sanctuaries, or perhaps other factors, but the demon army inexplicably ceased its assault several centuries ago. Peace returned to the world. The people celebrated jubilantly. Yet beneath this peace, countless toxins continued to circulate throughout the prolonged conflict. Although the demons were expelled, they left behind innumerable contingencies, various demonic tomes, bloodlines, and summoning rituals, an array of artifacts that became coveted treasures for those who sought power swiftly. They delved into research and modification. Among these, blood sacrifices became the most notorious poison, and the Harvest Territory, where Iron Cavalry Town resides, was once a site of such rituals. Following the blood sacrifice, a demigod-level demon descended, unleashing carnage upon the entire Harvest Territory. Although this demigod was ultimately vanquished and sealed by subsequent heroes, the arrival and battle of such a powerful demon rendered the land a semi-wasteland. Why call it a semi-wasteland? Because crops could no longer thrive here. Yet it could not be said to be devoid of benefits. Perhaps due to the blood of the demigod that once flowed, the magical herbs here could grow with remarkable speed. This rendered the harvest territory a particularly intriguing locale. Iron Cavalry Town, where Lu Yin resided, was but a corner of the vast ceiling formation for the demigod demon, centered around Harvest City. Lu Yin was about to depart. He was to accompany the merchant caravan from Iron Cavalry Town. Yet at this moment, upon gazing at the caravan before him, his lips involuntarily twitched. Rather than a caravan, it resembled a gathering of villagers, for this caravan consisted primarily of women and children, accompanied by about 20 militiamen. The composition of this caravan left Lu Yin feeling quite insecure. Although, having become an apprentice and possessing magical abilities, he had managed to mask the aura of death surrounding him, he was still wary. The entirety of the harvest territory was hardly a safe haven, not to mention the various bandits and thieves. Even the necromancers who frequently roamed the area were perilous threats. Let us not forget that Lu Yin was the subject of bounties issued by those necromancers. As these thoughts occupied his mind, Lu Yin could not help but close his eyes and let out a sigh. Indeed, he was plagued by misfortune. Lu Yin, why are you just standing there? Shouldn't you be helping with the loading? Caught off guard by the voice, Lu Yin turned and instinctively replied, Yes, Sister Na, I'm coming right away. As he scampered over, Diana continued to scold him. You are such a fool. I truly cannot fathom why Uncle would send you out into the world on your own. At this rate, if you don't get beaten to death, you'll simply die of foolishness. Hurry up. After you set down the goods, go sit in carriage number 3. Someone like you, a weakling, thinks you can keep pace with the caravan? Don't let yourself fall behind and end up as monster fodder on the way. Yes, I understand, Sister Na. Watching Lu Yin hastily depart, Diana placed her hands on her hips, covered her face with one hand, and silently sighed before turning back to her tasks. No longer paying heed to the worthless Lu Yin, Lu Yin jogged to carriage number 3, opened the door, and swiftly climbed aboard. However, upon looking up, he felt his lips twitch once more. The carriage was filled with children around 10 years old, and he seemed, Brother Yin, over here. Turning his head, he was greeted by a familiar face. Little Jimmy. The relationship between Lu Yin and little Jimmy was fraught with complications. At the age of 10, Jimmy had beaten Lu Yin, turning him into the laughingstock of the entire town. However, after Lu Yin inadvertently saved Jimmy's mother, Jimmy boldly declared, From now on, I'll protect you. Ever since then, for the past 3 months, Lu Yin had not been bullied by children again. For this, he owed everything to little Jimmy. It was Jimmy's protection that had spared him, though Lu Yin had endured a period of embarrassment for a good 10 days. It was all worth it. As for how he felt about little Jimmy, Lu Yin was at a loss. Each time he recalled being beaten and becoming the town's joke, he couldn't help but wonder what that feeling was like. Sigh, let it go with the wind. Upon further inspection, he recognized yet another familiar face. What was this fellow's name again? Lu Yin couldn't recall, but the memory was vivid. When Lu Yin had been sent by his father to feed horses, he had been exceptionally diligent, ensuring the horses were well cared for. Yet Lu Yin wished for a quiet life, but it seemed others had other plans. The boy next to little Jimmy was the one who relished tormenting Lu Yin. On one occasion, he had fed something to the horse Lu Yin was tending, causing one of the horses to go berserk. The horse, glowing red and with fiery eyes, had kicked and shattered the feeding trough before bolting away. Naturally, Lu Yin had been paralyzed with fear, sensing the chaotic energy of the wild horse. At that moment, it felt as though the horse was charging at him like a runaway train. Just then, Diana had rushed in, her delicate hand striking the frenzied horse and knocking it unconscious. She then effortlessly lifted the enormous creature back into the trough, casting a glance at Lu Yin before departing. And Lu Yin, he could only feel his eyelids twitch, his heart racing, and his mouth dry. No need to elaborate further. It wasn't until he heard the command to fix the feeding trough that he regained his senses, although his lips still twitched in irritation. Meanwhile, his heart brimmed with unending frustration. What a ridiculous affair! As Lu Yin gazed through the small window at the departing caravan, he couldn't help but ponder the combat capabilities of this group of women and children. Accompanying them seemed rather safe. Turning back to the carriage interior, he mused that relying on a group of children for protection was hardly shameful. If Iron Horse Town were likened to an onion missing a piece, then Gilo Town resembles an onion sliced in half, with a grand avenue extending straight from the town's front gate to its rear. Flanking this thoroughfare are numerous shops, and at the heart of the town stands a peculiar little building. This 4-story structure, shaped like a cylindrical barrel, expands in size as one ascends, highlighting its uniqueness. Inside the shops, Lu Yin meticulously wields a pen, deftly manipulating magical energy as he extracts a drop of crimson liquid from a small vial. Carefully sketching a six-pointed star magic array onto a scroll, one painstaking stroke at a time. Only upon completing this monumental task does Lu Yin exhale softly in relief, having resided in this place known as Galo Town for over 4 months. Lu Yin has been apprenticed for more than 4 months at a shop called Guel's Magical Artifacts Specialty Store, under the guidance of Diana, as an apprentice. Despite his initial ignorance, the proprietor has shown no disdain for Lu Yin. In fact, the owner has been remarkably kind, providing an array of foundational knowledge and various practice materials free of charge. Over the months, Lu Yin has transformed from a complete novice into a barely competent basic apprentice. As a friend of Lu Yin's father, Master Guel is also a rather exceptional individual. Why refer to him as such? Have you ever encountered someone selling counterfeit goods with unabashed confidence? After making a sale, they dare to confront customers returning for refunds, leaving them seething with rage? Lu Yin, as the provider of these subpar wares, finds it increasingly difficult to tolerate the situation. Yet, he can only let these feelings simmer internally. He lacks the courage to voice his discontent. Master Guel often reminds Lu Yin, saying, "As a business owner, I cannot afford to waste anything of value, for that would be irresponsible to the profession." Thus, even the scrolls Lu Yin first attempted to create, which were deemed failures, were taken by Master Guel, who added a few strokes before tossing them onto the pile of fireball scrolls. His movements were so graceful. Do not misunderstand. Master Guel's additional strokes were not meant to enhance the scroll's power. That array, known as the moisture spell, merely renders the scroll unusable due to dampness. It is only after leaving the shop that the array activates automatically. This exemplifies the owner's unwavering commitment to waste nothing. Having spent over 4 months here, Lu Yin has come to understand this proprietor quite well. Master Guel shows little interest in most matters. And since Lu Yin has managed to produce most of the lower-tier potions and scrolls satisfactorily, Master Guel has commandeered Lu Yin's makeshift bed, lounging on it daily. He would rather talk than work. Embodying the sentiment of lying down until cremation, life has been rather enjoyable in this regard. As for Lu Yin, he can only craft another makeshift bed, completing all his tasks before joining Master Guel in idleness. This lifestyle is quite exhausting. Xiaoyan, go brew a pot of your magical tea. Don't mimic me and lie around. Young people should engage in more activity. Upon hearing this, Lu Yin rolled his eyes and dragged his weary body to prepare the water. What else could he do? The boss had given him an order, and he had to comply swiftly, lest he face repercussions. Reflecting on it, Lu Yin felt a twinge of regret. He recalled the day he spotted a plant resembling tea leaves and borrowed money from the old mage to purchase it. The old mage was quite agreeable, stating that as long as Lu Yin shared the findings, he could borrow the funds. Thus, Lu Yin acquired the magical plant. Afterwards, Lu Yin dedicated 2 of his precious 10 hours of daily rest to crafting tea. The effects of the tea were commendable, enhancing magical power, albeit modestly, which brought Lu Yin great joy. However, the elation in his heart barely lasted a few hours, with over 30 hours of work each day. He barely had the chance to sip his own brew. Most of the tea Lu Yin produced ended up being squandered by the old mage, although Lu Yin had secretly stashed away a considerable amount of tea. Each time he recalled the old mage's schemes, he could only lament. Business owners truly have a knack for numbers. In this world, the day consists of 50 hours. Ah, Xiaoyan. Oh, you always say that. Xiaoyan, haven't you learned enough about potions and scrolls? Would you like to explore something new? Look at this makeshift bed you've crafted. It's quite impressive. It's really comfortable. What does this indicate? It suggests you possess a talent for crafting puppets. Would you like to learn? If you master it, you could add a few more items to my inventory. After all, it's still a profitable endeavor. ISNT it. Stop pursuing that sealing spell. There's no future in that. If you want to earn money, you should learn puppet crafting. So, what do you say? I can cut you a deal. Listening to this, Lu Yin couldn't help but twitch his lips. Boss, how much is my remaining wage? Upon hearing this, the half-dead old mage stirred slightly, his voice lethargic. How much? For the first half of last month, you managed to settle your debts. The latter half, along with the current time. You owe me 2 silver coins and 60 gold pieces. How about this? Normally, I would charge you 3 silver coins for the puppet crafting manual. But I'll let it go for 2 silver coins. You should know that out there. The puppet crafting manual doesn't come without 10 or 8 red magic coins. So what do you think? Don't I treat you well? Lu Yin merely scoffed. Boss, let us discuss this later. Can I have my money first? I want to experiment with some materials. Alchemy? The old mage snapped to attention. You want to try alchemy? Just how ambitious are you? Sealing is a waste of resources, and alchemy is a family disaster. What are you thinking? Lu Yin shrugged. No, I just want to give it a shot. I just reached level 7 as an apprentice. So, I want to experiment a bit. Hearing this, the old mage regarded Lu Yin with newfound interest. True, you're nearing level 7. Have you decided what to inscribe? Truthfully, it's fine if you don't inscribe anything. What can an apprentice really inscribe? It ultimately comes down to a few level 0 spells. Other than cluttering the magical sea, what else can you achieve? Lu Yin rolled his eyes again at this. By your logic, it's all pointless and wasteful, but I might rely on a few spells for survival. Lu Yin was disinclined to continue the banter with the old mage and instead asked, "You're always right, but can you please give me the money first?" The old mage, half-lidded eyes gazing at Lu Yin, weakly replied, "You must understand the plight of my old bones. What do you wish to do? Wait until I rise before we discuss it. Otherwise, you want me to get up, lie down, get up, lie down. This old body of mine grows weary. Can you bear it?" Lu Yin wished to retort, "I can bear it," but merely replied, just rest well. We'll talk when you get up." Ding! At that moment, the bell at the door chimed suddenly. Hearing the sound, the seemingly lifeless old mage instantly sprang to life, nimbly leaping up. He crossed the room in a few strides and quickly approached the counter, eagerly awaiting the arrival of customers. He now resembled an enthusiastic host, Lu Yin, witnessing the old mage's peculiar behavior. Rolled his eyes yet again, he held the old mage's interests in utter disdain. Do you know why? As previously mentioned, Master Guel shows little interest in most matters, yet he is most animated when interacting with customers. It's not that he loves money or anything else. It's the thrill he derives from using his so-called superior intellect and charming words to bewilder customers or berate those seeking refunds. Relishing the moments when they are utterly flabbergasted. "Customer, how may I assist you?" Upon seeing someone enter, the old mage eagerly inquired. "Hey, what in the world is wrong with this scroll? Why can't most of them be used? Are you trying to swindle me? If I don't receive a satisfactory explanation, I'll tear down your shabby stall." The old mage's smile vanished as he tilted his head back, gazing down at the swordsman before him. Displaying the demeanor of a noble addressing a commoner, in that moment, he regarded the swordsman with the patronizing gaze of a highborn individual, speaking in an accent akin to aristocratic disdain, yet his words dripped with venom. "First, do you even comprehend what you're saying? Are you accusing a master mage of swindling you? Do you understand the repercussions of defaming and insulting a master mage?" The old mage paused before continuing. "Furthermore, I am not unreasonable. Come, take a look at this scroll. What do you see? Oh, I forgot. You're merely a swordsman. For someone like you, brawn over brain is to be expected. Sometimes, it's forgivable if you can't identify the problem." The old mage's eyes glimmered with excitement. "Come, use that possibly fist-sized brain of yours to observe closely. Do you see? It's damp. What does that indicate? Don't understand. Oh, it seems your intellect is the size of a lily fruit's pit. All right, listen closely. The scroll reads, Fireball. Do you comprehend the meaning of this? It refers to a sphere formed by the gathering of fire elements. However, it is dampened, which signifies what? This indicates that the fire elements have been expelled by the water elements. Do you understand now? Even the scroll of the forbidden spell, Blaze of Destruction, once thoroughly soaked, signifies its utter uselessness. Let alone this mere fireball scroll. Fool. At this moment, that brutish swordsman, with a thick neck, glared at the old mage and exclaimed, This is impossible. All the scrolls I purchased were sealed in waterproof tubes. They could not possibly have gotten wet. After saying this, Mr. Swordsman fixed his bovine-like gaze upon the old mage, nostrils flaring with thick, smoke-like breaths. The shopkeeper, with a disdainful look, remarked, Oh, it appears that I am at fault. Clearly, our esteemed swordsman possesses a brain no larger than that of a kidney being. When you bought the scrolls, did you not notice whether they were dry or wet? How did you manage to wet them after taking them home? Have you not given it a thought? Ah, you muscle-bound fools, has your memory begun to fade? Even puppets remember their own actions. What do I see now? You swordsmen are even inferior to the intelligence of puppets. Are you truly human? Ah, your very existence drags down the overall intellect of humanity, far below its rightful baseline. Oh, I can well imagine how a noble mage like myself might one day perish not beneath the claws of a demon, but rather from the sheer frustration of dealing with you meat-headed fools. Do you know? I feel despondent for the future of our race. You are dragging us back to a primitive society. Subsequently, humanity's intellect will regress to that of beasts, all because of you. Oh, this is profoundly sorrowful. Such a regression grieves my very soul, and the cause of all this is you wretched meat-headed fools. This is all your fault. Leave this place. If there is anything you do not understand, then take your ignorance and depart from here. Your presence has already begun to lower my intelligence without my even realizing it. If you require anything, do so swiftly. If not, then leave here at once, post-haste, like the scoundrel you are. Mr. Swordsman is not angry. Do you not see? That vein on his forehead is throbbing, and the thick breaths erupting from his nostrils resemble columns of smoke. His bloodshot eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, coupled with his ashen complexion. Whether his heart is about to explode, one cannot say, but his lungs are certainly about to burst, in a fit of rage. Mr. Swordsman drew a pouch of coins from his waist. He slammed it upon the counter, gritting his teeth and enunciating each word with venom. 10 fireball scrolls, 10 scrolls of fire enhancement. The old mage merely raised an eyebrow. With a flick of his hand, 20 scrolls materialized instantaneously. The old mage then cast a knowing glance, as if to say, "What I say is for your benefit. You may not understand now, but when you do, you will wish you had not sought to harm me." Mr. Swordsman, upon seeing that look, felt his eyelids twitch with rage. His heart pounded like a drum, the urge to kill surging into his eyes. In that moment, he suppressed his murderous impulse, hastily stuffing the scrolls into his backpack before hastening to leave. He wished to remain here not a second longer. What could Mr. Swordsman do? He felt utterly helpless. Indeed, desperate. Let us not even discuss the possibility of defeating the old mage. In the entire town of Galo, there exists but this one magic shop. If a fight were to ensue, would he ever be able to return to purchase goods? Seek magical items elsewhere, not to mention the time wasted on the journey. The cost of travel alone is considerable. Furthermore, the magical items outside are certainly not as affordable as those found here. Were it not for the low prices here, who could endure the incessant ramblings of that damned old mage? More crucially, in this place, a swordsman without magical items is likely to meet a grim fate. The location of Galo is perilously close to the chaotic mountains, where undead creatures and elemental beings frequently roam. These entities are devoid of intellect, and thus will attack any human they encounter. What is even more infuriating and frustrating is that these creatures are immune to physical attacks. If a swordsman were to rely solely on his meager fighting spirit, it would be a contest of endurance. If he were to lose, there would be nothing to say. If he were to win, another would simply appear. What difference is there between waiting for death and fighting for survival? Thus, novice melee practitioners find themselves in a woeful and passive position when confronted with these creatures. However, should these melee practitioners possess magical items, the situation changes dramatically. A fireball spell cast forth would incapacitate the immune creatures, preventing them from unleashing their mental assaults. Following that, a fire enhancement spell cast upon the sword would allow for a flurry of strikes. Everything would be effortlessly dispatched. See? How simple. With a stroke of luck, one might even procure a soul core to sell. Speaking of soul cores, Mr. Swordsman recalled a famous saying, "One should never stand against money, nor against one's own life." Look, is that rage coursing through me? No worries. Do you not see that I am making my way towards the borders of the chaotic mountains? Trust me, my attack power today will be off the charts. Each time Mr. Swordsman hears the old mage spewing venomous words, he feels an overwhelming urge to strike. Indeed, the old mage's hidden flaw is his blatant discrimination against those of the illegal class. This flaw causes him to look down upon all those who practice forbidden arts. In his words, all beings of the illegal class are a bunch of brainless fools. Sometimes, they are even less intelligent than puppets. Their sole reason for existence is that they are produced at a lower cost than puppets. See, do you not wish to strike someone upon hearing this? But why has the old mage survived until now without facing death at the hands of another? This has always been a question lingering in Mr. Swordsman's mind. After living with the old mage, Mr. Swordsman is always grateful that he is a mage apprentice. Should a practitioner of the illegal class reside with the old mage, one can only imagine the torment of enduring his venomous words every single day, every single moment, every single time he opens his mouth. Eventually, one would be unable to resist the thought. Only by killing him, or being killed by him, could this world find peace and one's soul be at rest. But the likelihood of being killed oneself is a staggering 99.99%. Boss, money, wages, do not rush to lie down just yet. Upon hearing Mr. Swordsman's words, the old mage shot him a glance and reclined upon the stool, his hand lifted weakly. Chapter 7. The old mage glanced at Mr. Swordsman and collapsed onto the stool, his hand moving as if lacking strength. With a gentle flick of his finger, the drawer of the counter opened automatically, a stack of coins aligning as if they had sprouted wings and flew forth. At this moment, the old mage appeared as though he had received some grand treatment, as if he had found satisfaction, and after a moment, he finally spoke. 2 magic coins, and the rest shall serve as a reward for your efforts. Mr. Swordsman weighed the coins, wrapped them in his hand, and tucked them into his pocket before looking up and saying, "Thank you, boss." Upon hearing Mr. Swordsman's gratitude, the old mage weakly inquired, Little Yin, you have reached level 6. Have you calculated how much magic you possess?" Upon hearing this, Mr. Swordsman knew the old mage was in a good mood. The little knowledge class is about to begin. "Boss, is there a way to calculate magic power?" "Why not?" The old mage raised his hand, summoning the teapot, took a sip, then sighed, letting out a breath, and after a moment of pondering, he waited for Mr. Swordsman to inquire further. Mr. Swordsman, seeing this, could only roll his eyes again. Realizing he would not be having any tea, the old mage, seeing Mr. Swordsman not pursue the topic, decided to drop the pretense and said directly, "For instance, among 0-level spells, auxiliary spells require less than 1 point of magic, while 0-level attacks generally require 1 point or more." The old mage took another sip of tea from the pot. The teapot floated away, and the old mage continued. Excluding air bullets, Mr. Swordsman asked, "The magic power for fireball spells seems to vary greatly. How is that calculated?" The old mage shot Mr. Swordsman a glance and said, "That is because your magic control ability is lacking. If you are inadequate, do not presume others are as well. The minimum magic release requirement for fireball spells is 1 point. 1 point of magic equates to 10 points of attack power. This has been meticulously calculated by the Mage Alliance and is absolutely accurate." Mr. Swordsman curiously inquired, "What does 10 points of attack power signify? How much magic does an average spell apprentice possess?" The old mage again summoned the teapot, took a sip, and responded, 10 points of attack power can kill a basic creature. That is the significance of 10 points of attack power. Regarding your statement on the magical potential of apprentices, it is generally accepted that even a novice mage apprentice possesses a minimum of around 5 points of magical energy. To extinguish a basic life. What exactly is a basic life? Lien inquired. It refers to a commoner or a slave who has never undergone any form of cultivation. The Mage Alliance has established this through numerous tests. And there shall be no errors. Upon hearing this, Lien instantly felt a surge of distaste towards the Mage Alliance. Although he understood that in this alternate world, human life was not held in high regard. The notion of using lives repeatedly for testing magical data, especially by an ostensibly official organization, was quite unsettling. The magical ocean of an apprentice is a chaotic blend of magical energy and soul energy, thus necessitating the testing and calculation of magical potential. Once one becomes a mage, they can perceive their own magical ocean and perform calculations in their mind. "Boss, you are aware of my difficulties with casting spells. Is there any solution?" Lien posited. The boss glanced at Lien and replied, "There are many methods, but the most effective remains the Heart of Elements, although the Heart of Elements is only effective for a single type of element. If utilized adeptly, it can enable instant casting." As he spoke, the old mage gazed at Lien with a sly smile, adding mockingly, "However, to purchase a Heart of Elements, you will require an abundance of blue magic coins. The cheapest Heart of Elements costs 100 blue magic coins. My dear apprentice Lien, you must work exceedingly hard to earn enough to save for one." Lien rolled his eyes at this remark. He had some understanding of the currency in this world. Above gold coins were magic coins, which which were crafted from a small amount of magical or discarded high-level magical equipment. Above magic coins were magical currency. Magical currency was composed of strong magical metals and magical crystals that was also essential for formations and various forms of alchemy. The ores used to create magical coins were commonly found and abundant. Categorized by magical grades that Yen was aware of 4 types: red, crimson, yellow, and blue. The crimson magical ore was the most prevalent and largest high magic ore, which could be refined to produce crimson magic coins. Advanced refinement yielded red magic coins that Yen was less informed about. The other 2.1 red magic coin could be exchanged for 10 crimson magic coins, and each crimson magic coin could be exchanged for 100 magic coins. The function of magic coins was to be melted down to create small trinkets, while the crimson gold coins could serve as energy cores for alchemical items. Yen's entire wealth barely amounted to just over 2 magic coins. Considering the disparity with 100 blue magic coins, Yen found himself disinclined to calculate further. He was acutely aware that even if he labored his entire life, he could never afford a heart of elements. The voice of the Grand Mage resounded once more. If you acquire magical currency, you might consider visiting the Mage Alliance. I cannot speak for other locations, but the Mage Alliance will certainly have the heart of elements. Yen frowned and asked, "Boss, what kind of organization is the Mage Alliance?" The Mage Alliance? It is an organization established by the Magic Emperor 2,800 years ago, a demon-hunting faction. The Magic Emperor? Such a grand title. Is he not afraid of being slain? Who is he? The old mage shifted slightly, making himself more comfortable, and said, "Young man, refrain from speaking carelessly after you go out. You do not even know who the Magic Emperor is?" The profession of a new mage was created by him. He is the ancestor of modern mages. Yen suddenly realized. Oh, so he is the savior, but why is he called the Magic Emperor? He could have ascended to divinity. Why is he not referred to as a god? By the way, what is his name? The old mage seemed to recall something as he spoke. His name is Constantine. As for why he does not claim divinity, it is because he once stated, "Gods may fall, they are foolish." An emperor, however, does not require worship, nor faith. He seeks no external power. Thus, he possesses no weaknesses. Therefore, he embodies the pinnacle of all existence. The emperor requires only supreme authority. Hence, he was invincible throughout his life. The emperor declared, "He is Constantine, the bane of all demons." Upon hearing this, Yen's mind raced with thoughts, yet he pressed on with his inquiries. "Boss, you often reference modern mages. What distinguishes modern mages from ancient mages?" Ancient mages and modern mages. That is indeed a topic worthy of discussion. The old mage took a sip of tea to moisten his throat and continued. Ancient mages were those who practiced during the era of the magical goddess who constructed the magical web. Back then, it was not merely necessary to meditate. One's spirit had to exceed that of an ordinary person by tenfold to qualify as a mage. Once one became a mage, they could connect to the magical web with their mental strength, and based on the extent of their mental prowess, they could directly construct spell frameworks within the magical web and subsequently download spells. To cast, one merely needed to summon a thought, and spells could be cast instantaneously. The old mage turned to Yen with a smile and remarked, "Are you envious?" Yen nodded vigorously. How could he not be envious? His fastest recorded casting time was still 5 seconds. The old mage chuckled and elaborated. Thus, all mages merely needed to meditate. There was no need for study. As long as one had talent, they could become great mages, grand sorcerers, or even legends. But with the magical web, there came both triumph and downfall. Due to the rupture of the crystal barrier, the magical web was torn asunder. All ancient mages were reduced to mere vessels of magical energy, devoid of any understanding of spell casting. Moreover, those ancient mages became the preferred food for demons. The plight of mages during that era was indeed tragic. After lamenting, the old mage continued, "The distinction between ancient meditation methods and modern meditation methods lies in the focus. Ancient meditation methods concentrated on cultivating the soul, while modern meditation methods pursue the intertwining of soul and elements. Hence, the entry requirement for ancient meditation methods was a spirit strength 10 times that of an ordinary person, whereas modern meditation methods require only a spirit strength exceeding that of an ordinary person by a single fold to begin." Chapter 8. The old mage regarded Yen and stated, Your core meditation method is indeed the ancient meditation method. Yin could not help but ask, does that mean the ancient meditation method is superior to the modern meditation method? The old mage chuckled, casting a knowing glance at Yin, and replied, just because the entry requirement is stringent does not imply superiority. The advantage of the ancient meditation method is its abundance of magical energy and broad elemental contact. However, having extensive elemental contact is not necessarily beneficial. A broader range of contact means that elemental enhancements are relatively diminished. Therefore, the power of elemental magic from ancient mages pales in comparison to that of modern mages. The meditation method of modern mages emphasizes specialization, focusing on one element, or at most 3 elements for cultivation. The requirements for spells in modern meditation methods are exceedingly rigorous. Thus, each core spell must be chosen within a prescribed range, ensuring that only a few know the contents of their meditation core. Consequently, these mages primarily focus on inheritance, often referring to themselves as inheriting mages. Conversely, the ancient meditation method, regardless of whether it was before or after the magical web, had very few individuals genuinely researching spells. Since ancient meditation methods leaned towards the soul aspect, spells were often oriented around soul and curse magic. Ironically, demons are least affected by these 2 types of magic. You can imagine the tragic fate of ancient mages, can you not? The old mage smiled as he looked at Yin and continued, however, among ancient mages, there were indeed exceptional individuals. Several remarkable ancient mages collaborated to create a variant of soul magic, necromancy. Through necromancy, they managed to halt the advance of demons, granting the various races a moment to breathe that time. Most of the unfortunate ancient mages joined the ranks of necromancers. The remainder, unwilling to become undead, sought an alternative path, believing that with enough people, ideas would surely flourish. Thus, they disseminated all forms of meditation methods and spells, nearly achieving a state where everyone possessed some knowledge. Ultimately, they succeeded in their endeavor. By spreading magic, they ensured that all had access to it, resulting in the emergence of a sovereign, the Magic Emperor. The Magic Emperor then established a new meditation method that combined elements with the soul. Known as modern meditation methods, that he even appropriated divine techniques, using them as a foundation to create powerful spells such as energy core techniques, projection equipment techniques, and others, thus birthing 2 divine-level spells. He also shared his newly devised methods with mages worldwide, giving rise to the concept of inheriting mages. However, due to the widespread dissemination of magic, many individuals acquired knowledge. Thus, the remaining ancient meditation methods were predominantly self-taught. The inheriting mages developed new meditation methods. So aside from covertly gathering the meditation methods shared by the Magic Emperor, they largely disregarded other ancient meditation methods. Many individuals, lacking guidance, resorted to chaotic self-study. However, the self-taught methods were often incomplete. Thus, a plethora of peculiar and eccentric mages emerged. The inheriting mages, in an effort to distinguish themselves from these embarrassing figures, labeled the newly emerged mages as wild mages, just like you. Do you understand? The words of the old mage elicited a dramatic eye roll from Yin. Wild mage, what a distasteful name. One must have a very low opinion of talent to use such a title. Is it not true that the ancient meditation techniques bestow greater magical power than the modern ones? In a battle, if I can merely prolong the fight, I could drain their magical energy and ultimately bring them to their knees. What gives them the right to look down upon others? The old mage sipped his tea, sighed deeply, and replied, magical power is relative. If your mental strength is tenfold, then naturally your meditation style will yield more magical energy than someone whose mental strength is merely onefold. However, when comparing 2 mages, both with equal tenfold strength, the ancient mage does not possess significantly more magical energy than the modern mage. Moreover, due to the issue of elemental augmentation, a spell of equal potency, say, a fireball, requires only 1 point of magical energy for a traditional mage to cast, while a wild mage may need 5 to 10 points to achieve the same effect. Who can outlast whom in such a scenario? Yin stood there, momentarily stunned. Then what hope is there for wild mages practicing ancient meditation techniques? No wonder they are looked down upon. The old mage, upon hearing Yin's despondent words, softened his tone, saying, it is not that ancient meditation lacks its merits. After all, The traditional mage has evolved from the ancient mages. Each core spell of the traditional mage requires specific choices within defined parameters. While the wild mage has far fewer restrictions, they can experiment freely, as long as they do not endanger themselves. Lu Yan rolled his eyes at the old mage's words, seeing Lu Yan's skepticism. The old mage continued, "Do not dismiss this lightly. Many devastating spells have been crafted by you wild mages. The capacity for self-destruction among wild mages is truly astonishing. Their pursuit of sheer power often eclipses their need for control. Almost all self-destructive spells originate from your ranks. Furthermore, the powerful wild mages derive their energy core spells from magical modifications." Magical modifications? What do you mean by that? Lu Yan inquired. Magical modifications involve altering spell matrices to reduce magical consumption while enhancing spell potency. Alternatively, one might stack multiple elemental effects or spell matrices. In simpler terms, it is about amplifying lethality. The spells I previously taught you could be considered magical modifications as well. Lu Yan began to grasp the concept. The old mage reiterated, "Once a spell has been modified, it must remain a secret. Do you understand?" Lu Yan nodded, fully aware of the implications. If others discovered his modified spells, it would be tantamount to inviting disaster upon himself. Continuing, Lu Yan asked, "So, if what you say is true, wild mages are not so inferior after all. Why, then, do traditional mages scorn them so?" The old mage's expression darkened slightly at Lu Yan's question. It is precisely because of the instability inherent in wild mages. This instability is not merely about combat effectiveness. Traditional mages of the same level exhibit relatively consistent power, whereas wild mages can be drastically polarized in capability. Do you believe me? There was once a level 3 wild mage who made a level 9 traditional apprentice feel utterly humiliated, crawling on the ground in defeat. Can you fathom the disgrace to the mage profession this represents? The old mage's anger was palpable as he exhaled sharply. Moreover, this instability encompasses more than just combat strength. It presents numerous issues. It is no wonder wild mages are met with distrust and disdain. Why the lack of trust, you ask? It is a matter of safety. Imagine, in the midst of battle, a wild mage casting a spell suddenly self-destructing. In that moment of self-detonation, they could take down their own comrades with them. How can one trust such a volatile ally? With a sardonic smile, the old mage continued, "Incidents of wild mages self-destructing are not rare occurrences. Such unreliable teammates are hard to trust." What could Lu Yan say? He could only mutter to himself, "This is outrageous." The small classroom discussion continued. Traditional mages are fundamentally different from wild mages. They do not carry the same level of instability. When facing adversaries, they can elementalize as needed. Once elementalized, their power multiplies tenfold, and their magical energy approaches infinity. In comparison, wild mages are simply beneath their notice. Is that unjust? Lu Yan, growing impatient at the old mage's words, retorted, "But wild mages can learn to elementalize too. Wouldn't that elevate their combat effectiveness?" The old mage, upon hearing Lu Yan's response, adopted a serious demeanor. "I advise you to abandon that line of thinking. Do you truly understand what elementalization entails? The core spells of traditional mages are designed around the concept of elementalization, let alone whether you can even acquire traditional meditation techniques. Even if you do, the items necessary for core energy transformation are typically monopolized by guilds, families, and academies that possess such core spells. Even if you obtain their core spells, they would be of no use to you. Moreover, most mages today practice simplified versions of traditional meditation techniques. Only a select few have the opportunity to train in the foundational meditation methods. Those who practice simplified meditation techniques will always be countered by those who have mastered the foundational methods." Lu Yan furrowed his brow and asked, "Countered? In what way?" The old mage narrowed his eyes. "For instance, if you were to use elementalization, a mage who has mastered the foundational method can disrupt your elementalization. They might even drain your magical energy during the process, and you would be powerless to resist." Lu Yan's mouth twitched. This was not merely countering. It was outright domination. "Listen to me, little Yan. Do not entertain thoughts of elementalization. Even for traditional mages, elementalization is a perilous spell. If traditional mages overextend their use of elementalization, their bodies risk being eroded by elemental energy. Prolonged exposure can lead to their bodies becoming elementalized, and their souls may transform into elemental cores under the rules of evolution. resulting in their original souls dissipating into nothingness. All traces of their spiritual imprint would vanish from this world. Furthermore, due to the incompatibility of meditation techniques, many wild mages' elementalization is often a one-time affair. Once a wild mage elementalizes, they immediately begin the process of energy transformation. Little Yin, if you aspire to become legendary, do not entertain dreams of elementalization. No wild mage has ever achieved legendary status after learning elementalization. Their souls begin to be eroded by elemental forces the moment they embark on that path. When pursuing legendary status, their souls directly commence energy transformation. Are traditional mages free from such risks? Lu Yin queried, confused. Why can they succeed when we cannot? The old mage, hearing Lu Yin's question, scoffed. Traditional mages' meditation techniques inherently blend magical power with elemental energy. Their souls have long since adapted to the elemental energies intertwined with their magical powers. As long as their bodies are not forcibly transformed by elemental energy, their souls will not suffer from excessive elemental impact. When striving for legendary status, elementalization serves as an advantage. Lu Yan's eyes sparkled with hope as he asked, Master, just if, you believe I still have a chance to become a traditional mage? He gazed at the old mage with yearning. The old mage regarded Lu Yin calmly. You know why they are called traditional mages? Because they inherit their craft through family ties or close relationships. From a young age, they are groomed to become successors. As for your desire to seek a mentor, let alone whether anyone would accept you, even if they did, do not expect to change your meditation technique. Do you understand what meditation techniques are? They are the foundational methods to transform mental energy into magical energy. What is a core spell? It is a spell designed to complement the meditation technique. Inscribed within the magical energy, there is only one way to change your core meditation technique. You must shatter your magical energy reservoir, causing your core spell to disintegrate completely. Then, you must reconstruct a new magical energy reservoir using a new meditation technique. Do you comprehend the consequences of shattering your magical energy reservoir and reconstructing it? It will never be more stable than before. If you merely wish to be a novice mage, switching meditation techniques poses no issue. However, if you aspire to take more steps forward and pursue legendary status, then you must forever abandon thoughts of changing your core meditation technique. Those who change the core meditation method often find themselves stalling at the 9th level of mastery, forever deprived of the title of Grand Mage. After such lengthy discourse, the old mage, seeming somewhat fatigued, remarked, Well, is there anything else you wish to inquire? Although L Yin felt a wave of disappointment, he wisely replied, If you are tired, then please rest. I have no further questions. However, after a moment's contemplation, L Yin suddenly added, Boss, in a few days, I wish to venture out for a while. Is that permissible? The old mage responded, Go ahead. Wait a moment. You rascal. Hold off on your excursion for a few days. I shall be departing the day after tomorrow, so you must tend to the shop for a few days before making any plans. Very well. I shall delay my departure. By the way, boss, you mentioned previously that Barbara only accepts earth element cores. Would she not accept anything else? What about currency? The old mage, eyes closed, replied, You may mention my name. Perhaps she will offer you a discount. Upon hearing this, Elian rolled his eyes and made his way up the stairs. Gazing at the short sword in his hand, barely 15 centimeters in length, Elian exhaled a long breath. Success. Remarkably, it was a singular success. This time, rather than calling it alchemy, it would be more accurate to describe it as the smelting of a mold. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that while fusing this currency into the flying sword, he had utilized magical energy to construct magical runes that formed a circuit for the array. Once successfully established, all other aspects became trivial. With this sword, Elian now possessed a means of self-defense and offensive magic. Indeed, it was magic. This brings to mind Elian's rather unfortunate meditation method. This meditation technique originated from our ill-fated necromancer apprentice, Jesus' ancestor, a semi-legendary archmage. Initially, when Elian first encountered this meditation method, it merely consisted of a primary core technique and a few ordinary spells. Elian had at times entertained the notion of not practicing this meditation method. Yet, the lofty introduction of this core method was simply irresistible: spirit manipulation, harnessing magical energy to control all elemental forces. Just listen to how magnificent that sounds. At this moment, A phrase from his past life echoed in Elian's mind. With myriad great arts, they can be grasped effortlessly, where the thoughts lead. The words follow. How impressive that was. The mere thought of it filled him with a sense of grandeur. Thus, in a moment of fervor, Elian decided to practice it. However, he later discovered that any mage who had undergone this meditation method could manipulate all elements at will. Upon realizing this fact, Elian was utterly dumbfounded. Any mage could freely control the elements. What then was the purpose of this spirit manipulation? It was indeed useful, just as JIS and the Lich had tested the efficacy of spirit manipulation after acquiring it. The function of spirit manipulation was, in essence, quite simple. It served to amplify. It could enhance control over magical power, increase casting speed, or directly augment the potency of spells. While this sounded appealing, practical application revealed it to be a trap. Much like the Lich, who, upon acquiring spirit manipulation, began various experiments. Well, a true master must employ higher-level spells. Otherwise, I would be surrounded by low-tier spells flailing about. And where would my dignity lie? Though I am a Lich, I still possess a sense of pride. The Lich then decided to observe the workings of spirit manipulation. Let us first examine the summon undead spell. The summoning speed increased by 0.001 seconds. Magical energy consumption doubled. Next, bone spear technique. The density of the bones has increased, and magical energy consumption is also doubled. Now, let's try bone shield technique. The area has expanded by 1/3. The magical energy consumption has risen to 3 times. The Lich appeared somewhat perplexed. The summon undead spell, requiring double the magical energy consumption, and for such a minuscule increase in summoning speed, what use is that? I might as well summon an additional undead. The bone spear's enhancement did increase its hardness, yet the tactical application of the bone spear is to strike directly at the enemy. Adding a bone explosion spell to transform a single target attack into an area attack is precisely why the bone spear technique is recognized as a high-level spell. However, this time, the bone explosion spell merely added a few cracks to the enhanced bone spear, transforming an area attack back into a single target attack. As for the bone shield technique, it was supposed to allow the 4 bone shields to protect oneself while simultaneously casting spells. Yet, what was the deal with these 4 bone shields? Each shield had become 1/3 larger, surrounding him more securely than the bone prison spell. Was this spell meant to imprison me? Could it be that my method of activation was flawed? Let us try the elemental spells. A fireball spell, to start with, requires double the magical energy. No problem, just standard procedure. The potency is increasing. But what is the cause of this sluggishness? The Lich observed the fireball, slowly gathering energy in midair with a pace that could only be described as tortoise-like. At that moment, the Lich's skeletal visage remained expressionless. After all, it's just a skull. Where would an expression come from? Yet the flames of its soul danced wildly with frustration. The Lich slapped the fireball out of existence and tossed the meditation method at JIS, casually exclaiming, "Curse your ancestors," after which it turned and departed. Once JIS obtained the meditation method, he too became eager to test spirit manipulation. Spell, Resurrection of the Undead, a 10-fold magical energy consumption? Quite manageable. Let us proceed. Why has the area not expanded? However, the concentration of the death fog has indeed intensified. Has the potency increased? Why do I feel a peculiar tingling in my bones? Damn it. I've cursed myself. Thus, it can be concluded that this spirit manipulation is but a hollow spell. Yet, for Elian, it proved to be exceedingly useful, even vital. Why is that? Because Elian's body, while not an elemental insulator, was close enough. The life force and death energy within him formed a peculiar magnetic field, seemingly repelling all elements, rendering Elian incapable of gathering magical energy normally. At present, Elian resembled a stinky tofu restaurant on the verge of explosion. Who would dare dine there? No one. I presume. Spirit manipulation, however, was akin to a restaurant owner, forcibly drawing customers into the establishment, compelling them to partake of the offerings. Once the elemental patrons entered, they were subjected to the violent suppression of spirit manipulation. With no one permitted to leave, the gathering of elemental patrons, though somewhat slow, at least provided some presence. Just like Elian casting spells, though it may be slow, he was no longer merely a lowly mage, unable to wield magic. Moreover, Yin had discovered the correct way to activate spirit manipulation. Spirit manipulation required all spells to expend more than double the magical energy to initiate amplification. Furthermore, the caster remained oblivious to the amplification effect. However, compared to high-level spells, the amplification potential of zero-level spells was truly terrifying. The amplification of zero-level spells by spirit manipulation increased exponentially. Within the realm of zero-level spells, there existed one spell that complemented spirit manipulation perfectly. Chapter 10, Spell 2. Mage's Hand. For many mages, Mage's Hand can be considered an instinctive spellcasting ability. This spell consumes little magical energy and is exceedingly practical. It is the first auxiliary spell used by everyone from apprentices to demigods. Requiring only a magical imprint, it does not necessitate the amalgamation of elements, as it is cast instantaneously. As long as the object is within the mental scanning range, a magical imprint can be placed, allowing the object to move freely. Of course, the size and weight of the object also play a crucial role in magical consumption. Undoubtedly, it is a flawless spell. It is also the only spell that Yin can successfully cast under normal circumstances. Being instantaneous, this spell consumes an exceedingly small amount of magical energy, merely 0.01 points for casting, and with a small stone's weight, the magical energy consumed is only about 0.06 points, under the manipulation of mental power. The small stone would float effortlessly, and with a magical consumption of 0.01 per second, the energy expenditure of this spell is truly minimal. Indeed, it is scarcely a drain. Yet, if one were to factor in the magical energy costs required by spirit manipulation, at 0.01 points, a delightful surprise awaits. What would it feel like for a cart to transform into an electric vehicle? Yin watched as the small stone whirled around him at an astonishing speed. This was indeed a surprise. Should he further inscribe a spirit manipulation onto the small stone and infuse it with a bit of magical energy, a shocking revelation would follow. What is it like for an electric vehicle to morph into a supercar? The sound of whoosh, whoosh, whoosh reverberated as the small stone sped through the air like a bolt of lightning, as fast as his thoughts. Yet, in less than 3 seconds, the supercar reverted to an electric vehicle. The stone continued to spin rapidly, but the exhilarating sensation of lightning speed suddenly shifted back to the current rapid pace, and this sudden contrast left Yin feeling quite uncomfortable and rather vexed. In his frustration, Yin walked forward to pick up the small stone, scrutinizing it meticulously. After Yin's examination, he realized that the magical energy within the small stone had not been exhausted. Rather, it had dissipated. Upon discovering this issue, Yin sought out various objects for experimentation. However, he found that no ordinary object could retain magical energy, which left Yin feeling quite despondent. Following this disappointment, Yin, through extensive inquiry, eventually learned that ordinary objects cannot retain magical energy. Only extraordinary items, essentially magical materials, can hold magical energy. Yet, acquiring magical materials is no simple feat. In desperation, Yin could only devise his own methods. It was during this time that the concept of sealing technique caught his eye. However, after experimenting with the sealing technique, Yin became disheartened. For once the magical energy within the sealed stone was released. It returned to its previous state, lasting only 3 seconds, and Yin remained that same 3-second true man. Thus, Yin lost all hope. Until now, he had finally obtained 2 pieces of magical currency. Gazing at the sword in his hand, Yin was overwhelmed with excitement and satisfaction. The flying sword could retain 5 points of magical power, granting a combat duration of 50 seconds. It could be said that, compared to the previous 3 seconds of true masculinity, this was a chasm of difference. Now, Yin could be regarded as the sovereign among the Seconds men, although he still held the title of Seconds man. 50 seconds of battle required 10 minutes of recharge. This was due to the intricate array patterns on the sword, which were far too delicate to manipulate. It was merely a single talisman. What more could one expect to engrave? Additionally, the materials were dreadfully subpar, as the entire sword was crafted from the magical materials inscribed upon the talisman, AS for the sword's body. It was forged from leftover iron gathered from the blacksmith shop. Remnants from the crafting of manure forks. While this reality filled Yin with a sense of humiliation, there was little he could do, for his poverty left him no choice but to make the most of the resources available. Suppressing his desire to convert the remaining talismans into a flying sword, LV Yin tidied up his belongings and made his way downstairs. The old mage had been away for 2 days, and he had yet to complete a single transaction, which would surely lead to a torrent of complaints upon the mage's return. It seemed that only when he was berating him could the old mage find joy in his existence. Boss, 3 talismans are truly not an excessive demand. If you refuse to give them to me, I shall genuinely take my leave. To reduce from 10 to 3 talismans is truly beyond reason. This piece of beast hide is at least from an intermediate magical beast. 3 talismans are certainly not too much. Leave. Go on. 50 gold coins as travel fare is already quite generous. Do you believe that if you step outside this door, you will survive the night? You steal without even discerning your target. Are you truly that ignorant of your own demise? Boss, some things you ought not to say recklessly. Allow me to inform you. Enough with the denials. The person you attempted to rob must surely be a noble, yet he likely did not bear his family's insignia, correct? At this moment, LV Yin rose from his seat behind the counter, waving his hand to interrupt the words of the thief before him. Lifting the beast hide from the counter and declaring, "Do you know how I figured that out? Do you recognize what kind of magical beast hide this is? You lacking in insight. What gives you the audacity to steal indiscriminately? It would be a travesty for you to escape unscathed. Have you quieted down? Not leaving? Let me enlighten you. This is the hide of a shadow mouse. Do not rush. I know you have encountered the hide of a shadow mouse before. Do you know why this hide is different from the one you have seen? Because this hide belongs to a mutated mouse. The mutated shadow mouse has acquired a new name, the cursed shadow mouse. The hides of shadow mice are often taken by the Thieves' Guild to craft garments, yet should you dare to sell this particular hide to them, I assure you they will not only beat you, but may very well slay you. Do you understand why? Because this is a cursed hide. This item can only be utilized by one profession, the necromancer. Other mutated beast hides can fetch high prices, but this one is practically worthless. Only necromancers covet it, which is why some nobles, wishing to engage in nefarious dealings without drawing attention, bring such items to trade with necromancers. If you present this hide to a necromancer, they may offer you more than 10 talismans. However, it is far more likely they will offer to perform a free ritual to transform you into a zombie. Truth be told, your physique is quite suitable for it. By the way, if you intend to leave, do so quickly. Within this establishment, there exists a magic array to suppress the magical markings upon this hide. Once you step outside, it will be a different story. The sooner you depart, the more time you have to flee. Boss, 50 gold coins are far too meager. Please add a bit more. I am truly in urgent need of funds. Were it not for your pitiful demeanor, I wouldn't even offer you 50 gold coins. This item, once acquired, will remain in hand indefinitely. Who knows when it may be sold? The tall thief hesitated for a long while, but ultimately decided to sell the hide to LV Yin. After accepting the beast hide, LV Yin continued to spin his web of persuasion. My friend, do not be in such haste to leave. Since you have sold the goods to me, I must at least guide you along your path. You have clutched this item for so long, it has absorbed quite a bit of its aura. Should anyone seek you, they will find you with ease. Thus, you should hide in the chaotic mountains for a few days. In 3 days, the aura should dissipate. What? You lack magical equipment. I have some. Look, this fireball scroll. Attached with a fire spell, if you find their power inadequate, behold this fire dragon scroll, which can annihilate foes en masse. Watching the retreating figure, a sense of pride swelled within LV Yin. He could not help but chuckle to himself. I have, in some measure, inherited the shamelessness of the old mage. Alas, this adage rings true. One who stays close to vermilion will turn red, while one who lingers near ink will turn black. I have been tainted by the old mage's influence. How painful. Reaching out, LV Yin opened the counter, neatly placing 2 talismans and 30 gold coins inside before pausing momentarily as he was about to close the cabinet. After a moment's thought, LV Yin withdrew 30 more gold coins from his pocket and added them to the counter. It is all the old mage's fault for infecting me. Otherwise, why would a fine young man like me engage in such shameless acts? Thoughts of self-deception flooded LV Yin's mind as he casually picked up the magical beast hide, which vanished from his grasp in an instant. Silently, LV Yin called out, "System." The interface appeared instantaneously. What a mutated shadow mouse hide. This was merely LV Yin's own fabrication. However, Could such dealings in business be considered deceit? Although LV Yin was uncertain what kind of magical beast hide it truly was, he possessed methods to identify it. Stamina. 2. 22.2 strength. 2. 32.3 agility. 3. 23.2 spirit. 27,727.730 energy. 800. Due to damage to the body's energy source. Incompatible with alien energy, unusable. Magic power. 300,300 skills. Spirit manipulation, branch technique. Mage's hand, spells, fireball, light, fire affinity, wind blade, water heal, earth armor, exploding fireball, level 1, equipment, flying sword, 1415, blank, class, Mage 0 subclass, none experience. 010 LV Yin glanced at his attributes before opening his backpack to examine the newly acquired magical beast hide. 37 level wood dragon lizard hide, suitable for crafting leather armor. A simple description, yet sufficient for LV Yin. He was well aware of the wood dragon lizard, even to the extent of having considerable knowledge about it. The wood dragon lizard resides in the direction west of the elven forest at sunset, adjacent to the emerald forest, under the dominion of the emerald dragon, a dragon-like magical beast. The elven race had previously sought to exploit them, even contemplating large-scale breeding of wood dragon lizards to create a new troop known as wood dragon lizard knights. However, for certain reasons, only a small number of wood dragon lizards became the guard knights of the imperial city. Whether others exist elsewhere, LV Yin was uncertain. Thus, although he had never encountered one, he had often heard others speak of it, making him well aware of its nature. The wood dragon lizard primarily sustains itself by absorbing tree sap and consuming meat. With a low intelligence, should it surpass a knight in strength, that knight may very well find themselves consumed the following day. Additionally, even in mundane circumstances, the wood dragon lizard poses considerable danger. The aura of the elven race is quite similar to that of trees. And when hungry, the wood dragon lizard may mistake an elf for a tree to drain. Hence, only the strong within the imperial city can handle a wood dragon lizard, though not a pleasant creature. Its hide is immensely valuable. The hide of the wood dragon lizard possesses remarkable resilience, akin to super rubber. Even if inflated to a significant size, its defensive capabilities remain largely intact. However, to inflate this hide, one must employ magical power. Ding. Chapter 11. The Undying Beetle Ding. Upon hearing the chime, LV Yin felt a wave of curiosity. Just a few days prior, not a single soul was present, yet today seemed to be a bustling occasion. Sir, may I inquire if Lord Wu'er is in? LV Yin retracted the interface, turning to face the three individuals before him. The two towering figures standing behind were a formidable swordsman clad in black. Draped in a dark cloak, he bore two swords upon his back, exuding an aura of power. Moreover, his hood obscured his face in shadow, yet the pair emanated an undeniable air of, "I am quite formidable." The petite figure in front, however, had lifted their hood. Two golden strands of hair cascaded forth, and azure eyes sparkled with an indescribable vitality, a delicate nose, cherry lips, and an oval face with skin so smooth it bore no pores. The entire visage radiated an unearthly glow, strikingly beautiful, as if not of this world. LV Yin was momentarily entranced by the beauty before him, and a thought surfaced in his mind. Goodness, a beauty from the game has emerged. Sir, may I ask if you have heard my words? Upon hearing that voice, which rang like a clear bell, yet carried a subtle magnetic tone, LV Yin couldn't help but think, what a delightful voice. It sounds so pleasant. Bah, what nonsense is this? At this moment, captivated by the allure of the scene, LV Yin inadvertently muttered, "Are you looking for the old salted fish?" Bah, no, you must be searching for the boss. Right? He has stepped out and won't return for a few days. If you have matters to discuss with him, you may share them with me first. When he returns, I can relay your message. He nearly blurted out the old mage's nickname for all to hear, a moniker that even the mage himself was oblivious to. Indeed, LV Yin was the one who had coined that name, and he had even sent it to his father. It was said that when his father and the old mage engaged in a verbal duel, his father had never emerged victorious in such matters. Wit certainly had the upper hand over brute strength, did it not? However, after their verbal exchanges, it seemed the old mage often found himself at a disadvantage in physical confrontations. The last time, he returned sporting two dark circles under his eyes. Although he claimed to have kicked his father's jewels into disarray, Yin vividly recalled those days of blackened faces. Observing the upward curve of the beautiful woman's lips, Yin realized she must have understood something. Yet he was indifferent to it. What of it if she understood? Could she bite him? Yin continued, "My lady, do you have anything to share?" The beauty smiled and replied, "Then please inform Lord Wuer that Tia has come to pay her respects." With that, she turned to the two wooden figures behind her and instructed, "Arno, bring the gift over." At that moment, one of the wooden figures moved, retrieving a long box from its waist. Tia graciously accepted the box, placing it on the counter, and said, "This is a gift from Master Tia to be presented to Lord Wuer. Kindly convey my regards to him, and let him know that I shall return in a few days." "Very well," Yin replied with a slight twitch of his lips, returning again. "Is it not out of fear that I might hoard the old mage's gift? Am I such a person? My apologies for the disturbance." "Sir, take care." Tia gestured and began to exit. Just as she stepped outside, she turned back and remarked, "Sir, I heard you recently acquired a fine piece of beast hide. Congratulations." "Damn, that owner arrived rather swiftly. Bah, it's not even my possession." Reflecting on this, Yin glanced at the box on the counter, contemplating whether to place it inside before deciding against it, opting instead for the safety of the second floor. Loosening his backpack, Yin exhaled deeply. He had finally arrived in the city of Harvest. Gazing at the city from a distance, its walls towered 30 meters high, with a large gate flanked by two smaller ones. All nestled beneath the towering structure, soldiers stood guard at the grand entrance, while a long line of people formed at the smaller door. The smaller entrance was merely a relative term, standing at least 10 meters high and 5 meters wide, considered quite lofty in Yin's view. From afar, one could see the barracks beyond the gates, shrouded in mist. In the city of Fengzhou, only the outer districts were visible, separated from the caravan. Yin sat atop a stone not far from the city walls, sipping tea, recalling 3 days prior, when the old mage had returned in high spirits, after Yin had briefed him on everything. Upon learning that Yin needed to hurry and join the caravan to the city of Harvest, he generously provided Yin with 10 silver coins as expenses. Initially pleased to receive the money, Yin's joy was extinguished upon hearing, "This is for your future wages." Looking at the imposing city gates, then at the smaller doors and the long queue, Yin couldn't help but scoff. There are always social hierarchies and nobility everywhere. Yin lamented, casting a resentful glare at the noble carriages approaching the grand entrance. He could only make his way to the smaller door to join the line. Tossing a copper coin, Yin entered through the gate, which led directly to the barracks within the city. The main road branched off into numerous smaller paths. After tossing a silver coin to a soldier and clarifying the layout of the districts, Yin headed toward the magical materials market. After a half-hour journey, he arrived at his destination. Before him lay the magical materials market, centered around a large auction house, flanked by numerous shops. Stalls lined the streets, and as Yin surveyed his surroundings, he was utterly dazzled, overwhelmed by the myriad of sights. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to first dispose of the items in his backpack. Within his pack were replicas of small toys from his previous life, alongside various trinkets such as flashlights and music boxes. Upon exiting the shop, he found himself richer by 2 silver coins and 400 gold coins. As Yin wandered through the stalls, he discovered a plethora of intriguing items. For instance, stones that absorbed sunlight by day and transformed into miniature suns by night. Additionally, there were magical plants that could move independently and hunt for their own food. Truly, Yin's eyes were opened wide. As he strolled, he suddenly heard a voice exclaim, "Hey, watch where you're stepping. Don't crush it." Lowering his gaze, Yin spotted a thumb-sized beetle beneath his foot, causing him to halt momentarily. "Hey, friend, that's rather underhanded, isn't it?" Yin quipped, turning his head. "Hey, pal, which of my eyes saw you being underhanded?" replied the burly vendor, who approached, scooping up the beetle and returning to his stall. There, he placed the beetle on a stone and struck it with his palm, instantly turning it into a gooey mass. Yin, bewildered, couldn't help but inquire, "What are you doing?" "Look," the vendor pointed with one hand at the stone. Following the direction of his gaze, Yin observed the beetle's remains transforming into a mushy pulp, but soon noticed strands of flesh intertwining and writhing. The shell was regenerating. Within mere seconds, the once dead beetle was reborn. Intrigued, Yen approached the stall, crouching down to examine these creatures and asked, "What are these?" "Beetles? They don't seem like it." The vendor raised an eyebrow. "These are immortal beetles." Elian's brows furrowed in disbelief. "Is there truly such a thing as immortality?" The vendor chuckled. "It's merely a relative immortality. As long as its magical energy does not exceed its limit, it will not perish. Physical attacks generally cannot kill it." With that, the vendor produced a dagger and forcefully slashed at the beetle. To Elian's astonishment, the wound on the beetle quickly healed, leaving only a thin layer of greenish liquid, a testament to its past injury. Elian's interest was piqued. "How much for one?" the vendor proudly declared. "1 silver coin each. What do you think, young man? Quite the bargain, right?" Elian immediately stood up. "Do you take me for a fool?" With that, he turned to leave. "Hey, young man, I don't appreciate that remark. Why would you think I'm treating you like a fool? This item is only found deep within the Chaos Mountains. 1 silver coin for one is truly a steal. It holds immense research value and is favored by many mages." Elian retorted. "Favored? That's a thing of the past, isn't it? Immense research value? That too. This should have been thoroughly studied long ago. You say 1 silver coin each? Is that not treating me like a fool?" Chapter 12. The immortal beetle too upon hearing Elian's words. The vendor's forced smile faltered slightly. Who dares claim that anything in this world has been thoroughly studied? It's merely that people have grown a bit weary of it. I can tell you're quite the talent in this regard. Once you take the beetles home, you'll surely come up with new tricks. Let's be honest. How much are they really worth?" Elian inquired, picking up a beetle and examining it. The vendor furrowed his brow. "What do you suggest?" 3 gold coins. The vendor rolled his eyes. "Brother, let's be realistic here. 300 gold coins. If you want 10, I'll only charge you 2 silver coins. What do you say?" "Brother, this stall looks rather worn. You've been here for quite some time, haven't you? It's been ages since these immortal beetles fetched a silver coin. If they were truly useful, you wouldn't have been here so long." Elian continued. "If these bugs were magical creatures, would you dare to sell them for silver coins? I wouldn't even question it. But they aren't. They're merely beings twisted by the rules of the Chaos Mountains. Only magic can exchange for magic. You should be familiar with that, right? How about this? 2 silver coins. I'll buy them all for you. That way, you won't have to stay here. Look around, brother, in all this time. I'm the only one who's approached. Isn't it a waste of time for you to be sitting here? Time is indeed money, and time is life itself. With just 2 pieces of currency, you can hand over the goods at your stall and liberate yourself. No longer will you have to linger here. You can pursue whatever you desire. Plus, you'll have earned an extra 2 pieces of currency, right?" The burly man spread his palm, splayed his fingers, and exclaimed, "Stop, stop, stop. You've got me a bit dizzy with your persuasion. What do you mean I earned 2 extra pieces of currency? I sold these bugs. Never mind, I can give you these bugs. I've been guarding them for so long. I'm quite tired of it. However, 2 pieces of currency is far too little. You must offer me a bit more." Upon hearing this, Lu Yin chuckled and replied, "Brother, I must say, if I were to add even 1 or 2 gold coins, wouldn't that be an insult to you? Just 2 pieces of currency will suffice. Let us not discuss further." All right, 2 pieces of currency it is. I'll give them to you, and I can finally pack up and head home." With that, the burly man produced a cylindrical object resembling a bamboo tube and herded all the beetles inside. Handing it over to Lu Yin, he said, "You sure know how to talk. Today, I've been completely taken in by you. Here, take it, and hurry up and leave." "Ah, brother, look at what you're saying. Am I the kind of person who would deceive others? Here, make sure you take your money. I'm off now, wishing you an abundance of wealth." With that, Lu Yin accepted the bamboo-like tube, stowed it in his backpack, and turned to stroll towards other stalls. Lu Yin did not have many items to purchase, and in no time, he had gathered everything he needed. He even acquired a spell, Air Bullet. After stuffing all his belongings into his backpack, Lu Yin made his way towards the Western District, intending to find a more comfortable place to stay. The Western District is where outsiders find lodging and meals. Ever since the descent of magic, Fengshou City has imposed restrictions on outsiders, confining them to a few limited areas for free movement. To venture elsewhere, one must report to the city guard hall. Otherwise, those who trespass will face lethal consequences. Lu Yin's target was an inn recommended by the city guards, named the Tavern of Swords and Grilled Meats. This establishment was co-founded by a group of retired city guards. Few dared to cause trouble within the city, making it a relatively safe haven compared to other taverns. Pushing open the winged door, Lu Yin stepped inside, immediately greeted by a cacophony of voices. Glancing around, he observed that the clientele was predominantly human, with only a smattering of other races present. 28 tables of varying sizes lined either side of the main thoroughfare, which led unobstructed to the tavern's counter. That moment, a group composed of various races seemed to be celebrating something, or perhaps they were simply intoxicated, as their voices mingled chaotically. Among them, two dwarves, resembling loudspeakers, shouted in unintelligible foreign tongues, their clamor echoing throughout the tavern. In a corner, two factions appeared to be exchanging veiled threats, their mutual provocations rife with gestures that hinted at an imminent brawl. While they might not actually come to blows, the tension was palpable, waiting for a cup to be smashed as a signal. After surveying the tavern, Lu Yin made his way to the counter. Approaching the bar, he placed 2 gold coins down and flicked them towards the bartender, simultaneously stating, "Buddy, ID like a standard room." The bartender, polishing a glass, noticed the coins sliding towards him. He blew a puff of air, halting the coins in front of him, then glanced at Lu Yin and remarked, "Kid, are you a magic user? Then don't go practicing alchemy in the standard room. Understand? Or I'll have the alchemy experiment play you instead." "Got it." After finishing his warning, the bartender tossed a wooden plaque to Lu Yin, adding, "Room 301. Go find it yourself." Lu Yin caught the plaque, gave the bartender an approving thumbs up, and turned towards the staircase. He figured that a place where the staff spoke so boldly must be relatively safe. Of course, provided one didn't act recklessly. Feeling quite hungry, Lu Yin noted the 2 tables in the corner still embroiled in their standoff, and decided his stomach could hold out a little longer. Dining was meant to be a pleasurable experience, even if in this world, it often felt like a trial. Lu Yin certainly did not wish to dine while chaos erupted around him, inadvertently becoming a victim of circumstances. Such an event was far from his desires. With Lu Yin's 42nd real man combat strength, it was best to avoid entanglements. Upon entering his room, Lu Yin conducted a thorough inspection. With his half-elf vision, he discerned no peepholes or surveillance arrays on the walls. After examining the entire room, he tossed his backpack onto the bed and collapsed onto it. He had been quite exhausted over the past few days. Rolling onto his back, Lu Yin began rummaging through his belongings on the bed. The blanket was quite old, yet impeccably clean, and the bed bore no unpleasant odors. Compared to other taverns, this place was certainly commendable. After resting for a while, Lu Yin sat up and extracted the beetle tube from his backpack. Even though his stomach growled, he was eager to investigate the reason behind the presence of these beetles. When he first encountered them, he had sensed a fleeting surge of magical energy. That was why he had haggled so long with the burly man, allowing him to let his guard down and sell him the beetles. After searching the room, Lu Yin found a plate and poured all the beetles onto it, meticulously observing them. Upon counting, he discovered there were a total of 46 beetles, and among them, one purple beetle stood out as distinctly different from the others. The purple beetle, no larger than a pinky finger, was significantly smaller than its green and gray counterparts. Yet, the other beetles appeared to fear it, maintaining a respectful distance, encircling it with a gap of a finger's breadth. Unlike the others, the purple beetle lay still at the center of the plate, seemingly in a stupor. Had it not been for its occasionally twitching antennae, Lu Yin would have thought it lifeless. With considerable experience dealing with such lethargic creatures, Lu Yin picked up a small stick and prodded it gently, but alas, it remained unresponsive. Thus, he directed the stick towards the antennae of the purple beetle, gently poking it several times. In an instant, the purple beetle appeared incensed. Its tiny mouth opened, revealing a spiraling purple wave pattern emanating from its front. The vortex formed, spiraling outward, larger than the beetle itself, and surged forward. An unsuspecting beetle in its path was instantly drawn in, as if sucked through a time portal, shrinking rapidly and disappearing into the purple beetle's mouth. At this moment, the purple beetle seemed to have exhausted its fury, resuming its repose in the bowl, lost in thought. However, the events that had just transpired left Lu Yin in awe. Watching the spectacle unfold, his eyes gradually sparkled with excitement. He finally understood the source of that magical fluctuation. Eagerly, Lu Yin grasped the purple beetle, ready to channel his magical energy into it. But with a sudden pop, the purple beetle exploded, splattering his hand with a gooey mass. Lu Yin twitched his mouth, observing the purple beetle regenerating itself, and felt a mix of surprise and intrigue. Well, it seems I might have overdone it with the magical energy. Chapter 13. Ambush after several days of research. Lu Yin had gained some understanding of the purple beetle. The magical energy input could not exceed 0.1, or else the purple beetle would inevitably self-destruct. Moreover, the duration for which the purple beetle retained magical energy seemed to increase in correlation with the amount of energy inputted. It appeared capable of absorbing its own magic. It is widely known that anything exceeding a certain magical threshold cannot be deemed extraordinary. Intelligent beings cultivate their power, while those lacking intelligence rely on consumption. For instance, they might consume certain magical plants or items imbued with magic, the most notorious example being the consumption of demonic flesh, which can rapidly bestow magical power, though it often leads to genetic mutations resulting in death or demonic transformation. In contrast, non-intelligent creatures that possess magical energy without altering their genetics are rare indeed. Thus, Lu Yin held high hopes for the purple beetle. If Lu Yan's aspirations were to succeed, he would gain a remarkably powerful pet companion. Over the past few days, Lu Yin had not only crafted a trump card weapon, but also prepared for the contract ritual with the purple beetle, a considerable investment indeed. Seeing you are entirely purple and a beetle, I shall bestow upon you a name. Let's call you Little King Kong. Observing the unresisting Little King Kong, Lu Yin felt quite satisfied with the name he had chosen. After teasing Little King Kong a bit, Lu Yin tucked it into his pocket, grabbed his backpack, and made his way towards the exit. Today, he would leave this wretched Fengshou city. Speaking of which, the food here is far too exorbitant. Over the past few days, Lu Yin's expenditures had nearly depleted his gold coins. As for Fengshou, it is indeed a rather peculiar place. Once, Fengshou served as a bastion for agricultural production, providing food crops to the Guardian lands. Hence its name. However, since the descent of magic, cultivation has become nearly impossible, with magical plants thriving instead. Moreover, what was once a semi-restricted area has transformed into a magical forest, thanks to the blood of magic spilled during the descent. The sole route leading out has become surrounded by magical beasts and plants. Thus, only professionals can traverse this land safely. The other avenues of harvest territory have been entirely claimed by the Chaos Mountains and the Plains of Bones. The Plains of Bones. Once, it served as the largest battlefield for demons in this realm. Decades of warfare have reduced the mountains of this land to a desolate plain. The remnants of battle have blanketed the entirety of the battlefield. Following the cessation of hostilities, some intrepid souls excavated down to a depth of 10 meters, uncovering the soil that had long been steeped in the essence of blood, now darkened and tainted. In the aftermath of the exodus of various races, this place became the haunt of wandering skeletons, vengeful spirits, undead monstrosities, death knights, and even those unspeakable, forbidden entities. They roam through the Plains of Bones. Consequently, this land has transformed into a sacred ground for necromancers, liches, and other denizens of the undead. It has become their ultimate sanctuary. Naturally, there exist areas within that even the most daring necromancers dare not tread, for those are the true realms of taboo. And for an ordinary person to seek to depart from the Plains of Bones towards harvest territory, such a notion is nothing more than a fanciful daydream. The Chaos Mountains, on the other hand, are a chaotic convergence where the laws of this realm collide with the fiendish laws, giving birth to distorted manifestations. Here, reason is rendered moot, and logic is utterly absent. Anything might emerge from this turmoil. The distortions can leave one feeling uneasy. The various races have never ceased their explorations of the Chaos Mountains. At the juncture of the Plains of Bones and the Chaos Mountains lies a small forest, with an endless sea of trees beyond it. Due to its proximity to the Chaos Mountains, this small forest is rife with toxic perils. Poisonous mists enshroud the woods. Even elves must undertake extensive preparations to navigate this treacherous terrain. For an ordinary person to attempt passage, utterly inconceivable. Even if accompanied by a professional, it would amount to a certain demise. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, the enchanted forest remains the sole gateway to the outside world for harvest territory. When the enchanted forest first emerged, there were those who proposed to the higher powers to cleanse it of its taint, and this proposal has lingered on the desks of the authorities. However, once the higher powers realized the potential for cultivating magical flora in this place, The desire for purification evaporated, and that proposal was unceremoniously discarded. Why? For the sake of profit. Of course, the harvesters can confidently send ordinary folk to fulfill their purposes. Yet how could the magical flora be entrusted to ordinary people? Naturally, they must command professionals to transport it using spatial equipment. As for your concerns regarding the entrance and exit of ordinary folk, they are to remain there to assist in cultivating magical flora, and should you mention the growing peril of harvest territory, merely a trivial issue. What are commoners? They are akin to chives. Harvest one batch, and another quickly sprouts in its place. It matters not how many perish, for their numbers will soon replenish. In fact, the population continues to grow. And as for your lamentations about scarce food leading to hunger, that simply will not do. How can starving individuals muster the strength to cultivate my magical flora? Quickly summon the professionals to transport a supply of food to harvest territory. Oh, and ensure that the price of food is raised a notch. After all, it is the professionals who have toiled to bring it here, so a price adjustment is only fitting. How much of a raise? It should be exorbitant. Otherwise, how could it be justified for their role in growing magical flora? I am facilitating their economic ascendance. You see, starvation. How could anyone possibly starve? If someone were to perish from hunger, it would only signify that they have failed to cultivate the magical flora to my satisfaction. Such laziness deserves its fate. As he pondered these matters, Lien couldn't help but feel discomfort at the jests about food prices, 2 gold coins for a small loaf of bread and a cup of ale costing 1 gold coin. With each bite of bread, Lien felt a pang in his heart. This was all money. How could he not feel the sting? During each meal, Lien felt as if he were consuming gold and drinking liquid gold. He had never encountered such exorbitance. It was utterly preposterous. Lien, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, exited the city gates. This visit to Harvest City had left him quite satisfied with his gains. Yet Lien swore that the next time he came to Harvest City, he would definitely carry an additional backpack strapped to his chest. The one hanging at his front would be filled to the brim with provisions. At this moment, Lien was filled with resentment as he treaded along the official road of Harvest City, heading towards the horizon. He knew the way, so there was no need to wait for a merchant caravan. After all, there were still 2 weeks until the next caravan would set out, and Lien simply could not afford to wait. A gust of wind stirred up dust, prompting Lien to shield his face. He glanced at the scattered patches of green along the roadside. Lowering one hand to partially obscure his face, he pressed onward. Having walked for half an hour off the official road, considering that the official path would take 2 days while the shortcut would only require a day and a half to reach Jeluo town, Lien naturally opted for the latter. Freed from the burden of the merchant caravan, Lien felt as if he had significantly increased his speed. Perhaps he could even reach Jeluo town in less than a day and a half. Wiping the dust from his face, he took a sip from his homemade canteen and surveyed his surroundings, filled with questions. Why had he not encountered a single creature so far? The last time he traveled here with the caravan, he had spotted several birds. Damn it. Were it not for the exorbitant prices of food in Harvest City, he wouldn't have had to rush out on an empty stomach. Truly, Harvest City had drained him dry. Just then, a sudden wave of agitation coursed through Lien. His body instinctively shifted aside. An arrow flew past the spot where he had stood, speeding towards the distance. The force behind the arrow was unmistakably lethal, not merely intended to injure. Turning to look back, Lien exclaimed, "Damn it! It's a familiar face." Leading the charge ahead was a burly man with a bushy beard, followed by an archer and a swordsman. The arrow that had just whistled by was undoubtedly shot by the archer. The strength behind it was akin to that of a professional. Not daring to linger on the thought, Lien immediately took off running. Damn it! They do not come with good intentions. He couldn't recall having wronged them. As he ran, he felt the wind rush past the back of his head. A swift glance revealed an arrow that severed a few strands of hair, narrowly missing his ear. Chapter 14. Ambush 2. As Lien sprinted, he pulled a scroll from his pocket. Fireball. Ripping it open, he hurled it behind him while shouting a spell, then zigzagged in his escape. This method, while slower, was unavoidable given that an archer was hot on his heels. The burly man wore a fierce expression as he slashed through the fireball with his sword, laughing maniacally as he shouted, "Little brother, why are you running? I'm just worried your burdens are too heavy. I've been chasing you since early morning. Look how considerate I am. Just drop everything you have, and I'll send you off cleanly. I guarantee you'll leave comfortably." Hearing the burly man's taunts, Yin felt a surge of anger and fear. Glancing ahead at the nearby woods, he decided without a second thought to accelerate his pace. As he noticed he was gradually being caught up by the trio, Yin quickly pulled out another scroll, tore it open, and shouted back, "You bearded old bastard, did I eat your rice or sleep with your wife? What have I done to you? I paid for your bugs, didn't I? Now what? After taking my money, you want my life too? Did I offend you or something?" As he ran, Yin would occasionally toss another scroll behind him, calling out incantations to hinder the trio's advance, hoping to slow them down. Glancing back at the woods ahead, he lowered his head and shouldered past the incoming arrows, then pivoted, gripping a scroll tightly as he shouted, "Fire Dragon Spell." Upon hearing the name of the spell, the three halted in their tracks, the burly man instinctively raising his sword in a defensive posture. Yin swiftly tore and threw the scroll, darting towards the woods as if propelled by the wind. The burly man, realizing he had been deceived by the incoming fireballs, roared in fury, "You little brat, how dare you toy with me? I'll skin you alive." Yin, upon hearing such a violent threat, felt a pang of panic and pushed off the ground with all his might. Darting towards the woods like a whirlwind, the burly man turned to the swordsman, cursing, "George, are you blind? You fired a dozen arrows and missed every time. Can't you aim for his legs? Shoot his legs and break them. I want to catch him and tear his flesh apart, dipping it in salt to eat. Hurry, let me hit him with a slow spell." "Are you really that stupid?" the swordsman replied without looking back. "Then give me an acceleration spell." Hearing the burly man's commands, Yin felt a headache coming on. Damn it, why are they all such troublesome characters? The one following was not just any swordsman, but a magic swordsman. He absolutely could not let them catch up. Tearing another scroll, he hurled it behind him without looking back, desperately diving into the woods. With a few agile leaps, Yin swiftly climbed to the midsection of a tree, crouching on a branch and leaning against the trunk, peering out through the leaves, though the forest was not expansive. The trees were tall, allowing for a few to hide effectively. Perhaps it was due to the peculiarities of this other world, but some of the leaves here were larger than a person. Thus, hiding among the trees became the sole option for and he was acutely aware that stepping out of the woods would lead to his inevitable demise. This understanding weighed heavily on him. The only viable course of action was to eliminate them all within the forest. As he contemplated this, Yin instinctively clenched his left hand. Glancing at the glove adorning it, he recognized that the time for a decisive move had not yet arrived. His killing blow could only be employed at a critical moment, and he had but a single chance which must not be squandered. "Little pest, you cannot escape. I have laced the beetles with insect repellent. And after your prolonged contact, your entire being reeks of it. No matter where you flee, you cannot evade my grasp. As for slaying the elves within this forest, I am quite the expert, I assure you. When I flay and dismember you, it shall not be overly painful. Rather, it will be a delight. Come forth, surrender all your possessions. Perhaps, if I am in a particularly good mood, I might grant you a chance at survival." Seeing Yin remain utterly silent, the bearded man directed his two minions, saying, "Budgie, you take that side. George, you go over there. Little pest, the forest is not vast. Uncle shall find you soon enough, and when he does, he shall treat you with utmost care." Wah! TMD, how did I end up facing a lunatic? Yin, feeling somewhat vexed, took a few deep breaths to calm his racing heart and the frantic pounding of his lungs from the chase. Undoubtedly, to survive, he must first eliminate the archer. Once the archer was dealt with, whether in combat or fleeing, he would hold the upper hand. With this in mind, Yin crouched low and stealthily approached the archer. Confidence surged within him. In a forest brawl, he had never feared any of these three. Yes, it was essential to take them on one by one at 200 meters. He assessed the slowly approaching archer, calculating his distance. Yet, Yin desired the archer to close in even further before making his move. That would be the opportune moment to strike. Ideally, he sought to avoid any signs of resistance that might alert the other two. Holding his breath, he observed the archer, who was scanning the surroundings with bow in hand. "Now," Yin whispered as he propelled his flying sword forward. In an instant, before the archer could react, it pierced through his throat. Under Yin's control, it swiftly returned, piercing through the archer's eye socket. In that moment, the archer made not a sound, clutching his throat in silence before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Well, that takes care of him. Yin thought. recalling his flying sword and wiping it clean on the ground before using his sleeve to dab away the sweat on his brow, feeling the tension had left him parched. The archer was eliminated. The remaining troubles would only cost him his life if he acted recklessly. With the flying sword in hand, he stealthily advanced towards the magic swordsman, MD. This flying sword felt like it had become useless. Gripping the somewhat slippery weapon, Elian focused on recharging it. Why had he aimed for the archer's eye? Observing the red and white remnants on his flying sword, Elian felt a wave of acid rise in his stomach. Thankfully, he hadn't consumed much today, or he would have surely vomited. While the swordsman was formidable in direct combat, Elian's true fear lay with the magic swordsman. His various supportive spells could be utterly vexing and disruptive. Elian once more peered at the cautiously advancing magic swordsman. This foe was far more prudent than the archer. The magic swordsman held his sword aloft beside his head, bending slightly as he cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Elian stretched his neck to glimpse, then quickly withdrew, leaning against the tree trunk, pondering his options. Against such a cautious opponent, Elian felt that a sneak attack might prove challenging. Perhaps he could attempt to deceive and eliminate him instead. With this thought, Elian placed his flying sword on the ground, covered it with leaves, and stealthily moved away, hiding behind a tree trunk not far off. He then gathered a handful of small stones and tossed them beside the flying sword to create a noise, intending to lure the magic swordsman closer. Upon hearing the sound, the magic swordsman approached with caution, moving with an almost imperceptible yet swift gait. Elian listened intently, calculating the distance to his target. Holding his breath, he understood that both sneak attacks and deceptive kills required immense patience. Thus, he resisted the urge to strike and patiently awaited the magic swordsman's approach, knowing that his combat experience paled in comparison. George, TMD, who did this? I swear I will slaughter him. Budgie, over here. George has been killed. The magic swordsman instinctively turned towards the source of the commotion. In that moment, Elian made his move. No, it was the flying sword that acted first. It surged from beneath the leaves, delivering a surprise attack to the magic swordsman from behind. Oh no, it was a waist stab. After the attack, the magic swordsman quickly swung his sword, enveloping his upper body in a flurry of blades. He shouted, Paul, over here. Upon hearing this, Elian thought, MD, if you regroup, how am I supposed to fight? You'll surround and slaughter me. Frustration welled up in Elian's heart. Calm down. He forced himself to regain composure. Refocusing on the magic swordsman at that moment, the magic swordsman continued to swing his sword with fervor, and as the flying sword lunged forward, it was destined to be deflected. With this in mind, Elian's gaze dropped to the ground, and under his control, the flying sword pierced through the magic swordsman's knee, impaling it completely. The magic swordsman fell to the ground, propping himself up with one hand while wildly flailing his sword with the other. Enduring the pain, he screamed desperately, Paul, hurry. I'm about to be killed. After rolling several times, he found himself not far away, lying on the ground and swinging his sword erratically to evade the flying sword. Elian watched this unfold, feeling a surge of irritation. TMD, how is a magic swordsman harder to kill than an MT? Elian's attempts to pierce the magic swordsman with his flying sword had all been thwarted by the latter's evasive maneuvers, which were reminiscent of a frantic dance. He tightened his grip on the sword, ready to unleash his trump card. He could not allow the two to unite. A swordsman aided by a magic swordsman would undoubtedly obliterate him. Just as Elian was on the verge of employing his final tactic, the magic swordsman seemed to falter. After a roll, he leaned against a tree trunk, his sword barely able to swing. As if it might slip from his grasp at any moment, this moment, the magic swordsman's face was devoid of color, and his eyes had begun to lose their spark. Yet, his will remained unyielding. Clinging to the hope that his comrades would arrive in time to save his wretched life, with a feeble voice, he called out, Paul, save me. Elian, upon witnessing the magic swordsman's condition, understood the gravity of the situation. He had been severely injured by the flying sword, and now, drenched in blood and rolling about, it was a miracle the magic swordsman had endured thus far. Elian harbored deep respect for his resilience. However, admiration would not spare him from death. With a determined gaze, Elian commanded his flying sword to strike down upon the magic swordsman. As the flying sword approached, the magic swordsman crossed his sword over his chest. Panting heavily, blood seeping from his mouth. Yet, within his eyes burned an indomitable spirit, as if to convey, I can still fight. I can fight until the very end. At this moment, Elien focused intently, urging his flying sword to accelerate its assault. Just as the magic swordsman prepared to block, Elien deftly adjusted the sword's trajectory, plunging it downward in an instant. The magic swordsman pressed a hand to his chest, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. His sword slipped from his grip, and his body slumped against the roots of the tree. Death was imminent. Yet, at that moment, the magic swordsman's expression was one of fierce concentration, his unwavering conviction transforming into a final plea for his comrades. Paul. The dagger. Just as the magic swordsman uttered his last cry, Elien swiftly maneuvered the flying sword, piercing his throat like a fish through water. Your hero is my foe. I am sorry, but I cannot allow you to reveal my secrets. Elien cast a lingering glance at the bloodied corpse of the magic swordsman before sheathing his flying sword and quickly retreating a few steps. Rising to depart, gasping for breath, Elien leaned against the tree trunk, turning to gaze at the bearded man, who was approximately 300 meters away, also panting heavily. At that moment, Elien was engulfed in a whirlwind of hatred and fear. The thrill of the chase, for Elien, it was the first time in 2 lifetimes that he experienced the exhilaration of being pursued, a relentless pursuit to the death. Earlier that day, Elien had been lying in wait 200 meters from the slain magic swordsman, anticipating the bearded man's arrival. When the bearded man began to wail beside the magic swordsman's body, Elien had executed a flying strike, aiming for a decisive sneak attack. Yet, the reality diverged from his expectations. The flying sword barely penetrated the bearded man's back, only to be repelled by his aura. Thus began Elien's frantic flight from the rampaging bearded man, a chase that nearly left him breathless. He had not died at the bearded man's hands, but he had come perilously close to running himself to death. Just as he thought his lungs might burst, Elien remembered the system. In a panic, he activated the interface and utilized the experience points gained from slaying those 2 to level up. Subsequently, he allocated all his attribute points into stamina, which ultimately prevented the burly man from relentlessly pursuing him to his demise. Afterward, Lu Yin placed his flying sword at the corner of a colossal tree, cunningly ambushing the burly man and successfully breaking him out of his frenzied state, transforming him into the current lone wolf version of himself. What is a lone wolf? It is one that follows its prey, waiting for the moment of weakness or vulnerability to deliver a fatal strike. Fortunately, Lu Yin, with a slight advantage in speed over the burly man, and bolstered by the stamina accrued from his attributes, managed to evade the burly man's grasp for the better part of the day. This was further aided by his half-elf physique, which endowed him with innate agility. Otherwise, he would have long since fallen into the burly man's clutches and met a brutal end. Yet, Lu Yan's worries had not diminished in the slightest. In fact, they had intensified, while he rested to regain stamina. The burly man, during his own respite, was not only recuperating his stamina, but also replenishing his fighting spirit. Lu Yin had expended the durability of his flying sword, managing to deplete a significant portion of the burly man's combat energy. However, observing the burly man resting continuously, it was evident that his fighting spirit had likely recovered considerably. System. Lu Yin gasped, calling out, stamina, 1.54, strength, 1.42, agility, 2.43, spirit, 13.327, energy, 800, due to damage to the body's energy source. The anomalous energy fusion is unusable. Skills, spirit manipulation, branch technique, Mage's hand, magic power, 147,320, 20 points of magic power increase for every level before 10. Spells, fireball, light, fire enchantment, windblade, water healing, earth shield, explosive fireball, level 1. Equipment, novice flying sword 215, blank, 25 dragon lizard gloves 34.835 class, mage level 1 subclass, none pet, little King Kong, undying beetle, experience, 1920 attribute points, 0 skill points. 1. This cannot continue. Even if it means taking a risky gamble, it cannot persist like this. Lu Yin understood that the burly man intended to exhaust him. The burly man was equally aware that Lu Yin lacked a means to deliver a fatal blow. Thus, the burly man was unafraid of Lu Yin. He was merely waiting for the opportunity to eliminate him, dismissing any possibility of Lu Yin turning the tables for what capabilities Lu Yin possessed. He had already revealed, but what did the burly man see? Time and again, merely a flying magical dagger. Therefore, he was confident and believed he had Lu Yin firmly within his grasp. However, should he act recklessly? That flying magical dagger would teach him a lesson in humility. Thus, patience during the hunt must not be lost. Currently, the burly man's strategy was one of attrition. He was acutely aware of the two major weaknesses of the apprentice mage. One was the requirement to remain stationary while casting spells. The apprentice could only cast spells while standing still. Any movement would result in failure. The second was the meditation required to recover magical power. The apprentice could only replenish their magic while meditating. They could not regain magical power during regular rest. Naturally, after deep sleep, a small amount of magic could also be restored. Thus, the burly man waited. The moment Lu Yin depleted his magic would be the moment he could strike down his nemesis. If a mage apprentice could move while casting spells, he would concede. After all, wasn't it reliant on equipment? If your equipment dealt high damage and consumed little magic, even less than the mage's hand, he believed. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Lu Yin to have played with him for so long. But to claim that a mage apprentice could rest and regain magic? He did not believe it. If that were true, he might as well have his head used as a football, because this mage apprentice in front of him certainly lacked the ability to recover magic. The notion that he could restore magic was absurd. Therefore, he was completely confident this time. Undoubtedly, the burly man overestimated Lu Yin's flying sword, while simultaneously underestimating Lu Yin himself. Lu Yin, of course, could not recover magic. But his golden finger could. Lu Yin now realized that his magic power was indeed separate from the system's magic. In simple terms, Lu Yin's personal magic could cast any spell and perform any action. Meanwhile, the system's magic only pertained to the spells listed in the skill frame, consuming magic power only when utilized. Additionally, the system could also correspond to the equipment listed. Likewise, the system's correspondence to the body's agility was the same. What is bodily agility? For instance, Lu Yin's record for casting Fireball is 5 seconds. Of course, that is the current record. The system would record Lu Yin's fastest casting speed, using it as the skill casting time. This is the system's record of Lu Yin's bodily agility, serving as a character model record. Reflecting on this character template, Lu Yin could only express disdain. After successfully casting for the first time, Lu Yin excitedly designated Fireball as his inaugural skill. After setting the technique, he hurried to the Iron Knight Town Square. At this moment, he was fantasizing about casting spells instantaneously, subsequently shedding the title of remaining chick, and then unleashing his arrogance, slapping the townsfolk one by one. But is reality truly like this? Lu Yin stood in the square, resembling a madman, dancing wildly, waving his arms for nearly 30 seconds before finally releasing an embarrassingly small fireball spell. This tiny fireball was indeed formidable. It struggled to ignite the straw in the feeding trough, but before it could unleash its fury, it was extinguished by a swift slap from Jian Na. Meanwhile, our aspiring mage, Lu Yin, found himself unceremoniously seized by Jian Na like a chicken, dragged back to the feeding trough, and tossed into the pile of straw. To top it off, she splashed a bucket of water over him to rouse him from his stupor. What a humiliating spectacle! Following this debacle, Lu Yin no longer entertained fantasies about instant spell casting. All of it was a trap. Thus, Lu Yin found himself in a bit of a predicament. The flying sword could only be recharged twice more before becoming inoperable. How many times could the burly man recharge? Lu Yin had no way of knowing. Perhaps it was infinite. Besides that nearly depleted flying sword, he was left with only one trump card. After exhausting everything, Lu Yin would have no choice but to await his demise. He longed for that 5-second casting time. Lu Yin pondered that perhaps engaging the burly man in close combat would be more practical than this. Wait, he mused. I still have my 3-second true man ability. After the flying sword became unusable, he still possessed Little Sheetsy's 3-second true man. Lu Yin gazed at the already battered flying sword and mused. It would be prudent to save the last 2 uses of the 50-second true man ability. After all, he was unaware of what unexpected events might arise. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yin steadied himself and cast a glance at the burly man. Resolved to set his plan in motion. Seemingly reinvigorated, Lu Yin turned to continue his flight. The burly man, witnessing this, nonchalantly pursued. However, just after a few strides, Lu Yin suddenly stumbled, losing his footing and falling to the ground. Chapter 16 Upgrade 2 Upon witnessing Lu Yin sprawled on the ground, the burly man's eyes lit up, and he approached leisurely. Tightening his grip on his sword, he slowly raised it. Lu Yin quickly scrambled to his feet. A hint of panic on his face. In his haste, he lost grip on the flying sword, which shot toward the burly man. Clang, clang, clang. After several collisions, it seemed the flying sword had lost control, being swept away by a single swing of the burly man's sword. Lu Yin suddenly spat a mouthful of blood, his face a mask of terror as he glanced at the burly man. Then, he turned and fled frantically. The burly man, seeing this, brightened, exclaiming with rage and joy, "Little brat, have you run out of magic? Finally, you wretched little creature have exhausted your magic. You cannot escape. Come here, let me slice you into pieces. I shall chop you up and devour you piece by piece." "Dante, run!" the burly man excitedly shouted. After a few steps of momentum, he leaped into the air. In midair, the burly man held his sword aloft, with fighting spirit rapidly coursing from his hands to the sword's tip. At this moment, the burly man's body was slightly bent, his face contorted with excitement, murderous intent, and wild fury. His expression was a chaotic amalgamation of emotions, twisted and distorted. Finally, he could slay him, no matter the cost. He must strike before Lu Yin could escape. Otherwise, he might rest, and the chase would resume. If anything unexpected were to occur, the burly man felt he might truly lose his mind. If he could not eliminate this half-elf before him, the burly man would rather meet his own end. A standard aerial slash was about to be executed. The burly man, filled with rage, hatred, murderous intent, swung his sword downward. Lu Yin ran a few steps, glanced back, and saw the burly man soaring high, his sword aglow with fierce fighting spirit. Lu Yin knew he could never withstand such a strike. Yet, he had never intended to. All the previous theatrics were for this moment. To compel the burly man to amplify his fighting spirit attack, thus diminishing the protective energy surrounding him. This would enable Lu Yin's trump card to inflict greater damage on the burly man. Little did Lu Yin anticipate that the burly man would cooperate so splendidly. The aerial slash technique involved leaping into the air to deliver a downward strike, effectively amplifying the damage from above. To unleash the full potential of this technique, one must concentrate all their fighting spirit into the sword while descending from the air. It embodied a skill meant to obliterate everything in its path. It possessed an essence of offense over defense. Yet, the swordsman's own protective energy was weakest while airborne. Seeing the burly man so compliant, Lu Yin could hardly bear to let him wait. Thus, he extended his gloved left hand, and the magical array on the glove sprang to life. A massive fireball shot forth. Boom! The fireball struck the airborne burly man with a deafening roar, the flames blinding. Explosive Fireball. As a first-level spell designed for single-target attacks, its lethality is unequivocally assured among spells of its rank. In pursuit of this trump card, Yin exerted considerable effort. He expended a substantial sum of 5 magic coins for the requisite materials, including a small piece of dragon lizard hide, along with a venue fee of 150 gold coins, and a lengthy incantation lasting 10 minutes. This nearly depleted Yin's entire magical energy, culminating in the sealing of this formidable weapon. All for the fleeting wish of unleashing instantaneous fire magic. Upon impact, the explosive fireball engulfs its adversary in a devastating wave of explosive force and searing heat. The bearded man, with a twisted expression of exhilaration, was propelled backward at a speed surpassing that of his initial advance after experiencing the caress of the explosive fireball. Yin, releasing his hands from shielding his face, beheld the horrific state of the bearded man, leaving him utterly aghast. At that moment, the bearded man's eyes, shielded by his hands, remained intact, yet were already drenched in crimson blood. The price he paid was the obliteration of the front half of his left hand. How did Yin know the bearded man's sight was unaffected? Was he not glaring at him with bloodshot eyes? From his nose down to his chest, layers of skin and muscle had been seared away. The acrid scent of charred flesh wafted from the grotesque remnants. Yin could discern the blood-stained remnants of his collarbone and ribs exposed to the open air. The sight churned Yin's stomach. His left leg, seemingly in an attempt to shield his abdomen, was drenched in blood, with white bone protruding. One segment of his foot had vanished entirely. His right hand was missing 2 fingers, and the shattered sword had lodged itself into a nearby massive tree trunk. At that moment, the bearded man, with his eyelids blown away, glared furiously at Yen. His eyes radiated a maddening agony, murderous intent, and boundless hatred, twisted to an extreme degree. The bearded man, using his severed left limb for support, managed to sit up. With his remaining 3 fingers on his right hand, he plunged them into the joint of his left knee and tore with all his might, amidst a fountain of blood. Grasping his left calf, with a frantic scream, he tore it free. In that frenzied cry, the bearded man channeled his remaining fighting spirit into the bone of his lower leg, wielding it as a makeshift spear. Hurling it toward Yen. Instinctively, Yen dodged to the side, his eyes wide with unprecedented terror as he gazed upon the deranged, bearded man. At that moment, Yen was genuinely frightened. The bearded man, after watching the calf bones soar through the air, glanced back at Yen, and it seemed as if the light of hatred had dimmed in his eyes. He appeared to lose all strength. Collapsing backward, once on the ground, the bearded man rasped, "I, Paolo, have slaughtered countless hawks and geese. Yet, who would have thought I would fall to a mere chick? Huh? What a ridiculous joke. Boy, come, pull that sword out and finish me." Upon hearing this, Yen stumbled backward in fright. "Damn it, with a lunatic like you, would I dare approach? Who knows what other tricks you might have up your sleeve?" However, to avoid a lengthy night filled with uncertainties, action must be taken. Close combat was out of the question. 5 seconds of incantation. I truly dare not employ it in your presence, for who knows what you might retaliate with, but I still possess 3 seconds of true manliness. I shall demonstrate with actions that I, Yen, can not only wield a flying sword, but also manipulate small stones and marbles. Yen crouched down and scooped up a handful of pebbles. Subsequently, he inscribed a magic array and launched them at the bearded man. As he observed the experience points on the panel, Yen murmured, "Finally dead." Following that, he collapsed onto the ground, feeling utterly immobile and devoid of motivation. He was simply exhausted. For the first time since arriving in this world, Yen truly comprehended the meaning of profound fatigue. He trembled uncontrollably, akin to a person afflicted with Parkinson's disease. The shock had left him speechless. Simultaneously, he felt an indescribable grievance within him. Who the hell did I offend? Is it necessary for this lunatic to pursue me like this? Reflecting on those in his previous life who were labeled as bandits for merely taking 2 lives, Yen felt he had grossly misunderstood the term. Contemplating his own equipment, Yen felt even more aggrieved. Hadn't he labored hard to earn his modest wealth? And now, he was nearly back to square one. Who could he turn to for companionship? Gazing at the charred remains of the bearded man and the nearby cracked sword, Yen felt an overwhelming sense of malice emanating from this world directed at him. He had lost everything, with nothing to salvage. What could he possibly hope for? Slowly, Yen pulled himself up, devoid of any desire for life, and trudged toward the spot where the flying sword had fallen. He could only cling to the hope that his last 2 seconds of true manliness might save him. Sighing at the thought of the soon-to-be useless flying sword, what else could Yen do? Resentment? Aggrievement? Let everything disperse with this sigh. Carried away by the wind, Yen tightened the once expensive magical apprentice robe that had now degraded into a beggar's attire and scanned his surroundings. The trees in the forest were not overly dense. Perhaps due to their immense size, each tree stood at least 10 meters apart. The ground, likely seldom traversed, was covered in a thick layer of decaying leaves, soft and yielding underfoot. Yen realized a grave issue. He was lost. Not in the traditional sense of being unable to find the way, but rather, he had no idea where he was. During the day, he had been chased like a dog by the bearded man. And at night, utterly fatigued, he had simply sought refuge in a large tree, wrapping himself in a sizable leaf and falling asleep. For elves, the nights in the forest were not particularly perilous. Yet, it was only the following day that Yen discovered he now had no clue where he was. How could he return? He pulled out a fruit, took a bite, and spat it out. Yen thought. Aside from the sourness, his mouth tasted of nothing else. His stomach churned, filled only with acidity. Chapter 17. Tia. He tossed the fruit away with force, releasing another sigh. The instinct of the elf allowed Yen to discern whether the fruit was poisonous, yet it could not inform him if it was palatable. Having sampled over a dozen fruits, Not a single one had a normal flavor. This sour fruit was the only one he could barely tolerate. Having gone over a day without sustenance, Yin was left to contend with this tooth-destroying sourness. The situation was dire. His esophagus threatened to be corroded by the acidity. "Oh, little beast, why do you not come to visit me?" Yin, feeling like his stomach was rebelling, wished fervently for a hearty meal to fill his belly. Yet reality seemed to spit in the face of Yin's fantasies. After wandering for half a day, he had seen neither hide nor hair of any beasts. Yin felt profoundly abandoned by this world. He even suspected he might be the first elf to perish from hunger or acidity in the forest. Approaching a massive tree that had been felled and turned to kindling, Yin began to strike the ground with the stick in his hand, hoping to scare up a small beast or two. Unfortunately, after much effort, he had still found nothing, not even a single strand of fur. Staring blankly at the sunlight filtering through the trees, Yin momentarily lost himself before shouting to the heavens, "O heavens, if you possess any sight, grant me a piece of meat." Yin looked up with earnest eyes, awaiting a response from above. That it seemed the heavens had indeed responded, as a magic array formed in midair, and a figure plummeted from within, descending from the sky. Yin, astonished by this divine reply, was further shocked by the sudden approach of someone from above. He swiftly stepped to the left, turning his body to evade the oncoming figure. In a fluid motion, he raised his hand. His left fist swung out, instinctively targeting the descending shadow with an attack. This strike could be deemed the most powerful left hook Yin had ever unleashed since arriving in this world. The individual struck by his punch spun 2.5 times in midair before crashing to the ground. However, Yin frowned, for the area he had struck seemed, well, rather fleshy. Cautiously, Yin approached, gingerly kicking the person with his foot, only for them to bounce back. Upon closer inspection, he realized, "Oh, it's a familiar face. What was her name again?" "Ah, yes, Tia." As Yin observed more closely, he gasped. She was injured. In her current state, Tia appeared pale, her hair disheveled, eyes closed, with a trickle of blood at the corner of her mouth, yet no other visible wounds. However, Yin pondered, even if Tia had sustained other injuries, he lacked the capability to help her. It seemed the situation wasn't overly dire. Wait a moment, something felt amiss. Yin glanced at Tia, clad in a white robe, where a prominent dark blue bruise marred her left chest. "Ah, my hands are rather dirty," Yin mused. With an impassive expression, he extended his left hand and wiped it a few times on her left chest. To clarify, Yin was not taking advantage. He was merely clearing up a misunderstanding. After examining the mark, it was rather unclear. The dark blue bruise had spread significantly. After contemplating, Yin scooped up some dirt from the ground and scrubbed at the bruise on her chest a few more times. Upon inspection, the white robe was now stained with a large patch of black and yellow. "Ah, the misunderstanding has been resolved." Yet the issue remained unsolved. Yin looked up at the heavens and exclaimed, "Oh, heavenly deity, I merely desired a piece of meat. What does it mean to drop a person down to me? If you had thrown down a piece of dried meat, it would have been preferable to this inconvenience. I'm on the verge of starving, and you present me with a burden. Are you out of your mind?" With that, Yin hoisted Tia onto his shoulder. As he walked, he muttered, "Why couldn't I just heartlessly leave you here?" He gave Tia's backside a few firm pats, contemplating his own words. Alas, Yin sighed as he carried Tia, making his way towards a tree hollow he had previously spotted. Upon awakening, Tia, propping herself up with one hand on her forehead, inquired, "Who are you?" Her voice seemed to rouse her considerably. She reached towards her lower back and asked again, "Who are you?" Yin observed her movements with indifference, for his flying sword lay beside Tia, ready to strike should she display any hostile intent. "You mentioned a few days ago, when you delivered something to my boss, that you would visit him again. Why, then, just 2 days later, have you already been attacked? Who did you offend?" Realizing she was merely an apprentice, Tia began scrutinizing her surroundings. The tree hollow, modest in size, approximately half the size of a room, was home to a half-elf seated not far away. Before the half-elf flickered a simple campfire, atop which rested a peculiar pot, its surface layered in a bizarre manner. Noticing Tia's hand retreating from her lower back to her abdomen, Yin asked, "Would you care for some tea?" "Tea?" Tia, just rising from the ground, responded with a slight stumble, as if her circulation had been disrupted. However, Yin, possessing the keen night vision of a half-elf, perceived the truth. The girl was desperately clutching her left chest, feigning a stumble as a distraction. Observing her, Elien felt a pang of guilt. Had his punch truly been that severe? Tea. Yes, it's a beverage of my own invention. Both I and the old mage. Cough. I mean, the old master, quite enjoy it, he remarked, attempting to divert the topic. What happened to you? You seem to have been dealt a rather unfortunate hand. If I hadn't discovered you, you might have ended up as a meal for a beast. Taya paid little mind to Elian's attempt at conversation, scanning her surroundings once more. Where exactly are we? She inquired. In a tree hollow, Elian replied. Taya rolled her eyes. More specifically, in the harvest domain. He clarified that Taya's eyes widened in disbelief as she approached Elian, scrutinizing him anew. Lost? Are we? Just taking in the natural scenery. Elian replied earnestly. What do you mean by lost? If an elf were to lose their way, it would surely be a source of ridicule. Even a half-elf cannot be considered lost. No, this is merely a stroll to appreciate nature. Being pursued. Elian, taken aback, exclaimed, Are you looking for trouble? Did you get ambushed? Indeed. What were you hunted for? A beast? Taya asked, raising an eyebrow. What do you mean? Are you implying that I am beneath your notice? I am, after all, a half-professional. When has a half-professional ever been hunted by a beast? Encountering a lunatic, he thought. I merely dispatched him. Listen to how casually I speak. But I seem to have forgotten that I am still clad in a vagabond's attire. Apprentice, do you truly not know where we are? Our situation is exceedingly perilous, Taya said earnestly. How am I to know where we are? What is this danger you speak of? I've been ambushed, as you know. Ah, Elian acknowledged. They are pursuing me. There are quite a few of them. Oh, he replied nonchalantly, they've placed insect incense on me. What did you say? Insect incense. Upon hearing the words, Elian instantly sprang to his feet. How could he not? It was precisely because of the insect incense that he had recently found himself in such dire straits. Your meaning is clear, Elian stammered, overwhelmed. You are saying that when you rescued me, I had already been tainted by the insect incense. Chapter 18. Taya Tu Elian was exceedingly agitated. What on earth was happening? Who had he offended? Hadn't he simply acted out of kindness in rescuing someone? Was it a crime to save a life? How utterly unfortunate. This felt like a trap laid specifically for a good Samaritan like himself. Just yesterday, he had barely escaped pursuit, and now it seemed he was to be hunted again. Elian inhaled deeply several times to calm his racing heart. We are, at the very least, in the same predicament. Tell me, what is the situation? Who seeks your demise? How many enemies do we face? What are your escape plans? Speak. I implore you. I do not know. Oh, you do not know? What do you mean by that? Elian felt his temper rising. Stay calm. Stay calm. I am not agitated. But can you explain why you do not know? Speak of what you do know. You must know who is trying to kill you. Taya, observing Elian's frantic demeanor, couldn't help but find his anxiety amusing. Just moments ago, he had appeared so relaxed and unconcerned, a demeanor that had irked her. After all, no one had ever dared to treat her with such indifference. Yet, she understood. It was evident that this half-elf had recently undergone a harrowing chase. It was nearly impossible for an elf to sustain injuries from mere branches unless their speed had spiraled out of control. With this in mind, Taya gently suggested, Is your tea ready? Perhaps we should have a sip before continuing our discussion, shall we? Elian, momentarily taken aback by Taya's calm demeanor, pondered, What has happened to me? Is it merely a chase? Yesterday's pursuit was hardly a matter of great consequence. Yet here I am, feeling less composed than a mere girl. After all, I am a transmigrator, having lived decades longer than this young lady. Steeling himself, Elian picked up the pot, only to realize he possessed but one cup, his homemade canteen. That he poured half the tea into the pot and handed it to Taya, saying, Here, this is yours. Taya, receiving the pot, rolled her eyes in exasperation. Is this how you treat a lady? Where is your chivalry? Should you not have offered your peculiar canteen instead? A gentleman who lets a dog chew on his manners. As Elian watched Taya grasp the pot's handle, a thought struck him. With her attire in the pot, she could easily make a fortune as a beggar, a beautiful beggar, heralding the dawn of a new age of internet fame. With this whimsical thought, Elian's agitation began to subside. What is the purpose of your ambush? Is it a vendetta? In response to Elian's question, Taya calmly replied, I have no enemies. My adversaries do not resort to ambushes or assassinations. Such actions would violate the rules. The individuals pursuing me are part of a standard assassination squad. Their sole aim appears to be murder. Elien, sitting on the ground, remarked, "Surely there must be some benefit to their actions. They cannot simply wish to kill you for your beauty. Do you possess any treasures or items of interest?" Taya brushed her hair aside, revealing her forehead. "The most valuable possession I have is a teleportation scroll, which I have already used. However, I do not believe they are after my belongings, for mid-tier professionals would not covet my equipment. Moreover, the means they employ against me far exceed the total value of my belongings." Upon hearing this, Elien buried his face in his hands. "Damn it, mid-tier professionals are involved?" He turned to Taya, his mismatched eyes wide with concern. "Surely they must have a motive for your assassination. Have you committed some grave misdeed? How can you not know who seeks your life? We need to accumulate some good karma. We cannot simply engage in wrongdoing. Look at you. Haven't you harmed those around you?" "I truly am unfortunate," he lamented. "Surely this pursuit cannot be instigated by mid-tier professionals themselves. If that were the case, we would be doomed." Taya's temples throbbed at Elian's words. Does this man not know how to speak? Why must he spew such venom? What sort of person does he think I am? Mid-tier professionals typically do not act unless absolutely necessary. And I, Taya, am a champion of justice. I have never contravened my own principles. Please, show some respect. Elian, feeling somewhat abashed by Taya's response, thought, I cannot always be blamed for my careless speech, can I? Besides, I have already entangled you in this mess. Am I not allowed to express some frustration? Ahem, let us not dwell on these trivial details. By the way, what brings you here? Surely it is not merely to visit the old salty fish. What is an old salty fish? Taya asked, regarding Elian with a puzzled expression. Well, this? Elian exclaimed, retrieving a small piece of salted fish from his backpack. Instantly, a pungent odor permeated the air, threatening to envelop the entire tree hollow. This was something that Elian originally intended to sell in Harvest City. But since no one there could appreciate it, he brought it back instead. Taya quickly covered her nose and stepped back, as if she had encountered some monstrous beast, keeping her distance from Elian. Saying, Stop, stand right there. Keep your distance, do not approach me. Upon hearing this, Elian stood still and explained, Ahem, do not be deceived by the foul odor it emits at present. Once cooked, it is quite fragrant. I brought it out to illustrate that the old mage has been languishing on his stool for far too long, motionless. Would you not agree that there is a striking resemblance? Perhaps they are of the same ilk. After hearing this, Taya's eyes sparkled with incredulous astonishment. Looking at Elian with a gaze that seemed to convey his reckless audacity had exceeded her imagination. Elian, however, was unfazed. Indeed, he had revealed this salted fish to diffuse the slight awkwardness from earlier. After all, the only ally he could rely on was her, and mutual cooperation was paramount for a win-win scenario. You have yet to disclose the purpose of your visit. I presume it is not solely for the old mage's sake. Taya elegantly crossed her legs and sat, stating, I have come to celebrate the ascension of a genius to the rank of Archmage. She gracefully sipped her tea from a pot and continued, Jamek Fana. You must have heard of him, a remarkably talented individual. He just ascended to Archmage this year at the tender age of 28. It is merely a matter of time before he becomes a legendary mage. My master sent me here, and many other factions are also here to pay their respects. A genius, you say? Who has the time to concern themselves with such matters? I've never even heard of him. Elian adamantly refused to acknowledge that upon hearing the word genius, he was reminded of his own 5-second casting. It was quite disheartening. Celebrations necessitate gifts. Do you not have one? Due to the abundance of gifts. My master has already dispatched someone to deliver them. Abundance. Is your master attempting to curry favor with him? Elian curiously inquired. Please be mindful of your words. Undoubtedly, Taya had already somewhat lost patience with Elian's flippant remarks. Mr. Fana is an exceedingly proud genius. He does not wish to utilize his family's influence to construct a magic tower, preferring to rely on his own abilities. Thus, my master has sent him an ample supply of materials for building a magic tower. Elian slapped his forehead, exclaiming, Aha! So this pig is causing a stir. You see, this so-called genius is indeed haughty, is he not? Surely he has offended many. He belongs to a family, does he not? Therefore, he must have enemies, right? Just as you mentioned, Families of equal standing cannot assassinate one another. It is a rule. If his enemies were to send assassins to eliminate all the sycophants who have come to celebrate him, he would be left utterly humiliated while they profit from it. Just imagine, killing sycophants, a means of venting frustration, making money, and not breaking the rules. A win-win situation. How splendid. How exhilarating. How satisfying. Chapter 19. Friends, I am a person of higher education. I cannot stoop to his level. After several admonishments, Taya finally restrained herself from delivering a punch to Elian's nose in her impulsiveness. What is a sycophant? Do you genuinely believe I am unfamiliar with the meaning of those two words? To address a lady as a sycophant in public, your audacity has reached new heights of recklessness. Taya coldly confronted Elian. Pray tell, is that adjective directed at me, or does it include me? Perchance, you are an apprentice. One day, you shall be a mage. Kindly show some decorum befitting a mage and speak with a gentleman's demeanor. Is that too much to ask? Elian regarded the stern-faced Taya and her clenched little fist. It was evident she had momentarily harbored the urge to strike him. I am learning the fundamentals of magic from the old mage. He has taught me everything, including mage etiquette. He said I am a wild mage. Is there a problem with that? Elian sincerely tossed the question back at the old mage, knowing that he was a person whom many found exceedingly disagreeable. If anyone were to bear the brunt of blame, it would undoubtedly be him. Regardless of how much blame he received, he would remain unscathed. At this moment, concerns about other matters seemed trivial and unnecessary. What truly mattered was collaborating with Taya to forge a shared future. Yes, it was about escaping together. Otherwise, where would the future come from? Thus, unity against external threats was crucial. Therefore, he must not allow her to harbor resentment towards him. Hence, old mage, you may comfortably shoulder the blame. After a moment of catching her breath, Taya seemed to have something to say, but ultimately transformed it into a few cold chuckles. Leaving her silent thereafter, Elian understood that this topic had temporarily passed. Yet it was imperative to shift the conversation. What level of mage are you now? Or are you an archmage? Taya collected herself and replied, I am a level 9 mage. I do not wish to hasten my ascension to archmage just yet. That being said, this issue is not insurmountable. In the woods, I can conceal my presence. The scent of insects does not affect me much that I will scout ahead, and if their numbers are few, they will likely only be stationed at the town's entrance. As long as there are no mid-tier professionals at the town gate, we can charge in together and safely return to the old mage's shop. You may not be aware, but the old mage's shop is filled with an abundance of traps and formations. Not even a rank 3 professional could withstand it, let alone any formidable individuals. Well, those words are from the old salted fish. I cannot ascertain their veracity. By the way, your respect for the old salted fish suggests he must possess more than just archmage-level prowess. Taya shot Elian an exasperated glance. What rank of mage lord war is, I am uncertain. However, he was already a guardian mage 3 centuries ago. What level is a guardian mage? A guardian mage is a title, not a rank. Of course, there are ranks involved. The minimum requirement for a guardian mage is to attain the title of a level 9 archmage. Only a titled archmage is qualified to construct a magic tower in the realm of guardians. Taya took another sip of tea before responding. Elian could not help but raise an eyebrow. The old salted fish is such a big deal. Why come to this desolate place? Your understanding of Harvest Territory is quite limited. Harvest Territory conceals a demigod-level demon beneath its surface. Hence there are often guardian mages stationed here. Moreover, the chaotic mountains provide opportunities for guardian mages to explore. Consequently, this place has become a favored vacation spot for guardian mages. This was once a secret, but a large number of mid-tier professionals previously flocked to Harvest Territory for reasons unknown. However, their luck was rather poor. The sealed demon beneath the surface used a magical enchantment, leading them to wreak havoc everywhere. This provoked a multitude of guardian mages and top-tier guardian mages, who reduced them to smithereens, along with their guild. Perhaps due to the magical enchantment or the guardian mage's displeasure, mid-tier professionals seldom venture into Harvest Territory. Thus, I assert that mid-tier professionals generally refrain from taking action, for if they do not tread carefully, they may be casually eliminated by passing guardian mages. The remaining question is, where do we go from here? Elian snapped his fingers and declared. He then began retracing his steps through the forest. As long as we reach the entrance of Galo town, we can hurry back to the town, and subsequently, we shall have no further worries. Elian spoke with remarkable enthusiasm compared to the previous pursuit. This time he had ample time to prepare. Although their pursuers were far stronger than before, they could still evade them, right? Furthermore, their targets were numerous, as long as he did not unwittingly collide with them or directly confront the person being hunted. He would be able to return to the town safely. He simply needed to muster his strength and dash back. Contemplating his stay in Yellow Town, Elian could not help but feel a surge of pride. Yellow Town is not lacking in roads. Apart from the short stretch at the town gate, it is essentially a labyrinth of pathways. Your plan is utterly impractical, and we still have many unresolved issues. Upon hearing Taya's words, Elian could not help but inquire, "What is amiss? What issues remain unresolved?" Taya extended a slender finger and stated, "First and foremost, I am unable to cast spells. During the ambush, a mid-tier mage, presumably of the Magus rank, used a sealing scroll against me. Although I managed to break the seal with the aid of my master's power, the clash of two forces within my mana sea, coupled with my forceful activation of a teleportation scroll, has left my mana sea riddled with cracks. Thus, I am currently incapable of casting spells. Secondly, their numbers are not few. In fact, they are quite considerable. I have just received information from the guards I left in Harvest City, and the content of the message states that a large influx of low-tier professionals has entered Harvest City. The third matter at hand is that we must depart from this place with utmost haste, for they are about to conduct a thorough search of Harvest Ridge. The pretext is that a malevolent sorcerer has arrived at Harvest Ridge." Elian stood there momentarily stunned. Wait, my mind is a bit muddled. What on earth is going on? First and foremost, are you implying that you have become a mage even more incapacitated than I? I had initially thought I might be able to secure a powerful ally, yet you have turned into a mere liability. Secondly, are you attempting to convey that I should abandon any hope of returning to Yellow Town? Otherwise, I would be met with that relentless pursuit. If I accompany you, it would be akin to leading a spell-casting pig into the slaughterhouse. Thirdly, are you trying to tell me that if we do not flee at once, we shall be captured? If caught, it would be as though we were the choice cuts of pork, available for anyone's whims. Can you not provide a glimmer of good news? Indeed, after squeezing a word through gritted teeth, Taya withdrew a small wand from her waist pouch. Pointing it at the ceiling, she launched a blast of air. Then, through clenched teeth, she declared, "Firstly, I must thank you for your tea. It has infused my body with a modicum of usable magic. Secondly, with this magic, I can employ the spatial ring, but that is of no concern to you. Thirdly, the most significant point, that is, I can deliver a sound thrashing to you. You insufferable half-elf, I refuse to endure any more of your damned descriptors falling upon me. I shall strike you. I will smash your foul-mouthed visage, smash your venomous fangs. You wretched half-elf, which of your eyes saw me as a mere leg hair? How dare you liken a lady such as myself to a pig? You cursed half-elf! Damn you! Damn you!" Upon witnessing Taya brandishing the small wand, Elian commanded his flying sword to take flight. However, he was also curious to hear what Taya might say. Yet as he listened, he began to feel a sense of embarrassment. At that moment, Taya had shed any semblance of her usual elegance, resembling a small creature whose tail had been stepped on, flailing about in a frenzy. Yet the torrent of tears spoke volumes of her vulnerability. Ah, our elegant Taya has been reduced to tears. Meanwhile, Elian was at a loss. What could he possibly say? Consider those who converse with the old mage. Who among them does not feel their blood pressure rise? Yet who among them has any recourse? This led Elian to ponder that individuals from other realms are indeed formidable. They become enraged yet remain unperturbed. Moreover, Elian genuinely had no intention of provoking Taya. His words were merely thoughtless banter, certainly not aimed at her. Yet Taya's capacity for tolerance was low. Merely a few adjectives had brought her to tears. If he were to target her with his ire, it would surely result in a relentless feud. Chapter 20. Friends 2, calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Elian shouted for calm, but he knew in his heart that he must divert her attention to find a way to steer her ire away from its current impasse. At that moment, Taya was trembling with rage, exclaiming curses as she pointed her small wand at Elian. As if it were a conductor's baton, he feared that she might lose control and unleash her wrath upon him. "Alas, Taya, look, your snot is about to drip into your mouth." Upon hearing Elian's words, Taya paused in shock, her hands ceasing their tremors. her body stilling. She then began to frantically wipe her nose and mouth. Sniff, sniff, sniff. The sound of her frantic sniffling echoed. Elian smirked, wanting to say, "Was that really necessary? Are you feeling better now? I do not wish to hear you speak." In an instant, Elian found himself once again at the mercy of her wand. Fine, fine, fine. However, you will certainly want to hear this. I can find the way. The second thing you will surely want to hear is that I can lead you away from Harvest Ridge. Are you feeling better? Come, follow my lead. Breathe, breathe. Taya found herself almost laughing in her frustration. However, her anger had been vented, and her spirits lifted considerably. Truth be told, Taya was not so fragile. She was merely startled by the messages from her guards. Then, she had lost the magic spells that could have protected her. It was in this moment of emotional vulnerability, compounded by Elian's various descriptors, that she felt as though she had been subjected to an unprecedented assault of metaphors and sarcasm. In an instant, it was as if some chord had been struck, and she had unraveled. Taya pursed her lips and asked, "What else do you wish to say?" Elian, seeing her return to normalcy, replied, "Oh, nothing much. I merely wanted to share my first impression of you when we met. You were stunning, truly beautiful, but your beauty seemed otherworldly, almost unreal, like a doll wearing an impeccably crafted mask. But is that truly you? Just look at your current state, crying and laughing. Yet that is the genuine sound emanating from your heart. It is indeed beautiful, unlike the perfect mask etched upon your face. It is a different kind of beauty, the beauty that springs from the soul. How long has it been since you genuinely laughed? How long has it been since you truly cried? When you wear a mask for too long, it becomes your identity. But is that truly you? If one were to say she is a person masked by a doll, it would be more accurate to say she is a person whose heart is governed by the doll. Now, I sense the essence of humanity within you. Greetings, I am Elian. You may call me Yengu. Feeling better now? Get lost." Taya felt a renewed surge of irritation. It seems she truly is feeling better. As her words now carried a sense of humanity, Elian's words evoked an eye roll from Taya, and a sudden thought emerged in her mind. Scoundrel, what I said earlier was genuine. I can indeed lead you away from Harvest Ridge. At this juncture, Elian's expression turned serious. However, before we proceed, we must discuss the matter of payment. Payment? Taya, upon hearing Elian's serious tone, could not help but grow earnest. What payment? Look, I have saved you, have I not? In Harvest Ridge, the calculation of payment is such that, upon hearing this, Taya rolled her eyes. Elian continued, I do not care about the value of your equipment or your life. All I desire is one thing from you. The Heart of Elements. I assure you, it will not exceed the value of all your possessions. Taya raised an eyebrow, mimicking Elian's earlier demeanor. The Heart of Elements? Elian replied with utmost seriousness. Precisely, the Heart of Fire Elements. None of that cheap 100 blue magic coin nonsense. I want something of greater value. The Heart of Fire Elements? Is there a Heart of Elements that sells for 100 blue magic coins? How come I was unaware? Ah, I recall now. You are seeking that inferior Heart of Elements. Taya regarded Elian with a peculiar gaze, as if she had come to a new understanding of him. Elian instantly felt a sense of foreboding and inquired, What do you mean by inferior? That type of Heart of Elements is crafted by individuals of somewhat inferior character. Its value can vary greatly. But the stipulation is that such hearts can only be used by men. The stronger the man, the greater the power. However, the flame color must be pink, and each time one utilizes the power of the Heart of Elements, it manifests a three-piece female outfit of flames, directly adorning the user. Upon hearing this, Elian was compelled to extend a multitude of curses toward the old mage. His daughter, perhaps, if the old mage possessed one. Damn it! I refuse to accept that Heart of Elements. Absolutely not? Very well, Taya replied, a smile gracing her lips. Then I shall demand something even more expensive. Oh, you are quite accommodating. Elian mused, somewhat astonished. This young lady appears to be quite affluent. Yet did I not just reduce her to tears? Does she truly bear no grudges? I must secure some form of assurance. With this thought, Elian spoke. Regardless, the Heart of Elements is a valuable item. You must provide me with some assurance. Taya rolled her eyes in response. And what assurance would you have? Elian glanced at the spatial ring upon Taya's hand, yet found himself devoid of any plans. When she was unconscious, he did not dare to take it. Now, it was out of the question. Besides, Elian was not without spatial equipment. and his was superior. You cannot see it, nor can you seize it. How about a vow? We are now friends. Let us make an oath. I, Taya Hadalayman, Countess, do hereby vow. I shall uphold the agreement made with my friend, Elien, and provide him with the compensation he rightfully deserves. So sworn. Who would have thought that our young lady Taya is a countess? Taya haughtily puffed out her chest, as if to say, you only just realized this now. However, her next words made Elien feel the urge to strike her. Which little count from some remote corner. Tell me, when I have the time, I shall pay you a visit. Let me make this clear, little apprentice. If you insult me again, we shall engage in a relentless duel. In the name of the Countess, Taya's previously proud demeanor instantly turned icy. All right. It was merely a jest. Is it truly necessary to take such drastic measures? Goodness, let us cease the jesting. Now, let us discuss the next matter. The issue of travel expenses. Taya frowned at this, for Elien could sometimes be excessively irreverent. Travel expenses? What travel expenses? Are there carriages available for rent? Or ones to purchase? Are you telling me, you half-elf, that you have become so extraordinary as to be able to purchase magical beasts with mere money, allowing us to ride them? Well, after spending considerable time with Elvien, Tia has also become somewhat less graceful. Her sharp tongue is on the rise. Riding is out of the question. However, clearing a path for us to leave Fengzhou territory might just be achievable. Yet that thing is a money-hungry creature. No, it craves elemental cores, and only those of earth attribute. If you possess one, our chances of departing from Fengzhou territory will significantly increase. Upon saying this, Elvien suddenly thought to inquire, by the way, girl, did you not receive any information from your subordinates? Why not summon them to rescue you? And aren't you a countess? Do you not have a certain something? A single arrow that pierces the clouds. Summoning 1,000 troops to meet me. Call forth the armies and powerful beings outside Fengzhou territory to come to your aid. If we wait a little longer, won't reinforcements arrive? Chapter 21. Treasure Hunt. Tia gazed at Elvien with a look of utter disbelief. Do you truly reside in Fengzhou territory? Do you lack even the most basic knowledge? This is Fengzhou territory. It is also the border of the Chaotic Mountains. No information can be transmitted beyond the Chaotic Mountains. If we were within the Chaotic Mountains, we would receive no information whatsoever. Due to the chaotic rules present within, no information can escape Fengzhou territory. Elvien raised an eyebrow and remarked, yet you can still receive messages from your subordinates. Is your subordinate particularly special, or are you, my dear, exceptionally capable? Tia shot a glare at Elvien. This fellow truly had not a single kind word to say. She then produced a card and stated, while no information can be transmitted outside of Fengzhou territory, it can still be received within. There exists a magical tower in Fengzhou City left by a top-tier professional. Its purpose is to suppress demigod demons and extract their magical power. As long as you possess an information card and leave a magical imprint with the tower spirit, you can receive messages within Fengzhou territory. However, due to the differing system of the tower spirit, my information card can only receive messages within a 30-kilometer radius. Furthermore, the further away, the less information I can receive. Likewise, the more magical power it requires. Here, I cannot send out any information. Tia sighed. In the end, this only proves your uselessness. Once the strong leg becomes mere hair, it becomes clear you are but a weakling. Tia stared at Elvien, biting her lip, contemplating whether she should draw her magic wand and strike this rogue. Sensing her thoughts, Elvien hastily added, ahem, I'm going out to find a way. Do you have any food? Please give me some. I haven't eaten in nearly 2 days. None. Even if I had, I would not feed you. You scoundrel. Upon hearing this, Elvien scoffed as he stepped outside. What kind of good person am I, that I resemble a villain? If you won't give it, then I shall find it outside. Am I to starve to death? I am but a half-elf. Grand Fox, heaven has a path you refuse to tread, yet hell has no door, and you force your way in. The heavens have opened their eyes. Who might this be? It is the little girl from the Dao Ge family. Your sister is so fervently pursuing me from behind. Thus I bestowed upon her a small gift, sending her to the lair of the poison dragon to play with magical beasts. Why do you not hurry to rescue her instead of obstructing me? You are not my match. On the official road of Fengzhou territory, a middle-aged gentleman with a somewhat melancholic aura sat upon his horse. Nonchalantly puffing on a pipe, He observed the dozen or so individuals clad in hunting gear before him. At that moment, the leader lifted his hood, revealing a delicate visage, his face betraying an overt intent to kill. I trust my elder sister will be unharmed, but you, who once schemed to bring harm to my elder brother, shall not leave here alive, let alone Fengsho territory. Kill him. Seeing this, the middle-aged gentleman quickly raised his hand and waved his staff, summoning a dozen magic circles above him. Within the circles, blades of wind continuously shot forth, akin to an automatic firearm, targeting the assassins. As the assassins attempted to evade, the wind blades pursued them as if possessing a will of their own. The mental marking lock-on technique. After witnessing half of the assassins fall, the middle-aged gentleman opened his mouth, intending to say something when more assassins rushed out from the forest. He knew that more assassins who had received the information were on their way. Little girl, do you intend to bury me under the lives of these men? You truly do not regard the lives of your Daoge family as anything significant. You ought to understand. If I wish to leave, none can stop me. Why must you resort to such measures, trading the lives of your kin for a mere bit of my magical power? What could you possibly gain? Look, I intend to leave, but this horse must remain. Its life is innocent. I merely wish to take it with me, which is why I urged you to cease. If this continues, the lives you barter for your family's sake will yield no more than a smidgen of my magical power. And the innocent life of this horse, truly, what is the necessity of this? The middle-aged gentleman's complexion paled slightly, his hands moved swiftly, and his mouth uttered incantations. Magic flew from his hands. Not a single assassin could approach within 10 meters. The little girl in her alluring battle attire was rapidly circling the middle-aged gentleman. Just then, the girl's hand moved. She swiftly hurled a dagger, launching it toward the middle-aged gentleman. At that moment, the middle-aged gentleman's face turned ashen. Blood spewing from his mouth, the dagger struck true, embedding itself in the middle-aged gentleman's back. Ha! Just as I suspected, you have indeed fallen victim to my elder sister's poison. This is the stream flower. Sought from the elven forest by my elder sister herself, you surely did not expect that the void gold, divine restoration gold, and return secret gold you collected were orchestrated by my elder sister. Did you? You are utterly unaware that the magical aura of those substances, upon contact with the juice of the stream flower, would cause the magical sea of those damaged to collapse entirely. My elder sister knew that ordinary poison would be ineffective against you. Thus she devised this plan specifically for you. Are you happy? Surprised? You shall perish. With that, the little girl charged at the middle-aged gentleman. Dagger held in hand, the middle-aged gentleman, whose complexion had turned a sickly green, slammed his staff into the ground, summoning a whirlwind that swiftly expanded. It instantly lifted all the assassins attempting to approach into the air. Then, the middle-aged gentleman traced a magic circle around himself with his staff. With a flash of light, he vanished in an instant. At that moment, a dagger was flung, striking the startled horse, piercing through it, and sending it crashing several meters away. Embedding itself into a tree, he has escaped, but he shall not get far. With my poison dagger, he too is as good as dead. Send the message. Others may be disregarded for now, but he must be located. Alive to see him, dead to see his corpse. He must not be allowed to leave Fengsho territory alive. Understood. LV Yin leaned against a tree, a stream of information flooding into his mind. This was not a spell, but rather a natural elven skill, the method of communicating with trees. LV Yin despised this skill. It was perilous. Firstly, using this skill consumed an immense amount of mental energy, as it required a constant input of mental energy to commune with the tree spirits. However, the tree's responses were incredibly slow. By the time it reacted, half of LVN's mental energy would be depleted. Secondly, when posing questions, one had to speak at an excruciatingly slow pace. Otherwise, it could not comprehend. The answers were equally slow. Even when nearly exhausting his mental energy, he might not receive a single answer. Thirdly, and most crucially, there was the risk of petrification should one communicate with the trees for an extended period. Losing track of time, an elf would become petrified, transforming into a tree resembling an elf. Thus, LV Yin loathed, disliked, and feared this skill. But today he had no choice but to employ it. Survival was paramount. As he withdrew his hand from the trunk, coming to his senses, LV Yin muttered helplessly, "It seems I must flee." While pondering his escape route, the sky lit up once more with a magic circle. Sensing something, LV Yin looked up and could not help but exclaim. Here we go again. The figure was immediately thrust backward. Grand severed the flow of magical energy into the formation, tumbling out of the magic circle. At that moment, Grand Fox's magical sea, which was already on the verge of collapse, finally shattered. Grand plummeted from the sky, blood spewing forth as he collided with branches, causing his already injured abdomen to split open further. The pain caused him to convulse. Trembling hands reached for a secret pouch at his chest, retrieving a vial of potion. At this moment, he had lost all the nonchalance and melancholy he had displayed before the assassins. Chapter 22. Treasure Hunt 2. In truth, Grand's earlier nonchalance had been a fade. He could hardly maintain such a demeanor. When the little girl's elder sister pursued him, he had been mercilessly beaten into an unrecognizable state. Well, aside from his face, yet he was a cunning individual. Having evaded the elder sister using a spatial formation, he hastily made his way to Fengshou territory. To many, Fengshou territory seemed like a trap, with only a barely passable road leading out, while the rest was a dead end. But the cunning Grand did not share this view. To him, as long as there was demand, there was opportunity for exploitation. Look, these necromancers had promised to transport goods for him, had they not? In his perspective, as long as he could entrust the delivery of the goods to the necromancer, he himself would find a corner to hide away. First, he would tend to his wounds, and in 18 days, he would be a robust man once more. Who could have known that misfortune would strike, causing him to choke even on water? Just as he had entered the bountiful territory, he was thwarted by a little girl. What to do? Naturally, he would refrain from confrontation. So, he decided to squander a bit of magical energy to frighten her, and then sweet-talk her into leaving. If all else failed, he would teleport away. He could only hope that his reservoir of magic would not develop new cracks. At the same time, he must ensure that they remained oblivious to his dealings with the necromancer. As long as they were unaware, their dim-witted minds would forever associate the necromancer with the land of bones, equating it to a place of death. They would never conceive that the necromancer could actually traverse the realm of the living. But alas, fate had other plans, having been outsmarted by that elder sister. He found himself ensnared by another dim-witted little girl. It truly felt as though the heavens conspired against him. It seemed he was destined for demise. Regrettably, he could not deliver the items his master desired. As Graylin's trembling hand finally grasped the potion, it slipped from his fingers and rolled several meters away. His eyes followed the potion's path until a dark shadow flitted past his vision. Graylin instinctively looked up and exclaimed, "Ah, what do I see? A half-elf, a young half-elf. It appears the grace of the gods still shines upon me. Hey, half-elf child, behold my art of persuasion. Young one, could you lend a hand to this uncle? I have encountered bandits. Please assist me, and your kindness shall be rewarded. What on earth is this? Why is he speaking so gently? I'm covered in goosebumps. Does he take me for a fool? A person capable of using spatial transfer arrays and understanding teleportation arts would be so badly beaten by bandits? Are these bandits legendary groups? Or am I dealing with one of those excessively self-indulgent oddballs, a rare masochist?" In an instant, Li Yin sprang back a few steps, contemplating. Being ambushed in close quarters, not just in this world, but even in my past life, I have grown weary of it. Your soft-spoken words are a dead giveaway. Even a fool can tell you harbor ill intentions. Just then, a dagger concealed behind the handsome middle-aged man suddenly erupted in a cloud of green mist, instantly staining his pallid face a vibrant green. Ah, so green. Li Yin leaped back like a kangaroo, bounding several times in rapid succession, propelling himself far away. Good heavens! Is this the scene from the Handsome Man's Must-Die series? First, blood spews, then his gut bursts, and now he's turned entirely green. The director must have added this scene on the fly. He has no idea where to find such an impressive actor. Truly, he is exceedingly handsome. After waiting for a while, as the old handsome man remained motionless and the green poison mist dissipated, Li Yin stroked his chin, pondering deeply. It is time to showcase my true skills. He picked up a twig, stealthily approached the green handsome man, and from a safe distance, began to prod him gently with the twig. After a few vigorous jabs, Li Yin sprang back, darting behind a tree trunk, waiting a few seconds before cautiously peering out, only to quickly retract his head. After a few moments, Li Yin peered out again for a closer look. And he confirmed, he should be quite dead. With that thought, Li Yin strode forth, swaggering out from behind the tree trunk. Just as Li Yin was about to demonstrate his exceptional technique, he suddenly froze. How could he possibly touch a corpse so green? If he intended to show off his skills, he must first ensure his own safety. This corpse is so toxic that even before he can touch it, he might succumb to its poison. Li Yin contemplated this, sweeping his hand across the green, handsome man's body, and in an instant, the middle-aged man's head vanished. Touching a corpse is a skill in itself, but collecting a corpse requires even greater finesse. You see, this corpse was collected without leaving a single trace. Who possesses my level of expertise? I must return and find a protective suit. Otherwise, if this corpse has been trapped in space for too long, tossing it out could endanger my life. Li Yin casually tossed aside the twig in his hand and dashed towards the tree hollow. He needed to inform the little girl. It was time to flee. If the green handsome man could leap from here, it implied that those capable of dispatching him were not far off. If he did not run, he would be waiting for his own demise. A shot rang out from 100 meters to the upper left. After passing the fallen, decayed tree, another shot was fired 50 meters ahead. At this moment, a half-elf was sprinting through the forest, carrying a human girl on his back. However, this particular half-elf was clad in tattered garments, a stark contrast to the exquisitely adorned girl behind him. The half-elf had a backpack slung across his chest, while the girl wore a peculiar water jug around her neck. As they ran, the girl held the jug, intermittently sucking from the spout. Simultaneously, at the half-elf's urging, she occasionally cast air blasts from her small wand, targeting the places he indicated, reminiscent of a shooting game. What is happening here? Just a couple of days ago, I was starving mad, almost resorting to gnawing on human flesh, yet I couldn't find a single small beast, not even a trace of fur. Now, as I attempt to flee, you all come pouring out in droves. Are you trying to oppose me, or what? Li Yin grumbled, gazing at the twisted body of the poisoned snake lying on the ground. Upon hearing this, Tia, who was on his back, felt her face flush and bashfully said, I need to take a break. I need to relieve myself. Li Yin, upon hearing this, gradually slowed his pace, setting Tia down and remarking, Lazy people have too many bodily needs. You don't even need to run, yet you have so many trivial matters. Be cautious not to lag behind, or the enemy will catch up, and they'll force you to relieve yourself. Upon hearing this, Tia, who had initially blushed, became even more infuriated, delivering a sharp punch to Li Yin before turning away, her cheeks flushed. Li Yin called after her as she ran off, Be sure to check for snakes or insects around before you go. After shouting this, Li Yin slowly sat down, lamenting, What a stroke of bad luck. How did I end up with such a noble girl? It seems I have been cursed by the god of misfortune. Am I destined to run endlessly? Indeed, initially, Li Yin had calculated that the destination was approximately a day and a half's journey away. If he pushed himself harder, he could reach it in a day. However, from Tia, he learned that teleportation in the bountiful territory was chaotic, and that those people could easily locate this place, which relieved his mind. Thus, he rested in the tree hollow for a night, only to set off the next day. Yet, Li Yin forgot that he had calculated based on his own speed. When he traveled with Tia, he truly grasped the meaning of a wealthy young lady. After just a few steps, she would tire and demand a break. After walking a little further, she would need to relieve herself. A few more steps, and she would declare herself hungry, unable to continue. Li Yin felt an overwhelming urge to scream at the heavens, desperate to vent his frustration and prevent himself from being suffocated by rage. Sister, we are on the run. Could you possibly act a bit more professionally? Just a smidgen of professionalism, perhaps? What could he say? Li Yin had already gone 2 days without food, so it was understandable that he was struggling to continue. Thus, he decided to search for something to eat. Fortunately, luck seemed to be on his side. Li Yin soon discovered a pond, where he managed to catch a few fish, starting a fire to roast them. Yet, it appeared that his luck had run out again. Just as the two of them were barely satiated, they sensed someone entering the forest. In the forest, elves were not easily ambushed, as Li Yin had experienced multiple times. After a chaotic scuffle, Li Yin quickly gathered his belongings, hoisting Tia onto his back, and dashed away. Reflecting on all that had transpired, Li Yin found himself lost in thought, wondering which direction his future should take. Coming back to his senses, he moistened his parched lips and instinctively reached for his lower back. But what he touched was nothing but emptiness. Li Yin suddenly recalled, Damn it, I even lost my water jug. Thus, he had no choice but to open his backpack and retrieve a round iron disc. Gripping the edge of the disc, he pulled upwards, and layer by layer, a small iron bucket emerged. Grabbing the handle of the bucket, he tugged again, and a handle took shape. A specially crafted pot appeared in Liu Yin's hands. He piled 3 stones together, grabbed some dry twigs and leaves, tossing them into the center of the stones, and with a flick of his wrist, conjured a fireball that ignited. As he placed the pot down, he summoned a water sphere, causing thick, swirling smoke to rise from beneath the pot. Liu Yin swallowed hard, the action causing his dry throat to sting. The water boiled, and Liu Yin quickly opened his backpack, taking a chunk of tea brick and tossing it into the boiling water. As if on cue, just as the tea was ready, Tia returned. Tia glanced at the pot and inquired, "Is the tea ready?" Liu Yin shot her a look and retorted, "When will you return my water jug?" Tia brushed her hair aside and replied, "Did we not agree? You protect me and provide what I need. Once we are outside, I will furnish you with everything necessary to become a mage. The materials you require are food and magical tea, not including my water jug. Besides, you cannot brew your own magical tea without my tea bricks. Why did you take it?" Tia unfastened the water jug from her neck, expertly twisting the cap open, and poured the tea into the jug. Casting a glance at Liu Yin, she remarked, "I do have cups in my spatial ring, but they lack straws. Besides, you run so fast without your kettle. How could I possibly sip tea? Well, you could lend me your cup for the time being. I fear you might soil it, rendering it unusable for me later, but why do you not find my kettle dirty? I've cleaned it thoroughly." Oh dear. Chapter 23. Departure. Oh dear, how can I say this? Once, I was an innocent and unblemished girl, yet look at how you've transformed me. Alas, save me a bit of tea. As Tia pulled out another cup, Liu Yin hurriedly interjected, "Reboil it. How dare you compete with me for food? What about your dignity? Has it fallen somewhere?" As she spoke, Tia pointed towards the recently slain slippery serpent. "Alas, I say, young lady, was it not just a matter of carrying you all the way? Had I not forcibly carried you, you would have been captured long ago. Is it merely squeezing those 2 lumps beneath you? Who told you to foolishly lag behind, completely oblivious to the serpent's attacking? Had I not rescued you, you'd be in a dire state now. What's the big deal? Just 2 lumps. I've squeezed 4 before. I even struck the left one. What can you do about it? Damn half-elf. You be silent." Tia's previously cold demeanor instantly flushed with color. Liu Yin raised an eyebrow. "If you wish to spar with me in words, you are still too tender. Quickly fetch some of those small beasts you just hunted, snakes or the like, and cook something over the fire. Who knows when you'll have the chance to eat again." Hearing Liu Yin's words, Tia bit her lip and said, "Damn half-elf. Can't you just give in once?" Upon hearing this, Liu Yin exclaimed, "Oh ho! Have you softened? How rare! However, given your current predicament, it is indeed time to relent." All this while, Liu Yin wondered why so many small beasts, snakes, insects, and rodents would attack the 2 of them. He had never experienced such incessant assaults in the forest before. It's worth noting that Liu Yin had previously spent nights in the forest with humans without ever being attacked. Only the desperately hungry beasts would occasionally bother him. Upon reflection, he realized he had never traversed the forest alongside a woman. Moreover, he was now with an enhanced version of a woman. The kind that arrives with a monthly visit. If that were the reason, then it would make sense for him to be under attack. Liu Yin thought to himself, this ill-tempered woman must be allowed some leeway, but not too much. What is a woman? She is one who, when not reprimanded for 3 days, will tear the roof off. Thus, we must allow her to yield first before we can truly relent. Perhaps this is why they are happier. Additionally, there is a prerequisite, the one with physical persuasion. The ability to compel submission with her fists has not yet returned. Physical persuasion, a power surpassing that of lecturers and professors. Once encountered, one understands its might. After a hearty meal, Tia rode on Liu Yin's back. The half-elf's one-man bicycle, setting forth towards their destination. No batteries needed, no fuel required. Fully automatic, hyper-intelligent. It can carry a person at breakneck speed and serve as a cozy pillow. Young lady, you deserve this. Liu Yin's thoughts raced as they sped along. You fool! Don't shove me away. Without my covering your scent, do you intend to be devoured by magical beasts? Or do you wish to be torn apart? But you're crushing me. I want to have it. I want to sleep comfortably. Sister, we are currently fleeing. Can you please hold back your demands? My requests are not excessive. And you have promised to take care of me, to protect me. You swore an oath. Merely care, not protection. Furthermore, how can you, a level 9 mage, expect me, an apprentice, to protect you? What about your mage pride? But I can no longer cast spells. I'm a pig-headed mage. You said it. But even a pig is stronger than you. What pig is stronger than me? What do you mean? A pig can eat and sleep. It eats whatever it finds. It can lie in a mud pit or a dung heap and fall asleep instantly. It never makes demands. It is not just a bit stronger than you. It is a vast chasm apart. Moreover, sleeping while holding you is quite a burden for me. What do you mean by that? You stink. Even the pig doesn't smell as bad as you. Yeah. Lien, get away from me. A high-pitched scream echoed throughout the forest. What predicament are Lien and Tia in now? High up in a tree. A human-sized leaf enveloped Tia, while a larger leaf covered both Lien and Tia. The entire leaf ensemble resembled a delectable zongzi wrapped in cabbage leaves. It would certainly appear appetizing to any magical beast that might gaze upon it. Alas! Well, it seems you have rested enough. Let us rise and continue our flight. Alas! When will this ordeal come to an end? Lien carefully hoisted Tia onto his back and slowly climbed down from the tree. Finding the right direction, he set off with Tia riding his human-shaped bicycle through the night towards their destination. The sun rose. Morning light kissed their faces as the bicycle rolled into a clearing. Beside the clearing, a stream flowed crystal clear, shrimp leaped, and fish danced. Trees wreathed in light mist. Insects and birds sang their morning melodies. Ah, a perfect camping spot. Just as Lien halted, Tia adeptly slid off his back, drew her wand, and swiftly approached the stream. Wand in hand, she pointed directly at the water, her lips unconsciously licking in anticipation. Lien arranged a fire pit and looked over at Tia, pondering whether he had truly erred. He watched as Tia transformed from a gentle, graceful goddess into a ravenous glutton, yearning to sample everything in sight. His heart was not untroubled. He felt a pang of guilt for having influenced her so. Look at how he has trained her. No, how he has affected her. What of the pig-headed? The pig now feasts on your rice and sleeps in your bed, while you tend to it comfortably. What of the pig-headed? Listen, listen. Alas, years of training a lady, and it takes but half a day to fall from grace. Such a sin. The grilled fish and shrimp soup are ready. Watching Tia stare hungrily at the pot handle, Lien contemplated that he could not solely blame Tia for this. Lien himself was quite the glutton, having stashed away numerous spices resembling ginger, chili, star anise, and bay leaves in his backpack, all dried and ground into powder. Divided into several small bags. Initially, he intended to prepare a meal for himself in Harvest City, but the prices there were outrageous. The costs of all ingredients left Lien feeling full, without even eating. Thus, Lien subsisted on 1 or 2 small pieces of bread and a small cup of ale for each meal in Harvest City. Quite frugal. However, Lien despised this food, for he had spent over half a year in this world eating such fare. You cannot imagine, in such a vast world, humans basically have only 5 types of food. Bread, the food Lien loathed most, for when it is freshly baked, it is Lien who bites into it, and when it has sat too long, it teaches Lien how to be human. Boiled meat, fresh from the pot. The foul odor of the meat was so strong that Lien could only tell people, I am a half-elf, a bit of fruit and bread will suffice. No need for such formality. Grilled meat, that was barely palatable, but do not be deceived by its charred exterior. Upon taking a bite, it is all bloody and raw inside. This is the nature of large pieces of grilled meat. Other than gnawing on the charred skin, Lien truly had no appetite for anything else. Fruit, Lien's favorite food, with a plethora of flavors, many of which are delightful. However, it is still food, delicious enough to be sold for money. For more than half a year, those mediocre-tasting fruits have been Lien's sustenance, who told him he had no money for better food. Lastly, there are vegetables. Yes, leafy greens, raw. Each meal includes 1 or 2 raw leaves to be consumed as is. Once, while dining at Little Jimmy's house, a bowl of leafy greens was placed before him, purportedly washed, but Lien clearly saw a cluster of green bugs munching on one of the leaves, and Lien stared in disbelief as Rance, Jimmy's older brother, rolled that leaf up and chewed it. The green juice splattered in Rance's mouth, bug juice. After witnessing this, Lien declared that those mediocre-tasting fruits are quite good. He rather enjoyed them, while the leafy greens could be left for them. Luyan vowed right then and there never to eat raw leafy greens again. Never. It was utterly disgusting. Because of the state of food in this world, once Luyan felt he had some self-defense capability, 3 seconds of true manhood. He could not wait to flee the town, to become a divine farmer and sample 100 herbs. This was all forced upon him. Luyan felt that if he continued to endure such fare in this world, he might just take his own life, hoping to traverse once more, anything to escape this torment. Fortunately, he is a half-elf, and he can vaguely sense which plants are poisonous and which are not. Otherwise, before his gluttonous soul could ignite, he would have been poisoned, and ever since the first meal after defeating a small beast, Tia has visibly descended into gluttony. Luyan could say he has become a saint. Look, even as his boundless thoughts drifted, lost in thought, he could still conjure up a meal that made Tia squint her eyes in delight, the taste buds of a being from another realm. Luyan thought disdainfully. Elian casually picked up a fishbone, using it to pick at his teeth while casting a sidelong glance at Tia, and said, "Go wash the pots. What are you still doing sitting there?" "Didn't we agree on this yesterday?" Tia mimicked Elian's tooth-picking and sidelong glance, replying, "When did we say that? I don't recall. Besides, you expect a noble countess, an elegant lady, to scrub pots for you. Have you no shame? By the way, is your conscience still intact? Do you even have one? Elegant lady, do you perhaps misunderstand the term?" Elian asked earnestly. "As for my conscience, wasn't it just put to use in cooking for you?" A first-level spell model. Tia, knowing Elian well, realized that to motivate him to work, she needed to offer something tangible. 2 first-level spell models, 3 zero-level ones, and we still have plenty of time today. "Surely, you don't intend to only eat this one meal?" Tia bit her lip and said, "Fine, it's a deal." "Humph, so stingy." "It's not stinginess, my dear. Let me impart a lesson. In any transaction, always strive to secure more benefits for yourself, even if those benefits seem unrealistic. Enough? I don't want to hear you talk. You, go wash the pots. Once you're done, hurry back here and wait. This noble lord wishes to set off post-haste." Elian rolled his eyes as he listened. What could he say? She was willing to pay, even if it was deferred. After tidying up everything, Elian squatted down before Tia, who looked satisfied. With the beauty on his back, he set off once more. Having a beautiful and wealthy female friend could sometimes be quite burdensome, especially since she wasn't even his girlfriend. The situation could become even more complicated once she became his girlfriend, and if one wanted to experience immediate suffering, it would be to find out she was already someone else's girlfriend. Elian ran, his thoughts scattered, the soul of a glutton burning brightly in this strange realm. Chapter 24. Departure 2. Although Elian was a newcomer to the chaotic mountains, upon arrival he was greeted with a fervor characteristic of the place. What kind of fervor? One moment, fierce winds. The next, snowflakes. Barely having taken a few steps, he was suddenly blasted by scorching heat. The abrupt shift from ice to fire left Elian feeling intensely uncomfortable. An experience most excruciating, to say the least. He felt as though he were on the verge of being utterly spent. This place truly lived up to its reputation as a domain only fit for seasoned adventurers. Shivering, Elian gritted his teeth against the biting cold as he pressed onward. Damn it, I was just drenched in sweat from the heat, and now I'm freezing. Thankfully, the pay for venturing into the chaotic mountains is substantial. Otherwise, I wouldn't even consider coming here. It's hardly a place for humans to endure. Fortunately, this was merely the outer layer of the chaotic mountains, where seasonal changes occurred. Delving deeper would lead to more chaotic levels, far more inhospitable realms, not to mention the rumored time distortions and rampant forbidden spells closer to the center. Even the second layer, the chaotic seasons, could spell doom for Elian. What is so special about it? A sky full of snow and temperatures plummeting to the tens of degrees. Surely, there must be more. In such conditions, one might think wearing additional layers would suffice, but is it truly that simple? If it were, this place wouldn't bear the name of the chaotic mountains. The second layer of the chaotic mountains, aside from its bizarre weather, could surprise an unsuspecting traveler with sudden eruptions of molten lava shooting skyward. The ground would transform into a sea of fiery red, erupting with explosive force. Countless fire elementals and magma beings would erupt from the earth, clashing with the startled ice elementals in a chaotic melee. However, before they could engage one another, they would first eliminate any intruders. A peculiar characteristic of the chaotic mountains is that local inhabitants tend to attack outsiders before turning on each other. The consciousness of most beings here is utterly disordered. Yet, a minuscule fraction remains relatively sane. An alien's goal is to find one such being, a comparatively normal entity within the chaotic mountains. Their destination is the border between the poison mist forest and the chaotic mountains, where they seek a most unusual merchant that a particularly unique merchant, for he only accepts earth element cores, finally arrived. Damn it, I shall never engage in such a wretched business again. It's hardly fit for humans. Elien was currently sprawled exhausted on a large stone, lamenting aloud. Hearing this, Taya shot him a sidelong glance and remarked, "You have to run regardless. Otherwise you'll die. With a beauty like me for you to carry, you'd better appreciate it. And yet, you still have so many complaints. Get up and let us discuss our next steps." Propping himself up with his hands, Elien slowly sat up, glancing around the area. Ahead lay the poison mist forest. What impression does the poison mist forest give? It's an overwhelming shade of green. Towering trees grow atop the rotting marshes, their leaves and trunks alike a vibrant green, shrouded in a green mist. A thick green fog envelopes the entire perimeter of the forest, if your eyesight is keen enough. You might glimpse the colorful gases swirling within the depths of the forest. One can only imagine the corrosive sensation that would engulf anyone unfortunate enough to fall inside. Not far from the poison mist forest stood a stone hill over 20 meters high, which transformed the toxic marshland into a vast expanse of petrified land. Such a distinctive structure must be L-Yin-S destination. The abode of the special merchant A.S. L-Yin and Taya approached the stone hill. They gazed warily at the marsh below. Within the mire, toxic insects writhed. Above the muck, poisonous creatures flitted about. Bubbles occasionally burst, releasing wisps of colored gas into the air. At this moment, L-Yin turned his gaze back to the stone hill. But what did he see? Nothing at all, just bare stones, devoid of anything else. Well, aside from a bit of dust, there was nothing of note. This place should be safe, right? With that thought, L-Yin exhaled deeply, having come this far. Returning was out of the question. Resolute, he made his way toward the stone hill without hesitation. This was the final path, and there was no time for doubt. L-Yin crawled up the stone hill. Pausing to ponder the old wizard's cryptic words, he felt a sense of frustration. He couldn't afford to overlook any details. Even a minor mistake could cost him dearly. Yes, he needed to shout the secret code. No. The incantation. At the cave entrance. After calling out, he must immediately flee the petrified area, or he could be in grave danger. That seemed to be everything. It truly appeared to be all. Well, it seemed simple enough. So, it was time to take action. Barbara, you fool. I've come to do business with you. Get up, you idiot. After shouting, L-Yin dashed down the mountain without looking back. Just as he took a few steps down, the stone hill trembled slightly before erupting into a furious quake. In an instant, stones began to rain down chaotically. Meanwhile, L-Yin was dodging the falling debris, scrambling down using a combination of crawling, walking, and rolling, a sight most comical as he hurriedly fled. Damn it. When did survival challenges become a thing in this realm? Who on earth thought up this crawling game? I'm utterly exasperated. After a clumsy roll, L-Yin finally reached the ground safely. Without a moment's hesitation, he got back up and bolted a few more steps. It was wiser to keep his distance. Who knows what tricks this stone hill might have up its sleeve. The falling rocks seemed endless. After running a considerable distance, L-Yin glanced back at the stone hill, and just one look left his face pale. If he could, L-Yin would undoubtedly drag that old wizard out and give him a thrashing. Reflecting on the old wizard's expression when mentioning Barbara, along with the various misleading hints, L-Yin felt a surge of anger, wishing he could beat the old wizard to a pulp. Barbara, yes, perhaps that's what he should call it. That towering stone hill was its head. When L-Yin shouted Barbara at the cave entrance, he surely had no idea that he was addressing its mouth. One can only imagine L-Yin's current feelings. Standing at the mouth of the cave, was he not essentially kissing it? Upon entering the cave, was he not walking in to feed a beast? Who awakened Barbara? Who sought to do business with Barbara? Those who deceive Barbara's life shall face dire consequences. Barbara shall unleash her wrath. Watching as the figure of Barbara emerged from the ground, L-Yin felt his eyelids twitch uncontrollably, and the corners of his mouth began to twitch as well. Given your physique, there is no need to shout about being crushed. If a single stone were to fall from you, It could reduce me to a mere paste. Mr. Barbara, it's me. Look here. I wish to engage in commerce with you. A mere insect, a feeble insect. Why would Barbara wish to conduct business with you? The mighty, robust, and formidable Mr. Barbara. You are not trading with me. You are trading with the earth elemental cores. Do you not desire them? Indeed, Barbara desires the earth elemental cores. Yes, Barbara is conducting business with the earth elemental cores. However, you must demonstrate that you are worthy of possessing them. Otherwise, Barbara shall eliminate you and seize them. What kind of logic is that? Moreover, I need not your threats. Your very voice could send me to my demise. Mighty Mr. Barbara, I am an apprentice of the wizard Wu, and it is through him that I learned of your existence and came here to trade with you. Barbara will not engage in trade with you. Barbara detests the insect you mentioned. That foul insect, spewing filth from its mouth, is loathed by Barbara. Leave. Else, Barbara will put an end to you. Mr. Barbara, I too despise him. He is nothing but a filthy, venomous pest. I cannot tolerate him, which is why I seek to escape his control. I do not wish for him to find me. Will you not assist me? Mr. Barbara, if you help me escape the harvest territory, he will not be able to locate me, and if he cannot find me, he will be disappointed and unhappy. Thus, Mr. Barbara, are you unwilling to assist me? Truly, the old salted fish is worthless. I nearly fell victim to him again. Can mentioning his name grant me some leniency? Such a person deserves to be dragged out and dealt with for 5 minutes, and their corpse whipped for another 10. Anything less would be an affront to the world's sustenance. Barbara can help you. However, you must increase the payment. You have invoked the name that displeases Barbara. Very well, Mr. Barbara. 1 earth elemental core for each of us. I shall provide 4, as we are but 2. Take her away, and that old salted fish shall become even more enraged. Trust me. Barbara senses that you speak the truth. You possess feelings of disdain and aversion towards him. Barbara believes you. Elian is taken aback by his words. It can sense emotions. Elian thought he was the only one capable of such a feat in this world. But is there a presence that can perceive inner thoughts? It seems I must be more cautious with my words in the future. Tia, why do you linger there? Quickly bring forth the earth elemental cores for Barbara. What are you waiting for? Stop looking so foolish. Hey, Barbara is pleased. Wait a moment. You are quite commendable. Barbara senses your respect, and thus Barbara is elated. Barbara has decided to grant you more magical power. This will allow you to traverse the underground for a longer duration. As the 4 earth elemental cores were taken from Tia's hands, they began to levitate and gradually approached Barbara, merging into her being. Barbara feels the sincerity. The transaction commences. Elian, upon hearing this, felt an urge to roll his eyes. You have accepted my payment, yet you still question my sincerity. What more do you desire? Barbara is indeed an honest merchant. Such authenticity and integrity are rare among the human race nowadays. Alas, they rely on deception and trickery to conduct business. They are truly a disgrace to merchants. Only those like Barbara, who conduct business with integrity, can represent true merchants. I shall use Barbara as an example to teach them well. Let them understand what it means to be a merchant. Well, Barbara likes you. You make Barbara happy. As she spoke, 2 small stones flew from Barbara and gently landed in the hands of Elian and Tia. They carry Barbara's magical essence, allowing you to walk underground. They possess Barbara's aura, causing creatures that fear Barbara's presence to refrain from attacking you. Here, aside from the chaotic mountains, you may traverse anywhere. Barbara is indeed trustworthy. Thank the heavens for allowing me to encounter you. Barbara, the existence of a merchant as honest as Barbara in this world is a blessing for all sentient beings. Very well, Barbara likes you, and now Barbara will escort you away. Chapter 25. The storefront. Where is this? Finally escaped, looking at the unfamiliar road ahead. Although Elian felt disoriented, he sensed that the surroundings were particularly strange to him. Contemplating, Elian inquired, "What did you just say?" Tia shot Elian a sidelong glance, took a few steps forward, and exclaimed, "I have finally left that wretched place. Truly, I have emerged. The bottom line has fallen too swiftly. It seems it won't be long before I am liberated entirely. Is this the transformation of a refined beast into a wild savage? Yet, why does it feel more like a regression? Wait." Elian's mind sparked with a thought. "Little piglet, did you say we have left the harvest territory?" Tia rolled her eyes at Elian and replied, Are you truly an apprentice mage? You cannot even perceive such an obvious magical fluctuation. Within the harvest territory, any trace of magic carries a hint of demonic aura. Here, the magic is so pure and tranquil. Tia regarded Yen and continued, half-elf. It is fortunate you did not advance to become a mage within the harvest territory, for all the magic there is tainted with demonic essence. Any practitioner advancing there inevitably becomes sullied by its influence. Such contamination of one's energy will adversely affect your emotions, causing them to grow increasingly violent. Upon hearing this, Yen couldn't help but think of the bearded man. What was the situation with him? His violent emotions and frenzied actions portrayed him as a true brute, nearly scaring Yen to death. It also led Yen to overestimate the capabilities of practitioners. Now, hearing Tia's words, Yen understood that this was a specialty of the harvest territory, possibly even some form of mutation. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so ruthless. If all practitioners were so brutish, Yen would have to bide his time until he surpassed them all before speaking. But now, it's different. As long as the person isn't overwhelmingly stronger than him, Yen dares to confront them. What's there to fear? Who's afraid of you? So what shall we do now? Since this place is presumably your territory, there must be some rules in place, correct? Now that we have departed from the harvest territory, it signifies that the danger has passed. You wouldn't still wish to attend that absurd genius celebration, would you? I certainly want to accompany you. However, speaking of which, the sycophants there should be few and far between now. If you go, the hostess' attention should be significantly greater. Yes, Tia, upon hearing this, gave Yen another eye roll and retorted, if you wish to go, by all means. I have barely escaped with my life. Let those who wish to be sycophants go. I refuse to serve any longer. With that, Tia looked at Yen earnestly and said, Yen, if I may call you that, I want to express that I do not mind being referred to as Little Piglet or any such titles. Truth be told, these past 2 days have been filled with fear, yet I have also experienced a happiness I have never known before. Well, aside from when I was angry, as she cast another disdainful glance at Yen. She added, however, I hope that when others are present, you will address me as Tia, and if necessary, add Miss or Countess. I have many friends and guards, and they would not take kindly to your previous way of addressing me. If they hear it, I fear you might be in for a beating. Yen, upon hearing this, shot Tia a glance and replied, little fool, do I appear to be an idiot? Look at how happy I made someone like Barbara. Otherwise, we wouldn't have saved such useful magical items. Rest assured, as long as no one provokes me too severely, I want to act recklessly. Tia chuckled. Do you think I don't know what kind of person you are? In these past 2 days, I have gone from being nearly driven to death by your antics to feeling despair at your incessant chatter. Now, I have grown numb to your words and can no longer muster any anger. Do you know, there were countless moments in my mind where I contemplated our mutual destruction. Unfortunately, at that time, I lacked the magical prowess to achieve such an end. Girl, that is merely your prejudice. Someone as honest as I am cannot possibly be as terrible as you claim. You simply fail to appreciate the finer qualities. Stop. I do not wish to hear your words right now. At least not while I am still in a mood to leave without anger. Tia reached out and silenced Yen, then continued, I understand you. You are not one to embrace solitude. Therefore, you will need a strong ally in the future. I believe the wizard Wu'er would not mind you taking on his name as his apprentice. However, I hope you will handle your own affairs. Tia bit her lip and continued, because His Excellency Wu'er has countless enemies. It would be wise not to mention him unless your life is in danger. That last sentence is the most crucial, isn't it? Yen shot Tia a glare and retorted, am I some sort of fool? I am not that desperate for attention. Haven't I always been a good-natured gentleman in my past life? You know, if someone strikes my left cheek, I just let it go. Let us not dwell on that. As for the matters concerning the old salted fish, rest assured, I won't bring him up. I've been so thoroughly duped by that fellow that I've developed a slight case of salted fish phobia. Do you understand? Why would I want to mention him again? Am I foolish? Tia cast an exasperated glance at this man before finally sighing. Yen, I truly must take my leave. It will take at least a year for my magical sea to calm down. Therefore, I need to return to my teacher for her assistance. Only then can my magical sea settle sooner. Moreover, I must prepare for my advancement to Archmage. During this time, you must take care of yourself. I will arrange for a guard to assist you. Be cautious and don't act recklessly. Initially, Tia's words moved Lu Yen, but the last 3 words perplexed him. Did she really think so little of him? Listen, girl, hold your tongue for now. My guard has arrived. Do not let them hear your words or your address. I will handle everything. Upon hearing this, Lu Yen immediately fell silent. He wasn't ungrateful. He just had a tendency to speak without thinking. At that moment, several small black dots appeared in the sky, gradually coming into focus for Lu Yen. 6 flying horses swiftly glided down from the heavens, 2 white, 3 black, and 1 red. Observing the flying horses, Lu Yen realized this was his first encounter with such creatures, and though they were simply horses with wings, they were still a sight to behold. The flying horses circled a few times in the air before gradually descending to the ground. Needing to run a few steps to slow down, Tia stepped forward, gently stroking the red flying horse. After interacting with it for a moment, she nudged its head with her own and waved to the 5 guards who had already dismounted. Asking, "Guards, have Anoa and the others returned?" "Miss, they have not yet returned. Is something amiss? We shall discuss that later." "Guards, besides Linda Manor, are there any other properties in this vicinity?" "Guards," the one addressed, promptly replied, "There are 2 shops in Anuo City and Linda City, but they have been taken over by those 2 noble lords. There is a small shop in Gada City, but I have already promised Viscount Gars that it would be managed by his son. Additionally, there is a shop in Galan Town, leased by the Inuo Chamber of Commerce, with 3 years remaining on the contract." Tia pondered for a moment before saying, "Does Viscount Gars intend to hand the shop over to his 3rd son, or his youngest?" "To the 3rd son. The youngest has already gone to Rhine Academy. Go tell Viscount Gars that I had previously promised the shop to a lord's apprentice as a temporary arrangement. So the shop cannot be rented to him. If his 3rd son requires it, I can write a recommendation letter for him to the Knight Academy as an apology." "Miss, they might." "Enough. Do not say another word. Come with me. Yen, this is Gars, the son of my uncle Gator. He is well versed in the local cities, so he will guide you during your time here." "All right, Miss Tia." "Hello, Gars. I'm Lu Yen. Just call me Yen." Under Gar's scrutinizing gaze, Lu Yen responded with a smile that it was merely a matter of playing the gentleman. After all, Tia shot a sidelong glance at Lu Yen and instructed, "Gars, just call him Lu Yen. He is the apprentice of His Excellency Wu Air. He has come out to gain some experience and to advance to Mage here, so you must take good care of him. Understood?" Upon hearing this, Gars immediately dropped his scrutinizing demeanor and replied with a serious expression, "Miss, rest assured, I understand what to do. Do not let too many people know." "Understood." After her conversation with Gars, Tia turned to Lu Yen and said, "Mr. Yen, Tia must take her leave now. I wish you a swift descent to Mage. Thank you for your blessings. Miss Tia, I wish you a prompt elevation to Archmage as well. Also, I hope you have a safe journey and come to visit me when you have the chance." "I will. Please take care, Mr. Yen." Tia is leaving now. After climbing onto the flying horse, Tia responded and urged the creature to run a few steps before soaring into the sky. "Mr. Gars, I shall rely on you from now on." Lu Yen, you are too kind. It is my duty. Chapter 26. The shop too. "Hey, Gars, you're here. Come in and have a seat." At that moment, Lu Yen was at the stove, cooking, as the aroma of meat and vegetables wafted throughout the small establishment. The shop was modest, approximately 60 square meters, comprising a kitchen and a small storage room. 0.5 meters from the entrance lay a counter and shelves, with an array of scrolls and potions displayed. But the most eye-catching were several large glass jars, each labeled with names such as 13 spices, 5 spice powder, MSG, chicken essence, curry, and more. Above the jars, the words alchemy spices were proudly written. All right, this was just Lu Yen's self-deprecating humor. They were not the same items at all. He simply couldn't be bothered to think of names and slapped on whatever came to mind. The counter held some alchemical trinkets, and the most notable feature was a peculiar short staff labeled air gun. If a modern person were to see it, they wouldn't mistake it for a short staff, but would call it a handgun. "Hey, Yen, I came because of the aroma. Wow, it smells amazing, by the way. Yen, did you cast some sort of spell on me? Why is it that after eating here, every other food I try tastes absolutely foul?" Gars said, expertly using chopsticks to attack the food on his plate. "Moreover, these 2 sticks. Oh, right, chopsticks. I practiced for a long time to use them. I wasn't this diligent even when learning new combat techniques. Listening to Gar's complaints, Lu Yin continued to serve the dishes while responding. You're not doing it for the chopsticks. You're doing it for the food, all right? Gars looked at Lu Yin as he emerged from the kitchen with 2 plates of food and quickly replied. That's only because your rules are too many. Oh my goodness, for so many years, I've eaten with my hands and knife, maybe adding a fork at most, but you tell me they are unhygienic? I really can't comprehend how they could be unclean. Gars inquired while shoveling food into his mouth. Hey, buddy, every time you kill someone, you use that knife, right? And you eat with that same knife, don't you? You even dissect magical beasts with it. Have you ever thought that every time you stab into a magical beast's belly, it's covered in filth, and then you use it to stab food and put it in your mouth? Doesn't that make you feel nauseous? After hearing Lu Yan's words, Gars chewed his food with a grimace, taking quite a while before finally saying, all right, you've made me feel a bit queasy now. But we could prepare 2 knives. As he spoke, Gars shoved more food into his mouth. Lu Yin set down the 2 plates and remarked, a knife is a symbol of power. Should we use it to assert dominance over immobile food? Even wild beasts know that when they enjoy their food, it's their most relaxed moment, because wild beasts understand that food cannot resist. Are you really trying to be like the nobles? Bullying those who cannot fight back to showcase your strength. Using chopsticks is a mark of civilization, because they are hygienic. I believe using them is far more noble than your foolish reliance on knives and forks. Gars, pulling over a stool to sit, said, I only find using them troublesome. I don't feel noble at all. If I don't use a knife, I can just grab it with my hand. That's also a symbol of your so-called civilization. When you grab food with your hands, do you ever think about how you wipe your backside with those same hands? Oh, you've made me feel sick. Yin, you owe me compensation. You must pay the price for what you said today. So my request is for the spices that remove the foul odor from food. Have you run out of the last batch? Gar spread his hands and replied, you know, I'm the strongest in the team, but I'm not invincible. Those scoundrels surrounded me and stole my spices. They even called me a sissy for using chopsticks. Oh heavens, how could a strong man like me be a sissy? It's all the fault of the chopsticks. Upon hearing the words, Lv Yin, with a hint of understanding, remarked, I wonder why you harbor such resentment towards chopsticks. To put it plainly, you swordsmen wield blades, while we mages rely on wooden staffs. Would you not agree that mages, in their essence, possess a nobility that surpasses your band of sword-wielding warriors? Upon hearing Lv Yan's words, Gas, in a whimsical manner, covered his forehead with one hand and exclaimed, Oh, your fallacious reasoning has convinced me. Indeed, mages are more noble than swordsmen. Alas, I am but a knight. Sigh, though practicing with chopsticks is a hassle. The exquisite food makes the effort worthwhile. After listening to Gas's words, Lv Yin sighed in resignation, preparing to devour his lunch. Not long ago, during a meal that Lv Yin had invited Gas to, this fellow had emerged from the restroom without washing his hands, proceeding to grab food off the table with his bare hands, nearly making Lv Yin retch. At that moment, the sleeves of this robe were even stained with remnants of filth. How could he possibly eat like that? Pondering this, Lv Yin sighed, at a loss for words. Initially, Gas had given Lv Yin the impression of being a rather serious individual. However, after a day and a half of traveling together and sharing numerous meals, Gas's true nature began to surface. What a mischievous character he turned out to be. While serious and capable when tasks needed to be accomplished, his playful side was equally evident during leisure time. Have you ever encountered someone who only exudes a semblance of leadership when engaged in tasks, yet is rather boorish with their subordinates in casual moments? It's hard to believe unless witnessed firsthand. When Gas and Lv Yin first arrived in Gada City, Lv Yin felt utterly unmoored. Why? Because he knew his own limitations. He was merely a half-voiced mage, incapable of casting a single spell. Fortunately, Gas had taken Lv Yin to a banquet at the Lord's mansion, where they mingled with several influential figures. Gas introduced Lv Yin as an apprentice of a guardian mage, under the care of the Hadamon family, and thus temporarily residing here. That meant he was not there to seize benefits. The Hadamon family would undoubtedly extend their courtesy, and even more so to a guardian mage. Care would certainly be provided. It was a matter of human kindness, as long as he wasn't there to snatch resources. Everything could be negotiated. Thus, Lv Yan's establishment was set into motion. However, The locals needed to ascertain who LV Yin truly was, right? Observing the guests who came to celebrate, it became evident that overt measures were no longer viable. But fear not. If overt measures fail, one can resort to subtler tactics. After a number of rogues mysteriously vanished, the probing temporarily abated. LV Yin found himself with a moment to breathe, allowing him to feel somewhat secure. In order to safeguard his life, LV Yin dedicated the subsequent half-month to alchemy, for he found no other means of survival. During this time, aside from crafting a few flying swords, he also concocted numerous small gadgets. The pistol was born from a sudden burst of inspiration. Here, this is something the lady sent you to be honest. What on earth is this? A love letter seems improbable, such a hefty parcel, and sent in several installments. Observing the curious and bewildered Gas, LV Yin rolled his eyes and replied, "Magical supplies. Did I not inform you? It seems you are quite pent up. Go find a few female beings to relieve yourself with. Instead of always riding that flying horse, at this rate, you might as well bend." Gas, upon hearing this, leapt up, his face flushed as he countered, "How is that possible? We are both males. We merely share a strong bond. If I desired a woman, it would be easy. I assure you, the female knight in our party looks at me as if she wishes to devour me. She wishes to consume you, perhaps find a stick, pass it through your mouth, out your rear, and roast it over the fire, and it's likely she would prefer you still alive at that moment." As he spoke, LV Yin poured spices into several large bottles, then handed over a dozen smaller ones to Gas, saying, "Take your share, distribute a few more bottles to avoid having them snatched away." Gas, accepting the bottles, retorted, "What do you mean by snatched? That's called sharing. Do you comprehend? The last time that newly joined female knight was in our party, I shared a pair of my used underwear with her. She merely wore it incorrectly, placing it on her head while sleeping. Alas, such a creature should have been put to death for the sake of our food supply." "Ah, yes, sharing. They beat you and then share your belongings. What kind of camaraderie does that require? I can hardly be bothered to discuss it with you." After finishing his remarks, LV Yin inquired, "By the way, did you manage to procure the items I asked you to buy?" "Yes. Here you go. This is quite tricky to acquire. Many places consider it contraband." "What do you intend to do with this? You aren't contemplating creating an alchemical bomb, are you?" "Let me tell you, there's a mage in my party who attempted to craft an alchemical bomb and accidentally burned not only his clothes, but also. Well, you know, I wonder if it's still usable, but I must admit, the aroma of sausages being roasted at that time was particularly enticing. Get lost, don't disgust me. I have no time for such nonsense." LV Yin responded, rolling his eyes. Chapter 27. Establishing a firm ground after bidding farewell to Gas, LV Yin promptly closed the door. Today marked one of the most significant days for LV Yin. Not only because the items sent by Tia had all arrived, but also because Gas had delivered the combustion agents. Henceforth, whether he could achieve greatness hinged upon the events of today. On the second floor, after completing all necessary preparations, LV Yin opened the most exquisite box, revealing the heart of the element. Is this truly the heart of the element? Gazing at the palm-sized magical crystal, within it was ensconced a flame the size of a soybean. The flame was yellow, with a pinprick-sized blue core. If one had keen eyesight, they would notice that this flame was composed of numerous intricate runes. LV Yin stared at the heart of the element in a daze, his thoughts silent for a long while, before finally uttering, "Let us complete the first one." With that, LV Yin inscribed a spirit control array onto the magical crystal. The spirit control technique was the core spell of LV Yin's meditation. And only by using this core spell as a coordinate could the heart of the element be integrated into his magical sea. Next, LV Yin made a small incision on his finger, manipulating his magical energy to direct his blood toward the magical crystal, inscribing another spirit control array on the opposite side of the crystal. As the array was completed, his blood began to seep into the magical crystal, permeating the heart of the element. As the heart of the element vaporized the blood, the magical energy within it was absorbed, allowing LV Yin's energy to assimilate with it. Observing this, LV Yin continued to infuse more blood into the magical crystal, nourishing the heart of the element. The heart of the element incessantly absorbed the magical energy from LV Yin's blood, and the blue flame within began to transform into white. Once the flame had fully turned white, it began to convert all flames into a pure white. LV Yin gazed at the now completely transformed white flame of the heart of the element, the core glowing with a brilliant radiance. A satisfied smile graced LV Yan's pale face. Yet, before that smile could fully manifest, it twitched in discomfort. Damn it. I've drawn too much blood. I should know better than to be so reckless. I nearly drained myself dry. The process of energy core formation involves the assimilation of elements, merging the magical energies of other elements with one's own, allowing for instantaneous casting using one's magical energy. However, this only permits the use of one's magical energy. Other elements can still inflict harm. Thus, it is essential to utilize one's own blood and the magical energy therein, enabling adaptation and absorption. Achieving complete energy assimilation is crucial so that elemental energy no longer poses a threat to one's body, thereby permitting its entry into one's magical sea as a continuation of the core spell. This is the essence of energy core formation, as LV Yin infused magical energy into the magical crystal. A significant amount of energy was absorbed by the spirit control array and the heart of the element. The spirit control array transformed into a luminous point, merging into the central core of the heart of the element. At this moment, LV Yin could clearly perceive everything within the heart of the element. With a thought, he brought the magical crystal closer to his forehead, and at that moment, the heart of the element transformed into a stream of light, swiftly entering LV Yin's forehead and subsequently merging into his magical S. LV Yin's soul sea was invaded by the heart of the element. He felt waves of dizziness wash over him, his body ablaze with warmth, akin to fire, yet comforting. After a while, LV Yin adjusted to the sensation, retrieving a vial of potion and downing it in haste. The blood-replenishing elixir, one of the most vital potions for energy core formation, serves to accelerate blood regeneration. However, it cannot be utilized during the energy core process, as it demands a vast amount of blood energy and magical energy. Newly generated blood cannot provide such energy. Thus, employing the potion during energy core formation results in a failure rate of 99%. Moreover, the blood-replenishing elixir is quite harmful to the body. After all, accelerating blood regeneration exerts pressure on cells and lifespan. Before long, LV Yan's complexion began to regain its rosy hue, and he realized that he would be unable to engage in energy core formation for the next 2 months, not to mention blood. Even his body needed ample time to recuperate. Nevertheless, LV Yin still had matters to attend to. This matter originated from an idea that Lu Yin conceived long ago, the bug Wolverine. Initially, Lu Yin envisioned enhancing the immortal beetle, Little Wolverine, by endowing it with a pair of claws forged from magical metals. This would grant Little Wolverine a certain degree of offensive capability, and since it is indestructible, it could serve as an excellent harasser of enemies, given that it is inherently an immortal being. In this moment, Lu Yin felt an overwhelming gratitude towards the Green Gentleman, for his contributions had inspired Lu Yin to formulate an even grander idea, a true super beetle. Much like the Wolverine, he intended to inject Little Wolverine with a magical metal solution. Although other immortal beetles may not have had the potential for success, Little Wolverine was different. It had already transformed into a mother magic bug. Having absorbed Lu Yan's magical energy over an extended period, the magical power within Little Wolverine had become quite substantial. Furthermore, due to the prolonged absorption of Lu Yan's magic, the similarity in magical properties had surpassed 90. Lu Yan's inspiration stemmed from the projection equipment technique. This technique involves converting equipment into energy, storing it within the sea of magic, and utilizing the magic from this sea to continuously enhance the equipment, ensuring it remains at the same level as its wielder. When the equipment is needed, one merely activates the projection array to manifest the equipment. During battle, if the projected equipment is damaged, it simply dissipates into magic, allowing for its reprojection when required. Once equipment has been converted into energy and enters the sea of magic, it is virtually impossible to be damaged. This is the essence of the projection equipment technique. Lu Yan's idea was to apply the method of energy conversion to magical metals, transforming them into a solution, and then injecting this solution into Little Wolverine, while leveraging Little Wolverine's immortality and magical energy. He aimed to assimilate the energy-converted magical metal solution. Furthermore, as a creature native to the chaotic mountains, it inherently possessed chaotic attributes, significantly enhancing the success rate of this operation to over 90. At this juncture, Lu Yin retrieved dozens of energy-converted magical metals, varying in size from that of a thumb to as small as a grain of sand. He felt compelled to express his gratitude to the deceased green gentleman captain. While Lu Yin had no desire for a head delivered from afar, he was more than willing to accept equipment. After accepting the gifts, Lu Yin found himself in a state of glee. 4 space rings. 3 of them were large and completely filled with magical metals. Lu Yin had only encountered a handful of types at the old mage's place, yet these contained nearly 100 varieties. He selected the metals with the strongest magical fluctuations for energy conversion, with the largest being void, true gold. The purpose of void true gold is to serve as the core material for energy storage in magic towers. Legend has it that it can store energy indefinitely. While this is impossible, the amount of stored magic is undoubtedly astonishing. The second largest magical metal, which Lu Yin was familiar with, was added in greater quantity. It is called illusory magical metal, and its function is simple. When infused with magic, it can manipulate the size of crafted items. The more magic input, the larger or smaller the item becomes. The third was spatial fine iron, the primary material for space rings. Hence, it was included, regardless of whether he recognized the others, as long as they possessed sufficiently powerful magic. Lu Yin extracted a bit from each and converted all to energy. However, the challenge lay in the fact that Lu Yin could not dissolve them solely by his own abilities, which is why he sought a catalyst. Fortunately, the catalyst had arrived today. Thus, Lu Yin eagerly ignited the magical furnace and added the catalyst. The energy metals successfully transformed into a solution. The operation, surgery, was remarkably successful. Everything unfolded as Lu Yin had envisioned. Yet, he soon realized that the spiritual connection with his pet had become significantly blurred. This prompted Lu Yin to hastily examine Little Wolverine. What on earth? While this procedure could be deemed a success, it could also be classified as a failure. Little Wolverine had indeed transformed into the biological magical metal body that Lu Yin had envisioned. However, Little Wolverine's soul had merged with the magical metal. In simpler terms, Little Wolverine's soul had been shattered and fused with the magical metal, resulting in the loss of its self-awareness. Now, Little Wolverine had evolved into a biological magical metal entity, resembling a plant bug. Upon realizing this situation, a tear trickled down Lu Yin's cheek. Little Wolverine, we have been companions for over a month, and you have departed so abruptly. How could you betray me like this? Rest assured, death shall not separate you from me. I will not abandon you. Your corporeal form shall remain by my side forever. Even in death, your body can still fight for me. After uttering this last statement through gritted teeth, Lu Yin understood the gravity of the situation. While there may have been a flicker of affection between Lu Yin and Little Wolverine, that tear was likely more a manifestation of his anger. For Little Wolverine, Lu Yin had exerted tremendous effort over the past half-month. He had calculated and measured magical energy meticulously to avoid wastage. Even energy conversion nearly drained Lu Yin of his vitality, not to mention the mental exhaustion incurred from such calculations. Yet, this was not the source of Lu Yin's greatest sorrow. The most painful aspect was the substantial loss of his wealth. Uncertain if the green gentleman's money had any strings attached, Lu Yin dared not spend a single coin. Your own money is spent as it is earned, 1 coin at a time. He had never ceased providing various magical sustenance for Little Wolverine. He had envisioned a super pet soon, and felt that this expenditure was inconsequential, but now all he had gained was a half-pet. How disheartening. Nevertheless, Lu Yin sought to comfort himself, although Little Wolverine was rendered useless. It was certainly better than those foolish pets. At least it wouldn't cause trouble, which was worth something. With this thought, Lu Yin activated a spirit manipulation array. With the remaining pet contract, it would surely be able to run faster and be more lethal. Chapter 28. Standing firm for 3 days, Lu Yin was quite despondent. Little Wolverine had saddened him for a day and a half. After that, he rallied his spirits to experiment with the amplification of the elemental heart. To his delight, the fireball spell could now be cast in 2 seconds. If he filled the array entirely with his own magic, it would be instantaneous. He finally resembled a proper mage. However, Lu Yin soon discovered a significant issue, a grave one. His fireball spell had a maximum range of only 70 meters. It is well known that the range for 1st to 3rd level apprentice spells is 30 meters, for 4th to 6th level apprentices at least 50 meters. and for 7th to 9th level apprentices nearly 100 meters. Even those with an elemental heart at the 9th level could reach a range of 120 meters. The range signifies the elemental damage. Only beyond that range would there be a reduction in elemental potency. This means that the damage would only diminish after the range, yet the spell could still travel an additional 10 to 20 meters. But Lu Yin, at 70 meters, the spell completely dissipates. There is no gradual reduction in elemental potency. It is as if, for others, their spells leisurely stroll away after completing their range, while Lu Yin's spell, upon nearing its limit, takes off like a rocket in a panic. Others' fireball spells leave a trail like shooting stars, gracefully illuminating the sky, while Lu Yin's fireball spell simply goes whoosh, from appearance to disappearance. Devoid of any sensation. Is this truly a fireball spell, or some sort of variant or modification? After experimenting with the fire-based spells, Lu Yin slumped onto a stool, feeling utterly despondent. Fate, why must you treat me this way? Is it truly so pleasurable to wound the heart of an innocent, pure, and lovely boy? I merely wish to be an ordinary mage among countless souls. Is that such a grave mistake? Why must you inflict this pain upon me? Just as Lu Yin wallowed in self-pity and lament, a sudden chime prompted him to reflexively exclaim, "Welcome!" Just as Lu Yin was about to struggle to rise from the stool, a loud bang startled him, leaving him breathless. Indeed, he was left breathless. Lu Yin had just inhaled to prepare to stand, but that breath got caught in his chest, leaving him in a state of uncertainty. Damn it! As Lu Yin finished cursing internally, he heard an exasperated voice. What kind of wretched shop is this? What kind of worthless scrolls are you selling? All of them are utterly useless. If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation, I shall smash your pathetic establishment today. After taking a deep breath, Lu Yin slowly stood up and looked forward. A hefty figure blocked his view. No, it was an MT obstructing his sight. Upon closer inspection, there were 3 men and 1 woman, 1 MT, 1 female mage, and 2 swordsmen. A glance at the counter revealed a large bag filled with scroll remnants. What are scroll remnants? It is well known that once a spell scroll is utilized, both the magic and the spell shred the scroll to pieces. Moreover, the residual magic from the scroll infuses into the spell. Scroll remnants are the remnants left from unsuccessful creations or those that were carelessly stored, rendering them unsalvageable. These scrolls have been tainted by magic, or the scrolls themselves possess chaotic magic that makes them unusable. Some unspeakable professionals specialize in collecting such items, and their current purpose is one of many. Lu Yin took a thick ledger from the cabinet, seated himself in an office chair, and said, "Please provide the scrolls you purchased from me," and read out their code numbers. By the way, I should inform you that all scrolls sold here bear my code and magical imprint. There is no possibility of forgery. I don't care about your codes or anything like that. I only know that you refuse to acknowledge. George Bassa, smash it. Lu Yin rolled his eyes in exasperation. This provocation was so blatant that it skipped straight to the final step. With a decisive motion, Lu Yin swiftly drew an air gun from beneath the counter, unleashing a powerful blast that sent the swordsman on his right hurtling out the door, propelling him a considerable distance away. In a flash, Lu Yin conjured a fireball with his left hand, directing it towards the swordsman on his left. That moment, the beefy opponent reacted swiftly. He thrust his hand to his back, drew forth his shield, and took a step to the right, colliding his shield against the fireball, causing it to dissipate instantly. Raising his shield, he prepared to deliver a shield bash to Lu Yin. The swordsman behind him, wielding a hammer in reverse, channeled his combat energy, clearly intent on launching a flying hammer attack. The female mage, positioned behind both combatants, gathered fire elements with her hands cupped, causing them to swirl and condense as she prepared to unleash a devastating spell upon Lu Yin. At this moment, Lu Yin surveyed the battlefield, his anger rising at the sight of these 3 fools, who were evidently intent on both vandalizing his shop and taking his life, with his right hand gripping the gun. He aimed directly at the swordsman's hand that clutched the hammer, while simultaneously sending a flying sword towards the female mage. Meanwhile, the little golem burst forth from beneath the counter, charging straight for the beefy opponent's third leg. It was purely unintentional on Lu Yin's part. Sensing the impending threat, the beefy opponent promptly withdrew his shield, thrusting it downwards while crouching, attempting to block the little golem's advance. The swordsman braced himself with his hammer against his chest, Momentarily abandoning his hammer attack, seeing the flying sword approach, the female mage swiftly altered her spell, presenting her cupped hands forward, transforming the gathered flames into a fire shield that stood before her. As the flying sword struck, the fire shield erupted with a resounding bang, shattering the sword as if it were a broken blade. The female mage swiftly rolled her hands, drawing the explosive flames back into her grasp, conjuring another fireball to unleash her magic once more. In an instant, she had turned the tide of the battle in her favor, gaining the upper hand that very moment. The charging little golem's T-shaped horns expanded rapidly, crashing towards the beefy opponent like a battering ram. The beefy opponent, realizing the danger, quickly infused his shield with energy. However, his efforts were in vain, as he was too slow to save himself. The shield, sword, and the beefy opponent, along with a hapless sheep, were all sent flying out the door, tumbling together in an unceremonious heap, a family united in chaos. Lu Yin, with his left hand extended, felt a surge of energy within his glove, and a burst of explosive fireballs surged towards the four individuals standing 10 meters from the doorway. With a thunderous boom, the four were sent soaring into the air, scattering like petals in the wind before crashing back down, landing 5 meters away in a heap. Each one clutched their chests, groaning in pain. As Lu Yin stepped outside, he cast a sweeping glance around, unable to suppress a smirk. The onlookers were all seasoned spectators. Their skills in observing the spectacle were indeed top-notch. Not a single soul had been caught in the blast radius of the fireball explosion, leaving them untouched. Truly, a remarkable crowd of onlookers, just as Lu Yin was about to collect his spoils. Oh no. Gather his loot. The city guard arrived. Upon seeing them, Lu Yin let out a sigh. It seemed his opportunity to collect spoils was thwarted. Many believed that gathering loot and looting corpses were synonymous, a notion Lu Yin held in disdain for its ignorance. Looting corpses was a meticulous task, requiring one to carefully extract valuable items from the deceased. Collecting spoils, on the other hand, was a brute force endeavor, demanding one to assertively remind the collected that resistance was futile. They were expected to willingly relinquish all their possessions, clothing included. Why not the clothing? Isn't the person still alive? What's wrong with the clothing? He thought, let us strip them bare first. Captain Bada, good morning. Have you eaten yet? Lu Yin greeted the fully armored Captain Bada, who had a feather from a chicken adorning his helmet. Hello, Mr. Yin. I just finished lunch and came right over. What transpired here? Mr. Yin, do you even know how to engage in conversation? I just asked you how your morning was. A few rascals were planning to come to my place for some hard goods. The evidence is right inside my shop. Captain Bada, wait a moment while I retrieve it for you. No need, Mr. Yin. Your reputation points are the highest in the commercial district. I trust you won't deceive me. Claire, take a few men and escort them to the prison. I hear they're in need of personnel. Mr. Yin, there are quite a few matters to attend to in the commercial district, so I must take my leave. Upon hearing this, Lu Yin smiled and replied, all right, take care. Watching the departing city guards, Lu Yin inwardly cursed, damn noble bird. Indeed, Captain Bada is a noble. I've seen him at the Lord's banquet. That arrogant bastard. Perhaps it's because I'm more handsome than him. He always seems to look at me with disdain. With this matter resolved, Lu Yin glanced at the sky and decided to shut the shop door. It was time to venture out, procure some goods, and find something to eat. Chapter 29. City of Gada. The city of Gada was merely a level 7 city, not particularly large. Yet, Lu Yin had not explored many places within the city. Perhaps he was afraid of dying. Aside from outings with gas, he rarely left the shop. However, today he felt emboldened by the presence of the 4 adventurers. In truth, Lu Yin's abilities were not as lacking as he perceived. His magical power was more than tenfold that of a novice mage. A person with double the mental acuity of an ordinary individual could become a mage, while Lu Yin's mental prowess was over 20 times that of an average person. Thus, his magical power was also significantly enhanced. It could be said that Lu Yin's strength was indeed formidable. His lack of confidence stemmed merely from his past as a half-witted mage. As he began to wield magic in battle, his confidence gradually returned. Currently, Lu Yin strolled through the food district of the city, his knowledge of the city being rather limited. Yet, in a world where cities resembled one another, he had heard descriptions of their layouts. The Lord's Manor served as the core of the city, surrounded by the noble district, with the affluent district encircling it. Then, a wall enclosed both the noble and affluent districts, which was referred to as the inner city. The area beyond the walls was known as the outer city. The region nearest to the walls formed a circle, divided into 4 sectors. The first was the commercial district, where Lu Yan's shop was located, primarily dealing in magical items, serving as a hub for adventurers. The second was the food district, focusing on food and non-magical items. In simple terms, this was where apprentices mingled, such as blacksmith apprentices crafting farming tools, and ordinary people utilizing basic weapons. The third sector was the academic district, home to the Combat Energy Academy. 2 types of academies existed, one being the Magical Academy, which required a recommendation from 3 magicians or 1 archmage for admission. If one were a legendary figure, a single word would suffice. The Combat Energy Academy had simpler admission criteria. Money was the key. As the old mage would say, those who train their bodies have fewer demands. If one worked hard, they could become an apprentice. If they fought fiercely, they could become an adventurer. And if they were reckless enough, they might even attain legendary status. Some Combat Energy Academies also taught magic, but they were not recognized by the orthodox magical academies, earning them the derisive title of Wild Chicken Academies, producing subpar mages. The fourth sector was the residential district, where the wealthy resided. This included merchants and adventurers. This area was dominated by various guilds, such as the mercenary and demon hunting guilds. Surrounding these 4 sectors was the largest area of the city, the commoners district, also known as the slums. Its purpose was to serve the other 3 districts, filtering out the undesirable elements and sending the good ones to the trading area. For instance, if a wild beast was hunted, the good meat would be sold, while the inferior cuts or other lesser items would be kept for personal consumption, such as beast heads or claws. Beyond the commoners district stood imposing 30-meter-high city walls. For some inexplicable reason, every city wall in this world was no less than 30 meters tall, casting an intimidating shadow. Lu Yan felt that this was the standard way to construct a city. He had heard Gas mention that most cities were structured in this manner. Upon hearing this, Lu Yan found the military-style settlements of the Harvest Territory rather peculiar. The reason Lu Yan ventured out today was not only due to the confidence instilled by the 4 adventurers, but also to prepare himself for advancing to the rank of mage. Perhaps it was due to his half-elf heritage. The magical energy in the Harvest Territory was tainted with demonic essence, causing him to expend more than he gained during the conversion of magic. However, in this city, the expenditure was minimal while the gains were substantial. Elves were indeed favored by nature, and it was no jest, but this was not the primary reason. The main concern was that Lu Yan had spent the better part of half a month quantifying metals. Day in and day out, he had been converting metal energy. Whenever his magical energy was depleted, he would meditate, and once replenished, he would deplete it again. He had not collapsed from exhaustion, and leveling up 3 times was a trivial matter. Tia had once said, provide him with all the resources needed to become a mage. Likewise, the wands required for energy quantification were also available. However, what Lu Yan sought was not a wand, but a sword. He desired a flying sword. To quantify a flying sword, it must possess the functionalities of a wand. This was Lu Yan's pursuit of a magical sword, capable of casting spells while also serving as a weapon. As Lu Yan wandered through the commercial district for half the day, he repeatedly muttered, I'm just looking, not buying. He genuinely only wished to browse. After perusing for a considerable time, he had seen numerous pieces of equipment, but found none satisfactory. Everything he encountered diverged significantly from his expectations. Originally, he had resolved that if he found something to his liking, he would use the inheritance from the green handsome guy to purchase it. Although there might be some hidden issues, however, for the sake of the mage's equipment, there is no alternative. After all, who can blame him for his poverty? Due to the lack of a suitable item, Lu Yan resolved to venture into the trading district to seek out someone. There exists an individual who might prove beneficial to Lu Yan, yet he is someone Lu Yan is reluctant to pursue. As Gas had previously described, far too expensive. Upon entering the trading district, a foul stench surged forth, assaulting Lu Yan's nostrils. Bloodied remnants were strewn about, congealing into streams and accumulating into pits of decay. The stalls were chaotically arranged, lacking any semblance of order. Fortunately, they were merely clustered along the sides of the road, causing no obstruction to the flow of traffic. Before the stalls, countless flies scattered as people passed by, only to swirl back into the air, dancing wildly. Moments later, they descended once more into the foul waters, stirring up waves of malodor. As patrons departed, the flies once again ascended, launching an assault upon the fresh meat displayed at the stalls. The vendors swatted at the flies with a feeble effort. Seemingly overwhelmed, behind the stalls stood rows of shops. Though to call them shops would be a misnomer, they were more akin to processing facilities. Inside, the white bread procured from the commoner district underwent secondary processing, slathered with jam before being dispatched to the living quarters. Carefully avoiding the filthy water and swatting away the flies, Lu Yin spent half an hour navigating the bread district before finally entering the transport area. As time passed, he traversed through the livestock sector and arrived at the blacksmith district. The blacksmith district could only be described as a revelation in Lu Yan's understanding of pollution. A dense cloud of dust enveloped the area, obscuring the once visible blue sky. The visible dust significantly impaired visibility. Hundreds of towering chimneys loomed like cannon barrels, belching forth thick smoke akin to a volcanic eruption. The clanging of metal echoed together, resembling a frenzied battlefield, as chaotic metallic collisions reverberated through the air, piercing the ears like a sharp dagger. For newcomers, it felt maddening, and it tormented Lu Yan's nerves. Is this truly a place for humans? Lu Yan hastily tore a piece of cloth from his attire, fashioning a makeshift mask and earplugs to shield himself. It is indeed a fact that blacksmiths do not succumb to exhaustion here. In such an environment, one would be afflicted with pneumonia even without lung cancer. They are ill from the conditions and do not need to be worked to death. Pushing through the thick smoke, Lu Yan finally spotted the sign for Route 76. Turning, he entered a small port shrouded in dust, and after several twists and turns, he finally reached his destination, a modest two-story building. Ding ding. Is anyone there? Lu Yan knocked on the iron ring at the door and called out, but alas, there was no response for quite some time. After pondering, he reluctantly uttered the embarrassing code phrase. Life is in drinking. Steel is in forging. I bestow them life. I shall serve the god of steel. No sooner had the shameful phrase left his lips than a voice responded. Who? What do you want? Upon hearing this, Lu Yan rolled his eyes. Was it really necessary? He had called for quite a while with no answer, and now he had to resort to the humiliating code to elicit a response. Gas sent me. He mentioned you have quite a few valuable items and asked me to take a look. Rest assured, money is not an issue. Wait a moment. Suddenly, with a clang and a series of clicks, Lu Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. Was it really necessary? His pupils followed the iron door as it slowly began to rise, seemingly taking an eternity to do so. It turned out that the wooden door and iron ring he had knocked on were merely decorative. The wooden door appeared to be pushable, but in reality, it was not meant to budge. What lay before him was a 20-centimeter thick iron door, adorned with two wooden panels, which constituted the entrance Lu Yan had encountered. As the door creaked open, the metal panel gradually ascended. Upon catching sight of the interior, Lu Yan was suddenly overwhelmed by an urge to strike someone. Was it really necessary? Before him stretched a long corridor, flanked by walls adorned with various mechanisms in the process of closing. During the interval of closure, Lu Yan observed no fewer than 50 mechanical arms. The weapons classed by these mechanical appendages were diverse and varied: saw blades, spears, great swords, drills, and more. While Lu Yan recognized some, the majority were unfamiliar to him, their sinister appearances sending shivers down his spine. Hey, buddy, I cannot risk traversing this path, Lu Yan exclaimed, trembling at the sight of the various mechanisms. This was no idle comment. Just as Lu Yan's fearful words fell silent, a mechanical arm extended from above the door, brandishing an object resembling a telescope, which abruptly pointed towards Lu Yan. The telescope swayed from side to side, and suddenly, an eye-like object emerged, scrutinizing Lu Yan intently before a mouth appeared beneath the telescope and spoke. Apprentice? Upon hearing this, Lu Yan rolled his eyes again. Do I not resemble a professional? I am a mage apprentice. Is there a problem? Come in. With that, the mechanical arm folded and retracted. Meanwhile, a hatch above the entrance opened, and a basket resembling an elevator descended, swaying precariously as it landed before Lu Yan. Lu Yan was rendered speechless. It turned out this corridor was not a path at all. As he stepped onto the basket, he unknowingly triggered a mechanism, causing numerous small iron plates to split apart from above, cascading down and sealing him within the basket. Then, this birdcage, defying the wind, slowly ascended towards the ceiling, Lu Yin closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, feeling utterly at a loss. Was this truly necessary? His paranoia was excessive. The birdcage twisted and turned, and in no time, the iron plates at the front of the basket unfolded, revealing an opening. The cage had been opened. At this moment, Lu Yin squinted his eyes, adjusting to the light, and stealthily observed everything before him. Stepping lightly out of the cage, was he finally about to meet the main individual? It had taken an eternity. As the door before him swung open, the principal character finally stepped inside. Lu Yin gazed at the individual, who gave him the impression of being quite square and, more importantly, a mongrel. Yes, a very square mongrel. What makes the protagonist so special? Why doesn't he look in the mirror to see what he truly is? Observing this square figure, Lu Yin discerned his race dada, a product of human craftsmanship and dwarven production, an aberration. Why could it not be reversed? Because dwarven craftsmanship results in gnomes, and the aberrations are even more pitiful. The figure before him stood about 1.7 meters tall, a stark contrast to the dwarves, who typically measure only 1.2 to 1.3 meters, making him significantly more imposing. However, he was rather exaggerated in width. Was it 1.5 or 1.6 meters across? In any case, he was a larger version of a dwarf, a horizontally expanded variant. Thus, Lu Yin found him quite square. The individual had a square head, a square body, and overall appeared like a building block. You must be Iron Na, Gas sent me, saying you might have what I need. Upon hearing this, Iron Na frowned and inquired, You were introduced by that deadpan Gas. Lu Yin, momentarily taken aback, quickly replied, Gas is a fool. Deadpan is merely a reflection of your familiarity. Iron Na, upon hearing this, scoffed and asked, That bastard Gas is still alive? I expected him to have kicked the bucket 3 months ago. Lu Yin replied, Gas has already knelt before that girl for over an hour, repenting for his misdeeds. Do you think he is going to die? Iron Na rolled his eyes and responded, With that bastard's thick skin, he certainly won tea. Come in. Wait, step back 3 paces, then. No, just wait a moment. With that, Iron Na stepped behind the door and pressed a switch. Suddenly, the floor before Lu Yin began to fold and roll, revealing a deep chasm brimming with sharp protrusions. The only viable path was to step back 3 paces and then veer left to approach Iron Na's door. Lu Yin was utterly exasperated. Weary, he remarked, Brother, how many people have you offended? How many factions? You must be quite a target for resentment to warrant such an exaggerated display, if it truly came to that. Perhaps you should just run away. We only have one life. Let's not take unnecessary risks. Get lost. The moment you opened your mouth, I knew you were no good. Upon hearing this, Lu Yin bristled. Why am I not a good person? I spoke with genuine emotion. How did I become the villain here? Come on, it was heartfelt. If you were a decent person, you wouldn't say such things. Enough nonsense. Come see the goods, by the way. What do you need? I need a sword, one imbued with magical properties. Upon hearing this request, Iron Na smirked knowingly. I can tell you're not normal. Indeed, anyone who associates with that rascal Gas is far from ordinary. Why don't you take a good look at yourself? Brother, we are all friends of Gas, right? So, I must be abnormal. Then I must be psychologically unbalanced. You can use your ugliness to insult me, but you cannot use your abnormality to belittle me. So, if I appear normal, my psyche must be abnormal, correct? What kind of logic is that? Enough. At that moment, the voice of Tiana interrupted LV-Yan's train of thought. Extending his hand, which was twice the thickness of LV-Yan's thigh, he grasped the door handle and pulled upwards. In an instant, he removed the handle. After extracting it, he inserted the handle into a small hole on the left side of the door, twisted it twice, and activated the mechanism. Before LV-Yan's eyes, the iron door trembled momentarily, then creaked and began to rise, eventually reaching the ceiling, clearly revealing to LV-Yan how the peculiar door of this strange house was meant to be opened. However, LV-Yan felt a surge of frustration within. Damn it. After all this fuss, it turns out that this door handle was the key. I have not encountered anything normal since I arrived here. Upon hearing Tiana's words, LV-Yan replied and followed him into the room that as he entered. His gaze scanned the interior, which was quite spacious. Around 100 square meters, there were over 30 shelves and a dozen small counters, adorned with numerous pieces of equipment and props. The quality of the goods, compared to those in the previous shop, felt at least on par, if not slightly superior. At that moment, LV Yin casually picked up a wand, twirling it in his hands, and Tiana remarked, "This wand enhances casting speed, which accelerates the condensation of elements. If you find it to your liking, feel free to take it. Oh, and it also possesses a skill, giant strength. It's quite an impressive skill. Just imagine, those thieves and swordsmen, as soon as they get close, you raise the wand and unleash giant strength, sending them flying with a single strike. How exhilarating would that be? Does it suit your taste?" LV Yin rolled his eyes in response. "Well, I would need your physique for that to work." Ignoring Tiana, LV Yin continued to survey the surroundings, marveling at the abundance of fine items. However, regrettably, none were what he urgently needed. "Brother, do you have the sword I mentioned? Look, are these a few good enough?" Tiana, wielding swords larger than a fan, presented several to LV Yin, adding, "These swords are meant for magic swordsmen and possess a certain degree of magical amplification. If they don't meet your expectations, then there's nothing more to be done." After trying each one, LV Yin had to admit they were all quite good. Yet, they fell short of what he sought. Magic swords were made for swordsmen. Thus their balance was centered around the grip. Crafting a magic sword is not as simple as that of a wand or staff, which can be made with fewer considerations regarding the magical array. In simpler terms, crafting a wand focuses on the requirements of the array, and if it doesn't fit, it can be modified without concern for balance or aesthetics. The priority is to fill it with all possible enhancements to magical energy. Crafting a magic sword, however, is different. A sword is ultimately meant for combat, making balance of utmost importance. If the magical points on a crafted sword are misaligned, it would disrupt the consistency of the magical array. Consequently, many arrays fail to align properly due to these discrepancies, leading to a lack of effective magical skills. Thus, magic swords primarily serve as auxiliary magic, with even attacking magic being a rarity, let alone attribute magic. The benefit of a wand for a mage lies in its attribute magic. For instance, the wand that increases casting speed, or a wand that amplifies a specific elemental magic. Moreover, the enhancement provided by a wand is permanent. In contrast, the auxiliary magic from a magic sword is temporary. For example, acceleration or deceleration magic. Although acceleration and deceleration spells may sound formidable, they are, in reality, rather ineffective. Take deceleration magic. If you cast it on an enemy whose magical power surpasses yours, or who possesses higher quality magic, their magic will easily dispel yours. Or if you cast acceleration magic on yourself, an opposing purification spell could revert you to your original state. If the opponent's magical quality is superior and they unleash a magical shockwave, it could potentially incapacitate you, such as the danger of magical backlash. Therefore, for mages, magic swords are essentially useless. Yet, for magic swordsmen, the role of a magic sword is entirely different. I do not pursue the sheer power of magic skills. I seek to unleash my full potential. I merely desire that the magical skills allow my enemies to falter for but a moment. That would grant me the opportunity to rush in and strike a few blows. In those moments, I would find immense satisfaction. Happiness, at times, is simply that uncomplicated. Moreover, magic swordsmen rank among the most formidable classes for dealing with young adventurers. A single deceleration spell can delay a child for quite some time as they struggle to dispel it. An acceleration spell, on the other hand, allows the magic swordsman to demonstrate what it means to move at lightning speed, to attack with frenzied swiftness, or even to wield the sword's spine to deliver playful slaps. This is the essence of the magic swordsman's joy and fulfillment. Chapter 31. Tianatu LV Yin gazed longingly at the few magic swords displayed on the platform, feeling an overwhelming sense of dissatisfaction. Was he to be limited to using a wand? If only one of these magic swords possessed a sharp attribute, even without an enhancement spell, he could accept it. Alas, none did. The best among them merely had an attack skill. Flame Slash. LV Yin would never recklessly attempt to energize equipment, for only when a practitioner advances do they have the opportunity to incorporate energized equipment into their magical sea. A quality piece of equipment significantly enhances one's capabilities. Even an enhancement of casting speed by 0.1 seconds could be the key to victory. So, which one caught your eye? To be honest, these magic swords are already quite exceptional for low-tier equipment. You would be hard-pressed to find better gear in any shop outside. Noticing that LV Yin had been contemplating for quite some time without making a decision, Tiana finally spoke up. Upon hearing Tiana's question, LV Yin paused, asking, Brother, these swords must have been forged by you, right? Tiana raised an eyebrow and replied. So what if I forged them? And what if I didn't? If you have any grievances, voice them. What grievances could there be? It's just that they truly do not suit me. LV Yin set down the magic sword in his hand, looking at Tiana and saying, Brother, when you forged these swords, if I were to say, I do not demand anything regarding balance or any specific requirements for the sword. I only ask for a sharp attribute. Can you forge a sword that possesses enhancement attributes like a wand? Tiana squinted at LV Yin for a moment and said, That's an interesting idea. However, it's impractical. First, this item, even if created, would not be suitable for practitioners. Second, exploring the forging process consumes too much magical metal. Third, I simply do not have the time to indulge you. Time is money, right? I understand. LV Yin waved his hand dismissively. None of that is an issue. When he raised this question, he had already considered utilizing the inheritance from the green handsome guy. With such financial backing, how could he not be extravagant? As for the inheritance's complications, he thought, who cares? If I don't have the courage to use it, what's the point of even trying to refine it? First, if no one else uses it, I will. Second, I will cover all the forging expenses. Third, how about double the price? Tiana smirked, saying, You know my rules, right? I charge for 2 batches of magical materials for forging equipment. And the remuneration is additional. You have quite the appetite. Brother, at most, one would nibble on a piece of meat. But you want to gnaw on the bones clean. Tiana shot a sidelong glance at LV Yin. Those are my rules. You can choose to accept or decline. LV Yin winced at the thought. No wonder he adopted such a stance. With these mechanisms and weapons, anyone would want to devour him whole. He was simply too wealthy. Fine, I will cover the costs, both for the magical materials and the forging. However, I can only pay you once the equipment is completed. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Tiana raised an eyebrow, saying, I will forge the items for you. But the remuneration will be 5 times. The magical materials will also be 5 times. LV Yin jumped up in disbelief. 5 times. Your price hike is utterly outrageous. It's more ruthless than a devil extracting marrow from bones. I won't even question whether you have a conscience. I just want to know if you possess even a shred of humanity. You're more ferocious than a beast. This guy truly devours without leaving a trace. I dare to shout because there is a reason for it. Do you want to hear it? Speak. I'm listening. Tiana fixed his gaze on LV Yin for a while before saying, when crafting a magic sword, the most crucial aspect lies in the forging technique. It is not like a wand, where you can simply carve or modify at will. If unsatisfactory, just shave off a layer and try again. The sword you desire is different. To call it a sword is perhaps misleading. It resembles a wand shaped like a sword. It has a significant advantage over wands. You can envision any magical attribute on the sword, because it is truly a creation from nothing, like a blank canvas, ready for your imagination. In contrast, a wand's creator can only work with the patterns of the magical wood. Thus, your magic sword possesses an immense advantage. However, it also bears a significant drawback. Success is exceedingly difficult. Unlike a wand, which has a margin for error, if you make a mistake, you can simply shave off a layer and start anew. The difficulty lies in the act of typing, the relentless hammering, with each fold, with every strike. Not a single mistake must be made, for if a mistake occurs, the magical points will be misaligned. Similarly, the force applied must be flawless. For if the force is too great, a certain magical point will enlarge, and the balance of magic will dissipate. It will also compress the spatial existence of other magical points, just like the issue of the center of gravity of a magical sword. The center of gravity must invariably be firmer and more solid than any other part. In the entire Rhine Empire, there are no more than 5 individuals capable of achieving this. In the entire Moose Dominion, there are scarcely 30. Do you find my assertion reasonable? Indeed, it is exceedingly reasonable. If I possessed such ability, I would dare to claim tenfold, not merely 5. Brother Tai, you dictate the terms. 1 word more, and I shall be your subordinate. However, Brother Tai, may I observe your crafting process? Brother Tai, you are so impressive. I wish to see if I can learn a thing or two from you. Brother Tai grinned and replied, observing is certainly permissible. But with your physique, do you truly aspire to learn the art of forging? Are you to wield the hammer, or shall the hammer wield you? I felt underestimated. Brother Tai, regardless of what is said today, I shall wield this hammer for you. As a man, there is no room for failure. Brother Tai laughed heartily, clapping Yen on the shoulder, saying, "How amusing. You are quite the character. Originally just a casual acquaintance. But from this moment forth, you are my friend." Startled by the unexpected camaraderie while his vitality was rapidly depleting, Yen asked, "What do you mean by casual acquaintance? Gas is my friend. You are Gas's friend. Hence temporarily deemed a friend. Thus the term casual acquaintance." Yen rolled his eyes at this convoluted explanation. "Am I merely a temporary worker elevated to a contracted position? And could you articulate your thoughts more clearly? It sounds as if I've traversed from one world to another. It is quite misleading, you know. Is it not casual acquaintance, but rather casual underling? However, considering your physique, it is indeed somewhat intimidating. Hey, you there, come in. You should have some magical metals. Right? Bring them forth. Today, we shall test the magical properties of the metals. All right, I'm on it. Clang, 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 snap. Another one gone to waste. Do you have more? Yes, here it comes. By the way, Brother Tai, is this the 8th batch? Are you sensing anything yet? Just a bit. The magical balance point is exceedingly difficult to master. For now, let us use your lower grade magical metals for a few more attempts. Otherwise, if you are not adept, it would be a shame to waste good materials. Within less than 3 hours, Brother Tai had already rendered 8 batches of materials unusable. Initially, Yen had presented many precious magical metals, but Brother Tai indicated that these items were too valuable to handle carelessly. Hence, he would utilize some lower-grade magical metals for practice, and the cost of these practice materials would fall upon Yen. Yen assured him that he also possessed lower-grade magical metals. So Brother Tai was welcome to use them freely. Watching Brother Tai waste batch after batch of magical metals caused Yen's heart to bleed. Bleed? What nonsense. It was akin to selling one's father's fields without remorse. If he truly felt anguish, he wouldn't be rushing to offer them for waste. The one truly pained, the one bleeding, was the green gentleman. Although he had lost his life, his heart had long since departed. Clang, 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 snap. Brother Tai, let us continue. How many do we have left? Brother Tai, fear not, there is plenty. I shan't inquire about the goods. However, Yen, if you trust me, I shall offer a word of caution. The magical imprint of this material is quite profound. Be wary, rest assured, Brother Tai. I am aware. Now, there are some ordinary materials over there. Did you not say you would demonstrate your hammering for me today? Then go ahead and strike. I will not charge you for ordinary materials. All right, Brother Tai, watch closely. Chapter 32. Conspiracy. Brother Tai, I must take my leave. Do drop by when you have the time. Oh dear, my old back. Oh, this hand. It's cramping. Yen had spent 2 days in Brother Tai's company, hammering away for a day and a half. After half a day's rest, Yen felt an overwhelming soreness throughout his body. His back was nearly unable to straighten, and worse yet, his left hand, the one wielding the hammer, would occasionally cramp. This cramping sensation was indeed quite delightful, causing involuntary shudders. However, the benefits were substantial. System, stamina, 3.24, 5 strength, 1.42, 6 agility, 3.43, 6 spirit, 3.34, 35.2, 39 energy, 850, due to damage to the energy source. Integration with foreign energy is not usable. Skills, spirit control, subskill, Mage's hand, magic, 320,320, increases by 20 points per level until level 10. Spells, fireball, omitted, level 1, explosive fireball, flame whip, inferno, atmospheric shield equipment, 12 flying swords, 21, 22, 25 dragon lizard gloves, 34.735 category, mage level 119, apprentice 9 secondary profession, alchemy, potion 1, 31, scroll 1, 61, forging 1, 3, sealing technique 1, 21, pet, little King Kong, undying beetle, in a semi-dying state. Experience, 11920 skill points. 1 without a doubt. I had acquired a forging skill within alchemy. Skills in alchemy cannot simply be learned at will. One must be taught by a high-level practitioner in that field for the system to acknowledge it. Only after the system recognizes it can one manipulate it at will. For instance, using experience points to elevate it. However, gaining a mere percentage of experience points felt a bit unjust. Therefore, after upgrading my sealing technique once, I refrained from attempting anything else. The 3 newly acquired level 1 spells were all bestowed by Tia. The atmospheric shield was particularly chosen by Tia based on Yan's circumstances, which was a rather thoughtful gesture. After all, aside from non-elemental magic, Yan struggled to utilize other spells adequately. Moreover, fire element defensive spells are notoriously unreliable. For instance, the flame shield primarily reduces damage from other elements and offers poor defense against physical attacks. There once was an incident where a mage utilizing a flame shield enhanced its defenses, consequently raising the shield's temperature to extreme levels. When a swordsman apprentice threw a sword at him, it was instantly ignited. What should have been a standard physical attack was transformed into a magical physical attack. The mage, who should have merely sustained injuries, was grievously wounded. Is that not absurd? Following this, fire mages conceived the idea of using explosive shockwaves to counter physical attacks. However, this method of casting a magical shield proved exceedingly unstable, often resulting in the caster's own demise. Such an unfortunate fate. The second spell, Flame Whip, was selected specifically by Tia, knowing Yan possessed the explosive fireball spell, making it a suitable melee skill for mages. The Flame Whip has a maximum length of 10 meters. Its length can be self-regulated, consuming magic power continuously after the spell is successfully cast. Each successful strike on an enemy inflicts dual damage from both fire and explosion. It is quite an excellent skill for mages in close combat. The third spell, Inferno, is a trap-type spell that allows the caster to embed the spell into the ground, gathering fire elements, which then erupts to form a 2-meter-high, half-meter-wide column of flames. This inflicts fiery shock damage and high-intensity burning damage upon enemies. This fire clings to the target. Yan planned to spend the next few days at home, modifying his spells after advancing to Mage. Based on his circumstances, Yan had already formed preliminary ideas. Yan strolled leisurely down the commercial street, his steps light, indicating a buoyant mood. However, his occasionally twitching face and somewhat trembling body presented a rather peculiar sight. As he ambled along the commercial street, just as Yan was about to round the corner of a storefront, several horned horses splashed through the muddy water, kicking up muck as they galloped past him. Sensing the commotion, Yan swiftly dodged the muck, only to turn around in irritation. Which fool is riding a horse in the commercial street? Do they not know this is a pedestrian zone? But upon closer inspection, oh, a familiar face. Is that not the noble Gastar, from whom I had snatched a storefront? Well, while they may lack civility, I must remain courteous. Hey, Viscount Gastar, out walking your dog, are you? Upon hearing this, Gastar instinctively turned to look, and upon seeing Yan, his face turned slightly pale. Why is this scoundrel everywhere? Gastar shot Yan a fierce glare before turning away, ignoring him entirely, urging the horned horse to gallop away faster. As if proximity to Yan would taint him, the guards surrounding Gastar wore equally grim expressions. Who are you calling a dog walker? As Lu Yin observed the conduct of the avian nobility, he spat disdainfully and thought to himself, what a lack of courtesy. I extend my greetings to you, and not only do you fail to respond, but you also regard me with such contempt. As if I have feasted upon your family's provisions. At that moment, Gasida, with a grim countenance, urged the wildebeests into a frenetic gallop, tumultuously charging into the noble district, racing towards his abode. Master, you have returned. What are your commands? He inquired. Summon Sri to my study and relay this. I desire a meat steak for dinner. Also, hang the half-elf I purchased. Prepare the whip for me. With that, Gasida briskly entered a structure reminiscent of a villa. Within the nobility, it is decreed that only local lords have the privilege to construct castles, while foreign nobles are barred from doing so, regardless of their rank. However, all nobles share an inexplicable obsession with castles. Thus, with policies in place, counter-strategies emerge. Other nobles devised a solution to erect a bastion akin to a villa, thereby flaunting their status. Consequently, those who could build bastions must undoubtedly be nobles, for a bastion symbolizes aristocracy. Wealthy merchants, however, lack the privilege to construct such edifices. With a scowl, Gasida seated himself upon a chair, closing his eyes in contemplation. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his reverie. Father, did you call for me? Gasida opened his eyes to behold his third son and queried. Why do I still see that half-elf? Why has your establishment not been reclaimed? What were your promises upon your departure? You, who merely wallow among women, are you incapable of handling such a trivial matter? The third son hurriedly explained, and no, It's not like that. Father, I have already issued a bounty to the Thieves Guild, but they indicated that due to some agreement, only newly promoted low-level thieves may trouble that half-elf. Those of slightly higher rank are forbidden to act. Thus, I enlisted a renowned team of professionals to confront the half-elf. Yet, it seems they have also failed. You are worthless. Even assembling a team proves your incompetence. Can you not conceive of alternative solutions? Father, I shall challenge him to a duel. Observing the terror-stricken visage of his son, Gassida's fury ignited. Have you allowed your mind to dwell solely within the bodies of those women? That half-elf possesses the prowess to vanquish an entire team. What do you intend to duel with? Your third leg, which only incites trouble. Begone. Watching his son scurry away in a flurry, Gassida seized a drinking cup from the table and hurled it against the doorframe. Cursing vehemently, how could I have spawned such a foolish son? Ah, your household has a surplus of drivers. Gassida exhaled heavily, instinctively preparing to resume his seat and meditate. That moment, a cloud of black mist erupted in the study. An essentially clad woman emerged, saying, "It appears I have arrived at an inopportune time, my lord the Viscount. Are you resting?" Upon hearing this, Gassida opened his eyes, sprang to his feet, and bowed respectfully. "I am not resting. I am contemplating. I am alleviating the concerns of His Excellency the Bishop. I have already dispatched someone to address the establishment's matters, and I believe it will be resolved shortly. I implore you to trust me." "My lady," the alluring lady gazed calmly at Gassida and replied, "Enough. It has been a month. I tire of your empty words. His Excellency the Bishop has issued directives. That half-elf's identity may be somewhat sensitive. If the establishment has yet to be reclaimed, let it remain for now. However, I trust you will swiftly secure the other 2 blood sacrifice sites. Yes, should any further complications arise, I am certain you would not wish to bear the bishop's wrath." Gassida, upon hearing this, hastily responded, "Rest assured, my lady, I shall expedite the matter. No, I shall summon someone immediately. I will attend to it at once." Watching Gassida hastily exit, the sensual lady licked her purple, pointed nails and softly mused. A family of incompetents. In a flash of black mist, she vanished. Chapter 33. Magical modification. As Lu Yin grinned at the charred hole in the wooden board before him, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy. It had unfolded precisely as I envisioned. It seems to be a success. I shall see how swiftly you elemental beings can flee this time. Lu Yin muttered, glaring at the board in his grasp. This triumph signified a personal affirmation for Lu Yin. His reasoning was straightforward. The elements he summoned were notoriously swift, so he devised a method to ensnare them, preventing their escape. Thus, Lu Yin initially opted to modify the fireball spell. His feelings towards fireball were fraught with resentment, for it was the first attack spell he acquired, yet it had caused him much embarrassment. The method he contemplated for modifying fireball was simple. After sketching the spell, he would encapsulate it with an air blast. This would yield an explosive flame orb, a modification already in existence. However, Lu Yin was disinclined to utilize another's alterations, uncertain of potential pitfalls or backdoors. Therefore, he resolved to innovate from the air blast itself. The air blast was inherently a flawless shaping spell, which Lu Yin neither sought to alter nor possessed the ability to transform. Yet, he could change its form. Merely converting the spherical shape to a cylindrical one, the modification was not difficult, though it required slightly more magical energy than before. Such a transformation would double the mana consumption compared to the original air blast. However, this was not a concern for Lu Yin. He was abundant in mana. His spell, which summoned elements with remarkable speed, was no longer an issue. Lu Yin proceeded to place the fireball spell's diagram within the newly modified air blast tube. As the fire element emerged and fused with the mana of the tube, it compressed further, transforming the fire element and mana into a slender fire beam. Upon release, Lu Yin knew he had succeeded. He had finally acquired a true ranged attack. He was now a mage capable of ranged combat. Isn't a mage inherently a ranged attacker? With a range exceeding 150 meters. It surpassed the reach of all apprentices. Although its area damage did not rival that of fireball, the penetrating power of the fire beam was formidable. Moreover, it carried a burning effect, rendering it a spell with exceptional single-target lethality. After successfully modifying his first spell, Lu Yin sought to replicate a second one, a skill renowned from his past life. No style. The no style from the King of Fighters game, specifically Kyo Kusunagi's technique. To be candid, Replicating skills from the game posed little difficulty. Aside from ultimate techniques, Liu Yan could replicate all other combat skills. However, the mana cost associated with ultimate techniques was staggering. For instance, attempting to utilize no-style in battle through casting was out of the question. Liu Yan's role was that of a melee mage, relying on speed to outpace his foes. Should he attempt to employ casting skills mid-battle, he would likely be cut down before completing the spell. Thus, Liu Yan reverted to an old strategy, the sealing technique. He would seal no-style, allowing him to unleash it when needed. Fortunately, the modified no-style spells did not exceed the glove's level. Otherwise, Liu Yan would have faced peril, risking being obliterated by his own magic. Magical modification is quite straightforward. If a zero-tier spell is akin to a two-dimensional diagram, then a first-tier spell resembles a three-dimensional model. To modify a spell, one must merely connect the two three-dimensional models. See how simple that is. However, after merging two spells, the outcome remained uncertain. It could result in a dud, which would be fortunate. Otherwise, it could lead to a self-destructing spell, obliterating the mage engaged in the modification. Therefore, one must possess a comprehensive understanding of a spell's essence to qualify for its modification. Liu Yan was fortunate. An old mage had imparted this knowledge to him, and he had gained insight into numerous spells' essences, particularly through the technique of drawing scrolls. This was no trivial matter. Not every mage possesses the resources to provide unlimited practice materials for apprentices. Moreover, having personal guidance is a rare privilege. Take the explosive fireball, for example. The old mage personally demonstrated, elucidating each mana point, which combinations lead to explosions, which induce burning, the purpose of overlapping points, and identifying the core points. Yet, even with the wealth of information Liu Yan had absorbed in his previous life, he would not claim mastery over this spell. A spell's manifestation can vary greatly across different regions, temperature influences, elemental variations, and diverse magical energies all contribute to potential mutations. For instance, a fireball spell cast in a snowy realm differs drastically from one unleashed in a volcanic area, let alone in a swamp, where fire can lead to instant detonation. The very structure of the modified enchantment is inherently unstable. It may function normally in Zone A, yet its efficacy could drastically diminish in Zone C. Hence, it is imperative to comprehend the essence of the modified spells. The power of the enchantment is initiated from the magical points, which subsequently channel the energy along the pathways established by mental force, ultimately forming the magic itself. Each magical point's energy must not conflict with one another, akin to the nature of electrical circuits, due to the inherent instability of modified spells compared to their original counterparts. The order of charging these magical points is predetermined. The first to charge is fixed, as is the last. While you may dictate which magical point charges first, you cannot control when it will be fully charged. Elements that would typically flow smoothly can be disrupted by other magical points that have already absorbed energy, resulting in a clash of opposing magical forces. This scenario resembles multiple electrical circuits intertwining, and it is enough to induce a sense of discomfort. Thus, the instability of wild mages is not unfounded. Even if a modified spell operates without issue now, future complications are far from rare. Consequently, the distrust towards wild mages is justified. Liu Yan's solution to this predicament is remarkably straightforward. As long as the enchantment is viable, he can charge it himself by transforming his magical energy through the heart of elements into elemental magic. He can then utilize it to fill the enchantment he may lack in other areas, but his magical energy is abundant. Moreover, this approach affords him the advantage of immunity to his own magical damage. Since the spells are composed entirely of his own energy, they are unlikely to harm him to any significant degree. This is a source of Liu Yan's confidence in being a melee mage. He does not succumb to magical backlash. The third aspect is the ghostly flame, which is Liu Yan's favorite modification. By combining the outer layer of a shield of atmosphere with an absorption array, he meticulously arranges the patterns. This results in a modified fire dragon technique, with internal fire magic and external forces enhanced by an explosive array and an incendiary array. With a flick of his wand, a fire dragon spirals upward, encircling him within a meter's distance, incinerating everything it collides with. After completing its rotation, the fire dragon can even be directed to attack a designated target. It is splendid in its grandeur, according to Liu Yan's calculations, with the magical energy of a level 9 apprentice. He can charge a spell without a formula. leaving him with merely 20% of his energy remaining. Even after becoming a mage, he would struggle to cast spontaneously in battle. Thus, he must rely on sealing techniques. Currently, he can instantaneously cast around 10 ghostly flames without issue. After ascending to mage status, normal combat usage should pose no problem. As for the burning ray, he now possesses approximately 70 instantaneous casts. And after becoming a mage, that number should exceed 200, if not more. And as for explosive fire orbs, they are abundant and ready to be unleashed. One should not assume that after becoming a mage, one only employs spells of the first tier or higher in combat. Such thinking is naive. Mages are renowned for their enduring combat capabilities. If mages predominantly relied on high-power spells, they would deplete their magical energy in mere moments. What then would be the point of sustained combat? Would one then send them into melee combat, or merely await their demise? Hence, mages primarily utilize zero-tier attack spells, reserving the first tier for their ultimate techniques. Certain high-power or modified spells serve as finishing moves. Some powerful mages achieve a balance between output and magical recovery, forming a makeshift perpetual motion machine. Of course, true perpetual motion is unattainable, yet there once was a level 9 archmage who fought for 10 days in a war before finally collapsing from exhaustion, earning the title of Master of Sustained Magic. Therefore, those who pursue the path of a mage must embody durability. Upon modifying spells, the selection of core spells becomes paramount. First and foremost, the unclassed spells are out of the question. After one casting, a second may not even be possible. The second option, Ghostly Flame, is feasible but lacks in durability that a mage's endurance is of utmost importance. The third option, Burning Ray, boasts commendable attributes but falters against the undead. When facing a skeletal foe, one must strike the skull's soul flame directly. Otherwise, it is rendered utterly ineffective. Yin finds himself in a quandary. He yearns for each spell, yet the expanse of his magical sea is limited. It cannot accommodate all these lower-tier spells. Furthermore, each core spell comes with a permanent loss of energy quantification, realized at the expense of his mental capacity. This realization dawned upon Yin during his research into the system. Each time he inscribed a core spell, or after forging a contract with the little golden beetle, his mental capacity limit diminished. It was only through comparative analysis that he discerned this. As he pondered the system, a sudden thought struck Yin. Perhaps he could acquire them all. System status: Stamina, 3.24, 5 Strength, 1.42, 6 Agility, 3.43, 6 Mentality, 3.34, 35, 239 Energy, 800, due to damage to the body's energy source and the fusion of foreign energy. It is unusable. Skills: Spirit Manipulation, Branch Technique, Mage's Hand, Magical Power, 320,320, increases by 20 points per level until level 10. Spells: Fireball, and others. First level: Explosive Fireball, Flame Whip. Inferno Technique Equipment: 12 Flying Swords, 2122, 25 Dragon Lizard Gloves, 34.735 Sector. Mage First Level 19, Apprentice 9 Secondary Profession, Alchemy, Potion 1, 31, Scroll 1, 61, Forging 1, 3, Sealing Technique 1, 21, Pet, Little Golden Beetle, Undead Beetle, in a half-dead state. Experience: 21920 skill points. 1 Yin gazed at the skill frame, noting that one of the 4 skill slots had been unlocked. The others would require a skill point to access. Currently, Yin had 1 unused skill point, but to acquire more, he would need to level up, which he was reluctant to do. After having leveled up once, everything returned to its peak state. The thought of the system made it even less likely for Yin to level up. For what he truly desired was to level up while ascending to mage status. If Yin's hopes were realized, he might be able to expand the magical sea to unimaginable proportions. With each level gained, an expansion would occur. Just contemplating this made Yin feel giddy with excitement, or perhaps a little frightened. After indulging in his thoughts, he resumed his preparations. Iron Brother, do you truly have no suggestions for this matter? None. If you hadn't brought it up, I might have forgotten about it entirely. Are you really considering quantifying it along with the energy? While it is indeed a magical metal, I honestly have no idea what it can do. With that, Iron made his way towards the forging room. Yin stared at the large bucket of metal in his hands, a multitude of thoughts flashing through his mind. Indeed, it was a large bucket of metal. More accurately, it was liquid magical metal. The first time Yin laid eyes on it, he was utterly captivated. Wasn't this akin to the T-700 from Terminator? Who would have thought such a thing could appear in another realm? In an instant, Yin conceived the idea of quantifying this substance, not for any other reason, but for the sake of defense. As a mage, he is inherently fragile, and an elven mage is particularly fragile among the fragile. Therefore, bolstering defense is of utmost importance. However, the means available to mages for defense are exceedingly scarce. Aside from defensive magic, there is but a single robe. Moreover, both the robe and defensive magic primarily cater to elemental protection. While there are options for physical defense, the magical cost is exorbitant. Furthermore, once a mage is surrounded, death becomes merely a matter of time. The differences between mages and swordsmen are manifold, but the most significant distinction lies in the application of mental force. Mages pursue quantity in their application. They disperse their mental energy to summon greater elements, thereby completing their magic and launching attacks against foes. This results in minimal consumption, which is why mages can sustain combat for extended periods. However, this pursuit of quantity often results in inferior quality. Conversely, most swordsmen are individuals with less pronounced mental capacities. Thus, they seek to compress their energy through physical pain to sharpen their mental acuity. Their output may be limited, yet their quality is formidable. Therefore, in terms of energy, swordsmen possess significantly less than mages, and their attack range is vastly inferior. However, mages must avoid being struck. A mage of the same level possesses energy defenses as fragile as paper, while a swordsman's energy attacks are akin to blades. For a mage to rely on defense is akin to attempting to shield oneself with sheets of paper. With a stroke of luck, they might withstand an attack, albeit at the cost of considerable magical energy. With less fortune, they risk being cleaved in two, shield and all. Thus, when faced with such situations, mages devise physical displacement defense techniques, such as the fire mage's explosive blasts, the wind mage's rotations, or the ice mage's freezing or slowing techniques. Yet, frequent traversing of dark paths inevitably leads to encounters with ghosts. Mages are not omnipotent. There will always be moments of miscalculation, should they misjudge a situation, or if a swordsman withstands the spell's initial onslaught, calamity may ensue. As for Yin's situation, he is confident in his stamina, which is undoubtedly top tier. However, his casting ability is rather limited. Thus, Yin must draw closer to engage in combat. Therefore, he refers to himself as a melee mage, which carries an element of self-deprecation. Mages inherently possess high attack, but low defense. Once they are engaged in close combat, the danger escalates exponentially. Yin finds himself in this predicament out of necessity. If he could safely engage from a distance, why would he risk close encounters? A single misstep could cost him his life. Thus, defense has always been a matter of great concern for Yin. Now, with the prospect of obtaining a defense item perfectly suited for mages, how could Yin not feel a surge of excitement? In the earliest days, Yin had contemplated the idea of donning armored canisters. Unfortunately, such contraptions weighed no less than 200 pounds. Even if they could be quantified, they would still be a burden of 30 to 40 pounds. Yin thrived in close combat, relying on his superior agility compared to others. Adding several dozen pounds would transform him from a nimble insect into a sluggish snail, altering his finesse into mere brute force. Apart from enduring a few extra seconds during a bout, there was little else to be gained. Moreover, the defensive capabilities of this 200-pound canister armor were rather unimpressive. The steel plating was too thin. In contrast, the current piece could be effortlessly altered with a mere infusion of magical energy, allowing it to be both rigid and flexible, coupled with a spirit-taming array. Its speed of transformation was even more accelerated. Just imagine, when an opponent approached, he could resemble a porcupine, with spikes erupting from various parts of his body. The size and length of the spikes would be entirely at his discretion. Furthermore, he wasn't wielding mere spikes, but rather substantial stingers. The thought alone was exhilarating. Yet, there were aspects that left much to be desired. What advanced equipment didn't feature automatic defense? Why must this contraption require manual operation? Clearly, one's ambitions know no bounds. Hence, Yin had repeatedly sought the counsel of Tiana, hoping to devise a solution. Yet, Tiana was equally at a loss. If it were sufficiently sturdy, he could hammer it into shape. It could even take on the form of a beautiful maiden. However, The issue lay in the fact that this item was not suitable for hammering. It was, after all, a product of magical refinement. While he could manage a hammer, he was ill-equipped for magical crafting. Thus, Yen was left to devise a solution on his own. Yet, he found himself at an impasse. He had only acquired a smattering of knowledge from the old wizard, most of which pertained to lightness, color transformation, and shape-shifting. Mere frivolities. This was an unavoidable predicament. His low rank and limited magical energy were significant hindrances. Moreover, the clientele seeking to procure such trinkets were those requiring them to contend with mindless, chaotic low-tier magical beasts. Consequently, Yen could only practice what others desired. After all, one must earn a living, right? As Yen pondered, Tiana strolled in and remarked, "Why bother thinking so much, if it's not feasible now? Refine it later, just focus on what needs to be done. Don't linger here." Upon hearing this, Yen rolled his eyes and retorted, "If it were a matter of later, I wouldn't be bothered. I intend to use this for my survival. It must be usable now. Otherwise, there may not be a later." Tiana responded, "Then what is the fuss? Just quantify it now," Tiana said with a hint of annoyance. Chapter 35. Equipment. Yen, feeling a bit out of sorts, replied, "After quantification, it must be equipped into the sea of magic. What then? It has no capabilities that have undergone magical refinement. All its abilities are primal." "I truly feel resentful," Tiana rolled his eyes and said, "Who said that equipping it into the sea of magic means it's over? Not everyone is destined to wield a single piece of equipment for a lifetime. What about those who wield small swords? Are they forever barred from using great swords? What kind of thinking is that?" Yen stared wide-eyed. "Can it still undergo magical refinement after entering the sea of magic?" "Why not?" Tiana responded with considerable confidence. "You can always take it out and hammer it again." Yen was momentarily stunned. "It can come out after entering the sea of magic? How does one extract it? Do I have to smash my head open to retrieve it?" Tiana shot him a sideways glance, exasperated. "Get lost, illiterate wild mage. Just because your brain has holes doesn't mean everyone else's does." Yen quickly replied, "Tiana, hold on. We shouldn't resort to personal attacks, right? We are civilized individuals." Tiana smirked. "I might be civilized, but you're the illiterate one. We cannot be compared. Saying that disrespects yourself. You must have faith in yourself." Yen, feeling bewildered, asked, "Brother, what do you mean? I don't quite understand." Tiana patted Yen on the shoulder and said, "It's nothing. Just listen to what I have to say. Since the projection magic can manifest parts of the equipment, it can also project the entire piece." Tiana paused before continuing. "However, once the equipment is retracted, it must be upgraded anew. The process is not only draining on magical energy, but also time-consuming. Who has the leisure to pull equipment from the sea of magic?" Yen snapped back to attention, still processing. "It can be done this way. Yet, I still feel somewhat dissatisfied. I mean, Tiana, you're so impressive. Can't you hammer some consciousness into it, so it can have automatic defenses and such?" Tiana replied with a hint of irritation, "I'd rather hammer some sense into you. With your current intellect, you wouldn't even realize when you've gotten yourself killed." After a moment of thought, Tiana continued, "If you desire automatic defenses, it is not entirely impossible." Yen hastily inquired, "Brother, what do you mean? Don't leave me hanging." Tiana grinned, "Are you familiar with soul mages?" "Of course, I am one myself." Yen waved his hand dismissively. "That I know. Now hurry up." Tiana, slightly displeased, remarked, "Are you incapable of cooperating? Clearly, I need to hammer some sense into you. Do you know about necromancers?" Yen rolled his eyes internally, but maintained a facade of attentiveness. Tiana, satisfied, elaborated, "Necromancers possess a spell known as necromantic revival. This spell originates from the soul Mage's true spirit awakening. The purpose of true spirit awakening is to allow non-living magical items to potentially possess consciousness and intellect." Yen exclaimed, "Is there such an impressive spell in the realm of soul mages? Why have I never heard of it? Am I a defective version of a soul mage?" "Tiana, is this spell truly that formidable? Wouldn't that make one invincible? Can't one simply create a combat-ready army?" Tiana scoffed. "An army? Just wishful thinking. Soul mages are not necromancers. They lack that capability." Tiana continued, "While true spirit awakening sounds impressive, the number of individuals willing to cultivate this spell is surprisingly low. Do you know why? Because it's largely ineffective. The first issue is its success rate. This spell is more reliant on luck than anything else. Sometimes, items with minimal magical fluctuations succeed in awakening, while other times, powerful items on the brink of forming true spirits may lose their essence due to this spell. The second issue is that it's not advantageous for you. The success rate for item categorization is as follows. Pure elemental items have the highest success rate. Next are magical plants. The third includes items containing elements, such as firestones and waterstones. Finally, magical metals fall last. Perhaps due to the artificial refinement, all magical metals boast a success rate of less than 1%. However, whether your item has been artificially refined, I cannot say. The third issue is that this spell can only be cast once on each item. Attempting a second time will dissipate the item's magical energy. The fourth, and most critical issue, is that once the spellcaster successfully awakens the item's true spirit, it will not heed the caster's commands. Nor will it obey anyone else. Well, except for those just awakening, as they lack the capacity for thought and can gradually develop a bond to listen to you. But if the awakened spirit is malevolent, it will invariably attack the caster. Do you still think this spell is invincible? Yin mused. It sounds a bit like a self-sacrificial gamble. He then expressed his doubts about the spell. Tina, do you know this spell? To be honest, I'm a bit hesitant. What if it fails? What if it becomes a malevolent spirit? Wouldn't that be a burden on you? I do feel quite embarrassed. Tina shot him a sideways glance. Smirking, you've misread my intentions. I've never compensated anyone for anything in my life, and I want to start now. You think you can use this as an excuse? How naive. Besides, this item is mine. You haven't even paid for it yet, and you dare speak of compensation? Yin quickly interrupted. Brother, I was wrong. I really was. I didn't mean to speak out of turn. Please forgive me. Tina, lowering his gaze, remarked with a sidelong glance. I can't be bothered to engage in this nonsense. I have 2 scrolls of true spirit awakening. Would you like one? Just one word from you. No need for further discussion. Yes, Yin replied earnestly that you're quite perceptive. Tina retrieved a scroll from his spatial ring and tossed it to Yin, saying, take this for now, and we'll settle up later. Yin glanced at Tina's spatial ring and thought it should be referred to as a spatial bracelet. Tina, do you have any more spatial rings? Pass one to me. Tina cast a glance at Yin's hand and replied. Sure, we'll settle up later. He cast aside the ring and rose from the pile of ore, brushing the dust off his trousers before making his way to the forge. Yin glanced out the window, assessing the state of the sky. Well, I might as well spend the day here. With this thought, he too headed toward the forge. Yin shielded his eyes from the glaring sunlight, allowing them to adjust before slowly opening them wide. He recalled the chaotic hammering from the previous day in the forge, feeling as though his bones had become somewhat loose. Yet in the system, it only added a mere crafting percentage. Yin mused that he might never reach the level of mastery that Tina had achieved in this craft during his lifetime. Wiping his face, he shook off the drowsiness, stretched, and rose from the bed. It occurred to him that he had not opened the door for several days. Today, he must return to at least open it. Otherwise, it felt quite embarrassing to occupy someone else's shop without offering any service. However, before he left, he decided to prepare a meal for Tina. With this thought in mind, Yin made his way to the storage room. Chapter 36. Equipment 2. Arriving at the door, Yin grasped the handle and pulled it upward, exiting the room. He glanced around, then turned left, stepping into another chamber. To be frank, Yin held a considerable disdain for old Thai's design aesthetic. The entire building lacked stairs. All movement between levels relied on elevators, and when he first arrived, it felt as though he had entered a labyrinth. Fortunately, each room was labeled with its purpose. Otherwise, Yin felt certain he would have wandered around like a fool. Although old Thai maintained this was a house, Yin felt it resembled a fortress. Upon descending the elevator, he exited the room and looked up and around, spotting a sign that read food storage room. He strode purposefully towards it. Just how large was this place? To be honest, Yin had no idea. The structure was built underground. The surface had 2 false floors, but that was merely a facade. Well, aside from one genuine elevator. Thinking of those upper 2 false floors made Yin want to curse old Thai for being so cunning. The second floor contained only an elevator, nothing else. And the elevator's sole purpose was to connect to a room in the subterranean part of the building. It was the very room he first encountered, filled with mechanisms. The first floor corridor led to another location. When one becomes skilled enough to complete the challenges, there exists a room at the end marked elevator. Upon entering and pressing the ascent button, the alchemical bombs within would send your soul soaring to the heavens, purifying your body in the process, leaving no trace behind, utterly clean. Just thinking about it, LV Yin found Old Tai's tricks quite sinister. However, to be fair, Old Tai treated him rather well, allowing him to use whatever he needed first and settle up later. This was an astonishing gesture for a stranger, but that was just Old Tai's nature. If he found someone agreeable, they were friends. If not, mere passers-by. Moreover, he was exceptionally generous with his friends, displaying a remarkable spirit. As LV Yin entered the storage room, the sight of countless magical refrigeration units evoked a nostalgic feeling reminiscent of a factory in his past life. He knew every homebody had a storage room. Yet no matter how many times he saw it, he couldn't help but marvel at it. Such wealth, truly extravagant. Gazing at the seemingly endless array of magical refrigeration units, LV Yin approached one labeled meat ribs. The refrigeration unit stood 3 meters tall and 5 meters wide, featuring Old Tai's distinctive pull-down door. Upon lifting the door, the frost mechanism ceased its operation. LV Yin stepped inside, examining the meat ribs. Making a few rounds within the freezer before making his selection, he chose approximately 20 pounds of spine meat from an unknown colossal beast, along with a 6-meter-long rib, and exited the freezer. After closing the door, the mechanism restarted automatically. LV Yin then turned to another freezer to grab several magical beast eggs before heading toward the exit. As he reached the doorway, he casually lifted a bag of flour and proceeded toward the elevator. Upon arriving at the foyer of the forge, LV Yin set down the flour and entered the crafting area. He intended to retrieve several kitchen utensils he had crafted the previous day for culinary use. Among them was a specially designed barbecue grill, measuring 2 meters long, 1 meter high, and half a meter wide. LV Yin sliced the smaller portion of spine meat into long strips, skewering them and placing them on the grill. He activated the low heat array, then initiated a light wind vortex around the skewers. Watching the meat rotate slowly, LV Yin turned his attention to chopping the ribs. After properly preparing the ribs, he minced a small portion of garlic. Tossing the majority into the pot, he added some dried mushrooms resembling winter mushrooms, filled it with water, and activated the array, layering the garlic ribs on top before covering it, leaving it unattended. The specially designed cooking tools were incredibly convenient. He tossed the remaining meat into the meat grinder array, allowing it to process the meat autonomously. LV Yin then poured out the flour, added several magical beast eggs, and kneaded the dough. After mixing the dough, he retrieved the ground meat from the grinder, shaped it into meatballs, rolled them in the dough, and set them into the frying pan to fry, letting them cook without further attention. After preparing several dishes, LV Yin called out to the forge, "Old Tai, dinner is ready." Once he finished shouting, he halted all arrays, scooped out the meatballs, and placed them in a bowl. He pulled off the meat skewers entirely, lifted the lid to steam the ribs, and set 2 bowls of soup on the ground, completing the meal. After retrieving 5 bottles of wine from his system backpack and placing them on the ground, LV Yin poured himself a drink. Tiana emerged from the forge, sniffing the air, instantly provoking LV Yin's urge to strike. "Ah, it smells divine. Xiao Yin, you shouldn't pursue any profession. Just look at you, a weakling like yourself wandering about aimlessly. If someone were to casually take you out, what a pity that would be. What a tremendous loss to this world. You should become a chef. With your culinary skills, you'll undoubtedly shine. You'd contribute to the world of gastronomy." Upon hearing this, LV Yin, his head filled with dark thoughts, retorted to Tiana, "Brother Tai, can we please speak in a more reasonable manner? What do you mean, casually taken out? Am I that weak? I'm quite strong. You know, just a few days ago, I casually incapacitated a team of professionals." Tiana picked up a bottle of wine, glanced at LV Yin, took a sip, and said, "Are you sure the professionals you incapacitated weren't just a team of disabled adventurers? Perhaps even limbless ones?" LV Yin nearly choked on a meatball. After swallowing a mouthful of wine, he replied, "Brother Tai, is it really necessary to look down on people this way? Go ask around. Is there any professional who is limbless? Just pull one out, and I assure you they'll be a standard professional. Quite powerful, too." Tiana shot LV Yin a sidelong glance, stuffing a meatball into his mouth, and commented, "A standard professional? What do you mean by that?" "Professionals come in various ranks, but not in the way you categorize them. Those you speak of The ones who take money to harass backup professionals are the lowest of the low. Only the most pathetic professionals would stoop to that level. What is there to be proud of in dealing with such professionals? LV Yin lifted his wine bottle and clinked it with Tian's, saying, "How do you categorize the ranks? Brother Tai, enlighten me." Tiana replied, "You about to advance to being a mage. Just remember this. The size of your magical sea is determined by how much you can open it. You don't need to know anything else right now. The professionals who come after you are all relying on potions to bolster their abilities. Those are trash, hardly worthy of any rank. If you have potions when you level up, don't use them. When your magical sea first opens, impurities are the worst. If you take a potion, you'll never clean it out for the rest of your life?" LV Yin inquired. "Do it myself?" Tiana affirmed, "Yes, do it yourself. Open it as wide as you can. Don't use magical potions or anything that can increase the size of your magical sea. You will have plenty of opportunities to expand your magical sea later. Once impurities are present, your magical sea will be severely damaged." Tiana took another sip of wine and continued, "Just remember, your magical sea and magic must be pure. It should only bear your mental imprint. Ideally, all magic should be refined by your mental prowess. Because this mage tier is foundational, it is the core of your origin, the starting point of your professional hierarchy." LV Yin nodded, responding, "I understand. Once you have finished forging the sword, I'll return to prepare for my advancement. Here, take this." Tiana's hand glimmered, and a small sword appeared in his palm, resembling a miniature version. LV Yin carefully accepted it, asking, "Brother Tai, is it done?" Tiana shoved another meatball into his mouth and replied, "I've completed all 5 items. This one is the best. The other 4 are in the forge. You can fetch them yourself." LV Yin played with the flying sword, saying, "Thank you, Brother Tai." Chapter 37. Equipment 3. LV Yin admired the sword in his hand and said to Tiana, "Brother Tai, you should eat first. I'll head back." Tiana responded, "What's the rush? Do you have to wait for an auspicious time to advance? Finish your meal first and don't be in such a hurry." Tiana took a sip of wine and continued, "In the matter of promotion, the greatest enemy is a restless mind. One cannot rush it. First, nourish yourself, calm your spirit. Then, proceed. Furthermore, if you trust me, I will assist you in this ascension." Upon hearing this, Lu Yin furrowed his brows and inquired, "What troubles you, Brother Tai? Is there some issue outside?" Tiana discarded the empty bottle, retrieved another, took a sip, and replied, "In recent days, I sense a disquieting atmosphere in the streets. Something ominous may be afoot. Whether it is a major or minor affair, I cannot discern. Regardless, it will surely have repercussions. I offer you the chance to advance to mage under my guidance, which is preferable to being disturbed by others while you seek promotion outside. Moreover, I shall be departing in a few days. If you wish, you may stay here. Consider it an opportunity to inspect the property." Lu Yin was taken aback and asked, "Brother Tai, you are leaving? Where do you intend to go? Is it not comfortable here? We could enjoy some wine together. Life is rather pleasant, is it not?" Tiana wiped his mouth and replied, "A troubling atmosphere signifies impending trouble. I am, after all, a source of trouble myself. I despise complications. Therefore, I will step out for a while, gauge the situation, and return if all is well. If it proves excessively troublesome, I may not return at all. After all, I have plenty of places to stay. What does it matter where I reside?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yin exclaimed, "Ah, this is quite a wealthy individual, a veritable tycoon. I cannot afford to sever ties with such a benefactor. So, Brother Tai, how shall I find you in the future?" Tiana flickered with light in his hand and tossed a token to Lu Yin, stating, "Here, take this." Lu Yin caught it and noticed an imprint of a hammer on the token, prompting him to glance questioningly. Tiana then recited several addresses and added, "Once I arrive there, they will know. If I am not present, inquiring will yield no results." After saying this, Tiana seemed to recall something and remarked, "By the way, regarding the liquid metal you seek to quantify, I remember when I researched it previously, it seemed capable of devouring the magical essence of other magical metals. After consumption, it appears to inherit the properties of those metals. However, the amount of magical metal it devours must be no less than double its own mass for success to be possible." Lu Yin, upon hearing this, jumped up and exclaimed, "Brother Tai, why did you not mention this sooner? If you had said so earlier, I could have been more prepared." Tiana retorted, "What could I have done? With your limited magical metal, It wouldn't suffice even as a morsel. While speaking, Tai Na produced another orb from his ring and tossed it to Lu Yen, saying, "You mentioned that you lack the means to practice magic with that item. This orb is called a spirit-absorbing pearl, a one-time use magical practice item. Once you utilize it, you will gain an opportunity to absorb spirit." Lu Yen, somewhat confused, asked, "Absorb spirit? What does that mean?" Tai Na raised an eyebrow and explained, Being illiterate can be quite alarming. Why not read more? Absorbing spirit means to seize the spiritual energy of others. Take a sip of wine." He continued, "Spiritual energy is the essence of another's power. However, it must be impure. Pure energy cannot be seized. As the purer it is, the harder it becomes to take." Lu Yen could not help but inquire, "So, Brother Tai implies that I should refrain from using potions and other enhancement items to expand my magical sea?" Tai Na nodded, saying, "Precisely. The more chaotic the energy in one's magical sea, the weaker their control over it. Hence, the success of spirit absorption becomes easier. In fact, the most susceptible are those who have been transformed into magical practitioners. As their spiritual energy is often tainted by demonic power, it may appear that all their strength is their own. But the highest dominion over it lies with the demons. Absorbing spirit simulates the control over other energies, allowing one to seize their power. This ability is utterly invincible." Lu Yen exclaimed, "Brother Tai, if what you say is true, then this ability makes one all-powerful. To encounter and absorb at will means one becomes omnipotent." Tai Na, with a breath of alcohol wafting towards Lu Yen, retorted, "Fool, did I not just inform you? The essence must remain pure. Are you an idiot? If you go about seizing from others, you may end up as mere fodder yourself, waiting for the moment they decide to eliminate you. Truly foolish." Lu Yen recoiled, trying to evade the pungent scent of the wine, and replied, "I was merely jesting. Just a joke, Brother Tai. Everything you mentioned, I have noted down. Rest assured, I will not err." "So, brother, does that mean equipping for spirit absorption will pose no issue?" Tai Na responded, "Of course there will be issues. As I just mentioned, although you may seize the spiritual energy of a demonic practitioner, the ultimate control still lies with the demon. You may absorb the power and find it useful, but when faced with a demon, it may wield that power even more effectively than you. If it chooses to extract the energy directly, that would be beneficial. However, if it manipulates the energy and pollutes your magical sea, you will find it exceedingly difficult to escape with your life." Lu Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. "Then does that mean this power is rendered useless? Using it would be akin to wielding a hidden bomb, ready to backfire at any moment." Tai Na took a bite of meat and said, "Fear not. If you quantify it and place it in a pure magical sea, and avoid using this power in the presence of demons, you will have no cause for alarm. Moreover, you can cleanse the spiritual energy with your own magic. When your magic becomes dominant, it will also become your spiritual energy. At that point, the ultimate control will rest in your hands. However, this requires a substantial amount of magical energy. After all, spiritual energy is the core of magical power. To seize a core, one must expend astronomical amounts of magical energy." Lu Yen, upon hearing this, asked, "So, does that mean I can use it?" Tai Na gestured towards the food, saying, "Indeed. However, you should first use the true spirit awakening scroll. Then the pearl, and only afterward can you quantify. This will ensure that the energy is entirely your own, making it easier to wield. The success rate of spirit absorption will also increase." Lu Yen finished his drink and declared, "Very well, I shall prepare accordingly and take a moment to calm my mind. The rest shall be left to you." My elder brother, Tai Na, hearing this, raised a hand to stop Lu Yen, saying, "Hold on. Do not rush. Wait until I have eaten my fill. Then you can tidy up, and once everything is in order, you may go. Come, eat more? I can see you have not had enough." Lu Yen, taken aback, queried, "Wait, Brother Tai, did we not agree? From now on, I handle the food, and you take care of the cleanup? Why has this changed merely overnight?" Tai Na took a swig of wine and glanced at Lu Yen, stating, "When did I change my mind? Did I not say from now on? Just for these 2 days, I shall create a puppet to handle the cleanup in the future. Besides, with your small pots and bowls, how could my hands even fit in there?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yen thought, "That makes perfect sense. Yet, why did it feel like I was the one losing out?" "Very well, elder brother, whatever you say goes. I shall await your orders." Tai Na picked up a meatball and said, "But do not just stand idly by. Did you not wish to calm your mind? Go. Given my stature, I shall craft a set of your kitchenware. It should be fully automated. This way, you can work while calming your mind. It serves both purposes and will enhance your crafting experience. A trifecta of benefits. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. He had spoken all the sweet words he could muster. Yet, why did it feel as though he was not being regarded as a person? Chapter 38. Promotion. Lu Yin hammered away in the crafting room, finally completing the kitchenware that Tai Na requested. Indeed, his mind had settled. Naturally, his body had been thoroughly exhausted. How could he not calm down? After resting for 2 hours on the bed, Lu Yin began preparing for his promotion to Mage, for this ascension. There were many aspirations he wished to fulfill. First and foremost was to quantify 2 pieces of equipment. The first was a flying sword, which Lu Yin had sacrificed greatly to obtain. 1/5 of his high-grade magical metal was its price. The remaining 4 flying swords could only be considered supplementary. Nevertheless, the investment was worthwhile. According to the system's display, flying sword, 49, attack, 59, 108, purple, attributes, 1. Tier, an 8% chance to deal secondary damage to the enemy. Accompanied by a bleeding effect, 2. Sharpness. When colliding with weapons, priority is increased by 1% chance to sever the weapon, 50% chance to reduce durability by 1. When attacking enemies, it inflicts a penetrating effect. 3. All elements increase casting speed by 5. 4. All elements increase control performance by 10. After reviewing this, Lu Yan's excitement was palpable. He could hardly contain his smile. Attributes 1 and 2 were self-explanatory. They were for combat. Attributes 3 and 4 pertained to wand properties. Thus, it was clear, Old Tai was truly remarkable. Attribute 3 speaks for itself, enhancing casting speed. While the 4th attribute is exceptionally rare, the significance of control performance lies in its application to elemental manipulation. In simpler terms, mages utilize formations to attract and condense elements. The 4th attribute alleviates the need for formations, allowing for direct condensation of elements. It bears resemblance to divine abilities, albeit at a slower pace. Furthermore, it also enhances casting. Moreover, I shall refrain from elaborating on its numerous other applications that as for the second piece of equipment, there is little to discuss. I shall simply place the true spirit scroll and the spirit seizing pearl together. Awaiting further action, once the equipment is dealt with, the next crucial task is to allocate skill points. Of course, this does not involve opening the skill panel, but rather enhancing the spirit manipulation technique. In truth, Yin had conceived an idea quite some time ago, to inscribe the spirit manipulation technique within the Tai Chi sphere of his Dantian's vital energy vortex. Yin had previously attempted to etch the spirit manipulation technique into the Tai Chi sphere and succeeded. However, this success was short-lived, as his mental energy was depleted by the 2 opposing forces. Nevertheless, it demonstrated the efficacy of this method. Thus, Yin's intention was to harness the moment of evolution during his promotion. Leveraging the vibrations caused by the transformation of his body to extract and fuse the 2 powers using his mental energy, he planned to inscribe the spirit manipulation array within the Tai Chi sphere at the cost of a permanent loss of 2 mental energy points. The duration of this promotion was not lengthy. He needed to both energize his equipment and expand the sea of magic. Yin could only hope that the period of evolution after his promotion would be extended. Subsequently, Yin retrieved the magic well, which is of paramount importance to mages. Firstly, it serves as the location for energy imbuing equipment. In simpler terms, it is the place where equipment is upgraded, once energy is imbued. All equipment reverts to its primordial state, which is level 1. Thus, the magic well continuously extracts magic from the sea of magic, refining it to facilitate upgrades. Secondly, the magic well extracts magic with a one-way flow. This has the advantage that even if your sea of magic is depleted from casting spells, you are not in immediate danger, as the well still contains magic that can be utilized by your equipment. Typically, wands are inscribed with a single target attack spell, such as Fireball. This allows mages to maintain some combat capability even when their sea of magic is empty. Moreover, even in the heat of battle, should the magic in the well be exhausted, the mage can still recover a portion of their magic to continue fighting. The concept of sustained magic is not merely theoretical. After 5 hours, the flying sword finally completed its energy infusion. After meditating to recover magic, it took over 10 hours to energize the liquid magical metal. Including the use of the true spirit scroll, and the spirit-seizing pearl. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Yin resorted to a brief session of deep meditation. Deep meditation differs from regular meditation, as it requires the practitioner to close their five senses. In simpler terms, once the five senses are sealed, all perception is rendered ineffective. Even if one were to be attacked, they would remain oblivious, with all sensations cloaked in darkness. Thus, Yin seldom employed deep meditation, or rather, he actively avoided it. He harbored a fear, a trepidation, particularly of the dark. After 2 hours of deep meditation, Yin had fully restored his physical and mental state, reaching an optimal condition. Taking a deep breath, he commenced his promotion. The method of promotion is quite straightforward: to infuse mental energy into the spirit manipulation array within the sea of magic. As the core technique is not to be taken lightly, naturally, it is inscribed at the heart of the sea of magic. While others may struggle during their promotions, Yin, possessing over 20 times the mental energy of an ordinary individual, found it exceedingly effortless. Upon infusing his mental energy into the core technique, he began compressing the attracted magic. The general ratio is approximately 100 points of apprentice magic compressed into 1 point. This was also quite manageable for Yin. Next, he would assimilate the apprentice magic with the compressed mage magic. Once all apprentice magic was assimilated, Yin's mental energy, serving as the starting point, would merge all magic and mental energy into a spherical form, expanding outward in a powerful surge. Upon depleting both magic and mental energy, he would ascertain the current area of the sea of magic. Typically, a mage with double the mental energy of an ordinary person would have a sea of magic the size of a small pond. The magic well would occupy 1/5 of that space. It is a rather disheartening thought. A mage with 10 times the mental energy would possess a sea of magic akin to that of a fish pond, whereas Yin's was already comparable to a large fish pond. Yet, it was still insufficient. Yin called out for an upgrade. In an instant, all of Yin's states were restored to their peak. The surge of magic intensified by 1/2. Excellent. Once more, he called for an upgrade. Pushing further, 1/5, a bit lacking. No matter, upgrade. And push again, 1/10, upgrade, stop. In an instant, during his 7th upgrade, Yin shouted to halt. An inexplicable feeling warned him that if he continued to push, the sea of magic would explode in an instant. Glancing at the lake-sized sea of magic, Yin dismissed it entirely. Magic swirled along with his mental energy, wrapping around the magic well, before carelessly tossing it into a corner, disregarding it. Then, his mental energy and magic surged towards the Tai Chi sphere in his dantian. With a massive influx of magic colliding against the Tai Chi sphere, he forcefully seized several moments of green-gray essence. Following this, with a substantial amount of magic, he impacted and refined the green-gray essence. Using mental energy as the core and magic as the skeletal structure, he integrated the fleeting green and gray essences into flesh and blood, successfully inscribing the spirit manipulation array at the center of the Tai Chi sphere. Yin let out a heavy sigh of relief. He had succeeded, finally succeeded. Yet, he needed to confirm. System, physical strength, 9.5 power, 4.7 agility, 8.5 spirit, 23.75 energy, 1050, temporarily unavailable, skill, spirit manipulation, branch technique, Mage's hand, talent, vitality conversion magic, 440, increased by 20 points for each level before 10, spells, fireball, and others, level 1. Explosive fireball flame whip raging flame technique, giant strength technique, level 1 modification. Blazing ray. No form, ghost flame equipment, level 1 flying sword, purple, bound. Upgradable level 1 liquid metal armor, purple, bound. Upgradable 41 flying sword, silver, 51.99152 by 425 dragon lizard gloves, 34.735 sections. Mage level 1 710 mage tier, 119 secondary profession, alchemy. Potion 1, 31. Scroll 1, 61. Forging 1, 8. Sealing technique 1, 21. Pet. Little Congo, undying beetle, half-dead state. Experience, 21920 skill points. 6 Chapter 39. Mage. The birds in the trees are paired today, and Yin felt particularly cheerful, even greeting the birds that were relieving themselves on his window. Indeed, they were defecating on his window. The iron lattice window was situated above him. To be precise, it was perched atop a tree. Having excavated a tunnel from the ground to the tree, What remarkable excavation technology this is. Yin cleaned up thoroughly, bidding farewell to yesterday. There was no avoiding it. Living with Iron Na, he had not only mastered the art of cleanliness, but had also adopted a rather unsanitary habit. It had been several days since he last cleaned up. When was the last time he washed his face? It seemed to be at the shop. As usual, Yin headed to the storage room to select some items. Carrying them upstairs, after a flurry of activity, he called out to the forging room before sitting down to enjoy a meal. At that moment, Iron Na emerged from the forging room, initially regarding Yin with a peculiar gaze. Then circling around him, tilting his head and scrutinizing him from head to toe. Well, you've cleaned up quite well, but that masculine aura seems to have eluded you, and instead, you reek of a delicate, effeminate scent. Iron Na remarked. A mage, Yin responded. Upon hearing this, Iron Na appeared somewhat displeased. It's just a mere promotion to mage. It's not as if I've never seen one before. What is there to be so proud of? Do you know there's a disabled apprentice next door? They became a mage several days ago, even earlier than you, and they have more skills than you. Do you know why? They used to draw scrolls with their mouths. And now they can do it with their feet. What does this signify? It means they may be physically impaired, but their spirit remains unbroken. And you? I see you are whole in body, yet your spirit is shattered. What kind of man cleans up so meticulously? Trying to be a pretty boy? But with that effeminate air, even if you strike it rich, it's questionable. Where's the knife? Where is it? Damn it. Today is my momentous day, Yin thought. Well, today is a day of great celebration for me. Can't you say something pleasant? Iron Na retorted. What's the matter? Just a little bird mage. I've insulted more than 1,000 mages. You think I'm going to fawn over you, huh? Why don't you just fly up to the sky? Fine, you're the boss. Say whatever you want. Yin replied. Iron brother, have you eaten gunpowder today? Are you trying to stomp me down? Iron Na took a swig from his wine bottle and declared, I don't have time to stomp on you. I merely want to give you a heads up. Don't think that just because you've become a mage, you're invincible. You were weak before, and you remain weak. Before, people could kill you with a casual swipe. Now, they can kick you to death with ease. It's all the same. You're still destined to perish. Iron Na gestured with the wine bottle towards Yin. Come. Cheers. What could Yin say? He raised the bottle and clinked it with Iron Na's, saying, Iron brother, what is going on with you today? Iron Na took a large gulp from the bottle and replied, something feels off. The atmosphere has been strange these past few days, and my heart is restless. Something significant is about to happen. I'm planning to flee today. If you trust me, you should run too. Nothing is more important than your life. After hearing this, Yin furrowed his brow and looked at Tai Na, saying, All right, brother Tai, I shall heed your advice. However, I must depart tomorrow. The wand you helped me craft yesterday still requires some finishing touches. Once I have embedded the magical core, I will return to the shop to gather my belongings and make my escape. Tai Na replied, Very well, just be cautious. If anything seems amiss, flee immediately. I shall take my leave now. With that, Tai Na grabbed a bottle of wine and a piece of meat, hastily preparing to depart. Yin took a few bites of his meal, but soon lost his appetite, deciding instead to head towards the forge to finalize the wand the Castar Manor. A series of intertwined grapevines adorned the estate, unmistakably indicating that it was a winery. Yet today, the manor was devoid of its usual bustle, replaced by an unusual air of desolation. At that moment, the Viscount of Castar was pacing anxiously at the entrance of the estate, clearly displaying his agitation and tension. Suddenly, a swirl of black mist emerged, from which a sensually dressed woman stepped forth. Upon seeing her, the Viscount approached with a beaming expression, exclaiming, Good evening, messenger. Thank you for coming. It is truly splendid. The lady sauntered towards the Viscount with an alluring gait and said, My dear Viscount, I hope the good news you bring today will be to my satisfaction. Otherwise, it will not bode well for you. I have been exceedingly busy these past few days. The Viscount, ever the gentleman, performed a noble bow. Rest assured, messenger, the Castar family has never dared to delay matters concerning the bishop, upon learning of the bishop's worries regarding the half-elf. The Viscount had exerted every effort to find a solution. Heaven has not forsaken the Castar family. I have finally devised a plan and successfully executed it. The lady, intrigued, looked at Castar and inquired, You have killed the half-elf and reclaimed the shop? The Viscount's smile faltered momentarily before he continued, Dear messenger, you jest. Although I did not slay the half-elf, The shop is nearly reclaimed. The lady scrutinized the Viscount's somewhat distorted smile and asked, "What do you mean by nearly reclaimed? Did you and the half-elf share the shop for a day? Or have you persuaded the half-elf to join us?" The Viscount's smile instantly froze. What nonsense. No one shares a shop for a day. It's not a restroom. Even if it were, we nobles each deserve our own. He continued, "The messenger is jesting. I sacrificed several days of sleep and meals to devise a plan, and after much contemplation, I finally thought of a way to purchase the shop adjacent to the half-elf's and quickly excavate a tunnel leading to it. While the half-elf has been absent these past 10 days, I have had a chamber of equal size to the shop dug out beneath it. I am confident it will meet your approval." The seductive lady, upon hearing this, suddenly burst into laughter, as if 100 flowers had bloomed, and said, "It seems the Viscount is truly earnest in his desire to serve the bishop. Rest assured, once this matter is resolved, the bishop will ensure that you receive everything you desire." The Viscount's eyes gleamed brightly as he replied, "Then I shall count on you, dear messenger, to speak favorably. The Castar family's gratitude shall not disappoint you." The lady smiled. "Do not worry. Even without my words, the Viscount will attain all that he wishes. Go now, prepare everything you need, and let us act tonight. As you wish, my lovely messenger. When I become the lord of the city, I shall present you with a gift that will surely captivate your heart." The Viscount performed a noble bow and hastily made his way out. The seductive lady watched him depart, murmuring to herself with a hint of confusion, "The lord of the city, a gift, such foolish aspirations, such pitiful nobility. Indeed, we shall all attain everything we desire. After tonight, we shall have all we wish for in hell. Steward, where have you gone? Damn it, do you wish for me to replace you? Hurry up and come here." The Viscount of Castar rode a horned horse, charging into the villa fortress at an astonishing speed. Without pausing, he shouted, "Steward." The steward replied, "My lord, the matters you instructed before your departure have been attended to. Someone has just reported back that everything is in order. Is there anything else you require?" The Viscount commanded. "Then have everything transported back. What of Sri? Has he gone off gallivanting again? Bring him to me at once. I will be waiting in the study." The steward replied, "Yes, my lord. I shall attend to it immediately." Chapter 40. Blood Sacrifice. "Father, you called for me." Seeing Castar pacing back and forth in the room, Sri hurriedly approached him. The Viscount looked at his third son, uncertain if he was indeed his, and asked, "It's been a whole day. Have the items been delivered into their hands?" Sri replied promptly, "The city guard has assured me that he will restrain his men, but he insists that what we provided is insufficient. He demands double. Damn it, he is but a commoner. After tonight, I shall ensure he pays the price. Whatever they want, let them have it, but I will make them understand the consequences of extorting the lord of the city." The Viscount waved his hand in irritation. Sri, gathering his courage, finally asked the question he had been hesitant to voice. "Father, is this truly wise? We do not even know what church they belong to, and we are placing the entire family at risk. Is this not overly reckless?" Upon hearing this, the Viscount's eyes widened as he glared at Sri, exclaiming, "What do you know? Nobility is the most esteemed in this world, yet it is also the least valuable. Our family is in decline. Do you not see? They have countless nobles to choose from, while we can only be chosen by them. If we do not wish to continue this decline, we must change. This is our opportunity, an opportunity to alter the fate of the Castar family. What you fear is that they may not honor their promises, correct? You need not worry about that. The church only requires faith, while the nobility governs the commoners. This is a long-established rule they dare not defy. As for what church they belong to, we need not concern ourselves with that. Each day, countless events unfold that we remain unaware of. Perhaps they are from some obscure corner, a new deity's church we need not regard. Remember this. As long as they serve our interests and help us seize this city, what harm is there in entrusting the commoner's faith to them? As long as they do not interfere with governance, their desires matter not to us. Therefore, we need not care about what church they are. You only need to remember one thing. They seek faith, and we govern the commoners. This is the foundation of our cooperation. As long as we do not cross that line, they will always need us. Go. Deliver the items. I will make those greedy commoners understand that offending the lord of the city yields dire consequences." In the trading district at the Bloody Slaughterhouse, a vast facility spanning over 1,000 square meters. Each day, the potent stench of blood mingled with the odor of decay, permeated the entire area, causing people to cover their noses as they hurried away, fearful of drawing closer and being tainted by the foul air. It could be described as a place to be avoided at all costs. The rusted gates and blood-stained earth spoke of the grim history of this horror show. The autumn evening breeze stirred the iron hooks, creating a series of ear-piercing sounds as they scraped against the metallic supports. The beast heads dangling from the hooks swayed with the wind, revealing their ghastly visages. At that moment, a swirl of black mist erupted, and a sensually clad lady emerged, appearing utterly out of place in this grim setting. Akin to a captivating rose traversing a decaying swamp, the alluring lady gracefully approached the bloodletting trough, pressed her hand down, and a magical array materialized, from which a stone cottage slowly ascended with a stoic expression. She walked into the small stone house. Inside, the seductive lady pressed her hand against the wall, and a radiant beam swept across the ceiling, forming a ghostly image of a middle-aged man composed of light, who suddenly appeared within the cottage. Though the apparition's face was indistinct, it emanated an inexplicable sense of trust. "Father," the seductive lady knelt before the luminous figure. "Father, my child, rise. Has something unexpected occurred?" the lady replied. "Father, the situation with the half-elf has been addressed. I believe we can proceed ahead of schedule." "Ahead of schedule?" the father inquired. "My child, are you prepared?" "Yes, father. I am ready." "Tonight?" "Very well. I shall endeavor to secure time for you." "My child," sensual lady. "Thank you, Godfather. I am willing to devote everything to you." "Godfather, my child, may your fury be quelled in blood. May your resentment be liberated in death. May your soul be redeemed in carnage. Then transcend. Bloom. Go forth, sensual lady." "Yes, Godfather. Good night, Godfather. Godfather. Go forth, my child. Go forth." Elien caressed the staff in his hand, murmuring to himself. Finally accomplished, the staff measured an impressive 2 meters in length and was 4 centimeters in diameter. Adorned at its apex with a wand, complemented by a blue magic coin as its source of power, the base of the staff was flat, yet concealed mechanisms within. Inside the staff lay a conical spearhead. Elien spent a full 5 hours successfully embedding the wand within the staff. Unlike wands, which are characterized by their compactness for ease of portability, often no larger than a pen, staves are significantly longer, typically around 1 meter 80 centimeters. While staves can inscribe numerous spells, they remain less favored among the general mage populace, primarily due to their cumbersome nature. Both wands and staves are sources of active magical energy, rendering them unsuitable for storage and spatial equipment. Such actions would lead to magical clashes, potentially causing spatial rings to explode, as the spatial integrity of such rings is relatively fragile. Of course, possessing a small world spatial device would alter this scenario entirely. Furthermore, while staves can inscribe more spells than wands, the interactivity of spells means that after inscribing a fireball, one may only inscribe related spells such as fireball or explosive spells. Otherwise, not only would the potency of the spells diminish, but it is not uncommon for the staff itself to explode. Thus, there are valid reasons for mages' aversion to staves, who would wield a cumbersome 2-meter-long staff for a handful of impractical spells. Other mages wield their wands like artists conducting elements into magic, while you flail about with a hefty stick. Other mages might mockingly call you a brute, but beggar mage would be your true appellation. Did you not see that one individual who couldn't even afford a wand, scavenging a stick from the roadside to cast spells? It is indeed a disgrace for any mage. Moreover, have you not noticed that those beggars are not all wielding such large sticks? What else could it be but a disgrace? Thus, the staff gradually faded from the annals of history under the disdain of the masses. Yet Elien was different. When engaged in battle, close combat was highly probable. When a sword is swung at you, what do? Do you rely on a pen-sized wand to defend against a swordsman's strike? Or do you hope that your wand, no larger than a conductor's baton, could pierce through an MT? Think not even for a moment. Thus, a staff is Elien's weapon of choice. More importantly, Elien had trained in staff techniques, who has not harbored dreams of martial prowess. At the age of 14 or 15, such aspirations are at their peak. Elien had once apprenticed under a master who praised his innate talent for martial arts. However, due to certain circumstances, Elien could only study the staff. Naturally, would you dare to wield a broadsword in public? If not for certain reasons, I would hold your name. Hence, Elien was confined to mastering the staff, Yet he truly possessed talent in this regard. He adeptly wielded long staffs, short staffs, nunchakus, and three-section staffs, earning the admiration of his peers. But fate is unpredictable. In the martial world, there existed a pair of supreme warriors known as the Black Wind Twins. When the black wind blows, they return home promptly. After a bout of mixed martial arts, Yin's dreams of the martial world were shattered. It is no surprise, after such a dramatic decline in performance. It was a miracle he wasn't beaten to death, as his father would say. You wish to learn martial arts? Then let us practice today. Several days of relentless training led Yin to realize that studying was far more advantageous than martial training. Each day of study offered countless rewards, while martial practice merely resulted in further bouts of mixed combat, devoid of any satisfying meal. The thought alone is disheartening. After a session of staff techniques, a gentle wave of nostalgia washed over him. Regaining his composure, Yin tidied up the crafting room. Once everything was in order, he grasped the staff resting on the stove, twisting a mechanism at its apex, producing a series of clicks as the 2-meter-long staff transformed into a half-meter-long, egg-shaped scepter. Yin secured the scepter into a clasp on the right side of his waist belt, ensuring it was firmly in place. Surveying his surroundings, Yin picked up the keys and made his exit. Do you believe an ironclad house possesses keys? Surprisingly, it does, though they are remote-controlled, surpassing the technology of ordinary homes. The night was cloudless, devoid of moonlight, as Yin quietly traversed the commercial street, which felt quieter than ever before. The patrols are notably diminished. Where have those patrol soldiers scampered off to? Let them slack off. It is of no concern to me. I shall return to the shop, tidy up, and retire for the night. Tomorrow morning, I shall depart. Truly, that is what matters. Why should I fret over trivialities? Alas, life continues. Tomorrow, I am uncertain where I shall seek refuge. Previously, I shared a life with my father and the old salted fish, yet fate has turned against me, compelling me to flee. Am I now consorting with that girl? Yet her slender legs have become hairy. When will they return to their former state? The old iron could be considered a leg, albeit a rather robust one. But alas, that stout leg has absconded. Now, I am left wondering whom to align with. Wait a moment. Could it be that I have some sort of issue? Whoever I associate with must suffer misfortune as well. Yet, it seems none have truly perished. The most unfortunate is that girl, who was already down on her luck before crossing paths with me. No matter. Do not frighten oneself unnecessarily. Just as Yin was lost in thought, a 3-meter-wide beam of crimson light surged from the ground, soaring into the heavens. Upon closer inspection, he realized, is that not my shop? Who in the world is recklessly casting magic there? Yin thought, as he hastened towards his establishment. There are numerous items within. If this motley crew were to cause an explosion, whom should I hold accountable? Wait a moment. How foolish of me. I should seek compensation from the one who caused the destruction when the time comes to report the damages. I shall include a few extra items. When it comes to compensation, I will ensure that the magic-wielding scoundrel pays dearly for their recklessness. Who else is to blame for such chaos? At that moment, throughout the city of Gada, numerous beams of crimson light shot towards the sky. The red light sliced through the air like blades, vanishing into the void. Yet where it pierced, the fabric of space twisted, creating ripples akin to a tranquil pond suddenly boiling. Chapter 41. Blood Sacrifice. Yin gazed towards the trading district, where within a 10-meter-wide column of crimson light, a figure hovered. The shadow raised a hand, summoning energy from the sky, transforming it into a red, inverted bowl-shaped dome that swiftly descended, enveloping the entire city. And Yin, a familiar aura wafted into his senses, instantly shaking his very soul. How could it not be familiar? Living daily in the harvest realm, he was accustomed to its presence. This is the stench of demons. In an instant, the entire city seemed to awaken. Cries and shouts reverberated through the air. Yet Yin beheld something far more ominous. A swirling mist of blood ascended from the ground, merging into the crimson light, transforming it into a pillar of blood. Heavens above, this is a blood sacrifice. Is this what you referred to, brother? This is no trivial matter. This is a calamity of catastrophic proportions. Slaughtering people and razing cities is but a minor inconvenience. Disasters stretching for miles are hardly significant, perhaps due to his proximity. Yin saw the blood light from within his shop, resembling a super shotgun discharging countless tiny projectiles. Akin to a fiery eruption, yet Yan's keen eyes discerned that these were not mere bullets, but rather a swarm of diminutive demons, minor winged demons, lesser demons, and Carla demons. Carla demons. This indicates an invasion from the hellish realm rather than a deep abyss incursion. It is fortunate that it is the hellish variety, not the abyssal. After all, the abyssal demons are infamously notorious, known solely for destruction and chaos, and are exceedingly difficult to eradicate. Moreover, even if vanquished, the energy they leave behind is more repugnant than the most adhesive of substances. Nearly impossible to cleanse. Compared to an abyssal invasion, Yin would prefer a hellish incursion. As Yin sighed in relief, he regained his composure, for he now realized. Even the denizens of hell are not to be underestimated. Aside from their ability to communicate and adhere to demonic contracts, they are no different from their abyssal counterparts. Furthermore, their demonic contracts are traps, superb traps. Those who sign them invariably meet their doom. By heaven, who orchestrated my fate? I have only just become a mage, and now I must fight for this world. Not only must I engage in battle, but I must also confront demons. Who arranged this? Step forward, and I shall beat the very life out of you. As if in response to Yan's call, a diminutive winged demon, wielding a tattered fork, plummeted from the sky, diving towards Yin with the ferocity of an eagle seizing its prey. You dare challenge me, you puny demon? Yin bellowed, giant strength technique. With a staff in hand, Yin struck a pose reminiscent of a golfer, swinging his arm with a swift flick. The little demon soared through the air like a golf ball, hurtling far away and colliding with the other swirling little demons. In this moment, Yin had unwittingly stirred up a hornet's nest, oblivious to the chaos he had unleashed, as he reveled in some lingering thrill. He couldn't help but muse. No wonder my buddy keeps saying he wants to send someone flying. This sensation is truly exhilarating. It appeared that Yin's desire to send a few more little demons flying was met with a response. As a swarm of them, akin to a horde of flies, launched an all-out assault towards him. Initially startled, Yin hoisted his staff, pivoted, and fled with remarkable agility. As he ran, he shouted, "System!" Yes, Yin still had an unfinished task, which needed to be completed for his ascension as a mage to be deemed complete. Physical strength, 9.5 power, 4.7 agility, 8.5 spirit, 23.75 energy, 1050, currently unavailable. Skills, spirit control, branch skill mage's hand, magic power, 440, increases by 20 points per level before level 10, spells, fireball. Omitted, level 1. Explosive fireball, flame whip, blazing flame, level 1 modified. Flame ray, no style, ghostly fire equipment. Level 1 flying sword, purple, bound. 110 level 1 liquid gold battle garb, purple, bound. 110 level 4 flying sword, silver, 51. 99 level 2 dragon lizard gloves, 34.73 section. Mage level 1 710 mage tier, 119 secondary profession. Alchemy. Potion 1, 31. Scroll 1, 61. Crafting 1, 3. Seal technique 1, 21. Pet. Little King Kong, undead beetle, in a semi-dying state. Experience. 1170 skill points. 6 observing the system. Yin mentally maneuvered, swiftly accomplishing his task. He opened 3 skill slots, dragged flame ray into one, then ghostly fire into another, and finally no style into the last. Completed. In that instant, amidst the sea of magic power, Yin perceived 3 rather indistinct course spells. Upon witnessing this, Yin couldn't help but jubilantly ponder. I am indeed formidable. This loophole is precisely as I envisioned. After a brief self-congratulation, he directed magical energy into the staff resting on his shoulder, unleashing explosive fire orbs like a magician's cannon, swiftly shooting forth a barrage of fiery spheres. Meanwhile, his left hand was not idle, firing countless flame rays like lasers, spewing towards the throng of little demons. Yet he ran forward without glancing back. Why bother looking back? Such a massive swarm of little demons congregated there. Even a blind person could hit them. No need to watch. As if awakened by the demons, numerous adventurers began to appear on the streets, brandishing their weapons and charging towards the little demons. Yin turned to see his own salvation. However, Yin hesitated. Yes, he hesitated. In the middle of the commercial district, he was hiding not far from a beefy ally, concealed in the corner of a magical supplies shop while shooting at the little demons. He contemplated whether to venture into the residential area. Surely, there would be plenty of adventurers there, perhaps even some formidable ones, but it was undoubtedly a focal point for attacks. Should he go? If he did, the larger crowd might enhance his chances of survival. Yet, it was also likely he would be treated as cannon fodder, sent to his doom. If a mid-tier adventurer orders you to charge, would you comply? If not, as my buddy says, you might just get kicked to death. If he charged, wouldn't he merely be cannon fodder? A sudden explosion of a falling meteorite in the residential area abruptly decided for Yen. Detonating with a fierce blast, flames shot skyward, and the air was filled with screams and gasps. That spell's range must be nearly 100 meters. The area of effect exceeds 200 meters. Given my casting range, I would undoubtedly be affected. To hell with being cannon fodder. This spell would annihilate any chance of even polluting the air. Yen urgently called out to several individuals contemplating rushing into the residential area. Hey, where do you think you're going? Looking to die in the residential district. The runners halted instantly, turning to face Yen peeking from the corner. Their gazes seemed to convey a warning. If your next words do not please us, we shall beat you up. The swordsman, brimming with impatience, shouted at Yen before anyone else could speak. Kid, where we go is none of your business. Am I your father? Why are you barking orders behind us? The beefy ally raised a hand to silence the swordsman, saying, Young man, I understand your fear, but we cannot stay behind to protect you. Shut up, just listen to me. Yen jumped out from the corner, interrupting the beefy man's words. Are you blind? Did you not see the spell that just occurred? How many of those spells do you think you could withstand? Not even one, right? Over there is a battlefield for mid-tier adventurers. There might even be high-tier ones. What do you think you're doing over there? Planning to be cannon fodder. If you want to be cannon fodder, that's your choice. But you can't contribute to the blood sacrifice. Can you? Do you see that gaping hole beneath the red light? We need to find a way to seal it. Even if we can't, we must slay more little demons. The emergence of these little demons is to corrupt the rules of this land, paving the way for greater demons and archdemons to descend. Do you think we can slay demigod demons? Or even demon lords? If we cannot, then hurry up and kill the little demons. One less demon is one less. Stop thinking about being cannon fodder. The beefy ally again raised a hand to silence his teammates and gave Yen a thumbs up, stating, Kid, you have insight. I will follow your lead. He then raised his shield and swung his hammer. Let us go. Though Yen's words were hastily crafted, they rang true. Moreover, sending a few low-tier adventurers into the battlefield of mid-tier ones would hardly be of any use. It would be wiser to remain here and fight the little demons together. Yen's group charged fiercely towards their shop, but halfway there, they halted. What does it feel like to be surrounded by a sea of little demons? For those with a fear of crowds, it would be astonishing to not lose control. Yen continuously cast spells with one hand, occasionally hurling an explosive fireball into the densest clusters. The four of them tore through the little demons like wolves among sheep. The walls were smeared with dark red blood and decaying flesh, but what does it feel like when countless ants bite an elephant? The more they kill, the more demons swarm in. Yen wielded his staff vigorously, casting spells, and as the little demons closed in, he urgently called for a tactical retreat. Everyone, turn and run. In the commercial street, amidst the grand shop corridors, Yen wielded his staff in one hand while unleashing rays of flame with the other. The flame rays could pierce through 3 or 4 little demons. However, unless he struck their heads, the little demons would not perish. After all, demons possess considerable fire resistance. A single explosive fire orb could take down one, if he was fortunate. But the blast radius was decent enough, sending 1 or 2 little demons flying. One explosive fireball could clear a gap in the swarm of little demons, but it would be instantly filled again. These little demons surged forth like a relentless tide. Is this what intense combat feels like? Yen's hands were relentless, yet his eyes surveyed the surroundings. The little demons were once again attempting to encircle them. Chapter 42, Slaying Demons in the Commercial Streets midsection. Yen unleashed an explosive fireball, clearing a horde of little demons in front of a large shop. He followed up with another explosive fireball, blasting a gap in the defensive formation, and then unleashed a series of flame rays, shattering the magical barrier in an instant. He then called to his beefy ally. Brother, How much backup do you have left? Hurry up and grab it. I can only hold on for a minute. Upon hearing this, the beefy ally turned and shouted, Ski, you and Linduo go inside and grab whatever you can, for the love of God. It better not be another empty shell. After Yin sent 2 explosive fire orbs flying to dispatch the little demons around the corner, he conjured 2 more explosive fireballs in his hands. At this moment, Yin gazed sternly at the little demons gathering on the rooftop, but a swarm of them was hastily amassing, their bat-like faces issuing menacing cries. Their snake-like tongues flicked out occasionally. With blood-red eyes fixated on Yin and his companions, they twisted and contorted, taunting them. Yin refrained from attacking, fully aware they were waiting for more of their kind to arrive, attempting to encircle them. Watching Ski emerge from the shop, the beefy ally inquired, So, did you find anything? Ski spat on the ground, exclaiming, Damn it, just another nearly empty shell. Only 2 usable fire dragon spells. Boss, this won't do. We can't hold out much longer. The beefy ally, shield in hand, turned to Yin and asked, Young brother, can you still hold on? At this moment, Yin still had more than half of his magic power remaining. Although he retained fighting capability, he was reluctant to continue the battle. An hour had swiftly passed, and Yin and his 3 companions found themselves nearing the end of the bustling commercial street. Their fatigue and pain too profound to articulate. Initially, they had managed to hold their ground against small clusters of minor demons, but as these creatures began to amass in greater numbers, the group was forced to retreat. Engaging in a guerrilla warfare style of combat as they moved, with their stamina and energy waning, it could be said that they were desperately fighting for their lives. The sheer volume of adversaries made it impossible for them to maintain a sustained battle in one location. Further exacerbated by the depletion of their energy reserves, consequently, they had no choice but to seek refuge in nearby establishments. However, those in the business world were notoriously shrewd. Any valuable items had been swiftly taken, leaving behind only scrolls akin to the fireball spell. What use were such scrolls? They barely served to tickle the minor demons. Thus, the situation had morphed from initially fending off small groups of demons to now being relentlessly pursued by a horde of them. We are all reaching our limits. After fighting for so long, we owe it to ourselves to escape, one of them exclaimed, in more seeking defensive positions. The hordes will only grow larger if we delay any longer. We might not even have the strength to end our own lives. Upon hearing this, the sturdy figure known as Meat Bull fell silent for a moment, then hesitantly replied, All right, young brother, you go ahead. Siki and Lindo will follow, and I will stay back to draw their attention and will catch up with you shortly. Hearing this, Yin frowned, realizing that over the past hour, he had come to understand that Meat Bull was indeed a man of integrity. His steadfastness meant that he exerted himself to the utmost at every moment, resulting in his own dwindling energy reserves. The sweat glistening on his brow was telling, leaving a comrade behind. That could prove disastrous. Brother, let us all depart together. You two have little energy left. It is wiser to conserve what strength we have and look out for one another. I still possess some magical power. If they gather in sufficient numbers, I might yet deliver a decisive blow. After a moment's contemplation, Meat Bull acquiesced. Very well. We'll head east at the next corner and take the alleyways. Yin rolled his eyes at this suggestion, thinking to himself that had they heeded his advice from the outset and taken the alleys sooner, they would not have endured such relentless assaults on the main street. With no time for further discussion, the group sprinted forward. Despite the fact that mages are typically slower, in this instance, it did not hinder Yin, for the speed of elves was no jest. The minor demons flitted about, flapping their wings, trailing behind like a retinue. However, those who witnessed the scene up close would feel a chill at the sight. Yin raised his hand, feigning the casting of a fireball, causing the demons to scatter in fright. Seizing the moment, he hurled a genuine fireball at the largest cluster of demons, then quickly followed suit by throwing another one around the corner, with a series of explosions and anguished cries. The ambush waiting at the corner was swiftly dispatched. The group then rushed past the corner and into the alleyways. Beyond the commercial street lay the affluent district. The 4 of them dashed through the winding alleys, with Yin occasionally casting spells to clear out any lingering demons. Finally, after a frantic sprint of several minutes, they arrived at a formidable wall. Upon glancing beyond it, Yin realized that scaling the wall was impossible, for it was enveloped in a thin, shimmering white barrier that rendered any attempt futile. Thus, they could only continue along the wall toward the entrance of the wealthy district. The number of demons swarming toward the wall was increasing. And as LV Yin observed this, a sense of dread filled him. He quickly turned to Siki, saying, Siki, produce the fire dragon scroll you possess. Once we reach the entrance to the affluent district, unleash it upon the demons. Otherwise, the guards may not allow us entry. Noticing Siki's silence, LV Yin understood that this individual was not to be trusted. Initially, when Siki had berated him, LV Yin had assumed it was merely a matter of impatience. However, he soon realized that Siki was a troublemaker, always seeking to gain an advantage but shying away when conflicts arose, which was why Meat Bull was so exhausted. The majority of the minor demons' assaults had been borne by Meat Bull, while even the archers had been shielded by him on several occasions. Yet the swordsman had never taken a blow at a swordsman. Indeed, given his cowardice, perhaps he should be dubbed a mere commoner. What kind of professional cowers in fear like this? Yet, despite his reluctance to contribute, LV Yin had no means to compel him, as he was merely an outsider among the trio at that moment. Meat Bull, understanding Siki's character well, spoke up. Siki, heed his words if we wish to enter. We must consider the guard's disposition. If we do not express our intentions, why would they permit us entry? Don't worry, boss. I understand, Siki replied, now visibly more compliant. Although LV Yin was still displeased, he recognized that now was not the time for grievances. He mentally vowed never to partner with such individuals again, for they were far too troublesome. Soon, they approached the entrance to the affluent district. At the left corner of the entrance, LV Yin gestured for everyone to halt before stealthily peeking around the corner to survey the situation. Before the entrance stood a grand plaza that receded inward, approximately 50 to 60 meters, with the entrance fanning outward, the widest point exceeding 100 meters. At that moment, a multitude of minor demons had gathered, and at the forefront of this throng loomed a towering figure, the Keluomo, a higher demon of hybrid nature, both brutish and arcane in essence. Its lower half resembled that of a bloated insect, with thick limbs and a tail akin to that of a centipede. Its upper body was robust, with a mouth that dominated its face, a beak-like nose, a single eye, and two ram-like horns atop its head. With 4 arms and 3 fingers on each, one arm wielded a massive cleaver as it furiously hacked at the grand gate. Upon witnessing this, a wave of despair washed over LV Yin. Yet, upon closer inspection, he discerned that he might still have a fighting chance. The Keluomo was less than 3 meters tall and appeared to be an inexperienced second-tier demon. Furthermore, it seemed to be only at the initial stages of the second tier. Thus LV Yin resolved to unleash all of his hidden cards in hopes of delivering a fatal blow. At this moment, the Keluomo was relentlessly assaulting the grand gate, which spanned 10 meters in width and 5 meters in height. Adorned with exquisite metallic engravings and divine reliefs that exuded opulence, the soft, pearly glow radiated from the door. To the left of the grand doors, a smaller door frame was visible, just large enough for a single person to pass through. Yet it remained tightly shut that a considerable number of minor demons were gathered at the entrance, banging against the white protective barrier, while more continued to flock toward the scene. That LV Yin motioned to Meat Bull and retreated his head from around the corner. Speaking in a hushed tone, brother, that Keluomo is likely equivalent to a high-ranking mage and swordsman combined. Do you think you can handle it? Meat Bull pondered for a moment before responding. If we engage in a battle of attrition, I should be able to wear it down. But not at this moment. Upon hearing this, LV Yin understood. Meat Bull was utterly fatigued, watching as more minor demons converged upon them. LV Yin knew they could not afford to wait any longer. If they delayed further, the horde would only grow, and that was not even the gravest concern. Should a more formidable demon arrive, their fate would be sealed. Brother, when the time comes, have the swordsman unleash the fire dragon scroll to incinerate the minor demons in front of us. You must get me to the Keluomo, while I deliver a decisive strike. Can you manage that? LV Yin inquired without turning back. Meat Bull scrutinized the scene before the gate, lost in thought for a while before finally replying. Yes, I can. Upon hearing this, a sense of relief washed over LV Yin. Unlike the swordsman, Meat Bull was a man of few words, yet he was dependable. He only spoke when he was sure of his capabilities. Once he committed, he would go all out. LV Yin signaled for preparation, and Meat Bull turned to indicate to the swordsman, who nodded in understanding before charging forward. As the swordsman dashed out, he naturally drew the attention of the minor demons. However, he swiftly tore open the scroll and unleashed the fire dragon spell before retreating back around the corner in a rather cowardly manner. This display left Yin rolling his eyes in exasperation. Just how afraid of death can you be? Although the swordsman had cast the fire dragon spell from a distance, its destructive power remained intact. Meat Bull charged forth, following in the wake of the fire dragon spell as he plunged into the throng of minor demons. As the flames began to dissipate, he raised his shield and braced himself, then executed a ferocious charge akin to a bulldozer, plowing through the unsuspecting demons. The minor demons, bewildered by the swordsman's eccentric fighting style, barely had time to react before being sent sprawling in all directions by Meat Bull's onslaught. Continuing his charge through the midst of the minor demons, Meat Bull struck down 2 of them with his hefty hammers before pivoting, tucking his shoulder, and launching into a whirlwind spin, creating a spiral of devastation. With a series of resounding crashes, a significant gap opened within the demon horde. The minor demons that Meat Bull had sent flying were either dead or gravely injured. Yin and the others followed closely behind him, plunging into the fray of minor demons. Upon witnessing the approaching claw demon, the beefy figure instinctively quickened his pace. Chapter 43, Slaying Demons 2. Yin and his companions hastened their steps, for the beefy figure not only exhibited age techniques, but also appeared to be on the brink of exhaustion. At that moment, the swordsman wielded his great sword, launching several energy slashes towards the advancing claw demon, intent on providing cover for his beleaguered ally. Yet, the rotund claw remained unfazed by the strikes that landed upon it, brandishing its hefty cleaver with a single, powerful swing aimed at the beefy figure. The beefy figure braced himself with his shield, absorbing the blow, though he slid backward for quite a distance, his hands trembling incessantly. He was weary, truth be told. After over an hour of intense combat, he had borne the brunt of nearly all the assaults himself. Aside from a brief moment of respite around a corner, he hadn't truly rested. Now, it was evident that his combat prowess had dwindled significantly. As he beheld the minor demons encircling him, the rotund claw advanced steadily, while the swordsman, undeterred, unleashed a few more powerful energy slashes at the claw. However, the claw merely raised its left hand, effortlessly dispelling the seemingly formidable energy strikes. The swordsman, witnessing this turn of events, instinctively recoiled, retreating hastily, much to Yin's chagrin. At this moment, Yin could hardly afford to dwell on such matters. He rushed towards the beefy figure. Upon reaching his side, he reversed his staff and delivered a swift upward strike, conjuring a magnificent fire dragon. The fiery serpent, several meters in length, spiraled upwards around Yin and the beefy figure, incinerating everything in its path. With a series of explosive sounds, the minor demons surrounding the beefy figure were obliterated in flames, while the rotund claw was momentarily staggered by the blast. Taking a deep breath, Yin pivoted and stepped forward. Positioning himself in front of the beefy figure, with his staff aglow with white fire, he struck the ground before the claw. A resounding boom erupted as a fire pillar, over a meter in diameter, shot skyward, lifting the claw's feet off the ground. It resembled a bug standing upright. Unfazed, Yin stood tall amidst the conflagration, for the flames were born of his own magical power, leaving him unscathed. Then, through elemental manipulation, an abundance of fire elements, transformed by his magical energy, clung to him like a fiery cloak. With a powerful leap, Yin soared towards the claw's core. Do demons possess such a thing? Wielding his staff to rain down blows, the resounding impacts causing the claw's scorched abdomen to writhe chaotically. Following this, he unleashed a series of devastating fire spells. Yin combined the residual elemental energy with the fire spells, instantly propelling the claw's feet off the ground. At last, the claw was airborne. Yin, holding his breath, rushed forward and thrust the end of his staff forcefully into the claw's core. Next, he struck with the middle section of his 3-section staff. Yin activated the mechanism on his staff, causing the end to spiral outward. In an instant, the staff transformed into 3 segments, 2 of which were intricately etched with glowing patterns. With a thunderous explosion, the explosive power within the chains was unleashed. In a moment of detonation, the claw's 4-legged form was cleaved into 2, black-red blood and an unknown greenish fluid splattering everywhere. Yet, the claw did not perish. Moreover, its anguished cries bore a rhythmic quality. As Lu Yin caught his breath, he realized that the creature was still intent on casting its spells, if the enemy sought to prolong its existence. It was imperative to intervene, especially since it appeared to be preparing to cast a spell. Lu Yin swiftly extracted his staff and plunged it into the claw's eye, piercing through to its brain, pinning it to the ground. Gazing at the lifeless claw, Lu Yin exhaled deeply, withdrawing his staff, only to find it smeared with a grotesque mixture of red, green, and white substances filled with disdain. Why was it always me who bore the brunt of injury? Other mages concluded battles with grace and cleanliness. Yet here I am, dealing with this. Sigh. What a predicament. Observing the beefy figure and his companions dispatching the minor demons, Lu Yin felt a surge of unease. For with his keen eyesight, he discerned yet another large horde of minor demons approaching from the distance, and who knows what higher-level foes might be lurking. Thus, Lu Yin quickly turned and made his way to the entrance, calling out, "Bada, I know you are inside. Open the door swiftly. My arrival has been witnessed by so many. If I were to perish here, it would not bode well for you. You must understand." Inside a stone building, over a dozen armored guards were intently observing the unfolding scene through a device resembling a 3D projector. Bada, deep in thought, stroked his chin before addressing a nearby guard. "Colin, go and let him in." Colin hesitated. "Captain, do we really have to let them in? The commander has issued orders against allowing anyone entry. If anything goes awry, we will face significant trouble. Moreover, regarding Viscount Gastar," Bada interrupted swiftly, "when the commander inquires, simply say it is the apprentice from the Harvest Guild. He won't press further. As for Gastar, he is merely a fading Viscount. Even the previous Gastar holds no significance in my eyes. Go now." Colin relented. "Very well." At that moment, Lu Yin was furiously pounding on the door, venting his frustration. Earlier, he had struck the door with his hand, only to be taken aback by the rebound runes, nearly fracturing his finger bones. How infuriating! Here I am, having slain high-ranking demons without injury, yet this door manages to thwart me. You shall pay for this. Inside, Bada observed the projection and contemplated before stepping out behind the guards. At the entrance, Colin held a jade token in one hand, tapping on it with the other, inputting commands. Soon, a small door, barely wide enough for one person, materialized within the glowing barrier, and he called out, "You have 3 seconds. After that, do not expect to enter." With that, he swiftly stepped aside, and in the next instant, Lu Yin had already crossed the threshold. Before he could utter a word, a figure burst through the door, crashing into him and sending him sprawling to the ground, causing his eyelids to twitch in pain. Following closely were 2 more figures who leaped in unison. Upon closer inspection, it was the beefy figure, carrying Lindo, who had tumbled inside. Indeed, the beefy figure was responsible. Lu Yin, now on the ground and seething, felt an overwhelming sense of resentment, and that finger pain was unbearable. How could he not feel indignant? This injury was utterly unjust. At this moment, the swordsman, aware of Lu Yan's distress, hurried to assist the beefy figure, standing resolutely by his side. However, the beefy figure bore numerous wounds, appearing as though he could no longer sustain his protective energy. Lu Yan, noticing this, inquired urgently, "Brother, are you all right?" The beefy figure weakly replied, "I'm fine, I won't die just yet." Lu Yan glanced at the swordsman before turning to Bada. "I say, Bada, we are no strangers. You watch us fighting valiantly outside, yet do not lend a hand. Is that not a bit unreasonable?" Bada regarded Lu Yan's trembling right hand with a courteous smile. "I apologize, Mr. Yan, but I must adhere to my duties. After all, I am here to protect the nobility. Should anything happen, I would find myself in a precarious position." Upon hearing this, Lu Yan felt exasperated. Again with the formalities. "Bada, why are you so rigid? It must be exhausting to live like that. You should learn to break free from your constraints and do what you truly desire. Otherwise, what is the point of living? Consider it. If you were to join me in battling demons, you would gain a comrade, a true confidant. What if one day you face heartbreak? Wouldn't you be able to come to me to weep and share a drink? Doesn't that sound splendid?" Bada maintained his gentlemanly smile. "Often, being rigid allows me to live more comfortably and with less burden. Furthermore, only the girls who weep bitterly due to my absence would ever know that I, too, could face the possibility of heartbreak. Should that ever occur, I shall certainly treat you to a grand feast. Scoundrel, this is truly a scoundrel. I never anticipated that I, Lu Yin, would be the one to suffer such indignities. Sigh, I should not let myself be upset over such trivial matters, just as Lu Yin was about to respond. The smiling Bata interjected, given my responsibilities, I shall not linger for lengthy conversations. Colin, please escort Mr. Yin and his companions to my residence for some well-deserved rest. This is all I can do for you. I must take my leave. Just like that, he was departing. Lu Yin was momentarily taken aback, turning to Colin, who frowned and instructed, You, and you. The three of you shall escort Mr. Yin to the captain's residence for rest. Mr. Yin, my duties prevent me from accompanying you. Lu Yin gazed at Colin, momentarily speechless. Am I truly such a detestable person? Chapter 44. A moment of respite in the noble district of the East. Within a luxurious villa, Lu Yin and his companions had just finished bathing and were making their way to the grand hall. The hall was nothing short of opulent, adorned with gilded walls, silver filigree, and gem embellishments. Various artworks were displayed throughout, illuminated by a series of sunlit arrangements that cast a dazzling glow, creating a scene of resplendent beauty that left one in awe of its grandeur. Upon witnessing this, Lu Yin could only mutter a few words. Damn these nobles. Damn their wealth. He was utterly astounded by the sheer affluence surrounding him. After surveying the surroundings, Lu Yin turned his attention to the artworks before him. What are these? I may not possess the appreciation for such pieces, but surely there are those who do, he thought. When the demons invade, I must help them find a new owner who can truly value them. As he gazed at the gemstones adorning the walls, he mused, gemstones, I can appreciate their beauty. Yet, I shall find someone who understands their worth far better than I, so they need not be left abandoned on the streets. Trampled underfoot. However, when Lu Yin's gaze fell upon a particular portrait, his expression darkened. The painting was executed with remarkable skill, resembling a photograph enhanced by beauty filters. Yet, Lu Yin felt an urge to slap the face of the subject. Finding their vanity unbearable, he harbored some resentment towards Bata, which he deemed unwise. Just as he was lost in thought regarding the portrait, a group of maidens entered, carrying various items. They approached Lu Yin and said, Greetings, sir. This is a gift prepared for you by our master. Please, do examine it. Upon hearing their words, Lu Yin turned and thought, Goodness, I must remember this favor. Before him lay a scroll and a set of garments, one of which was a mage's robe. Lu Yin picked up the robe, noting the fine fabric, likely woven from the silk of magical silkworms or spiders. While he couldn't claim it was priceless, it was certainly beyond the means of an ordinary individual. The robe bore a single dust-repelling enchantment, not due to Bata's stinginess, but because many mages design their robes to suit their specific needs. Similarly, the trio of meat bulls received 3 sets of warrior gear. While not particularly rare, they were nonetheless excellent pieces of equipment. Given Lu Yin's financial standing, he could afford them, but he realized he lacked the means to purchase them outright. To acquire such items, one must possess a certain status. Contemplating his finances, Lu Yin felt a pang of regret for his dwindling treasury. Initially, he considered this to be the legacy of the green-haired gentleman, fearing that keeping it might lead to complications. After some deliberation, he decided to retain 3 unfamiliar azure magical coins as mementos, planning to keep 3 of each kind of coin as keepsakes, while giving the rest to his old friend. How generous of me, he thought. Though this generosity was unintentional, he reflected on why he had indulged in those few sips of alcohol at the time. He had been quite magnanimous, but now, with his equipment fully quantified, he felt that everything had become excessively costly. It was not that his friend had charged him a high price. Rather, he had inflated the value in his own mind. In an impulsive moment, he had thrown everything away. Why did I even drink those few sips? Such regret. His heart ached with remorse. After a moment of reflection, Lu Yin scrutinized the mage's robe before finally discarding his old one. Donning the new robe, though reluctant to part with the old robe, for it was his first, it had accompanied him on countless adventures. He had witnessed his battles against formidable foes and had borne the scent of his struggles. Perhaps the old robe should be discarded, he muttered, tossing it to a maid without looking back. Its odor is rather overwhelming. After disposing of the old robe, he examined the scroll closely. Restoration Light, he read, recognizing that it was at least a second-tier spell. This favor may be quite costly, not for any other reason, But because restoration spells are notoriously expensive, the distinction between first-tier and second-tier spells lay in the latter's ability to affect multiple targets. As he contemplated the scroll, he hesitated but ultimately resolved to use it, costly or not, with the demons poised to attack at any moment. What does expense matter when life itself is at stake? With that thought, he tore the scroll, enveloping himself and his companions in a soft glow that visibly healed their wounds. Though Lu Yin appeared unscathed, the truth was different. His body bore numerous bruises. Resembling a spotted dog, this was not due to poison but rather the result of being struck. What kind of individual could inflict such damage? The little demons wielding their javelins were no trifling matter. As the healing light faded, Lu Yin felt invigorated once more, ready to charge back into the fray against the little demons. Once everyone had recovered, Lu Yin signaled to the meat bull, indicating that he wished to speak privately. He then requested 2 cups of juice from the maid. After receiving the signal, the meat bull turned to the swordsman and said, "Ski, you and Lindo should step outside and assess the situation. If anything seems amiss, we must be prepared." Upon hearing this, the swordsman and archer complied without hesitation and departed. The meat bull, now curious, turned to Lu Yin, eager to learn what he wished to discuss away from the others. Lu Yin handed a cup of juice to the meat bull and said, "My friend, I realize I still do not know your name. I am Lu Yin, but you can call me Yin." "And you?" The meat bull accepted the juice and replied, "I am Paul." "Yin, is there something you wish to share with me?" "Goodness, is everyone named Paul so exceptional? The big beard is, and so are you." Lu Yin chuckled. "Let me be clear. When the demons attack, I may not be able to fight alongside you." Paul frowned and replied, "Yin, if it's because of Ski." "No, Paul," Lu Yin interjected, "while I hold no fondness for Ski. My issue lies with myself. This is my first time collaborating in battle, and I realize I am not suited for it. You saw how close I cast my spells. I risk injuring my allies. When we fought together, I hesitated to use many spells simply because you were too near." Upon hearing this, Paul relaxed his brow and said, "If that's the case, I have nothing further to say. But do take care of yourself. If you find yourself overwhelmed, seek me out. I can at least protect you from a few attacks. You are a good lad to be cautious and don't perish." With that, Paul patted Lu Yin on the shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. Offering his encouragement, Yin chuckled dismissively, took a sip of juice, and remarked, "Paul, I have faith in your abilities, but as for Ski, honestly, if the demons invade, his chances of survival are rather slim. You must understand that in the chaos of battle, those who fear death the most are often the first to perish. This is not merely a question of protection. It is an inevitable outcome. Though it may be somewhat presumptuous of me, I would like to inquire, what exactly is the situation with Ski?" After a moment of contemplation, Paul furrowed his brow and finally replied, "Ski's father was my former captain. He died saving me. I have watched Ski grow up." Upon hearing this, Yin was at a loss for words and could only speak plainly. "Paul, you have shielded him too well. He is utterly unfit to be a professional at this moment. You have only 2 options. Either let him learn how to be a professional in this battle, which is exceedingly perilous for both of you, or conceal him carefully, ensuring the demons do not find him. Only then might he have a chance to survive. If he manages to live through this, encourage him to seek other employment. That would be beneficial for both you and him. After all, you cannot protect him forever. He is not a child anymore. Once he gets married, do you intend to help him then? Which method do you propose?" The last remark shattered the previously heavy atmosphere. Paul gave Yin a hearty thump on the shoulder and exclaimed, "You rascal! Fine. If we both survive this ordeal, I will take Ski to find a job, provided we make it out alive. Come on, let us step outside and prepare ourselves mentally for what lies ahead." Chapter 45. The caramel Yin and the beefy Paul stepped out of the villa's grand hall, gazing at the sky that should have been black but had now transformed into a ghastly crimson. The stench of blood seemed to have merged with the very air, wafting throughout the noble district. Yin turned his gaze towards the trading district where a colossal, blood-red pillar of light, exceeding 10 meters in diameter, stood. It appeared to be solidifying from transparency due to its absorption of too much blood. The figures within the pillar seemed to oscillate between existence and non-existence. For those trapped within could no longer be deemed human. Yin's keen eyes discerned that the silhouette had morphed into a mass of flames. It roared and screamed within the pillar, shrouded in thick black mist as if it were being scorched by some infernal fire. This bizarre sight compelled Yin to turn to Paul and inquire, Paul, have you ever experienced anything like this before? Or heard of it? Is there anything you can share with me? After Elian's question, he gazed vacantly at the fiery figure within the pillar, or rather, the fire shadow. I have nothing to tell you. I can only say that we are waiting, Paul replied, equally entranced by the pillar. Upon hearing this, Elian turned back to Paul and asked, Waiting? What do you mean? Waiting for what? Paul continued to stare at the pillar, his expression distant, waiting for the demon-hunting alliance to realize that a blood ritual is taking place here, waiting for the vigilant mages to learn of our predicament and rush to our aid. Or, if they fail to arrive, we shall await our demise together. Yin nearly choked on his breath at Paul's last words. Damn it, is our survival merely an exercise in waiting for rescue? After taking a moment to compose himself, he asked, Paul, what about the fiery shadow within the pillar? Do you know what that signifies? Paul remained fixated on the pillar, responding, I do not know. However, it can be surmised that the connection leads to the infernal realm. And if I am not mistaken, the flames within the pillar are the fabled hellfire. It is said that hellfire exclusively consumes sin. As for how many souls are eligible to serve as vessels, I cannot say for certain, but I have heard of two types. One is the deeply sinful individual, who uses their own transgressions as fuel to bear the hellfire within their soul. Some with particularly grave sins even contaminate the hellfire with their own guilt to tame it. The second type is the purest of souls, untainted by any wicked thoughts or sins. Yet, this is an impossible scenario. It is said that upon entering the world, one is already burdened by sin. Thus, the purest soul does not exist. As soon as Paul finished speaking, a voice echoed from behind them. You speak truthfully. Every being is born into sin. The agony of a mother during childbirth is sin. Breathing the first breath of air in this world is sin. Even demanding milk from one's mother is sin. Desire begets sin. Even infants possess desires. How much more so other life forms? Yet, nothing in this world is absolute. If one wishes to possess hellfire, it is not without means. One merely must endure the trials of hellfire to gain its recognition, which entails purging all desires and sins. For instance, infants must endure the purifying flames of hellfire to become worthy vessels. Do you believe an infant can withstand such infernal trials? Even if an infant could endure the flames and be acknowledged by hellfire as a vessel, they would still be subject to the negative emotions birthed from countless souls over the eons, which fuel the flames of sin. Though this fire is a product of balance, it still requires sustenance. The desires and sins inherent in a living soul serve as its fuel. It manipulates the vessel to procure this fuel, yet the sins incurred during this process only further expose the vessel to the purifying flames. Over an eternity, no soul nor body can withstand such relentless burning, unless you can transmute it. However, the sins accrued in the pursuit of acquiring the power to transmute it are enough to condemn you 1,000 times over. Thus, while the notion of a pure soul serving as a vessel is correct, it is merely a vessel and will never become the master of hellfire. The purest of souls, in essence, is indistinguishable from the life forms before us, merely a matter of the duration of their bearing. Are there no exceptions? Must hellfire always serve as an instrument of malevolence? Yin asked pensively. There are, but you must pay. Upon hearing this, Yin rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, truly a mercenary. With that thought, Yin turned to face the demon before him. Indeed, it was a demon, one of the most notorious demons from the inferno, not for its might, but for its insatiable greed. Its visage bore a resemblance to a kindly old man, akin to a benevolent grandfather. Well, if not for the demonic horns atop its head, it would be quite aesthetically pleasing. Its lower half, however, featured backward-bending legs and a torso riddled with muscular bulges. And let us not forget the pair of wings sprouting from its back. A freshly emerged, bumbling little merchant from hell. If it were not for its foolishness, who would employ such a youthful and robust body while sporting the face of an old man? It was clear that it was attempting to mimic the trading techniques of its elders, but had failed miserably. Nevertheless, Yin dared not underestimate it. Caramon, they referred to themselves as demon merchants or planar merchants, and their notoriety stemmed from past dealings with angels and even the so-called purest elemental spirits of light, which they had successfully engaged. Thus, they carried a significant reputation across the multiverse. Of course, they had not been slain while traversing the planes. They possessed formidable means, Their primary ability was the principle of phasing. Not merely immunity to elemental attacks, but the power to disregard them entirely. Yet, this was not the most terrifying aspect. The true horror lay in their ability to manifest. The true essence of a Karamon resides eternally in hell. They transform a portion of themselves into a semblance of a physical form to traverse the planes. For instance, a doppelganger crafted from their own nails. This doppelganger retains the abilities of the original, such as phasing and becoming intangible. Every attack directed at it merely strikes at the void. This is the essence of manifestation. Its doppelganger is tantamount to its true self, save for its diminished offensive capabilities. Thus, no faction has ever succeeded in eliminating a Karamon for culinary experimentation. Furthermore, there is the principle of contracts, wherein they establish various agreements to facilitate transactions. If you wish to engage in a contract with another demon, you must adhere to numerous rituals for communication, the simplest of which requires bloodletting and a signature. Yet Karamon are different. The terms of the contract are dictated by them. For example, if they establish a contract, the moment you accept the document, the agreement is binding. There are even tales of the most powerful Karamon, who, during negotiations, consider mere verbal assent as a binding contract. This is truly terrifying. Therefore, engaging in transactions with a Karamon, or even conversing with them, is an exceedingly perilous endeavor. For you never know when you might inadvertently bargain away your very soul. As a result of their notorious reputation, Paul employed the most effective strategy against Karamon: silence and indifference, if necessary. One could simply ignore them, treating them as if they were air. Elian squinted at the Karamon and spoke in an exaggerated tone. You want money. You dare to demand money. Do you even know how to conduct business? Are you not aware of the adage that one must give before one can hope to receive? It is a matter of sacrifice and choice. If you wish to gain, you must first be willing to part with something. How can you expect to engage in commerce if you are unable to let go? Did your elders not impart to you the wisdom of trade? Kalamar tilted his head back, seemingly attempting to evade the spittle that Li Yin expelled, and disdainfully remarked, Do not regard me with your squinting eyes. Our racial gift is telepathy. It is not the trivial guessing of thoughts based on mere glances. Furthermore, while I sense that you speak the truth, I still detect an intention to deceive. You seek to trick me. You are a villain. My father was right. Humanity, you are indeed the most malevolent of beings. Upon hearing this, Li Yin rolled his eyes in disbelief. How could he, a mere mortal, be deemed the most wicked creature by a demon? Is there any being more nefarious than a demon? Should he feel honored, or should he lament this classification? He considered himself a champion of righteousness, or rather, aligned with the path of virtue. At most, he was close to neutral. Where does this evil label come from? Chapter 46. Kalamar II in a villa within the noble district. Li Yin scrutinized the diminutive demon before him. Small, indeed, for his intellect seemed to match that of a 13 or 14-year-old. Li Yin believed that Kalamar's age was similarly youthful. Thus, he spoke gently. Little one. Kalamar interjected. Who are you calling little? Your entire family is the small one. You are younger than I, and yet you dare to address me as such. The ignorance of racial differences. Demons are born in 4 ways. Viviparous, oviparous, egg-laying, and dimensional spawning. Viviparous demons are of a higher rank, nurturing their offspring until their potential reaches its zenith before bringing them into the world. Such demons generally possess the finest talents. They take longer to mature, growing at a pace 10 times slower than humans. Oviparous demons have mothers who are exceedingly occupied, who share a portion of their power to create an egg, providing it with sufficient nourishment before abandoning it in a concealed location to hatch on its own. These demons may have slightly inferior nourishment, resulting in growth that is 11 or 12 times slower than humans, yet their talents are not lacking. Egg-laying demons are a product of specific racial talents. In certain minor skirmishes, when it is impractical to deploy the entire army, a special demon is sent forth. They spawn hundreds or thousands of expendable demons, lacking in talent, merely requiring the ability to rapidly consume and grow. Capable of wreaking havoc, dimensional spawning involves the control of a river by dimensional consciousness, hatching demon larvae. These creatures thrive through the survival of the fittest, growing rapidly with boundless potential, as each demon larva bears the mark of the strongest demonic genes. Thus, they can evolve and grow indefinitely, possessing the terrifying ability to devour and transform, serving as the primary source of all demons. Yet, their intellect is somewhat lacking. Luyin continued, "Brother, I shall refer to you as such. Surely, this is acceptable. Despite our differing races, our physical maturation is quite comparable. Addressing you as brother is certainly fitting. Your telepathy should affirm this, correct?" Kalamar nodded. "Indeed, this time you speak the truth." Luyin pressed on, "Brother, we are brothers now. So I shall be straightforward. You have come to conduct business, yes? This is a manifestation of high intelligence. This is where the distinction lies. Not all demons are alike. Otherwise, what difference is there between you and that rabble outside, who know only destruction? Are we not representatives of high intellect? Is that not so?" "Indeed," Kalamar wholeheartedly agreed. Luyin licked his lips, gathering his thoughts. Yet high intelligence has its drawbacks. It makes mutual trust quite elusive. "Is that not true, brother?" "Indeed," Kalamar concurred. "What is the most crucial aspect of business? Integrity. If we cannot even establish trust, then such business is better left undone. Is it not, brother?" "Indeed," Kalamar affirmed. "Then, brother, pray tell, how can we cultivate mutual trust?" Luyin inquired earnestly. "What do you mean? Why should I not trust you? You are the villainous human here," Kalamar replied, still somewhat bewildered. Luyin felt a pang of frustration. Who was truly the villain here? Did he not recognize that demons were the embodiment of evil? "Brother, the assessment of who is evil is not for us to determine. It is the judgment of others that holds true. Moreover, brother, you are aware that demons are synonymous with malevolence, are you not? Just like that group outside, who know only to fight and destroy. Would you not call that evil?" Young Kalamar disagreed. "They are not truly evil. They are merely hunting. Their destruction arises from their stupidity, as they cannot find food. Besides, they do not deceive me. How could they be considered evil?" Upon hearing this, Luyin was taken aback that so, murder and arson were not deemed evil, but deception was. When did the definition of evil become so distorted? "Brother, are we not both beings of high intelligence? Thus, our hunting must be civilized. Do you understand what civilization means?" As he spoke, Luyin produced wine, roasted meat, and skewers, their delectable aroma wafting through the air. "Brother, behold. This is what food truly is. This is the essence of civilized hunting. This is the hallmark of high intelligence. Enjoyment. Brother, what of that rabble? They feast upon fur and blood, consuming live prey. What manner of existence is that? Their bellies are likely filled with excrement. They simply tear into their food, resulting in a mess of filth. Would you not say they are consuming waste? Brother, if you were to identify yourself with that rabble, I would have nothing more to say. I shall tell you. They are evil because they are foolish. Am I not correct in saying this? Since evil has transformed in your perception, it matters not if I am included in that classification." Young Kalamar nodded vigorously. "If you were to learn of my upbringing on waste, how could I hold my head high? Furthermore, how could I continue to eat as I do? Brother, would you care to try? All these delights are of the finest quality, absolutely delectable. Compared to that group who knows only filth, we are truly enjoying food, savoring the experience. Wait a moment. Brother, do not dissipate your ethereal form yet. We must resolve the issue of trust first, for the benefit of all. Do you not agree? How shall we proceed, brother? What can be done? Of course, it must be a demon contract." Luyin's ambition was achieved. After signing a contract ensuring mutual non-harm, the three sat down to dine. Throughout the meal, the items in Luyin's hands seemed to shimmer with incessant activity. "Behold, these are my latest inventions. Look, this is a telescope. See, this is a music box. Music can communicate the voices of the soul." Noticing Kalamar's limited interest in his creations, who was rather preoccupied with drinking and devouring meat, Luyin contemplated revealing his trump card. Originally, he sought to acquire something valuable. "Brother, behold, my latest invention, the automatic magical meat grill." As he spoke, Luyin produced a piece of raw meat, swiftly skewering it, then inserting the skewers into the grill. Once magic was infused, the machine sprang to life. Flames ignited within the grill, the blades whirred, and the meat skewers rotated autonomously, while the seasoning was applied automatically. In mere moments, the skewers gathered elemental fire, infusing the meat with flavor. "Ah, it is done. In less than 3 minutes." Kalamar's eyes widened in astonishment as he observed the entire process. Temptation seized him, and his hands moved, Grabbing a skewer, he found that the size of the meat exceeded his human-like mouth. And so he abandoned pretense to eye in an instant. A visage of a wrinkled elder shattered, revealing a gaping maw filled with sharp teeth. Upon closer inspection, Lian realized that Kalamar was not entirely unappealing, though his mouth resembled that of a jester. It was affixed to a humanoid face, slightly plump with a goat-like nose. Dark golden irises twirled within his deep-set eyes, devoid of whites, appearing akin to a 15 or 16-year-old human as he chewed on the roasted meat. He possessed an endearing yet grotesque charm, certainly a contender for the title of handsome among demons. Observing the comically endearing young demon, Lian reflected inwardly, sighing, one must shed some blood to obtain the wolf. It is time to make a sacrifice. If you enjoy it, I shall gift it to you, along with everything else. By the way, this bottle contains the seasoning for the grill. It is also yours. After you use it, you will need to figure out the rest on your own. Alas, time is short. Otherwise, I could teach you how to prepare the seasonings. However, your kind will soon be launching an assault. And we lack the time for such lessons. Whether I live or die thereafter, who can say? Otherwise, I could have invented dozens, even hundreds of seasonings, allowing us to enjoy 100 days without monotony. I have made myself quite clear. Do you not understand? Quickly, procure something to ensure your survival. Young Kalamar suddenly realized the urgency. This barbecue grill now belongs to me. Yet one must have seasonings to accompany the meat. This villain from the human race cannot be allowed to perish just yet. I shall wait until he imparts the knowledge of the seasonings before I permit his demise. No, that cannot be. He may yet invent new seasonings. Thus he must not be allowed to die. If he is to perish, it must be after you sell your soul to me. Brother Yen, you have bestowed upon me so many gifts. I truly feel a bit overwhelmed. How about this? This is a life-saving item. You should keep it on you. Demons below the mid-tier will not attack you as long as you do not provoke them. However, that does not hold true for higher-tier demons and demon nobility. If they see you wielding this, they will undoubtedly pursue you. Use it with caution, holding the somewhat worn demon horn in his hand. Lu Yin felt a sense of relief. After all the effort expended, this calamity could be considered past. Just as the little novice had said, as long as one is not exceedingly unfortunate, survival is not too difficult. Brother, look, there are 4 of us here, right? If you could provide us with 3 or 4 more of these little horns, then when one fails, we can try another, yes? Please, grant me a few more, as long as I can preserve my life. You may call me brother or even grandfather. Upon hearing this, the little novice's eyes widened, and perhaps glaring at Lu Yin, he said, "This is a legendary demon horn, though its power has waned. Its value. Oh dear, my brother, I meant to say it's nearly worthless, just enough to scare off the little demons. No need for anything so precious. You see, I am not deceiving you, just use your psychic sense to perceive it. And you will know, right?" The little novice's dark golden eyes twirled a few times before he tossed out 3 fragments, saying, "Here, this should suffice." Chapter 47. The battle resumes. Lu Yin accepted the fragments of the horn, thanked him, and was about to speak when the ground suddenly began to tremble. After recovering from his surprise, Lu Yin swiftly drew his staff from his waist and planted it into the ground to steady himself. At this moment, the little novice stepped out of the hall and gazed at the sky, saying to Lu Yin, "Brother, I must take my leave. The female entity within the beam of light has temporarily fused with the hellfire. However, hellfire is beyond her capacity to merge with. It will incinerate all her desires and sins. Even if she successfully merges with the hellfire, she will merely become a shell of herself, a being controlled by hellfire. At that point, as long as you do not approach her, she will not attack you. If you wish to refine her, that would be an opportunity, but I advise against it. It is beyond your current control. Moreover, you cannot afford the cost. Nevertheless, before I depart, brother, you must exercise caution, for from this moment until she is consumed by madness and loses her sense of self, she will be extremely aggressive. She cannot harm me, but she may destroy my possessions, so I must take my leave. Brother, take care of yourself." But before I go, may I ask if you could sell me your soul after you die? Alternatively, selling me your current soul would suffice." Lu Yin, displaying a rather sophisticated gesture, raised his middle finger, accompanied by his other hand holding the staff. The little novice rolled his eyes. How could he even see that? And replied, "I knew it." Then, The demonic form began to slowly fade, quietly vanishing. Just as Karazhan disappeared, Ski suddenly rushed in from outside the villa, agitated and eager to speak, yet unable to articulate his thoughts, whether from fear or otherwise. He mumbled inaudibly. At this moment, Lu Yin no longer needed him to say anything, for the sky outside had already revealed to Lu Yin what transpired. A yellow flame illuminated the entire sky. With a sound akin to shattering glass, the protective barrier of the noble district shattered. Thus, the final battle was about to commence. Lu Yin tossed the fragment to Paul, the beefy figure, wished him well, and hurriedly made his way outside. Lu Yin's objective was the stable. Having fed horses before, he was aware that there would surely be a well nearby. This well represented Lu Yin's chosen final escape route. In such a large-scale war, not only would a mage like Lu Yin struggle to make a significant impact, even a high-ranking mage or a third-tier sorcerer would find their efforts limited. Only a legendary or titled sorcerer could exert true suppression. Undoubtedly, in a level 7 city, having a sorcerer of that caliber present would be quite fortunate. Moreover, there had been sorcerers who had previously intervened in the residential area. It was uncertain whether they were city guardians. If so, then the noble district would currently be devoid of any means to retaliate. Arriving at the stable, Lu Yin found it desolate, not a single horse remaining. Indicating they had all been taken away, the scattered hay bales suggested that a skirmish had occurred here. However, all of this was of no concern to Lu Yin. His sole focus was the well. He needed to ascertain whether the water vein within could be traversed. This was also the final escape route he had selected. The reason it was deemed the last resort was that Lu Yin was unaware of the dangers lurking within the water vein. Encountering magical beasts would be fortunate. If he were to confront unknown entities, his life could very well be lost. This also included the life-saving item, the subterranean stone, acquired from Barbara, for magical beasts might not be able to harm Lu Yin while he was underground. But if faced with those unknown beings, it was a different story. Lu Yin wandered around the stable for a while, and finally located the well in the center of the stable area. He approached the well quickly and leaped down. The water was not particularly deep, merely about 2 meters. Lu Yin raised his staff and poked around the perimeter. Indeed, the water vein flowed from east to west. The opening of the well's water vein was about 1 meter wide, sufficient for a person to submerge. Upon observing this, Lu Yin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, he felt a twinge of regret. Paul was not a magic user that if he were, even with just mental power, he might have been able to escape through the water vein. But alas, Paul was merely a beefy figure. System, stamina, 9. 5 strength, 4.7 agility, 8.5 spirit, 23.75 energy, 1050, currently unavailable. Talent, vitality conversion skills, spirit manipulation, branch technique, mage's hand, flame ray, no form, ghost burn magic power, 385,440, increased by 20 points per level prior to level 10, spells, fireball, abbreviated, level 1, explosive fireball, flame whip, blaze technique, great strength technique, level 1 modified, equipment, level 1 flying sword, purple, bound, 10, level 1 liquid gold battle garb, purple, bound, 110, level 41 flying sword, silver, 51, 99 152x4, level 25 dragon lizard gloves, 33.735 class, mage level 1710, mage tier 1 secondary occupation, alchemy, potion 1, 31, scroll 1, 61, forging 1, 8, sealing technique 1, 21, pet, little King Kong, undead beetle, in a half-dead state. Experience, 59370 skill points. 3 Lu Yin gazed at the system, feeling a wave of indecision. The skill points were something he truly wished to avoid using, for allocating points to skills and switching to new ones could render those points effectively wasted. Lu Yin examined the skill frame, contemplated for a while, and ultimately tentatively allocated points to the equipment, targeting the liquid gold battle garb. Observing the experience bar drop by 10 points, Lu Yin felt a sense of relief. Experience points could be regained. Simply dispatch a few more demons or magical beasts. As for hunting other practitioners, Lu Yin was quite reluctant to do so. That would become addictive, if one became accustomed to it. Every person encountered would appear as a walking source of experience, which would be rather abnormal. After a series of vigorous pokes, Lu Yin upgraded the liquid gold battle garb to level 10. He finally felt a semblance of security and let out a sigh of relief. Nothing else mattered. Preserving one's life was paramount. As long as he could safeguard his existence, everything else could be negotiated. With only 43 experience points remaining on the system interface, Liu Yin contemplated that he now had an escape route and adequate defense. It was time to earn some experience points. With this thought in mind, Liu Yin couldn't help but smirk, grasped his staff, and swiftly made his way toward the sounds of battle. Siri, have all the people been eliminated? Father, all those in the know have been dealt with. We should be safe now. Good, good, good. If it weren't for your warning, the Gastard family would have been doomed. Gastard sat upon a large azure stone, sword held in a reverse grip, panting heavily, sweat pouring down his forehead. Seething, those damned bastards. What they desired was not faith at all. What spatial formations summon warriors? Why did I ever trust her? Damn it. If the Demon Hunter Alliance discovers our involvement in this blood sacrifice, the Gastard family would be finished. No, Siri, think again. Is there anyone we might have overlooked? We cannot allow a single person with knowledge to survive. Absolutely not. Siri, Father, including the steward, all who knew have been eliminated. As for Uncle Berg, Gastard, no worries. The Berg family has been part of our clan for 3 generations. They are well aware of the consequences of speaking out. Should we perish, their family would not fare any better. As long as there are no informants, our family will be safe. Sri, clad in battle armor and wielding a sword at his waist, retrieved a handkerchief to incessantly wipe the sweat from his brow. Perhaps it was the tension or the heat that caused him to speak with a hint of malice. Father, if possible, it would be best to deal with that half-elf. Although he knows nothing, he is well aware of the matters concerning the shop. If word gets out, we shall be unable to protect ourselves. Others will undoubtedly draw connections to us. Gashta's eyes widened as he rose from the bluestone. Indeed, it is entirely that half-elf's fault. Had he not appeared, the blood sacrifice could have commenced a month ago. By now, the entire city would be devoid of life. Who would suspect any ties to our Gashta family? It is all due to that accursed half-elf. He has brought ruin upon us. We must locate him. He shall pay for the harm inflicted upon our esteemed Gashta lineage. Sri, where is our family's head knight? Sir Berg, we require his presence immediately. Inform him. Our family demands the head of that wretched half-elf for the sacrificial rites. I shall hang it in our territory, so all may know that the dignity of the Gashta family is inviolable. Go and slay that half-elf. At once. Very well. Father, I shall personally eliminate that detestable half-elf. His soul shall atone for the foolish act of harming our Gashta family. Chapter 48. Fire Princess, the 68th. At this moment, Yin was crouched within a villa fortress, largely collapsed from explosions, nestled by the wall, stealthily moving to the left with a few crab-like steps as for the ownership of this villa fortress. Yin was unaware. He was currently concealed beneath the foliage, having created a hole in the wall, peering out from the aperture. Outside, a large earthen barricade had already formed. The soldiers were utilizing the earthen wall for defense, wielding great swords to combat the demons attempting to scale it, while ranged fighters were picking off the flying demons guarding this intersection whenever a segment of the earthen wall was breached. The earth mages within promptly repaired the fortifications. Moreover, from within the wall, group spells occasionally soared forth, annihilating swathes of lesser demons. Yin, positioned 300 meters away from the battlefield, manipulated his flying sword, occasionally executing precise strikes to eliminate several demons, all while remaining leisurely. This was indeed the optimal combat method for Mage. Unlike that morning, confronting the demons head-on, which was exhausting and perilous. Now, he could dispatch a few demons, take a breather to regain his magical and mental energy, maintaining peak condition at all times. As Yin extended his mental energy, he drew a flying sword from a tree, allowing it to glide low, akin to a fish swimming, gradually approaching the battlefield. He then accelerated the sword, unleashing a rapid succession of strikes that pierced through a row of 8 demon skulls. Following this, the flying sword reversed, delivering another series of slicing attacks, with a few deft dodges. The sword soared away. Yin licked his lips, controlling the flying sword to embed in a tree, planning to recover before launching another assault. After over 20 successful strikes, Yin had amassed nearly 300 experience points. He calculated the impending time for accruing more experience, feeling elated. How could he not be joyful? It was akin to sitting idly as experience points came knocking at his door, ready for harvest. Just as Yin contemplated harvesting another batch of experience, an involuntary tremor coursed through him. "Captain, we have located that half-elf. He is in the Xian Guy family's Villa Fortress." I refrained from sending in the tracking insect for fear he might sense it. A knight clad in heavy armor pondered before responding. "ISNT the Xian Guy Villa Fortress in ruins. What could that half-elf possibly be doing there? The Xian Guy family has nearly fallen. Surely there can't be anything of value left." The archer replied. "Captain, stop overthinking it. Just kill him. Whatever he has, we'll find out immediately, won't we?" The knight concurred. "True, but the guard team cannot go. If the guards spot them, they will be summoned directly. Notify Pat. Instruct him to bring a few archers. We cannot let that half-elf escape." Due to the unsettling feeling in his heart, Yin hesitated, pondering what misfortune might transpire. This made him pause his demon hunting, gazing quizzically at his surroundings. Just then, he felt a sharp sting in his back. Without hesitation, he rolled and executed a somersault to the left. Yet, he was just a moment too late. He evaded the first arrow, but the second explosive arrow struck him directly as he rolled, sending him flying. At that moment, a third explosive arrow hit Yin midair, launching him out of the wall. A fourth arrow was then shot directly at him. The distinction between a single archer and a group of 4 was profound. The rapid-fire accuracy was astonishing. Yin was momentarily stunned by the explosions, drawing the attention of many demons, who turned to see Yin soaring through the air. One could imagine it. If you were holding a flying spear and a mountain chicken suddenly burst forth from the bushes. What would you do? In an instant, a dozen flying spears struck Yin, the overwhelming force propelling him further into the air. However, the demon's instinctive strikes inadvertently saved Yin, allowing him to narrowly escape the explosive arrows. Yin's handsome visage remained unscathed. Upon landing, he rolled twice on the ground, quickly scrambling to his feet. The pursuing demons exclaimed, "That mountain chicken is still alive, and it's trying to flee. Everyone, grab your weapons and pursue." The demons relentlessly chased after him. Yin sprinted a few steps before adopting an S-shaped evasive maneuver. However, the archers behind him were not to be underestimated. Before he could make much distance, he narrowly avoided another shot. In a moment of panic, Yin unleashed his mental energy, sending forth his flying sword to sever the arrows aimed at him. But another predicament arose from the right. A fresh wave of demons joined the pursuit, their expressions filled with malice, eager to devour Yin. They brandished their flying spears with fervor. "Damn it, that mountain chicken ambushed us and even pierced my backside. Let us take him down. Dismember him. I want to feast on him." The demon's fury was lost on Yin, and even if he were aware, he had no time to dwell on it. For now, shielded by his flying sword, he finally had a moment to discern the assailants. Upon recognizing who they were, Yin's anger surged. "Damn it. It's that treacherous archer from Gashta, the one with the braids. No wonder he glares at me so fiercely every time we meet. He is an archer," he thought furiously. "Just wait until I have the chance to eliminate you." Gazing at Pat and his companions atop the rooftop, Yin seethed inwardly. If Pat could hear Yin's thoughts, he would surely retort, "Have you gone blind? Did you not see me behind the Viscount Gashta? I was the one evading the Viscount." "All right, if you're so blind, what is the point of living? Allow me to send you off to the afterlife." Dodging several incoming arrows, Yin spat out a mouthful of blood and sprinted towards the right exit. He conjured 2 explosive fireballs in his hands and tossed them behind him. Glancing back at the 4 archers, a flicker of an unorthodox thought crossed his mind, but ultimately, reason triumphed over vengeance, and he veered towards another path. At this moment, his flying sword acted as a guardian, deflecting or severing the arrows that came his way. Yin observed more and more demons trailing behind him. He felt a growing sense of disdain. "Damn it, I'm barely 100 pounds. Is it necessary for a horde of demons to pursue me? Even if they catch up, they wouldn't have enough blood to share." Watching the archers chase after him, Yin felt a headache coming on, with demons behind him and archers to the side. "If only I could eliminate the archers, it would be easy to shake off the demons following me." Yin sprinted with all his might as the demons converged from all directions, driving him towards the center of the noble district. However, the scene there was ablaze with flames and filled with cries of anguish. Was it wise to head there, risking his life? Yin felt a surge of anxiety, an overwhelming urgency. Being cornered in the central district would spell almost certain doom. If the demons caught up to him, he would be reduced to nothing. The demons seemed unrelenting in their pursuit, confident in their ability to track Yin down. Desperate, Yin scanned his surroundings. Just then, he spotted a corner ahead where the villa fortress turned at a 90-degree angle. It was not a semicircle, indicating that it could provide cover. With a sudden idea, Yin accelerated wildly towards the corner. Upon reaching the turn, he dashed a few more steps, leaped forward, and pushed off with his left foot. Rolling several times, he swiftly pressed against the wall. The liquid metal of his battle attire enveloped him, transforming Yin into a rectangular stone block, melding him with the wall's surface and altering his color to blend in. In less than 10 seconds, the horde of demons reached the corner and rushed past. Although Yin pressed against the wall, he had no idea how many feet had trampled over him, causing his entire body to shake. Soon, the throng of demons dwindled. Yet, Yin had no intention of moving. As long as I still possess magic, I need not fear your trampling. This was Yin's singular thought at that moment. As the sensation of malevolence receded, Yin allowed his liquid gold battle armor to open 2 small apertures. Blinking as he peered outward at this moment, Yin dared not utilize his mental scan. Should any entity detect his presence and seek him out, he would find himself in dire straits. Whether confronted by a human or a demon, that a measure of caution was prudent. Observing the external situation, Yin noted that demons frequently traversed this area. Yet, he harbored no desire to hunt or to engage. He was even less inclined to venture outside. Who could predict what bizarre occurrences might ensue if he stepped out into the open? 1 hour earlier, within the sanguine column of light, a cacophony of laughter echoed. Ah, ha ha ha. Indeed, there exists a torment more harrowing than death. This sensation, compelling me to wish for demise with each passing second, is truly intoxicating. Yet, how can any of this compare to my seething hatred? My dear Uncle Gadel, you surely did not anticipate this moment, did you? When you slaughtered my entire family and usurped my father's position as lord, you could not have foreseen today's reckoning. This day shall witness your penance alongside those treacherous nobles who know only betrayal, all under the searing flames of my wrath. The alluring figure. No, the seductive fire princess extended her hand, channeling the power of the light column into a concentrated fireball. With a swift gesture, she propelled the fireball downward, transforming it into a fiery beam that surged toward the protective barrier. With a resounding crash, the shield shattered instantly. The fireball erupted, casting a brilliant illumination across the heavens. As the fire princess leapt into the air, her fiery form soared forth from the blood-red column, heading directly for the Lord's manor. Inside the manor, Peter commanded, "Alert the guard team to slay the intruder." Yes, at that moment, a knight clad in crimson magical armor strode forth, trailed by a slender, elegantly robed figure in blue, whose hawkish nose and downturned lips imparted a somber demeanor. His partially graying hair, meticulously groomed, added an air of authority to his presence. He emerged from the grand hall, wielding a staff, his gaze directed toward the sky. In the air, a figure composed of flames hovered, its visage clear, akin to an ethereal sprite emerging from a 3D illusion, recounting tales of its former beauty, majestically adorned in a gown of flames. Her perfect S-shaped silhouette spoke of her sensuality, yet, before her retinue, there was no trace of desire. What folly! Who would dare approach? Uncle Gadel, your little niece Lulu has come to see you. Are you pleased? With that, the fire princess waved her hand toward the approaching phalanx of armored swordsmen. Instantly, an inferno erupted from her magnificent form, surging like a tidal wave toward the dozen swordsmen brandishing greatswords. In an instant, they were engulfed by the roaring flames, which twisted and coiled like serpentine chains, consuming them in an infernal embrace. The armor of the swordsmen turned a fiery red, melting into molten metal that suspended in the air. The flames coiled around the metallic remnants, swirling and compressing, purging them of impurities. In that moment, the squad of 15 swordsmen was utterly obliterated, perhaps leaving not even a trace behind. No, there were remnants, the metallic liquid and flames, under the fire princess's command, swirled in the air, drawn back toward her as if by some unseen force, a testament to their previous existence in this realm. At this juncture, the flames and molten metal flowed within the fire princess. Reconstituting her form, the flames rapidly converged, revealing her true nature. The fire princess had undergone a dramatic transformation, now resembling the evolved form known as the flowing gold flame princess. The once somewhat translucent figure now possessed a solid form. Her body enshrined in lustrous gold and crimson metal, adorned with sharp angles and intricate patterns, flowing with molten metallic magma, and hair fashioned from liquid metal. Without need for further elaboration, a mere glance would reveal her formidable power and combat prowess had multiplied several times over. What had once been mere energy attacks had now transmuted into tangible, corporeal assaults. This moment, the flowing gold flame princess extended her right hand, grasping a colossal sword forged from flames and molten metal. With a swift arc, the sword transformed into a long whip, extending dramatically, striking the protective barrier of the Lord's manor. With a thunderous roar, a fissure erupted across the shield, extending outward. The sheer destructive force of this strike sent tremors through the entire guard unit, compelling them to retreat a step in unison. Observing this, the blue-robed mage stepped forward, extending his right hand with fingers outstretched. A torrent of icy winds surged forth from his palm, akin to the breath of an ice dragon. Hurtling toward the flowing gold flame princess, at the entrance of the Lord's manor, the ground and flanks erupted into a long glacial corridor, extending outward in a fierce onslaught. As the flowing gold flame princess beheld the approaching icy torrent, she retracted her fiery sword, clasping her hands together, forming a towering metallic shield before her. With a resounding crash, the icy winds collided with the shield, generating a thick cloud of steam that enveloped the area around her. When the icy tempest subsided, a dense mist obscured the vision of all present, compelling them to peer into the shrouded veil, anxious to discern whether the fire princess had been subdued. Yet again, a whip-like blaze struck the shield, exacerbating the pre-existing fissures, a clear message to all assembled that their previous hopes were but delusions. In that moment, the flowing gold flame princess unleashed another strike, followed by a third, causing the manor's protective barrier to tremble violently. The shadow of death loomed ominously over the gathered crowd within the Lord's manor. The red-armored knight exclaimed, "My lord, we cannot allow this to continue. The protective barrier is on the verge of collapse. Moreover, her power is particularly effective against knights. We must activate the sealing array. If we can suppress her flames, we may be able to slay her using our knightly formations." The red knight approached the mage, earnestly urging him. The mage lord glanced at the knight, then turned to the flowing gold flame princess, stating, "The sealing array will be ineffective against her. Her power derives from hellfire. Though hellfire is born of evil, it has undergone a qualitative transformation into something sacred. To suppress it, we must employ a sealing array of a level surpassing its vessel. Her current power has reached that of a magus. To bind her, we require a legendary level sealing formation. Do you truly believe our array can contain her?" As the red knight attempted to respond, the mage lord interjected, "Cease your futile speculations. She knows the resources within the manor better than we do. Attempting to use those against her is destined for failure. We must rely on brute strength to contend with her, for outlasting her onslaught is our only hope. Gather all knights, dividing them into 3 teams to form a knightly fortress formation to withstand her attacks. We need time, but she is not afforded such luxuries." As the red knight hurried away, the mage lord's gaze returned to the flowing gold flame princess, his narrow eyes narrowing with unprecedented greed as they roamed over her form. In a whisper only he could hear, he murmured, "Hellfire, is it? Perhaps this presents an opportunity for me." The flowing gold flame princess, wielding her sword in a frenzy, lashed out at the barrier of the Lord's manor. The shield, now riddled with cracks, teetered on the brink of collapse. Just as it appeared destined to shatter, 50 knights burst forth from within the manor, wielding heavy shields and enveloped in radiant light. Threads of white energy intertwined with their beings, creating an aura of unity among them. As the whip of flame descended, these armored knights raised their shields in unison, their collective brilliance forming a colossal shield of white light before them. With a resounding crash, the luminous shield demonstrated its superior quality, far exceeding the flimsy barriers outside. Otherwise, it could not withstand such an assault. As the white light dimmed, the 50 knights readied their shields once more, prepared to counter the flowing gold flame princess's impending onslaught. The flowing gold flame princess regarded the knights before her, then turned her gaze to the mage lord within the manor, declaring, "Knightly fortress formation. Uncle Gadel, you remain as shameless as ever. Previously, you deceived my father, forcing him to shelter you. Now, you resort to pilfering our family's techniques to shield yourself. Do you truly possess no sense of shame? My father treated you with kindness, and yet you betrayed him, even taking his life along with that of my entire family, all to secure your current gains. You are a beast. No, you are even less than a beast. A wretch who knows only betrayal." With those words, the flowing gold flame princess, fueled by boundless fury, seemed to amplify the potency of her hellfire. With a swift and forceful strike, the sword cleaved through the air, causing the radiant white shield to shimmer with brilliance. At that moment, a magical circle manifested high above, and in less than 5 seconds, a colossal sphere of ice, exceeding 10 meters in diameter, erupted forth from within the circle, launching 3 consecutive projectiles towards the flowing golden flame princess. The fallen star ice ball, this mid-tier spell, upon physical impact, inflicted not only frigid damage, but also the chilling effect of ice entrapment. Boasting formidable offensive power, at that instant, the flowing golden flame princess, wielding her sword in her right hand, executed 3 swift slashes toward the heavens. Subsequently, she raised her left hand skyward, unleashing a pillar of flame that erupted from her grasp, instantly transforming the ice balls into vapor that dispersed into the air. Alas, remnants of ice particles fell to the ground, a testament to the existence of those 3 ice balls. Meanwhile, the Can Knight had swiftly completed its defense rotation, with 50 new Can Knights stepping forth to replace their predecessors. The old Can Knights quickly formed a line and retreated back to the Lord's mansion, sealing the protective barrier behind them, marking yet another cycle. Undoubtedly, their strategy was to exhaust the flowing golden flame princess. The Lord Mage continued to gaze outside, his mind alert to every sound, though his demeanor betrayed a sense of unease. Despite the apparent tranquility, Lord Mage, bring forth someone to inquire why the protective barrier is charging so sluggishly. Was it not instructed to maximize the charging array? Butler, my lord, the array is already at maximum capacity. Any further enhancement would risk damaging the formation. If we forcefully engage it, the charging array can sustain operation for no more than 10 minutes. If we aim for minimal damage, it might last less than an hour. Please advise, my lord, Lord Mage. Butler, open the reserves and stack all mana coins onto the charging array. We must activate it at full strength if necessary. Butler, as you command, my lord. Unmindful of the bustling butler, the lord remained fixated on the flowing golden flame princess outside the barrier, contemplating the necessity of stalling for time. But he called out, "Amalu, you cannot blame me for your father's demise. I too am filled with sorrow." Yet he provoked those who should not be trifled with and seized that which ought not be taken. Had he lived, all of us in this city might have perished because of him. I am merely a dagger wielded by another. Even if I had not slain your father, another would have done so. Did your father not hold this city in high esteem? Though I ended his life, I have retained all that belonged to him. This is my greatest tribute to him." Upon hearing this, the flowing golden flame princess retorted, "And so you tread upon my father's corpse, reveling in all that he left behind. Is that correct? Your life was saved by my father. All your educational expenses were covered by him. When you expressed your desire to be a mage, it was my father who sought my grandfather, obtaining 3 letters of recommendation for you. This ultimately cost him the support of his family. He once told me that you were like a brother to him. And how do you repay him? Is this your repayment? You monster, you deserve to die. Today you must perish." Chapter 50, Flowing Golden Flame Princess. 2. The fiery clouds painted a picturesque scene. Yet, in the darkness of night, the presence of such flames signified an extraordinary phenomenon. An extraordinary phenomena typically herald calamity. Lv Yin stood transfixed, gazing at the Lord's mansion. Half an hour had already passed, and he had remained motionless for the entirety of that time. Within those 30 minutes, the Lord's mansion was engulfed in flames, while any counterattacks were few and far between. After observing for over 20 minutes, boredom overtook him. Just 10 minutes prior, he had accumulated 138 new enemies, and he pondered, how does one mark enemies? Foolishness. Each step he took was upon the corpses of foes. The duality of injury, both physical and psychological, was not lost on him. The animosity was palpable. However, Our dear LV Yin dared not entertain thoughts of vengeance. Why? The fault lies with the Lord's mansion. Each time their mage cast a spell, it was feeble and ineffective. Either the spell was disrupted before completion, or, upon conclusion, it failed to produce any significant effect. Moreover, the casting mage was overly cautious, waiting for the right moment, the right day, the right weather, and the right circumstances to release a spell. Was he suffering from constipation? Had he possessed a bit more vigor? LV Yin would have gladly lent his aid, but with such incompetence, would he dare risk his own life? He felt incensed just thinking about it. How could someone of such caliber serve as a city protector? Had he been mistaken about the very notion of a city mage? If such mediocrity could attain such a title, he too would seek to register, perhaps even aspire to be a lord. Excuse me, where do I sign up? What? A mage of magic mastery is required to become a city protector? No matter. Surely, many mediocre individuals aspire to such roles. The registration must be plentiful, and who knows when my turn will come. I shall secure my place now. What? A city protector must be formidable. Nonsense. The last time I witnessed one in action, I felt that even my own trivial efforts surpassed his spells. Do you believe this? If such a being is deemed strong, then surely no true power exists in this world. As LV Yin continued to mark his enemies, his thoughts ran rampant. Alas, when would this torment come to an end? He gazed blankly at the Lord's mansion, pondering with a scholarly air. Just then, he spotted a golden-red angel soaring into the sky, wings unfurled wide, arms raised towards the heavens. In that moment, a fireball, measuring 20 meters in diameter, materialized above the golden-red angel's head, the fiery energy collapsing inward with unrelenting force. Upon witnessing this, LV Yin involuntarily exclaimed, "Holy moly, the spirit bomb is out. Why have I yet to see the Kamehameha?" Despite his incessant complaints, his movements were swift. The metallic liquid on his body retracted, and he leaped into the air, clutching his staff and sprinting away. What am I doing, standing here like a statue? One misstep, and I could become a true corpse. Just as LV Yin had taken a few steps, an overwhelming sense of dread compelled him to glance back. He beheld the fireball plummeting from the sky, followed by a towering column of flames that surged upward, expanding and racing towards him. At this sight, terror gripped his heart. That fiery column would undoubtedly reach this very spot. With such thoughts racing through his mind, LV Yin resolutely decided, "Damn it, protective items are meant for preserving life. So why hesitate?" With determination, he took a few steps back, then sprang forth, plunging into the ground. Indeed, LV Yin was now underground, the subterranean stone from Barbara. A true lifesaver, originally intended for harvesting. However, since Barbara had personally escorted LV Yin out of the harvest area, he had saved the subterranean stone for preservation. He had always regarded it as a life-saving device. Given the current situation, it was time to utilize it. Not long ago, he had been pursued by demons as if they were hunting a chicken. In the eyes of demons, he was merely a target. One can only imagine the pain in LV Yin's heart. Underground, he distinctly felt the tremors of the earth above. However, it wasn't long before a tremendous crash resonated from the surface, even from underground. He could sense it clearly. Yet, the vibrations above were rather faint. After listening intently, he discerned a lack of further disturbances. Pondering, he concluded that perhaps it was no longer dangerous. Should he venture up? The urge surged within him. Akin to scratching an itch, he felt compelled to surface and see what transpired. With this thought in mind, action took precedence. He sliced through the earth with his hands, swimming towards the surface. Upon reaching the ground, LV Yin puffed. That inconsiderate scoundrel. Does he not possess any civic sense? Does he not realize that demolishing a building requires a bit more finesse? This half-demolished structure is utterly unacceptable, and with dust and debris everywhere. Such a laborer deserves to be fired at the earliest opportunity. At that moment, LV Yin held his nose with one hand, propping himself up with the other, preparing to emerge from the ground. Yet, before he could muster any strength, he froze in place. His gaze was fixated ahead, and the thick dust within the room could not obscure the breathtaking visage before him. Indeed, it was a breathtaking beauty. Had he not noticed the radiant visage akin to a 1-kilowatt light bulb, shimmering in golden hues, staring directly at him? Indeed, it was merely the head. The metallic body had melted into a puddle of liquid metal. Yet, that metallic substance was beginning to condense, swirling together to form the figure of the flowing golden flame princess. What was LV Yan's state of mind? He would tell you that when misfortune befalls a person, even drinking water can lead to choking. Yet, that was trivial. One must remain optimistic. Look at him. He had dived straight into the jaws of a shark. What more could he say? He had nothing left to express. All he sought was to preserve his life. Hey, 1 kilowatt light bulb, do not glare at me. Witness my blinding charm. However, as the dust settled, LV Yin remained silent, rooted in place. For at that moment, he clearly saw the 1 kilowatt light bulb fixating her lifeless, emotionless eyes upon him. Needless to say, this was the epitome of the state of non-being. Devoid of self, devoid of humanity, lacking everything. She would attack anyone who dared approach her. He in the silence, classmate LV Yin, displaying remarkable self-awareness, silently began to sink into the ground. However, teacher Lu Jin Yinji was not in agreement. With a slight tilt of her chin towards the earth, she instantly formed a barrier that confined a radius of several dozen meters. Our classmate LV Yin was truly immobilized this time. Half of his body was trapped beneath the surface, rendering any attempt to ascend or descend utterly futile. What does it mean to be stuck in limbo? This is it. Classmate LV Yin was punished by teacher Lu Jin Yinji to stand in place. Moreover, it was an enhanced version of punishment. In despair, LV Yin shut his eyes, melancholically pondering. Sister, is this really necessary? Are you intending to completely drive me to despair? How cruel. At this moment, one can only imagine LV Yin's emotional turmoil. His mind was racing in a desperate attempt to save himself. He thought and thought, turning every card in his mental repertoire, yet none proved useful for the current predicament. Ultimately, LV Yin recalled a spell that might save his life. He decided to gamble everything. Thus, he channeled all his magical and mental energy into the liquid gold battle suit and activated the soul-snatching technique. Instantly, a beam of purple gold light shot forth from his forehead, connecting directly to the luminous orb. Oh no, it was aimed at the head of Lu Jin Yinji. The moment the light struck the orb, LV Yin felt an ethereal connection form between himself and Lu Jin Yinji. Additionally, a wondrous force began to merge their mental energies, creating a conduit, an extraordinary passageway. Unceasingly, some unknown substance was drawn to him involuntarily. Yet, LV Yin discovered a critical issue. Although the substance was being drawn, the process was agonizingly slow. Even worse, his magical energy seemed to be evaporating, layer upon layer, rapidly depleting like a lake draining. LV Yin watched, his heart racing with urgency. However, despite his anxiety, his life was not in immediate danger. Level up, the magical sea was instantly replenished. His mental energy surged explosively. Did you see how the energy transfer conduit doubled in size in an instant? Naturally, the magical energy from the sea also began to deplete at an accelerated rate. Yet, LV Yin declared that any issues solvable with magic were, in fact, no issue at all. Level up, the magical energy filled once more. Simultaneously, it continued to diminish, but the energy conduit was expanding. This allowed the extraction to be completed in an instant. As the substance flowed into LV Yin's forehead, at that moment, the energy conduit severed, but LV Yin had no time to breathe a sigh of relief, for a small black that appeared behind the still glowing orb. This was not the crux of the matter. The critical issue was that this thing was expanding, and at a rapid pace. By the heavens, must it be so life-threatening? Without a moment's thought, LV Yin began to sink deeper into the ground. Swimming away from the city lord's direction, he dared not linger any longer. No matter what, he could not afford to stay. What if something unexpected happened? Did he still wish to preserve his life? He could not remain here any longer. At this moment, the black that expanded into a vortex, voraciously drawing in everything nearby. The shell of Lu Jin Yinji, iron shavings. They flew towards the black hole, disappearing within. As the shell of Lu Jin Yinji vanished, the black hole began to shrink, just as it seemed on the verge of disappearing. In that fleeting moment before its disappearance, a colossal hand composed of lightning emerged from the void. The hand's fingers converged into a point, piercing the black like a crane's beak. The fingers forcefully spread apart, and as the black that expanded by a meter, the arm plunged into the black hole. A series of thunderous booms erupted, as the energy arm began to enlarge while the black hole struggled to contract. For a brief moment, the two forces were at an impasse. until suddenly, both powers erupted simultaneously. The explosion of energy extinguished everything within a kilometer radius. A massive pit, about 40 to 50 meters deep and nearly 1,000 meters in diameter, instantly appeared in the noble district. These two unknown powerhouses were indeed formidable. Even before reaching Gada City, they had already begun to leave their mark. Just look at how perfectly round and beautiful this artificial lake in the noble district is, although, at present, it is devoid of water. Chapter 51. Preparation. As LV Yin swam, he suddenly felt a persistent twitching in his right eyelid, accompanied by waves of anxiety. Without a second thought, he plunged deeper into the ground. He thought to himself, if you dare breach the Earth's core, if you could truly accomplish that, I would have no qualms sacrificing my life for you. LV Yin resolutely descended, but suddenly another tremor shook him, causing his earthen element energy suit to loosen. Without hesitation, he infused magical energy into the subterranean stone, stabilizing his energy suit. After some time, LV Yin exhaled, not looking back. Not even a glance. He shot outwards towards the outer city. After more than 10 minutes, LV Yin's head emerged beside a tree root, resembling a squirrel peeking out from a tree hollow, quickly glancing around before retracting back. After a while, LV Yin slowly rose from beside the tree root, leaned against the trunk, and rested to catch his breath, calming his racing heart. It wasn't fatigue, it was sheer fright, observing that his remaining energy in the subterranean stone was now less than half. LV Yin sighed and carefully stored it away. This item was essential for his survival. He glanced at the beautiful houses in the distance, which bore a resemblance to high-end apartments. After a moment of contemplation, he stood up, brushed the dust off his robe, and strode towards the house. Why not activate the dust-clearing array to rid himself of the grime? This was not a time for attending a banquet. What good would it do? Moreover, in such a situation, maintaining a pristine appearance would only invite trouble. What more could he hope for? The house was quite lovely, aside from the splattered blood and flesh on the walls. Overall, it was still rather beautiful. Casually collecting several relatively intact artworks, LV Yin proceeded upstairs. After fighting for so long, his possessions were nearly reduced to nothing. Was he not allowed to claim some spoils from the dead? Unable to find corpses to loot, he could at least take from the house, which was still a high-level endeavor. With his mental energy sweeping through, he sought out any magical fluctuations to guide his actions. Upon identifying his target, LV Yin swiftly reached the master bedroom, but he kicked aside the obstructive bed and casually dismantled the magical traps hidden within the layers. After prying open a partition, he finally discovered the sought-after items. There were not many, a few magical artifacts and a small pouch of yellow magical coins. After tossing the yellow magical coins into his spatial ring, he carefully examined the magical equipment in his hands. To be honest, LV Yin was not an appraiser and could not discern the functions of these items. Point 2 rings were definitely not spatial rings. Well, appraisal complete. A necklace, the pendant of which was merely a setting. When squeezed, it felt quite rigid. Appraisal complete. The remaining 2 items, were they bracelets or anklets? He could not tell. Never mind. It was time for a real appraisal. Thus, LV Yin tossed the equipment into his system backpack and called out. System, interface, backpack physical strength. 8.19.5 strength. 4.1 4.7 agility. 7.5 8.5 mentality. 37.75 4.859 energy. 1050. Temporarily unusable. Talent. Vitality conversion skills. Spirit manipulation. Branch skill. Mage's hand. Flame ray. No style. Ghost flame magic. 385,440. 20 points of magic added for every level before 10. Spells. Fireball. Abridged. Level 1. Explosive fireball. Flame whip. Blazing technique. Titan's grip equipment. Flying sword. Purple. Bound. 110 liquid gold battle suit. Purple. Bound. 110. Combat skills. 1 hellfire. 0. 2 Lu Jin Yin Ji. 0. 41 flying sword. Silver. 51. 99152X 425 Dragon Lizard Gloves 33.735 Class. Mage Level 1 910 Mage Tier 1 110 Secondary Profession. Alchemy. Potion 1 31. Scroll 1 61. Forging 1 8. Sealing Technique 1 21. Pet. Little King Kong. Undead Beetle. In a semi-dying state. Experience. 53120 skill points. 3 LV Yin only glanced at the interface before opening the backpack, revealing the appraisal results. Level 18 Meditation Ring. Increases magical recovery speed by 3, ineffective after level 18. Level 16 Wind Blade Ring. Fires a wind blade, dealing 80 to 160 points of damage. Equipment requirements: none. Divine Grade Fine Gold Necklace. Damaged. Attributes: indestructible. Level 19 Pet Ring X2. Used to control magical beasts below level 19. Higher pet levels consume more mental energy. Note: requires periodic infusion of magical energy after use. After reading this, LV Yin couldn't help but tighten his grip. Treasures. He never expected such valuable items to exist in this wretched place. Feeling anxious, LV Yin decided to test it by equipping the items. Upon seeing that the items were successfully locked into the equipment frame, he breathed a great sigh of relief. It seems this family has been completely wiped out. The system's requirements for equipping items are exceedingly stringent. To gain its acknowledgement, LV Yin must possess absolute ownership. What constitutes absolute ownership? The first type is if LV Yin crafted it himself. The second type is if LV Yin acquired it through legitimate means. The third type is if it is entirely ownerless. In simple terms, the equipment LV Yin picks up must belong to a deceased owner, with all their relatives likewise deceased. Furthermore, outsiders must have no claim to the equipment. Only under such conditions can LV Yin equip the item and place it into the equipment frame. The benefits of having an item in the equipment frame are twofold. The first is that the item receives enhancements from the system. It pertains to the inherent attack power of the equipment itself, augmented by the data attack power provided by the system. Were it otherwise, Liu Yan's initially unadorned flying sword would not have been capable of inflicting harm upon the likes of the burly men. The second point is that as long as the durability has not been completely exhausted, it shall remain intact and undamaged. To illustrate, consider a sword when it is not within a designated frame. Prolonged usage will undoubtedly dull its edge. However, once it is placed within the frame, as long as its durability remains, it will retain its original state. Nonetheless, the system mandates that the equipment must be imbued with magical properties. If only the core possesses such magic, the system recognizes solely the core as equipment, dismissing any peripheral components lacking magical essence as mere non-equipment, much like Liu Yan's dung fork flying sword. After Liu Yan had equipped the necklace and ring, he made his way toward the kitchen. This was, after all, one of Liu Yan's primary objectives for entering the house. To seek sustenance, he intended to process all the food he could find into cooked meals. Considering the possibility of having to flee and the uncertainty of what unforeseen events might transpire along the way, Liu Yan's mindset was to prepare for every conceivable eventuality. Upon reaching the kitchen, he opened the magical refrigerator with a swift motion. Liu Yan gazed at the rows of marbled pork belly, the various cuts of ribs, and an array of meat, squinting with delight. His expression was one of sheer joy, accompanied by a mysterious fluid at the corners of his mouth, making him appear rather foolish. Upon witnessing this bounty, Liu Yan retrieved an array of automatic kitchen utensils, ensuring he had at least 2 of each. Why 2 or more of each item, you might wonder? One must always be prepared. Should he encounter others like Tai Gu requesting kitchenware, would he comply or refuse? Indeed, that's a rather foolish question. After happily cleansing all the meats, Liu Yan heated the pan and added oil. It was time to showcase his culinary prowess. He prepared skewered pork belly with ribs, followed by stir-fried pork and steamed ribs, and then added a succulent elbow joint. After laboring for over 2 hours, Liu Yan had nearly filled the entirety of the space within the ring. He continued to cook while indulging in his creations. During this time, he also dispatched 20 or so lost demons, contributing 57 experience points to the system. As Liu Yan fervently celebrated his culinary endeavors, a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to look up at the sky in astonishment. Something is amiss. Why is the sky not stained with blood-red hues? When I emerged from the underground, it seemed the sky was already blue. Does this imply that the blood sacrifice was disrupted over 2 hours ago? What am I even doing here? With this troubling thought, Liu Yan promptly stowed away all his kitchenware and intended to leave. However, after a moment's contemplation, he retraced his steps back to the master bedroom, extending his hands to conjure 2 explosive fireballs, which he hurled with a resounding boom. Once he surveyed the bedroom and nodded in satisfaction, he realized that regardless of whether others were aware, He wished to keep his presence here a secret, not to mention, that necklace could very well cost him his life. After all, wealth can be a potent motivator, especially when it comes to artifacts. After pondering this, Lu Yin set ablaze much of the room and kitchen, even detonating the floor of the master bedroom to obscure certain elements. He then roasted the corpses of the demons he had previously slain, tossing them into the master bedroom, followed by launching 2 explosive fireballs, reducing the remains to scattered fragments. After meticulously inspecting the scene he had orchestrated, ensuring nothing was amiss, he made his exit. Chapter 52. Captured. Lu Yin stepped into the commercial street, where the remnants of dilapidated buildings still flickered with lingering flames. Although most of the fierce fires had been extinguished, the surviving structures bore witness to the city's impending ruin. The civilian population had been decimated, leaving virtually no survivors. The entire city lay in ruins, with shattered edifices dotting the landscape, now devoid of life. The mingling sense of blood and smoke pervaded the air, vividly illustrating for Lu Yin the aftermath of war. Walking alone down the commercial street, distant cries of anguish echoed through the skies of Jiadaking, as if heralding the conclusion of this grim chapter. The night breeze carried a wisp of dust, gently stirring the flames, seemingly attempting to amplify their ferocity. Yet, the flames, seemingly indifferent to the gesture, merely flickered before extinguishing, leaving behind the mournful wail of the wind. As Lu Yin contemplated the devastation, a sudden whoosh signaled the swift approach of a group of seasoned professionals, unblemished yet bearing the marks of hardship, rapidly closing in on Lu Yin. They stood upon a peculiar hoverboard, measuring 1.5 meters in width and 2 meters in length, equipped with 3 flame thrusters on each side. They approached at high speed, then slowed, coming to a halt before Lu Yin, looking down upon him with an air of authority, declaring, "Are you a professional from Jiadaking? We need to document your presence." Lu Yin regarded the haughty figures atop the hoverboard, feeling a twinge of annoyance, pondering, "I am not from Jiadaking. Who the hell wants to stand here? Am I to serve as fodder for demons? Moreover, who do you think you are? Why should I heed your commands? Wait a moment. I suppose I genuinely am not a professional from Jiadaking. How is this to be reconciled?" Lu Yin pinched his chin, mulling over the situation for a while before finally retorting, "Who are you? What do you want?" One of the mages interjected, halting the others from speaking. "We are members of the Demon Hunter Alliance." "Mage, please state your mage number, or which academy you belong to, or who your instructor is." "Instructor, academy, mage number. What on earth are those?" "An instructor, I suppose I have a makeshift one. An academy, I know of it, but it does not recognize me. As for a mage number, since when did mages have identification numbers? Have mages become commodities now? I have never heard of a mage number. I have never attended an academy. And as for instructors, I have none." Lu Yin looked at the mage in front of him and continued, "By the way, when did mages become commoditized?" The mage's expression turned icy, and with a pout, he exhaled, "What is your registration number with the Armed Forces Guild? What tasks have you completed? With whom have you teamed up?" Lu Yin raised an eyebrow, finding the inquiry intriguing. He replied, "What's the deal? Are you conducting a household census? I have connections with business owners, so why would I bother with the armed forces? Are you trying to court me? If so, you ought to remove your mask first. What is the point of just seeing your mouth? How can I know what you truly look like? Don't tell me you're too ugly to show your face, hence the mask, if that's the case. Perhaps you should keep it on, lest you frighten me in the dead of night. How innocent would I be then? Damn it. I haven't had a moment of peace today. It's either being chased by demons or being hunted by enemies. I almost got taken out by a mid-tier professional, and now you come to add to my troubles. Have you ever considered my feelings?" The young female mage's gaze turned frigid, and she coldly commanded, "Take him away." Hearing this, Lu Yin's temper flared. "What nonsense is this? Try laying a hand on me, and see if I don't obliterate you." Just as the young woman turned to act, she quickly intercepted those preparing to act, stating, "We have the authority to enforce the law. Thus, even if it results in your death, it would be justified. Additionally, let me mention, we are all mid-tier professionals, so now you may act. I permit you to strike first." Upon hearing this, what could Lu Yin possibly say? He was instantly cowed. At this moment, Lu Yin found himself atop the hoverboard, both shoulders firmly grasped, and the pressure from the wind generated by their flight left him quite uncomfortable. Unable to contain himself, he implored, "I say, both of you, you're mid-tier professionals, and I'm merely a level 1 novice mage. You really don't need to go this far, do you? Could you perhaps loosen your grip? Noticing the wooden figures behind him remained unresponsive, Lu Yin quickly turned to the young female mage. Yet before he could speak, her voice reached his ears. You had better keep quiet. If I hear another sound from you, I shall stuff my wand into your mouth and cast a spell. What could Lu Yin do? Naturally, he dared not utter a word. A wand stuffed in his mouth, casting a spell? That was out of the question. But an unrelenting beating was a certainty. As for the severity, that depended on their mood. This is what it means when the situation outweighs the individual. Hence, in light of the current circumstances, endurance was the only option. In a swift and exhilarating journey, Lu Yin and his captors soon arrived at the outskirts of the city, heading toward a designated location. 3 minutes later, with a forceful shove, Lu Yin was jolted, causing him to stumble, and then a hand grasped his collar, lifting him off the hoverboard. Naturally, Lu Yin was incensed at this treatment. However, expressing anger or resistance was not an option. Before him loomed a vessel over 30 meters high, its length obscured from sight. Why call it a vessel? Have you not seen it floating at low altitude? Just the existence of this contraption extinguished any thoughts of rebellion. The young woman and her companions then led Lu Yin up the floating staircase and into the vessel. Midway, the young woman addressed an approaching guard. You, find a private room and confine this half-elf. Suddenly, the young woman turned to Lu Yin and inquired. You mentioned you have a store, correct? What is its address? Upon hearing this, Lu Yin mused. Could it be that the privileges of the wealthy might afford me a better treatment? That would be most fortuitous, he promptly replied. My shop is located at Commercial Street. Number 78. I must tell you, young lady, be sure to find a place that offers a decent standard of care, understand? Otherwise, I would certainly find a way to lodge a complaint against you. This vessel of yours appears to be akin to public property, and I suspect you are fearful of such grievances, so do not attempt to deceive me. It seems that the affluent are particularly fond of this sort of game. Isn't it? Today, I, too, shall partake in the amusement. The young sorceress, upon hearing this, cast a sharp glare at Lu Yin before turning to the guards at her side and commanding, confine this half-elf to cage number 78. Should he dare resist, you are permitted to eliminate him on the spot. With that, the young sorceress turned and departed, wholly indifferent to Lu Yin's desperate calls. As for Lu Yin, he found himself seized by a guard as robust as a bear, who grasped him by the collar and hoisted him aloft. Striding towards the interior of the ship, in the blink of an eye, Lu Yin was thrust into a spacious warehouse and unceremoniously shoved into one of the cages. The door slamming shut behind him, plunging him into darkness. Disoriented and sprawled on all fours, Lu Yin began to survey his surroundings. The warehouse was vast, filled with cages of various sizes, and the one containing Lu Yin measured 2 meters in length and 3 meters in height. He reached out to grasp the iron bars, thick as his arm, feeling the magical energy coursing through them, and thought to himself, could this be a prison for magical beasts, attempting to summon his magical power to access his spatial ring? He discovered that his magical energy had been shackled. Damn, this spells trouble. I've landed in a pigsty, bound and helpless. Lu Yin pondered the situation, uncertain of his surroundings, but knowing that there were likely watchers. It was prudent not to use his system backpack just yet. Thus, he withdrew the staff from his waist, propped it against the iron bars, rested his head upon it, and reclined at The staff serves a new purpose. It can be a makeshift pillow, though perhaps at a rather low angle. My lord, is there an issue with that half-elf? Queried a wooden figure who had previously seized Lu Yin by the shoulder. The young sorceress, navigating her skateboard at a swift pace, replied without glancing back. Is there an issue? We shall ascertain that upon return. However, as the master of the formation point, there is no way he can escape unscathed. For now, let us bring him back to the division for interrogation. But my lord, how will they handle that matter? It seems there are no leads on what we seek. First, let us proceed to the city lord's mansion. In any case, he must provide us with an explanation regarding any of these matters. Lu Yin awoke from a sweet slumber. Ouch, this is painful. Have I slept awkwardly? Rubbing his neck with one hand while the other reached behind him, he exclaimed, who the hell poked me in the kidneys while I was asleep? Upon seeing the perpetrator, Lu Yin's eyes blazed with hatred. The culprit could be deemed both his greatest benefactor and his fiercest enemy, for it was due to this presence that Lu Yin did not starve. Such was its greatest favor. Yet, Equally, it was the source of his torment from constipation for the past 6 months. This is our Mr. Blackbread. After picking up Mr. Blackbread, Lu Yin hurled it outside with great force. Clang! Ouch! That damn half-elf. I will kill you. I swear, I will make you pay an unimaginable price. I, Gasida, vow this here, Lu Yin retorted. Ah, our esteemed Lord Gasida seems to be waking from slumber once more, and appears to be hallucinating from hunger. The kind and selfless Lu Yin, fearing for your survival, has graciously awakened you, and even offered his last piece of small black bread. You ought to feel ashamed. Did you know? The benevolent Lu Yin has not consumed a single piece of black bread, saving it all for you. Yet you once sent someone to hunt him down. Shouldn't you feel remorse for that? As Lu Yin spoke, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a piece of roasted meat. Nibbling leisurely on it, Gasida, his head covered in welts, grasped the small bread in a fit of rage and, with great reluctance, set it down. 11 days prior, Lu Yin had been awakened by the boisterous roar of a boar that claimed to be noble. Thus, utilizing his keen sense of sound to pinpoint the target's location, he instinctively hurled Mr. Blackbread. After a shriek, the 2 pieces of black bread returned at an even swifter pace. Yet, without a backward glance, Lu Yin caught the 2 pieces with effortless grace. Did you think my agility was mere pretense? Upon turning to look, Lu Yin was pleasantly surprised. Ah, a familiar face indeed, one he would love to roast. As he lifted his hand, preparing to launch Mr. Blackbread, he paused, stroking his chin in contemplation before ultimately deciding to set it down. Instead, Lu Yin drew forth his flying sword and sliced the 3 large pieces of Mr. Blackbread into more than 40 smaller pieces. After meticulously shaping each small piece with distinct edges, he launched one into the fray. It struck the enemy, eliciting screams and curses before returning to him. Witnessing this, Lu Yin swatted the small black bread away with his staff, sending it flying far. Subsequently, Lu Yin settled down. 4 days later, our Lord Gasida, having consumed the last morsel of bread 3 days prior, had now been asleep in his cage for 2.5 days. Meanwhile, Lu Yin had made his move, deploying the sharp small black bread as a vanguard, landing a blow on the back of Gasida's head. After several exchanges, Gasida could no longer endure. Why, you ask? Certainly, it was due to Lu Yin's antics, as each time the small black bread returned, Lu Yin would swat it far away with his staff. Gasida had figured it out. After several exchanges, he realized he might very well starve. Lu Yin had meat and bread, while he had nothing. He could only wait for Lu Yin to toss him scraps, which Lu Yin did not reclaim, sending all the small black breads far away. After a few more exchanges, when all the small black breads had been swatted away, where would he find food? Thus, our noble Lord Gasida was left with no choice but to endure. He used his head, covered in welts, to barter for his survival, yet the noble lord was not content. Thus, he scoured the cage for weapons. Surprisingly, after a thorough search, in the corner of the cage, he discovered the bioweapons he had produced 3 days prior. The enraged lord took action, and after Lu Yin endured the onslaught of bioweapons, their conflict escalated. Without any logistical support, the lord could no longer produce bioweapons. As Lu Yin, now transformed back into the benevolent figure, once again wrapped the small black bread in his homemade bioweapons, he resumed his role as the vanguard, launching a fierce assault on Gasida's command center while targeting his mouth and nose. 3 more days passed in endless hunger and burdened with profound humiliation, sorrow, and unquenchable resentment. Gasida finally succumbed. The noble lord picked up the small black bread, imbued with the scent of bioweapons, trembling as he placed it in his mouth, relishing the flavor that tantalized his senses. He chewed and swallowed the loathsome small bread piece by piece, all the while harboring an unending hatred for Lu Yin. In the following days, under the attentive care of Lu Yin and his enhanced small black bread, Gasida transitioned from wide-eyed fury to utter numbness. Upon realizing that this was the final morsel of bread, the noble Viscount was engulfed by an overwhelming tide of negative emotions that erupted forth in an uncontrollable manner. Yet, it bore no fruit. The sidekick exclaimed, "My lord, we are nearing our destination. I initially believed we would address this matter at the branch office, considering the issue was not particularly grave, yet unexpectedly, we have arrived at headquarters." "My lord, why has the elder summoned us to the main office?" the masked lady replied. "This is not surprising. Although the situation is not dire, our targets are concentrated within a level 7 city, which is indeed peculiar. Moreover, after the blood sacrifice, all our targets vanished. If there is no connection here, it would be hard to convince anyone. More importantly, there exists a target personally designated by the Elder. Thus, his direct involvement is not unexpected. In the observation corridor of the spaceship, the young mage gazed at the small black dot ahead, which, as the ship sped forth, transformed into the silhouette of a grand city. The wooden sidekick turned to the young mage and inquired once more, "My lord, where shall we proceed next?" The young mage, lost in thought as she gazed towards the city, replied, "First, we shall assist in suppressing everyone back. And afterward, I will return to my mentor. Some matters must be reported to my teacher. Now that we are back here, you may still address me as Miss. After all, the Elder has yet to approve my separation from the family. Once we reach my mentor's place, you may return on your own. Additionally, when you return, inform the Elder to cease seeking out unsavory individuals for me. If he wishes to marry, he should do it himself. Should those individuals dare to appear before me again, I will annihilate them all." With that, the young mage stormed off in a huff, striding towards the interior of the spaceship. Meanwhile, Liu Yin, with a bottle of wine in one hand and roasted meat in the other, watched as Jayasada performed on stage. Liu Yin mused, "You wretched half-elf scoundrel, filthy and despicable. I swear I will kill you. I shall hang you from the gallows. After that, I will throw you onto the pyre. I want your bones to be obliterated. You cursed half-elf. Hey, mate, I'm getting tired of this. Can we have something fresh? Your acting leaves much to be desired. Do you even want tips? How about some seasoned roasted meat?" That damned half-elf. Should I or shouldn't I? The Viscount, Jayasada, found himself in a state of inner turmoil. Just as he hesitated over the seasoned roasted meat, the door to the warehouse swung open with a thunderous bang. Two figures entered. Well, they could be considered humans. Towering at 10 meters tall, their bodies were encased in heavy canister armor. They stomped in with a booming sound. Each held a cage, hoisting Liu Yin and Jayasada within. The two giants, each clutching a cage, strode towards the spaceship's exit. At that moment, the spaceship was docked in a civilian area of a city, and the giants, with cages in hand, leaped off the ship and marched towards the civilian district. As Liu Yin found himself within the cage, he couldn't help but recall the bird cage his nephew had in his previous life, and he felt like the bird trapped inside, gazing through the bars. He noticed that while the civilians wore tattered clothing, they were clean and exuded an unexpected confidence. The buildings varied in height, harmonizing with a certain arrangement. The streets were clean and wide, bustling with various races. Compared to the squalor of the civilian district in Jeddah City, where sewage ran rampant and shanties stood, this place felt like a district of opulence. Chapter 54. The King of Great Bears. As the giants continued their march, they soon arrived at their destination. Liu Yin beheld a massive cavern, its diameter measuring 10 meters. The entrance was adorned with several swirling tunnels, yet only half of them remained, the rest leading into an abyss. This sight made Liu Yan's eyes twitch in disbelief. Just as he thought this, the giants lifted the cage containing Liu Yin and suspended it above the cavern entrance. With a release of their grip, Liu Yin and the cage plummeted downward. As the cage spun through the air, performing somersaults, Liu Yin felt akin to a monkey trapped in a washing machine. He realized that, even without the 8 trigrams furnace, he could ascend to immortality. Dizzy and disoriented, Liu Yin helplessly observed as he neared the ground. Unable to resist, "I'm doomed, but surely I won't be reduced to a pulp with my current physical resilience. I would merely be a mangled corpse." What a time for such thoughts to arise. Just as Liu Yin braced for impact, a burst of multicolored light ignited, enveloping him and the cage, suspending them in mid-air. This sensation, akin to floating in space, did little to comfort Liu Yin, as his mind was spinning in turmoil. Though everything appeared to rotate around him, he understood that he had survived, collapsing within the cage. Liu Yin curled up in a corner as the spinning blurred his vision and muddled his thoughts, rendering him uninterested in anything. At that moment, a singular thought occupied his mind. Whose wicked idea was this? Who had the audacity to conjure such mischief? Not to mention, even the beasts are being toyed with. As the light dimmed, Liu Yin and the cage crashed onto the ground. Upon landing, Liu Yin felt a sense of relief wash over him. However, he soon discovered that he was unable to rise. His limbs refused to cooperate, and his entire abdomen churned violently. When he attempted to speak, his tongue felt knotted and twisted. He need not even open his mouth, as he was already spewing everywhere. At that moment, the iron cage door swung open, revealing a bald figure whose eyes were filled with the reflection of his own multiple selves. The bald man's whip, expertly wielded, ensnared Liu Yan's calf, dragging him out. As Liu Yan felt the rhythmic thud of his head against the iron bars, dizziness intensified, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. In that instant, Liu Yan shut his eyes, choosing to disregard everything. After all, he was just over 100 pounds of flesh. Do as you will, he thought, feeling as though he had transcended to a state of enlightenment. The bald figure, having dragged Liu Yan from the cage, cast a glance at him before proceeding deeper into the cavern, as if hauling a corpse. Within a stone hall, a sidekick reported, "Teacher, we have brought the individuals back. One could say they are suspects, or perhaps not." A bear of a man growled. "What do you mean by maybe or maybe not? I sent you to retrieve the evidence, not to engage in a game of riddles. Have you forgotten the taste of my fist after all these years, or are you simply itching for a confrontation? You want me to give you a taste of my strength?" A mass of muscle rose from the chair, instantly transforming from a mere collection of sinew into a towering bear of a man. Describing him as having the physique of a bear and the back of a tiger would not be an exaggeration. Standing at a height of over 2 meters, his arms and thighs were indistinguishable in their muscularity. His abs resembled a belly as large as a pot, and his rugged chest would leave women feeling inadequate. With bulging muscles and a scar cleaving the right side of his face, his hair was a scant white, and his eyes glinted with a predator's gaze. This was no mere man. He was a humanoid, a walking beast. The sidekick interjected, "Teacher, we have leads. Then speak plainly of these leads. Spare me the superfluous chatter. Everything you utter is mere nonsense. If you have leads, share them. Do not treat me as if I am your superior. We have merely been apart for a decade or so. Look at what you've become." The swordsman's sidekick, with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, replied, "It's merely uncertain. The individuals have been brought back. Yet questioning has yet to occur. This matter was initially to be handled by the Grand Steward at Abode, but because you commandeered the task, it has been delayed." This swordsman appeared to be in his 30s. With a gaunt visage, keen eyes, a straight nose, and slightly thin lips adorned with stylish sword-like whiskers. Together, they exuded an air of seriousness. Although clad in the garb of a swordsman, the muscle definition beneath his clothing suggested he was not as frail as he appeared. His long limbs exuded a sense of strength, embodying the ideal of a hero. The bear of a man retorted, "So you imply that I am to blame for all of this? You didn't interrogate them on the way back, and then return to inform me? When did you grow so foolish? Has Abode swapped your brain? Or have you trained your mind into muscle? Foolishness has its limits." The swordsman's sidekick replied, "Teacher, this is not in accordance with protocol." "Protocol? Nonsense. Who established these rules? This matter is my responsibility, and my word is law. I shall proceed as I see fit. Thus, all your previous protocols are nothing but drivel." The swordsman's military posture at this moment was as straight as a textbook example, unfaltering even as the slobbering bear spewed saliva in his direction, not even blinking. Indeed, quite impressive. The bear grunted, "Enough of your nonsense. Go and make all the arrangements, and I will personally inquire when the time comes. I once thought you were clever, yet that fool from Abode took merely a decade to shape you into such a sorry state." The Grand Steward interjected, "Silence, you fool. You must understand. He is first and foremost your father." And then the Grand Steward, "A brain is a valuable asset. Have you and your father both rendered it useless? You are a person first, not some damned puppet. After all I've taught you in such a short span. You've squandered it all like fodder for the dogs. Get out. Your mere presence irritates me." The swordsman, maintaining a steady voice, responded, "Yes, master." He then walked steadily out of the stone chamber, gradually disappearing within its confines. After venting his ire, the bear strode over to a grand chair, crafted of metal. The hall was vast and rugged, furnished only with a table and a chair, both also of metallic design in a corner of the stone hall. A few stone chairs lay neglected, covered in dust. The bear seized a wine jug from the table, gulping down a few hearty swigs before cursing loudly. "They're all damned fools." At that moment, a tall female swordsman emerged from the back door of the hall, clad in a black beast skin outfit and an outer windbreaker. She had an oval face, a petite nose, and large expressive eyes, complemented by slightly fuller lips, rendering her visage exquisite, save for her feet, which were adorned with shoes resembling water shoes. Everything else appeared flawless. In this otherworldly realm, shoes were predominantly designed as water shoes. Master, my senior has not fared well these past few years, as you are well aware. Why the harsh words? Moreover, my senior did not desire the incident from 4 years ago, regardless of past affections. Though he may now be unremarkable, your harsh words suggest that my mother's judgment was once clouded, does it not? The bear retorted, what incident? A trifling matter. Is it not merely the demise of a few companions? In this world, death is a constant. A few comrades perish, and one becomes despondent. Such fragility is unfit for a practitioner. If one cannot even maintain their resolve, they are truly worthless. It is not merely a few, but many, the female swordsman countered. Regardless, let us wait for my senior to recover, she added, narrowing her eyes as she contemplated the bear. I am a woman of considerable vengeance, you know. Are you prepared, master? Ifu has returned. Accompanying my senior, the bear looked at her in surprise. The girl has returned. That little rascal finally decided to come back. Where is she? Summon her to me. I need to speak with her, the female swordsman replied with a sidelong glance. She is with my aunt. Or perhaps you should go fetch Ifu from her. The bear hesitated. Why would I go there? Let the girl come back on her own. Honestly, what kind of girl runs around like this? The female swordsman smirked. Master, Ifu asked me to relay a message. She won't be returning anytime soon. Moreover, do not send your bears over to see her, for she will have them all sent packing. Upon hearing this, the bear's fury ignited. What do you mean by bears? Am I not a bear myself? That is called strength. A little girl mage should seek a robust man to shield her from harm, lest she be injured. Nowadays, girls like you are drawn to those pretty boys. What do they have to offer? Nothing but a pretty face. They can be shattered with a mere fart, and you expect them to protect you. Those pretty boys, before the enemy even strikes, will be so frightened that they will abandon you without a trace. What use are such individuals? Merely for aesthetics. You may as well procure an elven slave to gaze upon at your leisure. Veins pulsed on the female swordsman's forehead as she retorted, Master, do you truly think I cannot handle you? Ifu's words have my aunt's approval. She also stated that Ifu will be residing with her for the time being. This matter is under her control. The bear, now perturbed, exclaimed, how can a teacher meddle in a student's marriage? Is it not the parents who decide such matters? Bring Ifu back, and I shall have a serious talk with her. You should know that unless Ifu chooses to return, no one can summon her back. The female swordsman bit her lip and continued. However, my aunt also said that if you are unwilling for her to manage Ifu's affairs, you need only to marry her, and she will no longer interfere with Ifu's future marital matters. My aunt also remarked that if you lack the courage to marry, you are not a man. What qualifications do you have to oversee my disciple's marriage? The bear's arrogance instantly diminished. Coughing lightly into his hand, he replied, well, we can discuss this later. Many matters are not resolved merely by stating they will be. Truly lacking in manliness, the female swordsman declared. What did you say? I said you are truly lacking in manliness. My aunt has waited for you for over a decade. What harm would come from marrying her? Did not my master say that you can handle this as you wish? Why the cowardice? Do you think I do not know what it means to be a real man? Do not be so gullible. Adult matters are beyond a child's comprehension. Am I not a real man? A real man is one like me. The female swordsman smirked sarcastically. I do not understand what a real man is. But my aunt does. She clearly stated that you are not a man. If you were a man, you would have married her long ago. Are you testing my patience, girl? Do you dare to provoke your teacher? Huh? Is that your response? If you cannot win an argument, you resort to violence? Why not strike me now? My aunt has just returned. Let her see how you educate your students. The bear, feeling increasingly agitated, waved his hand dismissively. Get lost. All of you get lost. I cannot stand the sight of you. Lu Yin, feeling bored, yawned, having been cooped up in the cell for about 3 days, aside from the few small holes in the ceiling and the light from the magical array above. There was practically nothing. In this approximately 4 square meter space, silence reigned, thanks to the soundproof magic array. There were no cellmates, as no sound penetrated the walls. In this tiny room, there was nothing but a small bed and a toilet. Due to the ceiling magic array, meditation was impossible. Most would go mad from the sheer monotony. It was excruciatingly dull. Yet, Lu Yin still had matters to attend to. System, stamina, 9.6 strength, 4.8 agility, 8. 7 spirit, 55.1 energy, 11,050, 0.1 talent. Vitality conversion skills, spirit manipulation, subskill, Mage's hand, flame shot, void technique, ghost burn magic power, 210,440, 20 points of magic power gained per level before level 10, spells, fireball, abbreviated. Level 1, explosive fireball, flame whip, inferno technique, giant power technique, level 1 modification, equipment, flying sword, purple, bound, 110, liquid metal armor, purple, bound, 110 combat techniques, 1. Hellfire, 0.01, 2. Flowing gold flame princess, 0.01, 41 flying sword, silver, 51. 98,752x, 4, 25 dragon lizard gloves, 33.735.